Chapter 1. The Demise of the Heavenly Prodigy. The final match of the Taichu Sacred Sect's Saint Sun Grand Tournament will be contested between the core disciple Lin Yun and the core disciple Feng Chue. On the grand arena of the Taichu Sacred Sect, an elder clad in a blue robe declared. The enormous platform was thronged with numerous disciples, their cheers resonating throughout the air. Brother Lin Yun, you are so handsome. Go for it. Brother Lin Yun, give it your all. If you become the Saint's son, I shall bear your offspring. Sister Chue, show your strength and become the Saintess. Defeat Lin Yun. The tumultuous voices surged, while Lin Yun stood on the arena, utterly bewildered. He recalled the car accident he had endured, believing himself to be doomed, only to find himself inexplicably transported to the primordial ancient continent, inhabiting the body of the core disciple Lin Yun. From his memories, he discerned that this was the northern region, home to the Taichu Sacred Sect, one of the four major sacred sects of the northern region, holding a significant position therein. In this world, martial prowess was revered, with cultivators capable of overturning rivers and seas, and formidable beings capable of obliterating the heavens. The strongest villain system is binding. Binding successful. As Lin Yun pondered, a prompt echoed in his mind. Having read numerous novels in his past life, he was well acquainted with the concept of systems. The strongest villain system, binding successful. Would you like to activate the novice gift pack? Activate. The moment Lin Yun's words fell, the system's voice resonated once more. Congratulations, host. You have received 100-fold enhancement. Congratulations, host. You have acquired divine level comprehension. As the system's words concluded, a panel materialized before Lin Yun's eyes. Host Lin Yun. Age 22 years. Realm Mid-Golden Core with 100-fold enhancement. Realm classification: Chi Refinement, Foundation Establishment, Golden Core, Nascent Soul, God Transformation, Cave Heaven, Tao Platform. Physical Body Body Refinement Stage with 100-fold enhancement. Realm classification: Body Refinement, Vitality, Bone Melting, Body Consolidation, Blood Gathering. Comprehension Divine Level Comprehension. Talent Inferior Grade Heavenly Fire Root. Magic Weapon 3rd Grade Heavenly Spirit Sword. Cultivation Method Heavenly Phenomenon Technique Sword Drawing Art with 100-fold enhancement. Remarks: for every misdeed committed by the host, a system rating will be awarded. The higher the rating, the greater the rewards. Remarks: ratings are divided into SS, S, A, B, C levels. Upon reading the remarks on the panel, Lin Yun finally understood its implications. The system encouraged him to commit misdeeds, as the more wicked acts he performed, the greater his rewards would be. It seems the system is destined to propel me down the path of a villain, Lin Yun murmured to himself, raising his gaze to behold Feng Chue, who donned a flowing white garment, wielding an ethereal sword, her face veiled, resembling a celestial beauty. Brother Lin Yun, I hope to witness your true strength shortly. Feng Chue's melodious voice rang out, and while Lin Yun nodded slightly in response, his mind was fixated on how to incapacitate Feng Chue. Indeed, he was contemplating the feasibility of this plan, for as a villain, women would only hinder his ascent in power. The Taichu Sacred Sect had a regulation. Upon becoming the Saint's son, one could absolve oneself of a single transgression, as long as it did not threaten the sect. Moreover, from his predecessor's memories, he was aware that Feng Chue had once betrayed him over a treasure, nearly leading to his demise. As the elder on the arena spoke, the ultimate showdown is about to commence. After the inner sect elder's proclamation, he exited the arena, and the disciples seated around began to murmur amongst themselves. I wonder who will triumph, Brother Lin Yun or Sister Feng. Regardless of the victor, it will undoubtedly be a fierce battle. It may well be a struggle with no clear winner. In the midst of the disciples' chatter, Feng Chue brandished her ethereal sword, charging forth, a terrifying sword aura enveloping the arena, sending a chill down the spines of those present. Goodness, what an intimidating sword aura! Sister Feng unleashes such overwhelming sword energy right from the start. Can Brother Lin Yun withstand it? Why is Brother Lin Yun not moving? Has he been rendered speechless by fear? As the crowd expressed their concerns, Lin Yun remained motionless, and as a glimmer of cold light flashed, a flurry of sword blossoms surged towards him. When the ethereal sword was a mere 3 centimeters from Lin Yun, he extended his arm, fingers tightening slightly, and grasped the sword. As Lin Yun held the blade, Feng Chuiyue exerted her strength, only to discover she could not extricate herself. A flicker of terror crossed her eyes. What was happening? Lin Yun released the sword with his right hand, then swiftly slapped her across the face. Smack! The crisp sound echoed as Feng Chuiyue was sent sprawling to the ground. Hiss! The watching disciples gasped in astonishment at the scene. Goodness, Brother Lin Yun's strike was merciless. Sister Feng's exquisite beauty, and Brother Lin Yun dares to lay a hand on her, truly a ruthless act. Their strengths should be comparable. Why is Brother Lin Yun able to dominate? Brother Lin Yun overpowering Feng Chuiyue? This is unfathomable. The disciples were taken aback, utterly unprepared for Lin Yun's unrelenting assault. Most shocking of all was that Brother Lin Yun's prowess seemed to eclipse Feng Chuiyue's, a notion that left them astounded. Could it be that Brother Lin Yun had concealed his strength and was not merely at the Golden Core stage, but perhaps had already reached the nascent soul realm? On the arena, Feng Chuiyue's lips bled slightly. She could hardly believe that Lin Yun had dared to grip her ethereal sword with one hand. Before she could respond, Lin Yun dashed towards her with blinding speed. He planted his foot squarely on her cheek, applying tremendous pressure. Since he was to be a villain, he would engage in villainous deeds. With your level of mediocrity, do you truly think you deserve to spar with me? Lin Yun's foot pressed against her cheek, his gaze brimming with disdain. Feng Chuiyue's eyes blazed with fury. She attempted to resist, but found her body utterly immobilized. Lin Yun withdrew the ethereal sword from his spatial ring, aiming it at Feng Chuiyue's face. What are you planning to do? Fear flickered in Feng Chuiyue's eyes. Nothing much. I merely intend to mar your visage. As Lin Yun's words fell, a wicked smile graced his lips. You are a disciple of the righteous path. How can you commit such acts of mutual slaughter? Feng Chuiyue stammered, her lips trembling with trepidation. Lin Yun smiled knowingly. He had already resolved to become a villain. What did the righteous path mean to him? The more he conformed to the role of a villain, the higher his rating would be. With the ethereal sword poised against her face, he struck. Slash! The blade cut through the air, blood gushing forth as a crimson mark appeared on Feng Chuiyue's cheek. The disciples observing from the stands were incensed by this spectacle. Goodness, Lin Yun has gone too far, intending to ruin Sister Chuiyue's beauty. Clearly, Lin Yun has already won. This is nothing short of humiliation towards Sister Chuiyue. If he truly disfigures Sister Chuiyue, how is Lin Yun any different from the demonic path? As the onlookers erupted in fury, the male disciples glared in indignation. Lin Yun, should you continue down this path, you will surely be expelled from the sect. Feng Chuiyue's voice trembled, her eyes betraying a glimmer of doubt. Lin Yun merely smiled, his ethereal sword aimed at the location of her dantian. What do you intend to do? Cold sweat beaded on Feng Chuiyue's forehead, a foreboding sense of dread washing over her. Nothing much. I merely intend to cripple you. Lin Yun's smile appeared innocent, yet to Feng Chuiyue, it resembled the grin of a demon. Chapter 2. This truly is an accident. Though Lin Yun's voice was soft, the surrounding disciples heard him clearly. What? Lin Yun actually intends to cripple Sister Feng? This ruthlessness is indistinguishable from the demonic path. I believe Brother Lin Yun has already fallen into the demonic path. He must be eradicated. Elders, why are you still hesitating? Act swiftly. The cries of the disciples rose in a crescendo as the elders standing beneath the arena hesitated. Sensing Lin Yun was not truly possessed by madness, perhaps he was merely attempting to intimidate. As the elder wavered, Lin Yun's ethereal sword plunged downward. Feng Chuiyue could scarcely believe that Lin Yun would dare to act in such a public setting at that critical moment. Dark energy radiated from her body. Black demonic aura enveloped Feng Chuiyue, transforming her previously pure visage into one of seduction. As the dark energy surged forth, propelling her to the late Golden Core stage. In her view, Lin Yun must have known her true identity, prompting his intent to cripple her dantian. But how had her identity been exposed? This question plagued Feng Chuiyue. leaving her utterly perplexed. Lin Yun furrowed his brow, equally bewildered. Demonic path? When had Feng Shuiwei ever been part of the demonic path? He had no knowledge of it. As the malevolent energy surged forth, Lin Yun retreated 2 steps, fearful of being tainted by the dark aura. The numerous disciples atop the arena were struck with horror upon witnessing the demonic energy enveloping Feng Shuiwei. Their expressions grew increasingly grim. They could scarcely believe that Feng Shuiwei was, in fact, of the demon clan. What the hell? How could Feng Shuiwei be a demon? Have we wronged senior brother Lin Yun? Perhaps senior brother Lin Yun has known all along that she is of the demon clan. The disciples were convinced of their previous assumptions, for it was evident that Feng Shuiwei and senior brother Lin Yun had always shared a cordial relationship. How could he possibly insult her so brazenly? If senior brother Lin Yun had known of her true identity, the circumstances would indeed be different. A hint of shame flickered across the faces of the disciples only moments ago. They had deemed Lin Yun excessively ruthless, akin to the demons themselves. In retrospect, it seemed they had misjudged him. Such a refined and genteel individual as Lin Yun could hardly engage in the wicked deeds of the demon clan. Feng Chuyu's countenance darkened as she rose from the arena. With her identity now exposed, she needed to depart swiftly. Yet before leaving, she had to eliminate Lin Yun. Had it not been for him, she would have flawlessly executed her mission. With the enhancement of the demonic energy, she was now perilously close to the Yuan Ying stage. Dispatching Lin Yun in an instant should pose no challenge. A disdainful smile crept upon Feng Chuyu's lips as her figure darted forward like a wraith. Not good. Senior brother Lin Yun is in danger. The disciples cried out in panic, and just as the elders prepared to intervene, Lin Yun raised his arm and struck with an open palm. Slap! A crisp sound reverberated as Feng Chuyu's body crashed to the ground, followed by a muffled thud. Staring at the 5-fingered imprint on her cheek, she was left in a state of bewilderment. How could she, so close to the Yuaning stage, still be no match for Lin Yun? The disciples exchanged wide-eyed glances. Gasping in astonishment, the might of senior brother Lin Yun was truly fearsome. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, the intersect elders rushed in and swiftly subdued Feng Shuiwei. Feng Shuiwei struggled desperately, attempting to break free, but the elders offered her no respite. Elder Wang then spoke. Confine her in the sect's dungeons. Understood? As the 2 elders issued their orders, they promptly restrained Feng Shuiwei. Elder Wang turned his gaze toward the disciples surrounding the arena and declared, Lin Yun has emerged victorious in the competition and will inherit the title of Holy Sun in half a month's time, at which point the Holy Sun ceremony will be held. Once Elder Wang's words concluded, the disciples rose, their eyes filled with admiration as they proclaimed, Hail the Holy Sun! Hail the Holy Sun! The voices of the disciples echoed thunderously. Lin Yun stood upon the arena, his expression impassive, as the system's prompt resonated. Congratulations, host, for capturing the demonic infiltrator. Feng Shuiwei task rating assessment is underway. Task rating assessment complete. Congratulations, host, for attaining AC rating. Reward: Divine Grade Low Tier Fire Root. As the assessment concluded, Lin Yun felt a surge of warmth in his dantian. The previously low-tier heavenly root undergoing a transformation as spiritual energy flowed ceaselessly into him. Hearing that the reward was a divine-grade low-tier root, Lin Yun felt no excitement, only a sense of frustration and discomfort. The roots were classified as Earth, Heaven, Profound, and Yellow, with divine grade lying above heavenly grade. In the entire continent, those possessing divine grade roots were exceedingly rare. He had anticipated a higher rating, but who could have foreseen that Feng Shuiwei was a spy for the demon clan? This revelation had downgraded his potential S rating to the lowest C rating. What a travesty! Lin Yun sighed, lamenting that he could have acquired a divine grade supreme root, but now it had been reduced to a low tier one. The thought of it only deepened his heartache. At this moment, Elder Wang looked at Lin Yun with an expression of commendation, stating, In half a month, you shall officially become the Holy Sun. I hope you will vanquish demons and uphold the reputation of our righteous sect. Understood? Lin Yun outwardly acquiesced, though inwardly he held great disdain. After all, he aspired to be the ultimate villain, not a champion of righteousness. Descending from the arena, Lin Yun made his way toward his pavilion. Though he had not succeeded in obtaining a high rating this time, opportunities would surely arise in the future. Upon returning to his pavilion, he pondered how to achieve a higher rating. During his deep contemplation, one name surfaced in his mind. Feng Chuiwei, now imprisoned in the dungeon. If he were to rescue her and set her free, it would undoubtedly align with the archetype of a villain. Chapter 3. The Rescue of Feng Chuiwei. Lin Yun, resolute in his decision, prepared to rescue Feng Chuiwei under the cover of night. Meanwhile, in the dimly lit dungeon of the Taichu sacred sect, Feng Chuiwei was battered and bruised, her cheeks smeared with dirt. Behind her, massive iron chains bound her body. Her eyes burned with resentment, for it was Lin Yun who had brought her to this dire predicament. Lin Yun, one day, I shall flay you alive. Feng Chuiwei screamed infuriated, as her anger gradually subsided. The demonic energy within her stirred, and with a mere flicker of that energy, the chains tightened painfully around her. Enduring the agony, she envisioned a cursed insect in her mind, and with a faint surge of demonic energy, she shattered it. At the moment the insect disintegrated, at the foot of the Taichu sacred sect's mountain. In a city, 3 elders sensed its demise. One elder rose and exclaimed, "This is bad. Miss Feng has been captured." What? The other 2 elders sprang to their feet. Feng Chuiwei was not merely a practitioner of the demonic path. She was the daughter of the leader of the Wanma sect. Having concealed herself within the Taichu sacred sect, her true identity had unexpectedly been exposed. The 3 of them were outer elders of the Wanma sect, each possessing formidable strength at the early Yuanying stage, dedicated to protecting Feng Chuiwei. Elderine, we must rescue the young lady. Otherwise, the sect leader will surely execute us. Indeed, we must save Miss Feng. Elderine, clad in a white robe, squinted his eyes, flashing a fierce glint. She must be saved. Tonight we shall stealthily infiltrate the Taichu sacred sect. Even if we fail, the Wanma sect will send others to assist. I shall make arrangements to ensure that if we fail, no one is left to rescue the young lady. Elderine spoke coldly. As night fell, Lin Yun emerged from the loft and made his way toward the dungeon. Upon arriving outside the dungeon, he found 2 outer disciples stationed at the entrance. Channeling his spiritual energy, he swiftly incapacitated them with 2 beams of light. Lin Yun entered the dungeon with ease. Where most of the inmates were disciples who had erred or powerful demon beasts, he searched diligently until he finally spotted Feng Chuiwei. Lin Yun effortlessly unlocked the cell door and stepped inside. The moment Feng Chuiwei laid eyes on Lin Yun, her pent-up fury erupted. Lin Yun, how dare you show yourself before me? She struggled violently against the chains, her demeanor resembling that of a vengeful spirit. Lin Yun stood his ground, stating, Feng Chuiwei, I am here specifically to rescue you. Upon hearing this, Feng Chuiwei scoffed derisively, You come to rescue me? What a joke. Lin Yun understood her skepticism and retrieved a celestial sword from his storage ring, declaring in truth, I am not a good person, nor was I aware that you were of the demonic path. Humph, do you think I would believe you? Aren't you here to kill me? Feng Chuiwei retorted coldly, her eyes devoid of fear. Lin Yun chose not to argue further. Once she was free, everything would be clarified. Outside the dungeon, Elder Yin and his companions finally located the entrance. Upon seeing the 2 unconscious disciples, they exchanged puzzled glances. What is happening? Is someone here to rescue someone from the dungeon? They wasted no time. Rescuing the young lady was their utmost priority. As they entered the dungeon, they beheld Lin Yun raising his celestial sword. He intended to shatter the chains, but to Elder Yin and the others, it appeared quite differently. You little wretch, how dare you harm our young lady? Halt! A furious shout rang out as Lin Yun turned to see the 3 elders charging toward him. Seeing them approach, Lin Yun swung the Tianling sword. Boom! As the blade struck, a resonating sound echoed, and Elder Yin and the other 2 elders hastily evaded. Miss, we have come to rescue you, Elder Yin exclaimed excitedly, thankful for their timely arrival, for had they arrived any later, the young lady could have perished. Quickly, kill Lin Yun. Feng Chuiwei's eyes gleamed with hope upon seeing Elder Yin and his companions. She believed they could easily handle Lin Yun. As you command? Elder Yin's words fell as his darkened gaze turned toward Lin Yun. Lin Yun, observing the 3 elders, offered a rueful smile. In truth, I am not a good person. I am truly a villain. Elder Yin scoffed, his voice icy. You are the holy son of the Taichu sacred sect. How could you possibly belong to our demonic path? Today, we shall slay you, holy son." With that, he lunged forward, realizing the urgency of eliminating Lin Yun at the Taichu sacred sect. Elder Yin drew forth a blood-red long knife, exuding terrifying demonic energy. "Blood slash," he bellowed, his figure resembling a phantom as he charged through the surging blood energy. Lin Yun stood firm, gripping the Tianling sword tightly, and thrust it forward. At the moment of contact, the Tianling sword pierced Elder Yin's chest. Splat! Blood gushed forth, while Elder Yin's blade also struck Lin Yun's flesh, yet he remained unscathed. Elder Yin's eyes widened in shock as he gasped. "What is happening? Is my blade so feeble?" The two other demonic elders trembled. Elder Yin had sustained an injury. "What is the meaning of this? My apologies, I am a bit of a cheat." Lin Yun replied with a grin, unaware of the true extent of his physical strength amplified 100-fold. Elder Yin's brow furrowed as he turned to the other two elders, second and third elder. "Hurry and assist me." Upon hearing their leader's call, the two elders rushed forward. As they charged, Lin Yun retreated 2 steps, creating distance, then wielded the Tianling sword and lunged forward. The sword energy surged, and Lin Yun appeared as an unparalleled sword deity. In an instant, he pierced one elder's shoulder with the Tianling sword, then flicked it lightly to... A cry of pain erupted as the elders staggered backward. With the two other elders rushing in, Lin Yun remained unfazed and charged forward. Stabbing one elder through the chest, then delivered a swift slap to Elder Yin's face. Smack! The force sent Elder Yin flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Feng Chuiyue trembled at the sight before her. Had she not witnessed it with her own eyes, she would never have believed it. Chapter 4. The first among the righteous path, the 3 elders lay sprawled on the ground, their heads ringing. How could 3 Yuanying stage elders be no match for a mere youth? What kind of monstrous talent was Lin Yun? Lin Yun sheathed the Tianling sword, a faint smile gracing his lips as he prepared to have the 3 elders escort Feng Chuiyue away. Though slightly flawed, he could still achieve a high rating. Today, I admit my defeat. Whether you wish to kill or maim me, I leave it to your discretion." Elder Yin assumed Lin Yun intended to humiliate them. Yet as elders of the demonic path, they still held on to their dignity. "No, Elder Yin, I am truly not a good person." Lin Yun's words were cut short by a commotion outside the cell. At that moment, Elder Wang led a group of disciples into the dungeon. Initially, Elder Wang had been cultivating in his loft, but upon sensing the demonic energy, he rushed to the dungeon with his disciples. Upon entering the dungeon, Elder Wang was utterly astonished by the scene before him. The 3 demonic elders were sprawled on the ground, looking utterly disheveled. Lin Yun, did you do all of this?" Elder Wang's voice trembled. The 3 elders were formidable Yuanying stage practitioners, yet Lin Yun, merely at the early Jindan stage, had defeated them. This was truly a prodigy beyond comprehension. The many disciples gazed at the fallen demonic figures, their eyes alight with admiration as they looked to Lin Yun. Brother Lin Yun's strength is truly terrifying. He managed to overpower Yuanying stage experts. Lin Yun stood there, somewhat helpless, and remarked, "Indeed." He had initially planned to release Feng Chuiyue and the 3 elders. But now, with so many witnesses present, attempting to do so openly would be akin to courting death. Reflecting on the situation, Lin Yun felt a surge of frustration. Had it not been for the 3 elders, he would have already freed Feng Chuiyue and completed his task flawlessly. At that moment, Lin Yun's desire to eliminate Elder Yin and his companions grew. They were utterly incompetent, truly worthy of being the holy son of the Taichu sacred sect. Elder Wang exclaimed with a smile. Had it not been for Lin Yun's presence, Feng Chuiyue would likely have escaped. Bring them forth. Immediately detain these 3. The disciples promptly restrained Elder Yin and his companions. While Elder Wang turned to Lin Yun and addressed the gathered disciples, "You should learn from Holy Son Lin Yun. As members of the righteous path, it is our duty to eradicate the demonic path." The disciples standing nearby immediately proclaimed, "We aspire to learn from Brother Lin Yun, slaying demons and purging evil. Indeed, Brother Lin Yun shall undoubtedly become the foremost figure of the righteous path. Under Brother Lin Yun's leadership, we shall surely eliminate all practitioners of the demonic path." Lin Yun heard these words and sighed inwardly. He had no desire to become the foremost figure of the righteous path. What he aspired to be was an unparalleled villain. Lin Shengzi, I will certainly report this matter to the sect leader, and he will undoubtedly reward you. Thank you, Elder Wang, Lin Yun replied with a bitter smile, thinking to himself that the sect leader's rewards were nowhere near as valuable as the system's. Well then, Lin Shengzi, rest early. I will immediately arrange for personnel to strictly guard the dungeon. It is absolutely impossible for those from the demonic path to escape. At this point, Lin Yun had lost his motivation to linger any longer. He offered a perfunctory reply and turned to leave the dungeon. As he stepped outside, the system's prompt sounded, "Congratulations, host, for completing the mission. System rating is being calculated." Upon hearing that he had completed the task, Lin Yun's cheeks betrayed no emotion. He feared it would likely be another C grade. Without a doubt, after the rating was finalized, the system announced, "Congratulations, host, you have attained C grade. You are rewarded with a blade of destruction. No level." As the system's voice faded, a rusty dagger inexplicably appeared in Lin Yun's hand. Upon seeing the dagger, Lin Yun was tempted to discard it. Its worn appearance resembled something salvaged from a refuse heap. System, what use is this dagger? Currently, the host can unlock the first stage of the Blade of Destruction. Once activated, it can unleash world-destroying power. Hearing the system's words, Lin Yun remained skeptical. Such a dilapidated dagger could wield world-destroying power? It was preposterous. With no enemies at present, he had no means to test it, so he decided to set it aside for now. After returning to his loft, he turned and went to sleep. The next morning, Lin Yun rose early, preparing to head to the city at the foot of the Taichu Holy Sect's mountain. He discovered that luck was not on his side within the sect. Misdeeds often turned fortuitous in an ironic twist of fate. Furthermore, the atmosphere within the sect was stifling, making it difficult to act freely. Outside, however, he could do as he pleased. Lin Yun exited Taichu Holy Sect and arrived at Yuntian City at the mountain's base. Upon entering, he found the streets teeming with people, many rogue cultivators setting up stalls to peddle their wares. This was Lin Yun's first encounter with a city from another realm. He gazed around, spotting a loft adorned with various young women, each garbed in vibrant attire, clearly reminiscent of ancient brothels. Having lived in the 21st century, he had only seen such places on television, and with some leisure time on his hands, he decided to pay the brothel a visit. As for the prohibition against righteous disciples entering such establishments, apologies, but he was a villain. Upon entering the brothel, he was immediately surrounded by young women. "Sir, you look quite unfamiliar. Is this your first visit here? Rest assured, we will make your experience unforgettable." Noticing Lin Yun's fine attire, the brothel girls recognized his extraordinary status. After all, such individuals were never short of coin. Lin Yun did not reject their advances and smiled, saying, "I am a disciple of Taichu Holy Sect, not lacking in wealth. Bring forth your courtesan." "I wish to meet her, sir. You wish to see our courtesan right away?" Without further ado, Lin Yun produced gold coins from his spatial ring and tossed them onto the table. Upon seeing the coins, the girls' eyes widened in astonishment, and they quickly composed themselves. "Sir, we will summon our esteemed Huayugu to attend to you immediately." Lin Yun nodded slightly and took a seat at the table, awaiting her arrival. In a room within the brothel, a woman of lingering beauty furrowed her brow. The previous night, Elder Yin had instructed her, and she was the brothel's madam, hidden beneath the Taichu Holy Sect's mountain, poised to assist the demonic path in critical moments. After the lady was captured, Elder Yin had not returned all night, indicating that the rescue must have failed. It seemed that this brothel was destined for closure. Zhao Ling muttered to herself, resolved to lead a rescue mission for the lady in a few days. Chapter 5. A flick of the finger. Zhao Ling exited her room and encountered Yenner, the very woman Lin Yun had requested to summon. "Yenner, where are you headed?" "Stopping in her tracks," she replied. "A gentleman just arrived, claiming to be the holy son of Taichu Holy Sect, wishing to meet our courtesan." Upon hearing that it was the holy son, Zhao Ling's eyes sparkled with intrigue. If he truly was the holy son, she could eliminate him here. Once the holy son was dead, a multitude would be dispatched to investigate, providing her the perfect opportunity to rescue the lady and Elder Yin amidst the chaos. As for the brothel girls, their fates were of no concern to her. Noting Yenner heading toward the courtesan's chamber, Zhao Ling swiftly grasped Yenner's hand. The holy son of Taichu Holy Sect may be too much for the courtesan to handle. "Let me go instead." Zhao Ling's words left Yenner astonished. "Sister Linger, you never take clients. Why today?" "To be honest, I have admired the disciples of Tai Chu holy sect since childhood. I am not inferior in looks to the courtesan. Am I? Hurry, take me to him. Eager to meet Lin Yun, Zhao Ling spotted him standing in the bustling brothel. Sir, today you shall have a delightful experience. Our proprietor has come personally to attend to you. Lin Yun's gaze shifted to Zhao Ling, who followed closely behind Yenner, frowning that I asked for the courtesan, not an old woman to appease me. Though Zhao Ling possessed some allure, the regular patrons of the brothel preferred youthful charm. Moreover, Zhao Ling typically did not accept clients. If faced with a troublesome patron, she would simply instruct others to escort them out. Sir, she is far more captivating than our courtesan. You cannot slight her. Not allowing Lin Yun a chance to refuse, Zhao Ling had already thrown herself at him, her hands roaming over his form. She was confident in her beauty, believing no man in town could resist her allure. Yet, she could not ascertain whether Lin Yun was indeed the holy son of Tai Chu holy sect. Rumor had it that he had only recently been appointed. How could he so quickly descend the mountain to indulge in revelry? Nevertheless, Zhao Ling was unwilling to forfeit such a splendid opportunity. If he truly was the holy son, she would eliminate him. Just then, a voice interrupted her thoughts. Lin Yun, how did you end up here? Before Zhao Ling could speak, a man's voice echoed from the main hall of the brothel. Lin Yun turned to find two unfamiliar men gazing at him in shock, addressing him as brother. These two were likely from Tai Chu holy sect. This suited Lin Yun perfectly. He had been concerned about not being seen in the brothel, and now fate had delivered them to him. If they reported his actions to the elders, he would have undoubtedly transgressed a grave taboo of Tai Chu holy sect. Why shouldn't I be here? Are you not here as well? Lin Yun paid no heed to their astonishment, wrapping an arm around Zhao Ling and striding toward the private room on the second floor, eliciting envy from the surrounding men. This feeling of being envied brought Lin Yun great satisfaction. If he were to sleep with a brothel girl, it would constitute a violation of sect rules, and the system would undoubtedly categorize him as a villain. Lin Yun, why would you do this? You uncovered the demonic path's spy yesterday, yet here you are in a brothel? The Holy Son represents the sect. How could he be found in such a place? Is this truly the Holy Son's nature? The Holy Son visiting a brothel is no trivial matter. If this became known, where would that leave our sect's reputation? This matter must be reported to the elder upon our return. Outside the private room on the second floor, Lin Yun overheard the conversation between the two disciples, and a satisfied smile crept onto his face. It seemed he had secured his position. As long as the elders discovered this, the system's rewards would surely increase, and he would receive commendable compensation. Dear guest, with a beauty in your embrace, shouldn't you be more focused? Zhao Ling's shy voice chimed in as they entered the room, eagerly pushing Lin Yun onto the bed. Noticing her eagerness, Lin Yun sensed something amiss. The madam was unusually forward. He had already gathered that the brothel's madam was notoriously difficult to approach. Even powerful men often found it challenging to persuade her to entertain them. It was evident she was accommodating him due to his status as holy son. Thus, she must have ulterior motives. Lin Yun had never been interested in romantic entanglements. His first experience would not be with a madam. Besides, with two disciples watching downstairs, he needed to maintain the charade. I heard you never take clients. Why are you attending to me today? Lin Yun asked, lifting Zhao Ling's chin slightly, his eyes piercing as he scrutinized her. This woman was no ordinary madam. As their bodies brushed against one another, he distinctly felt his internal energy stirring. If she were not a martial artist, such a reaction would be unfathomable. What are you saying? Sir, I have admired you, the Holy Son, for so long. I simply wish to pay my respects. I never expected you to be so dashing. Might you consider taking me as well? Zhao Lingjiao's melodious voice sent shivers down one's spine. Fortunately, Lin Yun's composure was unwavering, rendering him impervious to her charms. The moment a hand grazed his pant leg, Lin Yun sensed impending peril. He had no intention of losing himself in such a manner and was determined to thwart the advances of the woman pressing against him. Just as he resolved to turn the tables and pin Zhao Ling beneath him, an unexpected warmth surged through his thigh. Zhao Ling's face lit up with a smile as she softly inquired, My lord, do you feel any discomfort? Discomfort? Ah, so this woman harbored such intentions. As Lin Yun's gaze grew increasingly menacing, Zhao Ling recoiled in shock. No, this was impossible. The man exhibited no reaction to her delicate touch. Her technique, known as the finger flick, had never been countered at such close range. Yet, this man showed no signs of fainting whatsoever. "Do you wish to kill me?" From the moment her hand brushed against Lin Yun's pants. All her inner strength had concentrated at her fingertips. Though she had merely made a light contact, her power had already surged into Lin Yun's thigh. Had it been anyone else, they would have likely perished instantly. Lin Yun's body, however, had become as resilient as steel. The feeble energy was effortlessly absorbed by his own strength. Upon sensing a chilling force within him, Lin Yun realized the truth. His body possessed such extraordinary capabilities. Regardless of who opposed him, he could absorb their martial prowess as his OWNIT. Seemed that the Holy Son of the Taichu sacred sect was no mere fool. If that were the case, he would not hesitate to be ruthless. Suddenly, Zhao Ling leaped to the edge of the bed, a sword appearing in her hand as if by magic. "Prepare to meet your end," she declared, thrusting the blade towards Lin Yun, who remained seated without flinching as the sword neared his head. Lin Yun slowly raised his gaze, unleashing a terrifying aura that surged towards Zhao Ling with a resounding crash. Zhao Ling was hurled through the door of the chamber. Collapsing onto the corridor floor, she coughed up blood. Her body weakened and sprawled on the ground. Chapter 6. "I truly deserve to die." Lin Yun rose leisurely, coldly addressing her. "Who are you?" "We harbor no grievances. Why seek to bring about my demise?" According to his memories, Lin Yun had never offended anyone in this world, and this woman held no claim over him. "Kill him," Zhao Ling commanded, and suddenly several sword-wielding women emerged from the shadows, surrounding Lin Yun. The appearance of these additional foes stirred an inexplicable sensation within him, a feeling oddly familiar. "Finish him." At Zhao Ling's order, the group of women rushed forward, their intentions clear. If it were just Zhao Ling, Lin Yun could dispatch her with a mere flick of his wrist, but with so many women, it would require more effort. With a swift motion, Lin Yun drew forth the broken blade bestowed upon him by the system the previous day. As the women charged, their swords aimed at him, he gripped the weapon tightly, the terrifying spiritual energy flooding into the blade. Such a fearsome aura. The group of assassins furrowed their brows. Lin Yun swung the blade with a single decisive motion. A streak of light slicing through the air like thunder. Bang! In an instant, the shimmering blade flashed before their eyes, and the women who had raised their swords fell to the ground, several with deep gashes at their throats, their eyes wide with horror as they stared at Lin Yun. Lin Yun glanced down at the blade in his hand, now gleaming with renewed vigor. Could it be that the system's assessment was indeed true? This broken sword possessed formidable power? The sight of the fallen women spoke volumes. I never anticipated that a mere C-rank assessment would grant me such a treasure. It seems that my ambitions to reshape the world may not be in vain. "You? Who are you?" Zhao Ling gasped. Fear etched across her face as she regarded Lin Yun, her eyes brimming with terror, as though she were gazing upon the grim Reaper himself. Having succumbed to darkness for years, she had never encountered someone of such strength. "You already know my identity, just the Holy Son of the Taichu sacred sect." Zhao Ling, still on the ground, glanced at her fallen comrades, then drew her sword across her arm, allowing a dark energy to emanate from her body. This energy was all too familiar to Lin Yun. He had witnessed it when he wounded Feng Chuyue in the arena the previous day. "Return, my lady." The dark force Zhao Ling unleashed swiftly revived her fallen companions, who now pulsed with the same malevolent energy. Lin Yun, feeling exasperated, pondered whether the lady she referred to was indeed Feng Chuyue. How intriguing. It appeared that his aspirations to play the villain today were crumbling. Who would have thought that a visit to a brothel would lead him to encounter practitioners of the demonic arts? His luck had truly run dry. Seemed that today's system evaluation had peaked at a mere C rank. Inside the brothel, the sounds of combat echoed, prompting many young nobles to rush out of their rooms. "Lin Yun, is that you?" one exclaimed. "Lu Ming, I told you that you misjudged our senior brother Lin Yun." Another added, "Look, those women are all covered in demonic energy. They are practitioners of the dark arts." "It's my fault. I thought the esteemed Holy Son was here for revelry, but he has come to eliminate those of the demonic sect. We must report this to the elders upon our return." Indeed, how foolish of us to assume the Holy Son sought pleasure. I truly deserve to die. As Lin Yun grappled with Zhao Ling and her entourage, he was nearly driven to the brink of fury by the foolishness of these two disciples. They believed he was playing the hero when, in fact, he intended to assume the role of the villain. If they returned and reported the events of today, he would undoubtedly earn the elders' praise, something he adamantly wished to avoid. While Lin Yun contemplated his predicament, a group of practitioners of the demonic arts surged forward. These women exhibited a significantly stronger aura than before, and Lin Yun tightened his grip on the sword. Studying their every move, in a flash, he recognized that they were employing the spirit summoning formation of the demonic sect. A mere handful of women could wield such a technique. Indeed, the area beneath the Taichu sacred sect was teeming with hidden talents. Zhao Ling demanded he return her lady, suggesting these individuals were positioned to protect Feng Chuyue. Sister, we must claim this man's head today. According to reports from the Taichu sacred sect, it was he who injured Our Lady's Dantian. We must avenge her. Yes. The women's eyes burned with fury, each one convinced they could eliminate Lin Yun. As they aligned their formation against him, Lin Yun waved his hand, and they all collapsed to the ground. The women, utterly depleted of strength, felt their demonic energy gradually dissipate. Only Zhao Ling remained, gasping for breath, her eyes filled with terror as she stared at Lin Yun, unable to utter a word. Within the brothel, onlookers stared in astonishment at the spectacle unfolding. Beneath the Taichu sacred sect, there were many martial artists, yet none could comprehend Lin Yun's techniques. What manner of being was this man, so overwhelmingly powerful that he could dispatch those practitioners of the demonic arts with a mere gesture? Indeed, I did not even blink. I couldn't discern how he achieved this. As the whispers among the men began to rise, disciples of the Taichu sacred sect approached. This man is our holy son, descended to purge evil and uphold justice. His martial prowess is unparalleled. It is likely that soon, there will be none capable of standing against our holy son. Lu Ming boasted proudly, and upon hearing of the holy son's identity, the crowd nearly prostrated themselves in reverence. Lin Yun had no time to engage with them. He strode over to Zhao Ling, a cold smile playing on his lips. I had no desire to strike against your demonic sect. Yet your relentless pursuit has left me no choice but to eliminate you. Without granting the fallen woman a chance to resist, Lin Yun gently moved his blade, and Zhao Ling erupted in a burst of energy. Dissipating into a cloud of dark mist, Lin Yun closed his eyes momentarily, inhaling the remaining essence of energy lingering in the air. Though it was the inner strength of the demonic sect, his body could purify it entirely. He wished to be the villain, but refused to embrace the darkness in his past life. He had witnessed countless tales where those who succumbed to the demonic arts met tragic ends. He had no desire to perish so soon. As the energy of the demonic practitioners waned, the crowd within the brothel fell to their knees. All hail the Holy Sun! A deafening chorus erupted. And Lin Yun raised his hand to his forehead, realizing once more that his aspirations to play the villain had crumbled. Lin Yun, your martial arts have grown ever more formidable. When will you teach us? Lu Ming and another disciple, Wang Xian, approached, their expressions obsequiously eager, their eyes filled with admiration. Fear not. With diligent practice, you too shall one day reach my level. Train well. I have faith in you. Lin Yun was not inclined to divulge his personal matters to these two. He intended to grow even stronger in the days to come, and when the time was right, he would command the admiration of the entire world. Chapter 7. The long white snow sect. The entire brothel buzzed with discussions about Lin Yun. With the recent incident, the local magistrate swiftly arrived with a group of officials to settle matters. As a disciple of the Taichu sacred sect, it was undoubtedly inappropriate for him to linger there any longer. The three of them hastily vanished before the magistrate could question them. Brother Lin Yun, regarding our visit to the brothel today? Lu Ming stepped forward, feeling guilty. He was anxious throughout the journey back to the sect. As a disciple of the sect, how could he have ventured into such a place? If the elders were to discover this, considering their stature, they might very well expel him from the sect. Having been caught by the Holy Sun today, he feared there would be dire consequences. Lin Yun, walking ahead, paused momentarily and smiled, saying, "What you do is of no concern to me in the future. Avoid that wretched place lest you be expelled from the sect." Brother Lin Yun is right. We acknowledge our mistake and shall never dare to go again. Lu Ming and his companion repeatedly confessed, relieved to see Lin Yun smiling. However, they did not notice the slight displeasure in Lin Yun's eyes. His heart filled with indignation. Today truly felt like a streak of ill fortune. He had intended to use these two to tarnish his own reputation, yet the situation had backfired spectacularly, which was infuriating. With the powers of the sect's elders, they likely knew every detail about what had transpired in town and were probably waiting for him to return so they could lavish him with praise. Sure enough, as Lin Yun and his companions arrived at the sect's entrance, they were escorted by their junior brothers to the elders' council hall. Upon entering the grand hall, the sect leader rose from his seat with excitement. Excellent! Truly, you are worthy of being the holy son of our Taichu sacred sect. Lin Yun, I am already aware of your actions in town today. The other elders have gone to wrap things up, and it seems we have eradicated the demonic stronghold at the foot of our mountain. You have achieved a great merit. The elder's face was flushed with joy, a stark contrast to the worried frown he usually wore when encountering Lin Yun. As the holy son, it is my duty to do all this in the future. I shall eliminate more of the demonic forces for our Taichu sacred sect and uphold righteousness. Uphold righteousness, indeed, he thought bitterly. As he began to curse inwardly, he must be at odds with the Taichu sacred sect. Otherwise, why would every time he committed a misdeed, it turn against him? When would he ever become a formidable figure in this world? You possess such awareness. It is indeed an honor for our Taichu sacred sect. The ceremony for your status as Holy Son has yet to be held. After discussing with the elders, we have decided to host the Holy Son ceremony tomorrow. And we have invited heroes from across the realm to attend. The mention of the Holy Son ceremony stirred excitement in Lin Yun. The more people gathered, the greater the opportunity to cause a scene. With heroes from all over coming to the Taichu sacred sect, it would be a splendid occasion. He could only hope that the system would assign him a significant task. Thank you, sect leader. Lin Yun performed a respectful gesture, his smile leading the sect leader to believe he was pleased with the ceremony, unaware that Lin Yun was already devising ways to turn the event upside down. There is one more matter. In a few days, the Holy Maiden of the Long White Snow sect will be visiting our sect, as our sect's Holy Son. It is only fitting that you personally welcome her. She is expected to arrive in about 2 hours, so make haste to await her outside the sect. The Holy Maiden has yet to break her promise, so you must be particularly courteous. The Long White Snow sect? This sect was shrouded in mystery. There were 8 major sects in the world, with the Taichu sacred sect ranked as a second-tier sect, while the Long White Snow sect was on par with the Heiliu sect as the foremost sect in the world. Just the arrival of a holy maiden from the Long White Snow sect warranted the sect leader's personal reception. He, a mere holy son, likely did not qualify. Just as Lin Yun was about to voice his refusal, a voice echoed in his mind from the system. Task: disgrace your image. Rating method: based on the holy maiden's level of disdain. Time limit: 5 days. Will the host accept this task? Could this even be considered a task? Lin Yun nearly cursed under his breath, but realizing the system could sense his every thought, he quickly adjusted his mindset. It was merely a holy maiden. All he needed to do was make her despise him. How hard could that be? He accepted. Task successfully bound. Task duration: 5 days. Please adhere strictly to the task requirements. After accepting the task, Lin Yun immediately declared, Rest assured, sect leader will not disappoint you. As soon as the holy maiden arrives, I will be there to greet her. It would be absurd for him to wait at the entrance. He had heard that the holy maiden of the Long White Snow sect was the sect leader's cherished daughter. A woman undoubtedly full of pride. As long as he did not go to receive her, it would surely tarnish his image to the utmost. The higher her level of disdain, the better his rating would be. Satisfied, Lin Yun exited the council hall and made his way toward his palace. Ever since he became the Holy Son yesterday, he had been granted an independent courtyard within the Taichu sect, which had ignited envy among numerous fellow disciples. Brother Lin Yun, didn't he, the sect leader, just instruct you to welcome the Holy Maiden? What are you doing? Lu Ming, following closely behind, inquired. Lin Yun turned and shot him a cold glance. The Holy Maiden will arrive in 2 hours. Am I expected to wait outside the sect for her? He retorted. I'll go later. Not allowing Lu Ming to say another word, Lin Yun leaped and soared toward his palace. Once inside, Lin Yun disregarded everything and entered his room to rest. 2 hours later, a white flying carriage landed outside the Taichu sect. Inside the carriage, a woman clad in white, Yuan Shui, sat quietly. Her fair face bore no makeup. Yet it was enough to captivate the world. The Holy Maiden has been informed that the Taichu sacred sect appointed a holy son just yesterday, and he will be the one to receive you today. A maid announced from outside the carriage. Yuan Shui waved her delicate hands, and the carriage's curtain fluttered in the wind. She slowly rose and stepped out of the carriage, gazing at the plaque of the Taichu Sacred Sect. Scoffing, the Taichu Sacred Sect is nothing special. Indeed, there is no place in this world that can compare to our Long White Snow sect. Holy Maiden, I fear you may find these next few days rather trying. Silence. This is the territory of the Taichu Sacred Sect. Do not speak recklessly. If others hear you, I cannot guarantee your safety. Yuan Shui rebuked her maid, harboring her own disdain for the place. Were it not for her father's insistence, she would never have attended this Holy Sun ceremony. After all, they were also a first-rate sect. Weren't you saying that the Holy Sun would come to receive me? Where is he? Outside the gates of the Taichu Sacred Sect. Yuan Shui had yet to see a single person, not even the disciples guarding the entrance, which further fueled her displeasure. This maid is unaware. Perhaps the Holy Sun has been delayed. Holy Maiden, shall we enter directly or wait outside? Chapter 8. The Holy Sun Ceremony. Yuan Shui's face bore a frown. She had heard that the Taichu Sacred Sect was a sect that valued propriety, yet she never expected the Holy Sun to be so negligent towards her. I am, after all, the Holy Maiden of a sect. If I were to enter abruptly, wouldn't that tarnish our sect's reputation? I shall wait here. I want to see precisely when this Holy Sun will come to greet me. Understood. Though the maid and attendants were incensed, they recognized the validity of the Holy Maiden's words and dared not disobey. Outside the Holy Sun's palace, two attendants responsible for serving Lin Yun were exceedingly anxious. They paced back and forth outside the door for a long while, yet none dared to knock on Lin Yun's door. What are we to do? The Holy Maiden of the Long White Snow sect has been waiting outside for quite some time. Why hasn't brother Lin Yun gone to receive her? Speak quietly. If brother Lin Yun hears us, we may find ourselves in serious trouble. Inside the palace, Lin Yun, reclining on his bed, clearly overheard the whispers of the attendants. He glanced at the incense burning beside his bed. As the incense burned out, Lin Yun suddenly sprang into action. The time had come for him to make an appearance. The Holy Maiden of the Long White Snow sect was surely high and mighty. Making her wait half an hour outside the sect would likely have her seething with rage. If she had not yet seen him, she would undoubtedly harbor a strong disdain for him by now. The door creaked open, and the two attendants standing outside immediately froze in place. Greetings, Holy Sun. Lin Yun stepped out, casting a cold glance at the two before striding toward the sect's entrance. Along the way, Lin Yun encountered numerous junior disciples of the sect. Upon seeing him, they all stopped to pay their respects, watching as he departed. Didn't the sect leader instruct brother Lin Yun to greet the Holy Maiden of the Long White Snow sect? Why is he? Are you trying to get yourself killed? Brother Lin Yun has already attained the nascent soul stage. Even if we speak in hushed tones, he would hear us clearly. Oh, not speak carelessly. The murmurs from the junior disciples behind him felt bothersome to Lin Yun. Although he had not yet reached the nascent soul stage, he was no longer an ordinary person. He could hear sounds clearly from 100 meters away. Outside the Taichu Sacred Sect, Yuan Shui sat in the carriage, her gaze icy as she fixed her eyes on the sect's entrance. She had suppressed her fury to its peak. If the Holy Sun of the Taichu Sacred Sect did not arrive soon, she would immediately return to her sect to report today's events to her father. From now on, regarding matters related to the Taichu Sacred Sect, her sect would never intervene again. Just as Yuan Shui was growing increasingly agitated, a figure suddenly appeared outside the sect. Lin Yun, adorned in a white Holy Sun robe, approached slowly. Though he was still some distance away, Yuan Shui could clearly see his features. His facial contours were sharp and profound. Could this man be the Holy Sun of the Taichu Sacred Sect? Before she could ponder further, Yuan Shui's maid stepped forward to block Lin Yun's path. Who are you? Do not approach the sedan chair of the saintess at my home. As the maid finished her words, Lin Yun immediately declared, I am Lin Yun, the Holy Sun of the Taichu Sacred Sect, sent by the sect leader to escort the saintess into the sect. He continued, I sincerely apologize. I tend to be a bit lazy and just overslept, which caused me to miss the appointed time to pick up the saintess. From the moment Lin Yun spoke, he presented himself in a nonchalant manner. Sitting in the sedan chair, Yuan Shui could not help but roll her eyes at him. Such an ostentatious man, and he is the Holy Sun of the Taichu Sacred Sect. No wonder her father often remarked that although the elders of the Taichu Sacred Sect possessed great martial skills, they lacked young prodigies. If even the Holy Sun is like this, it is likely that the other disciples are equally inept. So you are the Holy Son. I truly did not perceive it. With your attire, one might mistake you for a mere gatekeeper of the Taichu sacred sect. Yuan Shui slowly descended from the sedan chair, her tone tinged with unkindness. Gazing at Yuan Shui as she stepped down, Lin Yun was momentarily entranced. Her fair skin and slightly rosy lips evoked a desire to kiss her simply by looking at her. Within the Taichu sacred sect, Feng Chuyue could be considered the most beautiful girl, but upon encountering the saintess of the Changbai Shui sect today, Lin Yun finally understood the saying, "There are heavens beyond the heavens. And there are people beyond people. May I inquire the saintess's name?" Lin Yun donned a teasing expression. Inciting further displeasure from Yuan Xu.it, appeared that her visit to the Taichu sacred sect today was indeed a mistake. Had she known, she would not have come to this cursed place. "We are leaving." Without granting Lin Yun another moment to speak, Yuan Shui gracefully advanced towards the sect. Observing Yuan Shui's retreating figure, Lin Yun's face flickered with a triumphant smile. His earlier demeanor had been a deliberate act, intended to make the saintess perceive him as a lecherous scoundrel, thus inciting her disdain. 5 days. He would receive a higher evaluation. Were it not for the absurd task set by the system, he would not have dared to flirt with such a beauty. Under the sect leader's arrangements, Yuan Shui was assigned to reside next to the Holy Sun's palace. Lin Yun was acutely aware of the sect leader's good intentions, yet he chose to remain ungrateful, not setting foot in Yuan Shui's room even once throughout the night. The following morning, the entire sect was awakened by a thunderous drumbeat. Startled from his slumber, Lin Yun opened his eyes, ready to curse. The words were on the tip of his tongue when he recalled that today was his Holy Sun ceremony, prompting him to swallow back various expletives. The ceremony was to be held in the Taichu Sacred Sect's Grand Reception Hall, which was equipped with over 100 seats and could accommodate several hundred attendees. As Lin Yun entered the hall, guided by the young attendants, he noticed that the surrounding area was already filled with people from various sections. Despite being a second-tier sect, the Taichu Sacred Sect had been the last to appoint a Holy Sun among all sections. The sect leader and the elders were eager to invite all the righteous martial arts sects from around the world to this ceremony. Esteemed guests, today marks the Holy Sun ceremony of the Taichu Sacred Sect. After many years, we have finally found a disciple of exceptional character, Lin Yun. Seated in the main position was a row of elderly men.at. The center sat the sect leader of the Taichu Sacred Sect. As he introduced Lin Yun, who stood in the center of the crowd, Lin Yun instinctively turned around, then faced the main seat, bowing respectfully to the leaders. Junior Lin Yun pays his respects to all esteemed leaders. Lin Yun, being a person of some experience, maintained a demeanor that was neither servile nor arrogant, which was quite satisfactory. Just as the Taichu sect leader was about to speak, an elder seated beside him suddenly interjected. "Taichu sect leader, I see that your disciple possesses astonishing potential. Your sect has truly discovered a treasure. Since today is the Holy Sun ceremony, why not let these young people compete in a match?" Sect leader Li Zhe, today is the Holy Sun ceremony of our sect. Engaging in combat may be inappropriate. Perhaps we can arrange a competition on another day? Lin Yun recognized the elder as the leader of the Li Zhe sect, and he was quite familiar with the Black Zhe sect. The Li Zhe sect and the Taichu Sacred Sect were both second-tier sects, and for many years they had been embroiled in disputes, each vying for supremacy among the second-tier sections. Chapter 9. The contest between Holy Sons. Over the years, the Li Zhe sect had consistently mocked the Taichu Sacred Sect for lacking a Holy Sun, seizing every opportunity to belittle the Taichu sect leader. The disciples of the Taichu Sacred Sect had long wished to avenge this grievance, yet they had never found a suitable opportunity. Lin Yun was not afraid of a fight. His only concern was inadvertently taking the life of a disciple from the Black Zhe sect. Surrounded by several disciples of the Taichu Sacred Sect, they all harbored a deep-seated resentment towards the Black Zhe sect. This was a blatant provocation. Sect leader, what you say is merely a friendly exchange. Why not let our sect's Holy Sun spar with your new Holy Sun? Hei Ying, step forward. As soon as the Black Zhe sect leader spoke, a man clad in black and exuding an air of darkness leapt forward, landing in front of Lin Yun. His speed was astonishing, leaving the onlookers in awe, especially the disciples of the Taichu Sacred Sect, whose faces were filled with disbelief. The Holy Sun of the Black Zhe sect was notorious for his ruthlessness and was famed for his swift strikes as the reverse wind hero. What should they do? Lin Yun was certainly no match for He Ying. It was said that he had already surpassed the Yuaning realm. Given the current circumstances, even if he were to lose, Lin Yun would have to muster the courage to face him, though not worry. With the sect leader present, Lin Yun will not suffer an embarrassing defeat. Upon hearing the discussions among the Taichu disciples, Lin Yun could not help but sigh. Did these people truly lack faith in him, so quickly assuming he would be the loser? The outcome was far from certain. Sect leader, I am willing to spar with the holy son of the Black Zay sect. After addressing the sect leader, Lin Yun leapt onto the platform in the Grand Hall. He Ying followed closely behind. So, Lin Yun, is it? If you can withstand 3 of my strikes, I shall consider you the victor. I can fight barehanded, without weapons. He Ying spoke with great arrogance, and the commotion below the platform intensified. The holy son of the Taichu sacred sect seemed exceedingly overconfident. With his feeble appearance, how could he possibly be a match for He Ying? During the previous sect competition, He Ying had effortlessly defeated the holy son of a first-tier sect. Isn't that right? I fear today's ceremony will be a disgrace for the Taichu sacred sect. In less than 3 strikes, he will likely be knocked to the ground. The crowd in the hall fixated on the platform, with most believing that the outcome of this duel was a foregone conclusion. He Ying would emerge victorious. Black dog, is it? Bring it on. Lin Yun extended his middle finger and beckoned He Ying. His words thoroughly enraged He Ying, who charged forward, fists flying with a fierce wind that sliced through the air, aimed directly at Lin Yun's chest. Lin Yun, quick on his feet, nimbly dodged the attack. Subsequently, he raised one hand, a glimmer of red light appearing as he waved it gently. He Ying was struck with a decisive blow. A surge of energy penetrated He Ying's abdomen, and his eyes widened in disbelief as all his internal power was rendered useless. He attempted to counterattack, yet his body involuntarily soared into the air. With a resounding crash, He Ying collided against a pillar on the platform, causing it to splinter into 2. The spectators watched in astonishment. What kind of tremendous power could shatter a pillar in such a manner? Above the main seat, the Black Zay sect leader trembled, his voice quavering as he exclaimed, This is the light of the strong. Before the Black Zay sect leader could finish his sentence, he fainted outright. Did I just see that correctly? The holy son of the Taichu sacred sect effortlessly wielded the light of the strong. I once read in an ancient tome that only those in the Dongtian realm could utilize it. I never expected to witness it today in the form of a holy son. I must be seeing things. I couldn't even discern his technique. All I can say is that he is formidable. It seems the Taichu sacred sect is not far from the ranks of a first-tier sect. Below the platform, the disciples from other sects were left in shock by Lin Yun's displayed prowess. Before the contest, they had believed that Lin Yun's match with He Ying would be exceedingly difficult, but now they felt thoroughly embarrassed, no longer daring to underestimate Lin Yun. He Ying, sprawled on the ground, exerted all his strength to prop himself up, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze fixed on Lin Yun on the platform. He could hardly believe that Lin Yun possessed such overwhelming strength. To demonstrate his sect's might, he had poured all his effort into that punch. Yet Lin Yun had merely waved his hand and sent him crashing down. He Ying felt unwilling to accept this. But with his leader unconscious, he lacked the strength to continue the confrontation, I concede. Upon He Ying's declaration, the disciples of the Taichu sacred sect erupted in cheers. This battle was enough to establish the Taichu sacred sect as the unrivaled king among second-tier sections. Soon after, other sects' holy sons wished to spar with Lin Yun, yet none dared to exhibit the same arrogance. Lin Yun did not refuse. He defeated each challenger one by one. The Holy Sun ceremony transformed entirely into Lin Yun's personal showcase. Each holy son who competed against him left with a newfound respect, acknowledging their inferiority in strength. Many women from the various sects gazed longingly at Lin Yun. The disciples of the Taichu sacred sect sat upright in the grand hall. Their pride restored. The glory of the Taichu sacred sect had finally returned. Lin Yun, you were magnificent today. I never anticipated you to be this strong. Just yesterday, I had my reservations, but now I am in complete awe of you. Isn't that so? Just look at the smile on our sect leader's face. I haven't seen him smile in many years. Upon the grand dais, the expression of the sect leader radiated with pride. Ah, Taichu sect leader, your precious disciple is indeed remarkable. Do ensure to show mercy in the forthcoming martial contests. Well said, Well said, my disciple has devoted years to diligent cultivation within our sect, and the elder members and I have imparted numerous martial skills. We contemplated designating him as the Holy Son years ago, yet youth must not succumb to arrogance, which is why the decision was postponed. As Taichu's sect leader stroked his beard, he boasted to the sect leaders beside him. His words, however, were mere fabrications. In the past, Lin Yun had been unremarkable within the sect, and they had never regarded him highly. It was only due to that day's arena competition that they had come to reassess Lin Yun. Observe, the approach of Taichu's sect leader is indeed worthy of our emulation. Unlike other sects that hastily elevate young talents to prominence, it appears they may not be as formidable as once believed. Youth ought to focus on earnest cultivation. The speaker was none other than the leader of Changbai Shui sect, who, while voicing these sentiments, cast a satisfied glance at Lin Yun on the arena. Meanwhile, Hei's sect leader, seated beside Taichu, had regained his composure. Upon hearing these words, his countenance turned pale with indignation, yet he refrained from uttering a word. Taichu's sect leader caught a glimpse of Hei's expression and stifled a laugh. Nearby, Yuan Shui wore an unhappy expression, having been keenly observing her father's demeanor, feeling a growing sense of frustration. Chapter 10. The Lantern Festival in the town. The remarks made by the leader of Changbai Shui sect, ostensibly aimed at disparaging Hei's sect, were in fact intended to foster a connection between Lin Yun and Yuan Shui. Otherwise, she would not have traveled such a great distance to visit Taichu's sacred sect. Holy Maiden, I do not believe that the Holy Son of Taichu's sacred sect is as lacking as we perceived yesterday. His martial prowess is indeed quite impressive. The maidservant kneeling beside Yuan Shui spoke up, only to receive a stern glare from Yuan Shui. He may possess skill, but his character is wanting. Strength alone is of no use. Let us depart. Just as the Holy Son's ceremony concluded, Lin Yun's personal showcase had also waned, and Yuan Shui was eager to leave. As she took a step forward, however, her father, the sect leader, called out, "Xiao Shui, halt!" Yuan Shui froze in place, while disciples around them began to disperse. Sect leader, what is it? A gentle voice emerged as Lin Yun, having just descended from the arena, cast a glance towards Yuan Shui with a hint of mischief. He dared not forget the task assigned by the system, to cultivate Yuan Shui's aversion towards him, thus maintaining a carefree demeanor. You, young lady, do not delay. Come forth and pay your respects to Taichu's sect leader. The leader of Changbai Shui sect beckoned Yuan Shui forward, and upon her arrival, Taichu's sect leader nodded slowly. Lin Yun, the holy maiden of Changbai Shui sect, has come to our sect for the first time. Take her around for a tour. Tonight, there is a lantern festival at the foot of the mountain. You should escort the holy maiden to witness it. Observe the lantern festival? How utterly mundane, Lin Yun thought, recognizing the ulterior motives of the elders. Yet, if he did not engage further, Yuan Shui's disdain for him would not reach its pinnacle, and he would risk failing his mission. It seemed he must attend the festival, but he intended to amplify Yuan Shui's disdain for him. As you wish, holy maiden. I shall comply. Lin Yun performed a courteous bow, feigning sincerity, which earned smiles from both the Taichu sect leader and the leader of Changbai Shui sect. Yuan Shui, feeling vexed, nodded in reluctant agreement due to the pressure of her sect's reputation and the stern gaze of her father. As night fell, Taichu's sacred sect descended into profound silence. Cultivators sought tranquility for their practices, leaving only a few youthful disciples to seize the opportunity of the lantern festival below. In the dark of night, Lin Yun stood outside the holy maiden's quarters, hands clasped behind his back, pondering how to further incite her aversion. After a lengthy wait, he realized that nearly half an hour had passed without sight of the holy maiden. Is she seeking revenge for my leaving her outside the sect yesterday? Just as this thought crossed his mind, the door creaked open, and the maidservant beside Yuan Shui stepped out. We meet again. Holy Son of Taichu. Lin Yun, ignoring the maidservant entirely, fixated on the interior of Yuan Shui's chamber. The maidservant, noticing his rudeness, swiftly obstructed his view. Holy Son, please conduct yourself with decorum. Previously, the maidservant had defended Lin Yun, but now, witnessing his behavior, she felt regret. Such a scoundrel, brazenly gazing into the holy maiden's private quarters. Outrageous. Yuan Shui gradually emerged from within, casting a cold glare at Lin Yun. Holy Son, please. She had deliberately made Lin Yun wait outside for half an hour. As the holy maiden of Changbai Shui sect, she had never before encountered a man who would make her wait so long. If she did not retaliate, her heart would remain unsettled. Lin Yun perceived Yuan Shui's discontent, yet he sought more than mere annoyance. He aimed to evoke profound disdain. Tonight's excursion to the foot of the mountain was his golden opportunity, and he was determined to seize it. At the foot of Taichu's sacred sect, the town came alive with revelry as the annual Lantern Festival commenced. Upon their descent, Yuan Shui was awestruck by the vibrant scene before her. The streets of the town were lined with a small river, illuminated by countless lanterns, making the entire area glow as if it were day. Having spent her life in the snowy confines of Changbai Shui sect, Yuan Shui had never witnessed such a spectacle. The array of novel sights captivated her, and Lin Yun, walking beside her, could not help but feel a twinge of sympathy. As a holy maiden, she had likely never encountered such rare delights. Allowing her to indulge her curiosity for a while longer would not hinder his plans to incite her disdain. The two strolled through the streets for a good half hour, and as Lin Yun calculated the time, he turned his gaze toward a nearby tavern. Holy maiden, have you seen enough? I'm hungry. Shall we find a tavern to dine? A tavern? Yuan Shui, naturally curious, readily replied, very well. Lead the way. I in high spirits. She was unwilling to pursue further quarrels with Lin Yun. Upon reaching the tavern, a server welcomed them to the second floor. Esteemed guests, what would you like to order? 2 jugs of wine, 2 portions of peanuts, and all of your signature dishes, please. Lin Yun settled himself, propping one foot on the stool. His casual posture drew a frown from Yuan Shui. And noticing her reaction, Lin Yun felt a surge of delight. Such expressions of disdain must not vanish. Only by deepening Yuan Shui's aversion could he reach the pinnacle of his mission in 3 days. Lady Changbai, what would you like to order? Lin Yun inquired, to which Yuan Shui promptly waved her hand. You've ordered so much. Are we not sharing? Moreover, I am not Lady Changbai. My name is Yuan Shui. Oh, Xiao Shui, understood. Waiter, just those items, and do be swift. We have important matters to attend to after dining. Does your tavern have private rooms? Lin Yun directed his gaze at the nearby waiter, who, upon hearing this, glanced at Yuan Shui and quickly donned an expression of understanding. Rest assured, esteemed guest. We possess the finest private rooms in the town, ensuring your utmost comfort. I shall fetch your dishes immediately. The waiter swiftly recognized that Lin Yun's attire suggested he was of good breeding, and such a young master was ripe for exploitation. It seemed fortune was smiling upon him today, as the waiter departed. Yuan Shui instinctively shielded herself, fuming. What did you mean by that remark? As the holy son of Taichu, should you not conduct yourself with greater gravitas? This flippant demeanor makes me question Taichu's sect leader's judgment in selecting you as the holy son. Such frivolous words were uttered with ease. And had it not been for her father's instructions, Yuan Shui would have stormed off in anger. Yet, considering the reputation of her sect, she could not afford to allow Lin Yun's shamelessness to tarnish their standing. She could bear the shame, but Changbai Shui's sect could not. Observing Yuan Shui's frustration, Lin Yun reveled in his triumph but chose to remain silent, allowing her to stew in her own vexation. Chapter 11. The retribution of the demon clan. The table was laden with sumptuous dishes, yet Yuan Shui did not touch a single morsel, while Lin Yun unabashedly sipped his wine. You've shown me the Lantern Festival in this quaint town. When shall we return? Yuan Shui, barely containing her impatience, spoke up, prompting Lin Yun to set down his chopsticks. I'm done. Waiter, the bill. Lin Yun called out to the waiter in the corner, who rushed over with alacrity. Have you two finished your meal? Our private rooms are at the back. Shall I show you? Who said we were staying? I merely inquired. Go. Find this lady to settle the bill. I am without a coin. Lin Yun elevated his foot, adopting a nonchalant demeanor that drew the attention of the surrounding diners. The waiter's face betrayed a hint of awkwardness. In this small town, it was customary for women not to pay. Sensing the waiter's strange gaze, Lin Yun remained unfazed. He only needed to focus on Yuan Shui's feelings. Shameless. Yuan Shui rose from her seat, retrieving a handful of gold coins from her bag and casting them onto the dining table before storming out of the tavern. Witnessing her furious departure, a faint smile curled at the corners of Lin Yun's lips as he leisurely stood up and patted the shoulder of the waiter. Today, I am in remarkably high spirits. These 2 gold coins are a reward for you. He then produced more coins from his waist and tossed them onto the table, sauntering out of the tavern with an air of nonchalance. Initially, he had anticipated that Yuan Shui would be so enraged that she would return to the Taichu sacred sect alone. To his surprise, however, as soon as he exited the tavern, he encountered Yuan Shui waiting outside. Lin Yun felt a flicker of astonishment within. He had not expected the saintess of the Changbai Snow sect to possess such a remarkable temperament. Saintess, I must confess my ignorance. It is a rare occasion for me to venture beyond the sect. And naturally, I wish to indulge in some fine delicacies. I hope you do not take offense. Having heard that the Changbai Snow sect is prosperous, I shall not hold back. Upon hearing Lin Yun's words, Yuan Shui let out a cold laugh. This was her first encounter with a man so brazenly audacious, articulating his lack of funds with such unabashed confidence. Fortunately, she was already well aware of Lin Yun's true nature. Once she returned to the Changbai Snow sect, she would certainly relay his every word and deed to her master. Let us part ways, she stated, turning her back to Lin Yun and striding towards the direction of the sect, denying him any further opportunity to speak. Her icy retort brought a sense of delight to Lin Yun's heart. He feared that Yuan Shui might have developed an intense disdain for him by now. The system had granted him a task with a time limit of 5 days, and over the next 2 days, he intended to ensure that Yuan Shui would come to loathe him even more. Elder, that man is Lin Yun, the saint son of the Taichu sacred sect. When shall we make our move? In the shadows, a group of demonic individuals revealed themselves in the small town. The elder leading them narrowed his eyes upon spotting Lin Yun's silhouette. A sense of shock stirring within him. This individual possesses such formidable inner strength. I can vaguely sense the energies of the second and third elders within him. His power is not to be trifled with. We must proceed with extreme caution. As the Grand Elder spoke, the other disciples displayed expressions of unease. They had never experienced failure while acting under the Grand Elder's command. Yet this time they felt a sense of trepidation. As Lin Yun and Yuan Shui approached a narrow alley, the Grand Elder immediately commanded, "Now!" No sooner had he spoken than a throng of cloaked figures surged forward. Sensing the demonic aura, Lin Yun abruptly halted, turning to confront the dark figures before him. "Who are you? Why do you seek to harm me?" Lin Yun coldly inquired, fixing his gaze on the elder among them. "We are merely following orders. You have captured our young lady, and thus you must pay the price. Enough with the idle chatter. Attack!" As the Grand Elder issued his command, the remaining cloaked figures surged forward. It appeared that they had come to rescue Feng Chuiyue. Lin Yun's peripheral vision caught a glimpse of Yuan Shui, and a sudden thought arose in his mind. The ones who captured your young lady are not solely my doing. This is the saintess of the Changbai Snow sect. "Saintess, it seems you shall have to flex your muscles tonight," Lin Yun remarked, a triumphant expression gracing his features. This unexpectedly complicated his task, yet it also served to deepen Yuan Shui's aversion towards him. Upon hearing his words, Yuan Shui retorted with displeasure. "Am I not on the territory of your Taichu sacred sect? Should it not be your responsibility to rescue me? Why must you drag me into this mess?" Fuming with indignation, Yuan Shui felt that had Lin Yun not been so powerful, she could have intervened. But today, during the Saint Sun ceremony, Lin Yun had undoubtedly outshone everyone. Before she could finish her sentence, a sword suddenly streaked towards them. The demonic clan surrounding them had no time for idle conversation and launched an immediate assault. With a flurry of combat, Lin Yun and Yuan Shui gained the upper hand. But Lin Yun sensed that these demonic foes were merely minor players, with the most formidable adversaries yet to reveal themselves. Just as Lin Yun prepared to scout the area, at the alley's end, adjacent to the street, an elder suddenly conjured flames with his hands, preparing to incinerate the town. The flames erupted, sending the townsfolk fleeing in terror. With the Grand Elder's intervention, a potent demonic energy surged forth, instilling a sense of unease within Lin Yun. This individual's magical power was clearly superior to that of the previous 2 demonic elders. They truly held him in high regard, dispatching such a formidable opponent against him. When faced with insurmountable odds, the best course of action was to flee. Lin Yun cast a glance at Yuan Shui and spoke coldly, "Saintess, I must apologize. I am taking my leave." With that, Lin Yun leaped towards the direction of the Taichu sacred sect. He was acutely aware of Yuan Shui's own capabilities, and upon witnessing his retreat, she felt compelled to follow. "Lin Yun, you scoundrel!" Yuan Shui exclaimed, swiftly pursuing him. The two soon found themselves within the bamboo forest at the foot of the Taichu sacred sect's mountain. A barrier enveloped the base of the mountain, wherein no demonic beings could tread, save for the demon lord and a few powerful entities. Suddenly, Yuan Shui sensed an unusual force. Instinctively glancing at Lin Yun, she found him wearing a grave expression. Long before entering the bamboo grove, he had sensed the presence of demonic energy. The audacity of the demonic faction had grown. They dared to appear at the Taichu sacred sect, likely in pursuit of Feng Chuyue. Beware, there is demonic energy, Yuan Shui warned, swiftly drawing a sword from her waist and surveying the surroundings. The bamboo grove was shrouded in darkness, with only a faint moonlight illuminating the ground, barely revealing the objects before them. If it were only Lin Yun, he would possess full confidence in his ability to escape. However, with this burden at his side, he could not guarantee her safety. He had not forgotten his objective of becoming the antagonist, yet Yuan Shui was pivotal to the system's mission. He could not stand idly by while she faced danger, as Lin Yun pondered. A strange wind swept through the area. Before they could react, a wave of dark energy surged toward Lin Yun. "Watch out!" Yuan Shui cried, preparing to retaliate, but Lin Yun suddenly pushed her aside. Several figures emerged before Lin Yun, led by an elder. Without granting Lin Yun an opportunity to counter, the elder and his entourage began chanting incantations. Chapter 12. Elixirs and Remedies. Soon, a powerful surge of demonic energy enveloped Lin Yun. He struggled to suppress it, yet found himself overwhelmed. His motivation for pushing Yuan Shui aside was to ensure the success of his mission. His physique was no longer that of an ordinary mortal. Even the mightiest force could not extinguish his life. Lin Yun held this confidence, yet he had not anticipated that the demonic faction would dispatch such a formidable opponent against him. As Lin Yun felt the inner strength within him begin to surge. He realized he had sustained grievous injuries, and the chance for escape had slipped away in that moment. He recalled the destruction blade he had received from the system days prior, having used it only once. The rust had diminished significantly. Perhaps today, his life would depend on this very blade. He extracted the destruction blade from his spatial ring, and the elders surrounding him scoffed, "Today, we shall see you perish here." A mere saint's son, brandishing such scrap metal, truly an embarrassment to the Taichu sacred sect. "Rest assured, Grand Elder, we shall certainly take his life today, avenging our second and third elders." Just as the cloaked figures finished speaking, Lin Yun raised the destruction blade and gently drew it across his wrist. Blood dripped onto the blade. A crimson aura erupted forth. Gripping the blade tightly, Lin Yun felt a surge of warmth emanating from his palm. The oppressive demonic energy that had once weighed him down suddenly began to dissipate, and he looked down in astonishment at the destruction blade. He had not anticipated its efficacy. It seemed he had underestimated the weapon bestowed upon him by the system. In retrospect, everything the system had provided him had proven invaluable. The crimson aura did not fade. Rather, it intensified, illuminating the once pitch-black bamboo grove as if it were broad daylight. Outside the realm of demonic energy, the Grand Elder of the demonic faction gazed at this spectacle in sheer astonishment, struggling to channel his own demonic energy. He could feel the exertion weighing heavily upon him. What manner of being is this? Why does he possess an entity that counteracts our efforts merely by standing still? If this continues, we shall exhaust our own demonic energy. Grand Elder, we must reconsider. Sweat began to bead on the Grand Elder's forehead as his body trembled. Do not retreat. Our mission today is to take his life. Even if we must suffer mutual destruction, we shall persist. The frail voice of the elder resonated through the air as Lin Yun, shrouded in demonic energy, wore an increasingly pronounced smile on his face. He couldn't help but admire the tenacity of this elder from the demonic path, who, despite facing such dire circumstances, showed no signs of retreat. Nevertheless, even if the elder managed to escape, his body would not withstand more than half an hour. It would be more merciful to grant him a swift end. Lin Yun firmly grasped the blade of annihilation, raising it above his head, channeling all the internal energy within him into the weapon, and then slowly lowered it. The crimson flames enveloping the blade surged forth like a ferocious beast, lunging at the practitioners of the demonic path. Anyone struck by the red flames would collapse instantly, transforming into a pool of blood. Even the most powerful elder of the demonic faction could not evade this fate. Witnessing the elder's transformation into blood, Lin Yun instinctively sheathed the blade of annihilation and fell to the ground, Unable to rise, Yuan Shui, who had been standing nearby, was rendered speechless by the earlier display. Every move Lin Yun made left her in utter astonishment. As the holy maiden of the Changbai Snow sect, her martial prowess was among the finest among the youth of the world. Yet, in comparison to Lin Yun, she feared she would need another 20 years of training to challenge him. What an overwhelmingly formidable presence he was. How long do you intend to remain in a daze? Lin Yun's words, uttered from the ground, finally brought Yuan Shui back to her senses, prompting her to assist him in standing. I was momentarily lost in thought. She helped Lin Yun to his feet, her hands brushing disdainfully against her dress. Although Lin Yun had just saved her life, the demonic practitioners had clearly targeted him. She merely happened to be unfortunate enough to accompany him down the mountain. Is it possible for you to walk back? Yuan Shui was reluctant to stay close to Lin Yun, and he could discern the disdain in her gaze. Initially, he had worried that she might view him differently due to his act of saving her life, but it seemed she still held a strong aversion towards him. Thus, it appeared he had overthought the matter. The demonic energy had already invaded his body, and he would not recover swiftly. Noticing Lin Yun's pale complexion, Yuan Shui did not wait for him to speak and once again offered her support as they made their way toward the Taichu holy sect. Upon their arrival at the sect's entrance, the disciples guarding the gate immediately noticed Lin Yun's weakened state and rushed forward to assist Yuan Shui. Brother Lin Yun, wasn't the sect leader supposed to send you and the holy maiden to the Lantern Festival? How did you end up like this? Previously, amidst the pitch-black surroundings at the foot of the mountain, Lin Yun had not realized the disarray of his attire. It was likely a result of the demonic energy. The lanterns outside illuminated him clearly, revealing several patches of skin that were oozing blood. The disciples of the Taichu holy sect did not dare to delay and promptly assisted Lin Yun into the Sun Palace. The sect leader and various elders soon arrived upon hearing the news, and upon seeing Lin Yun's condition, the sect leader displayed a look of deep concern. What in the world happened? Why has it come to this? Quickly, fetch the spirit elixirs from our sect for Lin Yun to consume. The sect leader, visibly anxious, surveyed Lin Yun's injuries. It was not often that the Taichu holy sect had such a powerful son. Naturally, the sect leader and the elders could not bear to see him come to harm. Soon, a mountain of spirit elixirs was delivered to Lin Yun's chamber, and the sect's healers gathered by his bedside to administer treatment. The others in the hall began to inquire about the encounter that holy maiden Yuan Shui had experienced that day. However, given that she was in the presence of the elders of the Taichu holy sect, Yuan Shui hesitated to respond. In response to the esteemed elders, on our journey back to the sect, we encountered a surprise attack from the demonic path. The Holy Son struggled greatly in the confrontation and was grievously injured by the practitioners of the demonic path. Yuan Shui recounted the events in a remarkably simple manner, her words subtly implying that Lin Yun was utterly insignificant. Seated on the bed and receiving treatment, Lin Yun felt a sense of relief. As long as Yuan Shui did not lavish him with excessive praise, he would be content. Indeed, he had been careless that day. Had he known better, he would not have rushed to save Yuan Shui, allowing her to experience the might of the demonic practitioners firsthand. Fortunately, her attitude towards him remained one of disdain, which would save him a great deal of trouble. You, girl, the holy son of our sect faces formidable foes from the demonic path. And yet you trivialize the matter with mere words. Had it not been for our holy son's protection, you would likely have found yourself in peril as well. The elders of the Taichu holy sect expressed their displeasure at Yuan Shui's comments. Their faces darkening, Elder Wang, my holy maiden never speaks without reason. Surely, she cannot be expected to extol your holy son to the heavens. Right now, the holy son's well-being is of utmost importance, and we from the Changbai Snow sect shall not intrude upon your healing. Chapter 13. The demonic clan's campaign. The sect leader of the Changbai Snow sect could not bear to see his holy maiden bullied and retorted sharply, leading Yuan Shui out of the Sun Palace. Throughout the night, the Sun Palace was brightly lit. Healers from the Taichu holy sect stood vigil over Lin Yun, and thankfully, by dawn the following day, Lin Yun awakened. Upon opening his eyes, he found the palace filled with the elders of the Taichu holy sect, with the sect leader sitting nearby. After slowly rising and stretching, he noticed everyone approaching him as they saw he had regained consciousness. Lin Yun, do you feel any discomfort? The healers had administered numerous spirit elixirs to Lin Yun the previous night, and shortly after taking the medicine, he had fallen asleep. I feel well, thank you for your concern, Sect leader MY injuries have completely healed. Lin Yun swiftly rose from the bed and took a turn around the room in front of everyone. Seeing him in such condition, the sect leader and the elders finally felt at ease. You may all withdraw. I have matters to discuss with the Holy Sun. Upon the sect leader's command, everyone else promptly exited the palace. Once it was just Lin Yun and the sect leader remaining, the sect leader spoke slowly. Lin Yun, please answer me honestly. Was the individual who sought your life yesterday a senior elder from the demonic path? Indeed, sect leader, I have eliminated him, though I too suffered significant injuries. How did you come to know? After returning to the sect, Lin Yun had found it difficult to communicate, and he had not informed anyone of the events that had transpired outside the sect. Moreover, Yuan Shui had never mentioned anything about it, so he was puzzled as to how the sect leader had become aware. As Lin Yun pondered this, the sect leader sighed. Whether this is good or bad remains to be seen. The elder from the demonic path held considerable power. Your elimination of him is certainly a positive development, but I fear the demonic faction will not let this go easily. Observing the sect leader's self-talk, Lin Yun felt no concern. Even if the demon lord himself were to come, he would not be afraid. He was destined to confront the world's strongest one day. At present, the most powerful being in the world was the demon lord. While these righteous factions were merely unable to compel him to act due to their sheer numbers. Lin Yun, remember this. From today onward, without my permission, you are not to step outside the sect. As for matters concerning the demonic path, I shall handle them. The attention of the Taichu holy sect towards Lin Yun had reached its zenith, and he felt a touch of gratitude, albeit fleetingly. He was destined to become a villain and could not afford to harbor any compassion. Should his mindset shift, he might find it impossible to fulfill the remaining tasks assigned by the system. Yes, sect leader, rest assured, I will not easily descend the mountain. After watching the sect leader depart, Lin Yun lay back on the bed, contemplating the demonic path in the original owner's memories. There had never been any recollection of the demonic path. If given the opportunity, he would like to explore it for himself. On Xianyi Mountain, a great inferno of fury surged towards the summit. Within the demon lord's palace, the demon lord seated on the throne reached out with his demonic energy, pulling two guards before him, one of whom he grasped by the throat. A bunch of useless fools. The great elder personally led you to the Taichu holy sect, and yet you failed to take the holy son's life, instead losing the life of the great elder in the process. The suffocating grip left the two guards pale and terrified. Seeing they had something to say, the demon lord released his hold, coldly inquiring, "Do you have any last words? Spare us, my lord. That holy son of Taichu is simply too powerful. We could scarcely comprehend how he dealt with the great elder in the blink of an eye." The great elder and the others were reduced to a pool of blood. The guards' trembling voices sent chills down the spine, and the coldness in the demon lord's eyes intensified as he slowly rose. Gazing outside the palace, "How delightful! My daughter remains imprisoned in the dungeons of the Taichu holy sect, while 3 elders have consecutively perished at this person's hands. Prepare for battle. We shall attack the Taichu holy sect. I wish to see just how formidable this individual truly is." With the demon lord's command, the entire assembly of demons within the palace responded in unison. On Xianyi Mountain, the battle songs began to rise. Within the Sun Palace of the Taichu holy sect, Lin Yun spent the morning in solitude. With little to occupy his time, he was about to step outside for a leisurely stroll when he suddenly heard Yuan Shui's voice from beyond the door. "How is your holy son's condition?" Yuan Shui looked down haughtily at the 2 disciples attending to Lin Yun. Were it not for her father's pressure as sect leader, she would absolutely not have come to visit him. Although Lin Yun's every action the previous day was indeed commendable for a disciple of the righteous path, she still felt no interest in him, especially considering her father's intentions to bring them together. "Having seen the holy maiden, my holy son's injuries have healed completely. The sect leader has declared him a genius. To recover from such severe injuries in such a short time is truly remarkable." In the presence of the saintess, the disciples naturally felt compelled to extol the virtues of their holy son. It was common knowledge among the members of the Taichu sacred sect that the sect leader harbored intentions of uniting the holy son with the saintess of the Changbai Snow sect. Should the 2 sects form a marital alliance, the Taichu sacred sect could ascend to the rank of a foremost sect. Many disciples eagerly anticipated the arrival of that day. What extraordinary talent can he claim? Has your sect not stuffed him with every miraculous elixir available? After consuming so much, how could he possibly remain unwell? Yuan Shui instinctively rolled her eyes and stepped forward to push open the palace door. As the door swung open, she beheld Lin Yun standing outside. Upon seeing the smile on his face, she realized he had overheard her recent remarks. What do you consider yourself, a paragon of virtue? If you were listening inside, why did you not open the door? Truly, you are a petty person. Yuan Shui's exasperation elicited a grin from Lin Yun, who coldly retorted, Are you blaming me, Saintess? This is my palace. I shall act as I please. Do you intend to dictate my actions? Who would care to control you? I merely wish to clarify that there is no possibility between us. You would do well to inform your sect leader of your disinterest, so I may also appease my father. Yuan Shui had grown weary of her father's incessant pressure regarding marriage. She had no desire to wed a man of Lin Yun's character. Such a union would likely result in endless suffering. Your words strike a chord within me, Saintess. Rest assured, I harbor no particular feelings for you either. Your rather unremarkable physique fails to captivate me. Worry not, I shall convey my sentiments to the sect leader when the opportunity arises. Lin Yun felt a surge of satisfaction at this response. The more Yuan Shui despised him, the closer he was to receiving greater rewards once the evaluations were announced. Chapter 14. The Saintess's apology. Yuan Shui's expression soured. Through their recent interactions, she had come to recognize Lin Yun's sharp tongue, yet she had not anticipated such scathing remarks directed at her. Having been raised as the jewel of the Changbai Snow sect, she was accustomed to being revered and had never experienced such disdain. Were it anyone else, they would likely have flown into a rage. But as the Saintess, she could not act recklessly. Very well, Holy Son, rest well. I shall not intrude further. Just as Yuan Shui prepared to turn away, she unexpectedly encountered two panicked disciples of Taichu rushing toward her. Lin Yun, how is your health faring? A portly young man hurried to Lin Yun's side, circling him with concern. Upon confirming Lin Yun's stable condition, his face lit up with relief. Away, the Saintess is present. Why are you being so reckless? Hurry and pay your respects to her. The more composed disciple reprimanded Away, bowing deeply to Yuan Shui before nervously glancing at Lin Yun. Lin Yun, this is a selection of elixirs that Away and I have been saving for you. Please accept them. The young man handed over the medicine box, and seeing their earnestness, Lin Yun accepted it without refusal. He recalled their past. He had once aided them during a time of dire need, and they had always remembered his kindness. Thank you. I am feeling much improved. Lin Yun received the box, while Yuan Shui observed the scene with cold disdain. Had they not blocked her path, she would have departed long ago. Having overheard her earlier exchange with Lin Yun, Away, noticing her impatience, quickly interjected, Saintess, we mean no disturbance to you and the Holy Sun. It's simply that the Holy Sun once helped us during our hardships. And upon learning of his injury, we were genuinely concerned. Away's remark prompted his companion to chime in. Indeed, the Holy Sun has always treated us kindly, though he may sometimes come across as brusque in his manner. It was well known among the members of Taichu sacred sect that the sect leader aimed to facilitate a union between the Holy Sun and the Saintess, and thus they felt compelled to support him. Ensuring the Saintess did not misjudge his character, Lin Yun's expression darkened at their words. Were these two attempting to ruin his efforts? He had painstakingly undermined his image in Yuan Shui's eyes, and he could not allow their meddling to spoil it. Catching a glimpse of Yuan Shui's icy demeanor, he surmised that the Saintess was not one to easily sway based on the opinions of others. As Away prepared to speak once more, Lin Yun interjected sternly, In half an hour, morning practice will commence. If you two are late, Elder Wang will surely impose a penalty. You should hurry along. Upon hearing Lin Yun's words, Away and Afu suddenly recalled their morning training and hastily took their leave. As they departed, Away cast a meaningful glance back at Yuan Shui, hoping to shift her attitude toward Lin Yun. Unfortunately, Yuan Shui's expression remained unchanged, leaving them somewhat speechless. Once the two had exited, Yuan Shui felt no inclination to linger. I take my leave. She shot Lin Yun a frosty glance and exited the Holy Sun's palace. Watching Yuan Shui's retreating figure, Lin Yun gave it little thought. Her visit to his palace to express those sentiments likely stemmed from the pressure imposed by the Changbai Snow sect's leader. He understood well the ulterior motives of the two old men. The Taichu sect leader sought to solidify the sect's status, while the Changbai Snow sect desired to marry off their daughter to a sect perceived as inferior. Truly, they were cunning old foxes. Were it not for the tasks assigned by the system, Yuan Shui would not have been entirely unappealing. Next door, Yuan Shui returned to her chamber, shutting herself in. Her maid, noticing the saintess's furious return, surmised that she must have faced some indignity at the hands of the Holy Sun. "Saintess, you have yet to partake in breakfast. Would you like something to eat?" The maid approached, carrying a delicious broth, while Yuan Shui's mind was consumed by Lin Yun's earlier remarks. What nonsense about my unappealing physique and his scathing criticisms. Just the thought of it makes me wish to storm into the Holy Sun's palace and give him a good thrashing. "Leave it here." Yuan Shui glanced at the broth dismissively, her appetite entirely absent. Seeing this, her maid gently suggested, "Is the saintess troubled by the sect leader's plans for a union with the Holy Sun? In my humble opinion, the Holy Sun is utterly unworthy of you. You, saintess, are the most beautiful maiden of the Changbai Snow sect, akin to a celestial being. How dare he look down upon you? Be quiet, Sueji. Your words are becoming increasingly reckless. When in public, every word and action reflects upon our Changbai Snow sect. In the future, think before you speak." Yuan Shui felt an inexplicable agitation. Had Lin Yun displayed a softer demeanor today, she would not have been so preoccupied with these matters. Her original intent was to discuss the annulment of their engagement, yet Lin Yun seemed even more eager to dissolve it. Throughout her life, she had encountered countless suitors eager to please her, but Lin Yun was the first to exhibit such a demeanor. Reflecting on the events of the past 2 days, she began to reconsider her previous impressions of him. Initially, she had deemed him miserly for expecting her to cover the costs of their meal in the small town, yet she had just overheard Wei mentioning how Lin Yun had once provided them with spirit stones during their times of need. Compared to the dandy disciple she had known, Lin Yun was indeed not so bad. Moreover, he had risked his safety to protect her from the demonic forces the previous night, ensuring the townsfolk would not suffer. All these factors led Yuan Shui to believe that Lin Yun was not the scoundrel she had initially thought. Most crucially, he had saved her life. Had it not been for Lin Yun, she might have perished in the bamboo grove the previous day. First, she had assumed that Lin Yun's position as the Holy Sun was merely due to good fortune, yet it was becoming apparent that he possessed considerable strength. Given his capabilities, he could have easily escaped the clutches of the demonic elder. It was only because she was present that he had unleashed his full power, ultimately sustaining severe injuries. However, when she had returned the night before, she had scorned him in front of the sect leader and several elders, and now she felt a pang of regret. Had she known better, she would have chosen her words more carefully. As guilt welled up within her, Yuan Shui resolved to seek out Lin Yun and offer her apology. There was no time to waste. Now was the most opportune moment. "Saintess, where are you headed? Do you wish for me to accompany you?" The maid, having observed Yuan Shui lost in thought, noted the change in her expression, which had shifted from worry to a smile, and her curiosity was piqued. "No need. You may wait for me here. Do not follow." Chapter 15. A straw as the warning words escaped her lips, the maid naturally dared not approach. The distance from Yuan Shui's chamber to Lin Yun's holy palace was but a few steps. Yet it felt like an eternity. Previously, her demeanor towards Lin Yun had been exceedingly poor. Now, as she sought to apologize, she couldn't help but wonder if Lin Yun might mock her, so a wave of guilt surged within her. Yuan Shui resolved to step forward. The little attendant outside the palace had been watching Yuan Shui for quite some time. Upon seeing her advance, he immediately knocked on the door. Inside, Lin Yun sat cross-legged on the floor, engrossed in his cultivation. Having been gravely injured by the elder of the demonic clan the previous day, had it not been for the blade of annihilation, he feared he might not have survived. In his moment of desperation, Lin Yun had thought he would not make it through, yet unexpectedly, his self-healing abilities proved remarkably robust. Even without the spiritual pills from his sect, his body could fully recuperate. However, he sensed an unusual energy coursing through him, unsettling him. Lin Yun worried that he might have fallen victim to some sinister sorcery of the demonic clan, fearing that this force might be impossible to eradicate in the future, prompting him to seek its expulsion. The knocking at the door interrupted his critical moment of meditation. Once disturbed, he found it difficult to gather his focus again, so he reluctantly rose, casting an irritable glance toward the door. "Who is it?" The little attendant outside, hearing Lin Yun's displeased voice, quickly replied, "It is the saintess of the Changbai Snow sect, seeking an audience with the Holy Sun." "The saintess? What business does she have? Hasn't everything already been made clear? Lin Yun thought, reluctant to see Yuan Shui. If he left her waiting, she would likely grow to despise him even more. I am currently in meditation and cannot see any visitors. The saintess may return another day, he declared coldly from within. Yuan Shui heard his words clearly, her fists clenched as she suppressed her rising anger. Surely, her previous remarks had been too harsh, thus provoking Lin Yun's impatience. The two little attendants exchanged nervous glances, acutely aware that Lin Yun's words were heavy. Had it been any other girl, she would have likely turned on her heel and departed without a second thought. Yet, Yuan Shui showed no sign of anger, only deepening their trepidation. Though she remained silent, they could sense her inner fury, wishing to unleash it upon their holy son. Saintess, I sincerely apologize, but our holy son is unwell and in seclusion. Unable to receive guests, one of the attendants explained. Listening to this, Lin Yun wore a smirk of triumph, amused by the thought of Yuan Shui's growing irritation. In 2 days, the system's rating would be released, and he was confident of securing a higher grade than before. Lin Yun, I know you are inside. Your body has just recovered, and you cannot possibly be cultivating. I have something to discuss with you. And I kindly ask you to come out, Yuan Shui said, her unusually gentle tone causing Lin Yun to sense something amiss. Why did her voice seem so genuine? Could it be that she had been reprimanded by her master? Pondering this, Lin Yun felt inexplicably agitated. He had no desire to meet Yuan Shui. Her disdain for him had reached its peak, and he saw no reason to provoke her further if they continued to interact. He feared unforeseen complications would arise. Yet, she was, after all, the saintess of the Changbai Snow sect. He felt it prudent to grant her some consideration. Lin Yun approached and opened the door. The moment Yuan Shui laid eyes on him, her face lit up with a smile. Lin Yun, let's speak privately. Yuan Shui had never smiled at him in such a manner, and Lin Yun had to admit that she looked exceedingly beautiful when she did. Yet, an unsettling feeling crept into his heart, a growing sense of unease. The two little attendants, acutely aware of the situation, quickly interjected, Lin Yun, our master has sent us to fetch medicine from the apothecary. We must be on our way. Without waiting for Lin Yun's response, they hurriedly departed, leaving Lin Yun and Yuan Shui alone. Saintess, I am aware of what you wish to convey. Rest assured, I promise you that no matter how much our master and the leader of the Changbai Snow sect attempt to match us, I harbor no feelings for you. You need not worry. If this is the reason for your visit, I advise you not to return. His icy words resonated in the air, and upon seeing his proud demeanor, Yuan Shui replied with surprising patience, I did not come to discuss the matchmaker's intentions. I am here to apologize. I misunderstood you previously. With her head bowed, she rarely admitted her mistakes, yet today she found herself summoning unexpected courage. Noticing Lin Yun's prolonged silence, she slowly raised her gaze, only to find him staring at her in astonishment. What did I say wrong? Lin Yun could hardly process Yuan Shui's words. All he registered was her apology. What had gone awry? He had done so much to provoke her dissatisfaction. Why was she apologizing to him? Was this not absurd? He had finally managed to complete the task assigned by the system perfectly, and now, with only 2 days until the rating, it seemed he could not afford to have her dislike him any longer. He was utterly bewildered by the situation, even contemplating whether he could dissect Yuan Shui's heart to uncover her true thoughts. Saintess, do you harbor some misunderstanding towards me? Why are you apologizing? You are the saintess. There is no need for you to do so. Despite Lin Yun's continued coldness, Yuan Shui grew increasingly fervent. Lin Yun, I genuinely came to apologize. I know you must be upset with me. I dared not speak to you in such a manner. You saved my life, and I should be grateful. I should not have spoken of you so disparagingly in front of the master and the elders yesterday. These words had been rehearsed countless times in Yuan Shui's mind. Gritting her teeth, she finally voiced them, expecting Lin Yun to respond favorably. Yet, to her dismay, he merely gazed at her with a troubled expression. The task was prematurely concluded, yielding a rating of C, along with a reward of a single straw. What nonsense is this? Lin Yun's mind flashed with the system's message, and he felt a peculiar sensation of a straw within him. The system could indeed conclude tasks ahead of schedule. What had happened to the promised 5 days? It offered him no chance to redeem himself. Lin Yun, vexed and furrowed in thought, gazed at Yuan Shui, reflecting on how troublesome women could be, so fickle and unpredictable. From now on, he resolved to be cautious with any tasks involving women, ensuring he never again allowed them the opportunity to obstruct his path to power. Is my apology causing you discomfort? Seeing Lin Yun's silence, Yuan Shui felt a twinge of frustration. She had mustered all her courage to apologize. Surely, even the men who admired her would have shown some reaction. Yet Lin Yun remained utterly unresponsive, which left her exasperated. Chapter 16. The Emerald Screen Valley, a flicker of impatience crossed Lin Yun's face as he recalled the straw he had received. Unable to suppress a desire to voice his grievances, however, the situation had progressed too far for him to take out his frustrations on anyone else. The Saintess has misunderstood. I merely find this unexpected. Lin Yun replied, unwilling to engage in further conversation with Yuan Shui. He longed to return to his room and examine the newly acquired straw. Just as he contemplated making his exit, a voice called out from a distance. Lin Yun, the master requests your immediate presence in the council hall. Lin Yun turned his gaze toward the palace, spotting a disciple hurrying toward him, accompanied by an elder from the Taichu holy sect. The disciple pays respects to Elder Wang and no need for such formalities. Asked the Holy Son, you need not bow to me. I am here to summon you to the council hall. There are unusual movements from the demonic clan. The demonic clan? Lin Yun felt a surge of excitement at the mention. Having recently eliminated the elder of the demonic clan, he suspected this summons was related. He had heard tales of the demonic clan's powerful lord. Renowned as the strongest in the world, he was eager to witness this for himself. Elder Wang, I will accompany you right away. Please, enlighten me on the situation. With Elder Wang's arrival, Lin Yun saw a perfect opportunity to escape Yuan Shui's presence. This woman was truly a nuisance. He could not fathom where she had learned such behavior. In the first few days of arriving at the Taichu holy sect, she had not been so bothersome. Yet now, after the things he had said, she exhibited no reaction at all. Just as the two prepared to depart, Yuan Shui suddenly interjected, Elder Wang, may I accompany you? I believe my father is also in the council hall. And as the saintess of the Changbai Snow sect, I naturally wish to contribute to our sect. Yuan Shui's argument was reasonable, and Lin Yun sensed trouble brewing. Before he could voice his objection, Elder Wang promptly responded, the saintess makes an excellent point. However, our council hall is predominantly male, and it may not be entirely suitable for you, a young woman, in my opinion. Before Elder Wang could finish, Yuan Shui interjected, rest assured, Elder Wang, I have my plans. Aside from me, the Changbai Snow sect is almost entirely comprised of men. I am well accustomed to such environments. Not allowing Elder Wang a chance to decline her request, Yuan Shui cast a glance at Lin Yun and proceeded towards the council hall. Seeing her determination, Lin Yun felt a mix of resignation and obligation to follow her into the hall. Master, our scouts report that demonic clan members are approaching our Taichu holy sect's gates, expected to arrive by tonight at the earliest. The demonic clan is fully prepared to assault our sect, and they have sent word that if we do not release Feng Chuiyue, they will raise the Taichu holy sect to the ground. Within the grand hall, as Lin Yun stepped through the entrance, he overheard several disciples of the Taichu sacred sect discussing, Feng Chuiyue? I never anticipated that this woman would hold such significance for the demon clan. She must be considered a vital asset to them. Had he released Feng Chuiyue earlier, he would likely have already attained the highest rating from the system, rather than merely acquiring a destruction blade. The Holy Sun has arrived, someone in the crowd remarked, and all eyes turned toward Lin Yun. Among the younger generation of the Taichu sacred sect, Lin Yun was deemed the most capable. If they were truly to confront the demon clan, it was only Lin Yun who could lead them. The disciples pay their respects to the sect master. On the way here, Elder Wang has informed me of the sequence of events. In summary, the demon clan's visit is likely due to my elimination of their grand elder. Since they are intent on rescuing Feng Chuiyue, it indicates that her status is exceedingly high, Lin Yun stated. As soon as he finished speaking, a disciple in the corner sighed. It is rumored that Feng Chuiyue is the daughter of the demon sovereign. The involvement of the grand elder, second elder, and third elder from the demon clan in this matter suggests that this is indeed the case. Feng Chuiyue is the daughter of the demon sovereign? Lin Yun suddenly recalled that during his previous confrontations with them, they had referred to her as Miss. How could he have overlooked this? Now, alas, he had lost the optimal opportunity to release Feng Chuiyue. Without the support of the demon clan, she would likely remain imprisoned here for eternity. The current influence of our Taichu sacred sect is weak. Should we engage the demon clan head-on, it would likely be detrimental. Lin Yun, I summoned you today merely to ascertain if you possess any viable strategies to thwart the impending invasion of the demon clan. The sect master, seated at the head, appeared deeply troubled. Were this any other sect, they would be contemplating strategies for battle, yet they were instead discussing how to prevent it. The demon clan was notorious for their ruthless nature, aside from releasing Feng Shuiwei. What other sound strategies could there be? Sect master, I believe our Taichu sacred sect ought to confront them. After all, our sect has not engaged the demon clan for many years. If we could gain the upper hand in this confrontation, our sect's status would be further solidified. An elder sitting beside the sect master interjected. Another elder quickly countered, "What do you understand? The Holy Son has yet to recover from his injuries. How can he return to the battlefield? In my view, we should negotiate with the demon clan. But we have only just discovered Feng Shuiwei as a spy. If we simply release her now, it will be far more challenging to obtain leverage over the demon clan in the future." The elders continued to debate fervently within the assembly hall, while Lin Yun remained silent. For him, this was an endeavor fraught with peril. It would be best to avoid any missteps. Just as Lin Yun decided to listen to the elders' discussions, a voice resonated within his mind. System task: successfully facilitate the invasion of the Taichu sacred sect by the demon clan, with no effective time limit. How troublesome! Lin Yun grumbled inwardly to the system within him. He merely wished to remain inconspicuous, yet now he found himself entangled in such a predicament. He had no desire to intervene, and with the elders reacting so vehemently, he had no feasible plan. However, the system's task had been assigned, which meant it was imperative to comply. Thus, he could only ponder how to proceed. Noticing that Lin Yun had remained silent, the sect master called out, "Lin Yun, do you have any insights?" With the sect master's words, all eyes once again fell upon Lin Yun, as the holy son of the Taichu sacred sect. If he lacked any discernment, his position would not endure for long. Everyone eagerly awaited Lin Yun to propose a solution. In response to the sect master's inquiry, I believe we should confront them. The demon clan has been dormant for many years, and now, mobilizing such force for Feng Shuiwei? If we were to release her easily, would that not signal our fear of the demon clan? Chapter 17. The unnamed path in the name of righteousness, which sect would not cherish its own reputation? Lin Yun's words resonated with the assembly. The sect leaders present at the Holy Sun ceremony had not departed, and upon hearing Lin Yun's statement, each one appeared invigorated. The Holy Sun is correct. As a prestigious sect, we need not fear the demon clan. Even if they come in droves, we shall not falter. Sect Master, I am willing to stand with Taichu in this battle. Long Bai Shui sect supports this. The leaders of the third-tier sects took the initiative, and the remaining leaders expressed their willingness to accompany the Taichu sacred sect into battle. Lin Yun observed the resolute expressions on the faces of the sect leaders. Finding it rather amusing, did these individuals lack discernment? He had merely spoken offhandedly, and now, his task seemed to present itself with alacrity, as long as he allowed the demon clan to successfully attack the Taichu sacred sect. Half of his task would be accomplished. To avoid any mishaps, Lin Yun promptly knelt before the sect master. Sect master, I am willing to lead the disciples into battle, and I kindly request your approval. Once the sect master consented, control would rest in his hands, allowing him to manipulate the situation without raising suspicion. Lin Yun's proactive offer garnered the admiration of many disciples. Within the assembly hall, the crowd expressed their approval of Lin Yun's actions, and the sect master, seeing the consensus, had no choice but to agree. Very well, Lin Yun. You shall be responsible for the upcoming confrontation with the demon clan. Remember to exercise caution. With the sect master's declaration, Lin Yun naturally assumed the role of commander against the demon clan. Contemplating the imminent arrival of the demon clan that night, Lin Yun dared not delay even for a moment. He led the disciples and several elders of the Taichu sacred sect away, heading towards the Tsuaping mountain range, the path the demon clan was likely to traverse. All the while, Lin Yun's mind was preoccupied with devising a plan to ensure the demon clan's infiltration into the Taichu sacred sect. Although the disciples accompanying him were not particularly astute, the most perceptive elders remained by his side. Should something go awry, the elders would surely discern his intentions. He could not afford to be too conspicuous. The Tsuaping mountain range was not far from the Taichu sacred sect. Upon their arrival, Elder Wang, who stood beside Lin Yun, quickly suggested, Holy Son, I believe we should lay in wait here. Once night falls and the demon clan arrives, we shall strike. Elder Wang's proposal was echoed by several other elders. he speaks wisely. This is indeed the safest course of action. Holy Sun, your injuries have yet to heal. It would be best for you to direct us from a distance. You are the hope of our Taichu sacred sect. We cannot afford any mishaps. Indeed, the sect master tasked us with accompanying you to ensure your safety. Listening to the elder's words, Lin Yun replied anxiously, "No, we must not remain here. We must move forward." Logically, this spot was the ideal ambush location, but to fulfill the system's directive, Lin Yun resolutely refused to stay. He needed to lead everyone away. Only then could the demon clan infiltrate the Taichu sacred sect unimpeded. Disregarding the elder's objections, Lin Yun insisted on advancing. Yet the elders trailing behind were reluctant to follow him. Lin Yun turned back to see them still lingering, feeling a surge of irritation. What's the matter? Do the elders have any other plans? Lin Yun had anticipated that it would not be so simple. Such an advantageous ambush point could not be abandoned lightly. Moreover, these elders were all astute individuals. Their calculations sharper than his own. Holy Sun, we do not understand your reasoning for this course of action. Based on our years of experience, there is no more suitable location near the Taichu sacred sect than this. I oppose moving forward. I too oppose it. Holy Sun, consider carefully. We do not know what sort of individuals the demon clan may send. If they are formidable, allowing them entry into the Taichu sacred sect would spell our doom. Faced with the elders' vehement opposition, Lin Yun replied coldly, "Elders, I recall that the sect master entrusted this matter to me. If you have differing opinions, you may express them when it is your turn to lead next time. All disciples of Taichu, follow me." Lin Yun showed no deference to the elders, reprimanding them openly in front of the assembly. This. The other disciples recognized Lin Yun's anger. It seemed that the future of the Taichu sacred sect would belong to him, and none dared to offend him. The crowd maneuvered past several elders, keeping pace with Lin Yun's steps. The elders left behind exchanged looks of resignation, ultimately having no choice but to follow Lin Yun away from the prime ambush location. After winding through the Tsuaping mountain range for a considerable time, Lin Yun found a spot that would be least likely to disturb the demon clan's infiltration. "Everyone, heed my command. Take a moment to regroup and set up the formation." Lin Yun surveyed the surrounding mountains with satisfaction, feeling a sense of pride. This route was one the demon clan would likely avoid at all costs. If he could endure the night in this location, the demon clan would successfully infiltrate the Taichu sacred sect. By then, his system rating would surely reach its pinnacle. Holy Sun, this area is surrounded by valleys, and it is the farthest route from our sect. The demon clan is unlikely to make the foolish choice of taking this path. Should the Holy Sun remain resolute, I believe it prudent to station some individuals at that very position. As it is an essential route for the demons, the elders, undeterred, continued to counsel Lin Yun, but in his eyes, this was undeniably the most appropriate place for him. Lin Yun merely cast a glance at the elders before coldly turning away. Unwilling to exchange even a single word with them, his demeanor incited a simmering frustration among the elders, yet none dared to confront him, given his status as the Holy Sun. "Lord Elder, let us refrain from further discourse with the Holy Sun here. Once we return to the sect, we shall report today's events to the sect leader, who will undoubtedly provide us with guidance," one elder suggested. Indeed, it appears that Lin Yun, emboldened by his current status as Holy Sun, has grown rather arrogant. Several elders huddled together, whispering their opinions, while Lin Yun observed them with keen clarity, entirely unconcerned with their judgments of him. A mere Holy Sun held no weight in his eyes. Should they possess the capability, they could easily strip him of that title. He was destined to become a villain, and the title of Holy Sun might very well become a shackle to him. After the disciples completed the formation, they all settled down to rest. Many felt a sense of unease, yet after witnessing Lin Yun's remarkable reactions over the past 2 days, they hesitated to voice their concerns, opting instead to follow his commands. Chapter 18. The journey to the demon clan. As the sky gradually darkened, the valley fell into an eerie silence, occasionally interrupted by the chirping of birds. With no other sounds to be heard, Lin Yun lounged on the ground, a piece of straw clenched between his teeth, exuding an air of nonchalance. This straw was the very item he had acquired from the system that day, and he had been gazing at it since completing the formation, finding nothing particularly remarkable about it from start to finish. Gazing up at the sky adorned with countless stars, Lin Yun struggled to suppress a smile. Once the night passed, he would receive a far superior reward. He wondered if the demons had already arrived at the territory of the Taichu sacred sect. If they had, his system ought to provide some indication. Nearby, a group of disciples from the Taichu sacred sect were filled with trepidation, many of whom believed in Lin Yun and awaited the demon's appearance. Senior brother Lin Yun, when do you think the demons will arrive? Have you perhaps cultivated to the point where you can sense their presence? The disciple closest to Lin Yun suddenly inquired, breaking the tense atmosphere with curiosity. Many disciples were eager to know just how powerful Lin Yun had become, capable of easily dispatching the demon's elder, a feat beyond the reach of ordinary cultivators. It's merely luck, Lin Yun replied in a flat tone, wishing to quell their curiosity and simply wait quietly for the night to unfold. Enough chatter. Send someone ahead to keep watch. I am feeling weary and shall rest for a while. Should anything occur, rouse me. After issuing his instructions, Lin Yun lay back down and succumbed to sleep. What commotion could arise on such a secluded path? Surely, the demons would not venture this way. Lin Yun longed for a comfortable slumber, hoping for a grand surprise come morning. Although the disciples kept their thoughts to themselves, a sense of dissatisfaction brewed within them, particularly among the elders. Seeing Lin Yun's languid demeanor, they exchanged glances, each silently noting his actions. Today, in the midst of slumber, Lin Yun dreamt of receiving the highest rewards from the system the following morning. Just as he was about to behold the nature of the reward, he was abruptly awakened by a disciple shaking him. Senior brother Lin Yun, urgent news. There are intruders. Intruders? Lin Yun blinked awake, sitting up straight as the sound of footsteps echoed from not far away in the valley. Possessing acute hearing, he instinctively drew the destruction blade from his waist, casting a wary gaze towards the elders nearby. There, on the narrow path below the valley, a group of individuals clad in black armor, demons, passed by in unison. Lin Yun's expression shifted dramatically. What sort of fortuitous misstep was this? He had genuinely encountered the demons. Why did they deviate from the expected path, opting for this obscure route? Lin Yun's heart raced with agitation, while the elders behind him were electrified with excitement. The demons surveyed their surroundings, but in the pitch-black night, they could discern nothing. Why not take the main road? Why must the leader choose this forsaken place, making the journey unnecessarily long? You misunderstand. That main route must harbor some traps. Do you truly think the Taichu sacred sect is to be trifled with? This route allows us to infiltrate them undetected. The demons' conversation was clearly audible to Lin Yun and the elders, their inner strength enabling them to hear even the faintest of sounds. Upon hearing this exchange, the elders cast admiring glances at Lin Yun. They had not anticipated his level of insight, initially believing that the main road was the only viable path to the Taichu sacred sect, failing to consider that the demons might also deduce this. Ultimately, they ended up traversing this neglected path. Holy Son, it seems we have misjudged you. When shall we strike? Lin Yun's heart burned with indignation. He would have preferred to allow the demons to march unimpeded into the Taichu sacred sect. Yet, should he act upon that impulse, it would be glaringly obvious he intended to let them pass. Lin Yun hesitated. A sudden idea flashed in his mind. Let us not rush. Allow the demons to enter the sect first, and we shall surround them later. Had this been any other time, the elders would have immediately opposed such a notion, but today's events had shifted their perception of Lin Yun. Holy Son, your command is law. We shall follow your lead. You are truly the first holy son of our Taichu sacred sect, and the sect leader did not err in his judgment. Indeed, none of us anticipated the demons would take this path. Holy Son, your brilliance shines through. We shall remain still and await their entrapment. The elders' praises left Lin Yun feeling overwhelmed. He had never expected events to unfold in such a manner. He wondered if there was still a chance for redemption. If not, such a fortuitous opportunity might never arise again. Below in the valley, the demons marveled at their good fortune. They had yet to encounter any disciples from the Taichu sacred sect, their spirits buoyant. The leader has devised a brilliant plan. Look, there hasn't been a single Taichu sacred sect disciple on this road. Other areas must be teeming with their ambushes. Today, we will surely catch them off guard. Indeed, as long as we release the lady, we shall not assault the Taichu sacred sect. The blame lies solely with their obstinacy. The demons extolled their leader, while the disciples of the Taichu sacred sect lauded Lin Yun. Lin Yun felt a mix of frustration and helplessness. They would inevitably be compelled to ensnare the demons. The formation he had instructed the disciples to set up was not far off, and a few more steps would bring them to an intersection. Observing the fervor in the elders' expressions, Lin Yun could only shake his head in resignation. Just then, Elder Wang caught sight of Lin Yun's discontent and inquired, "Holy Son, what troubles you? Is there something awry that you need my assistance with?" Elder Wang was proactive, having been thoroughly impressed by Lin Yun, harboring a sense of remorse for his previous misjudgments. "You flatter me, Elder Wang, that I merely pondered that the demons could not possibly have come in such small numbers. I fear they may have set up ambushes elsewhere. We must exercise caution today. When we surround them, it would be wise not to use our full strength, lest we find ourselves encircled." Lin Yun's words were clearly fabricated, yet Elder Wang took them to heart with utmost seriousness. Chapter 19. The Power of Straw. Elder Wang gazed at Lin Yun with admiration, his eyes brimming with trust, which only added to Lin Yun's unease. It felt as though fate conspired against him. Each time he anticipated success, unforeseen complications arose. Who would willingly traverse such a foreboding path? Yet the demons were inexplicably foolish. "Holy Son, I previously disrespected you. Rest assured, from now on, should you require anything, I will not hesitate to follow you into the depths of danger," Elder Wang declared, his expression resolute, having already determined that Lin Yun was the one he wished to follow henceforth. As Elder Wang concluded his statement, the other elders hurried to Lin Yun's side. The expressions of reverence in the eyes of the group made Lin Yun feel uneasy. He instinctively took a step back, preparing to request their departure when a disciple suddenly rushed over. "Senior brother Lin Yun, the demons have already fallen into our formation. Look." Upon hearing this, the elders erupted with excitement, while Lin Yun felt a surge of anxiety, since the demons had already been ensnared. If he did not take action soon, it would be inappropriate. Since fate had guided them here, he had no choice but to step forward. "Quickly, let us investigate." As Lin Yun spoke, a throng of disciples from the Taichu sacred sect surged down the hillside. The demon clan members ensnared within the formation wore expressions of sheer terror, their weapons rendered utterly useless against the array. "Chief, what should we do? Are we caught in a trap?" A nervous junior disciple beside the demon leader exclaimed. Recalling how he had boasted earlier, if they failed to escape today, he feared he would face the leader's wrath upon returning to the demon clan. The demon leader, wielding a large blade and enveloped in a shroud of dark energy, had been resisting valiantly. The junior's words only aggravated him. "Silence, if you speak again, I shall cleave you in two." With that, the junior hastily retreated to a safer distance. Raising his gaze, he saw Lin Yun and his entourage appear outside the formation. The junior could only shout, "Chief, look, we have indeed fallen into an ambush, damn it. I never expected the Taichu sacred sect to resort to such underhanded tactics. This so-called righteous sect is nothing but a facade. We must assault the Taichu sacred sect today, even if it means perishing in this valley." The leader's proclamation invigorated all the demon clan members trapped within the formation. Those who could join the demon clan were not afraid of death, and many thrived on chaos. Even amidst the formation, several demon disciples found enjoyment in the turmoil. With a fierce swing of his blade, the leader rallied the demon disciples behind him, all raising their weapons in unison. Soon, a thick fog of black energy engulfed the entire valley, as if the formation itself was on the verge of collapse. Outside the formation, several elders observed the unfolding situation with bated breath, their anxiety palpable. Only Lin Yun remained unperturbed. Not all disciples of the Taichu sacred sect possessed formidable martial skills. Lin Yun had not placed undue emphasis on the formation, underestimating the demon clan's approach. The seemingly flawless array was riddled with flaws, and if the standoff continued, the demon clan would inevitably break through. "Young master, the situation is dire. Given the current momentum, the demon clan will soon breach the formation. Should we not take action now?" Elder Wang expressed, a twinge of guilt evident in his voice. After all, when Lin Yun had instructed them to set up the formation, they had dismissed his advice. Even the elders had not showcased their true strength, allowing the disciples to act recklessly. As the formation teetered on the brink of collapse, Lin Yun chose to ignore Elder Wang's words. He secretly hoped for the demon clan members trapped within to find a swift escape. If they could successfully invade the Taichu sacred sect's territory, his mission would be deemed a success. Yet, he pondered how to facilitate their incursion, which tormented him greatly. "Lin Yun, something's amiss. They've breached the formation. A voice called, drawing Lin Yun's attention to the formation. A flash of golden light appeared and vanished, followed by the demon disciples charging towards Lin Yun as if liberated from their constraints. The surrounding black mist had begun to disorient many of the Taichu sacred sect's disciples, prompting Lin Yun to take action. He swiftly retrieved a stalk of straw from his waist, recalling the system's instructions for its use. Today would serve as an opportunity to test this newfound weapon against the demon clan. If this straw wielded power akin to the destruction blade, it would be nothing short of extraordinary. Young master, is that your weapon? A mere stalk of straw? Elder Wang, witnessing Lin Yun's seemingly pitiful choice of weapon, expressed incredulity. How could a mere saint possess such an unassuming armament? In the midst of Elder Wang's bewilderment, Lin Yun hurled the straw into the air. Suddenly, it ignited with an immense blaze, sending tongues of fire flying towards the demon clan. Lin Yun silently chanted incantations, astonished by the straw's remarkable ability to manipulate fire. This item was indeed a treasure. Elder Wang's astonishment transformed into amazement as he beheld Lin Yun's fiery straw technique. He could hardly fathom how many surprises Lin Yun had in store. It appeared that Lin Yun was a veritable trove of marvels. Even a simple stalk of straw was anything but ordinary. The flames surged towards the demon clan members, who had once been brazen, now scattered in panic, fleeing in all directions. Observing the chaos, the disciples of the Taichu sacred sect sheathed their weapons, amused by the spectacle. Lin Yun, you truly are remarkable. I initially thought our task of guarding against the demon clan's incursion would be arduous. Yet it has proven so effortless. If similar situations arise in the future, I shall certainly follow you. That's nonsense. I believe the young master has changed significantly. His demeanor and abilities are now beyond what we once knew. The disciples of the Taichu sacred sect engaged in light-hearted banter, while the demon disciples, set ablaze by Lin Yun's fire, scattered in every direction. Lin Yun found the scene both amusing and ridiculous. His well-laid plans had seemingly gone awry, perhaps due to a stroke of ill fortune. Chapter 20. The sect leader's strategy meeting against the invasion. Lin Yun wished to dismiss such thoughts. Instead, observing the demon clan members fleeing in disarray, his mind racing with ideas on how to incite their invasion of the Taichu sacred sect. When did the Taichu sacred sect acquire such strength? In the past, even the weakest among us could breach their territory, yet here we are, trapped. The leader possessed significantly greater power than those around him, rendering the flames ineffective against him. However, he was still cautious of potential burns and retreated to a safer distance. Chief, please, do not be rash. We need your leadership in this dire moment. Given the current circumstances, what course of action should we pursue? Should we simply retreat to the demon clan? A disciple ventured to speak, prompting the leader to lose his temper. He kicked the disciple 5 meters away in frustration. This fool has been babbling incessantly in my ear, leading us into the Taichu sacred sect's trap. Bring him to me. If he utters another word, kill him on the spot. The leader's command left no room for hesitation, and the nearby disciples promptly dragged the unfortunate junior away. As the demon clan members fled in disarray, Elder Wang and the other elders were filled with excitement. The leader understood that returning to the Taichu sacred sect would only lead to their demise, so he risked the flames to exit the valley. Lin Yun had been closely observing the demon clan's retreat. He had previously prepared a hidden path leading to the Taichu sacred sect, yet they seemed unwilling to take the bait. Asked the leader. He recognized the path's significance but suspected it to be yet another trap laid by the Taichu sacred sect. Watching the demon clan depart, Lin Yun felt a deep sense of frustration. Your wisdom is unparalleled, young master. We are in awe. Under Elder Wang's lead, a throng of disciples knelt before Lin Yun in reverence, their numbers overwhelming, further aggravating Lin Yun's sense of irritation. This crowd was merely rubbing salt in his wounds. He had no desire for such hollow victories. Enough, Elder Wang. Henceforth, I advise you to exercise restraint. You are all aware of the demon clan's nature. Even if they are momentarily repelled, they will undoubtedly return with renewed fervor. We must remain vigilant for their inevitable resurgence. With these words, Lin Yun effectively silenced Elder Wang. After pondering for a moment, Elder Wang conceded that Lin Yun's perspective held merit, and together they rose to their feet. Let us leave a contingent here to maintain vigilance. We must promptly report today's events to the sect leader. Elder Wang, accompany me. Since the demon clan had already made their presence known, they would not easily abandon their assault on the Taichu sacred sect. If they were to return, Lin Yun knew that without his presence, the disciples would likely fall short against the demon clan's might. Young master, your martial prowess is unmatched among us if you depart. I fear we will lack a guiding force. The disciples may not heed the elder's commands. How about this? Let us report the day's events to the sect leader while you remain here to oversee things. Elder Wang was no fool. Having attained a position among the elders of the Taichu sacred sect was no small feat, and he was keenly aware of the intricacies of their situation. Perhaps he sought to gauge Lin Yun's resolve. Rest assured, we have just driven off the demon clan. Even if they wish to return, it will not be so soon. Trust me, let us return together. Upon the crest of the hill, Lin Yun was unwilling to linger any longer. If his calculations were correct, it was likely that the forces of the demon clan would return once more before the night was over. His immediate task was to await news in serene anticipation at the Taichu sacred sect. Observing Lin Yun's determination to depart, Elder Wang promptly pointed towards the sky, revealing a vision of the Taichu sacred sect suspended above them. Lin Yun, his gaze filled with intrigue, looked at Elder Wang and inquired, Elder Wang, what is your intention? In response to the Holy Sun's query, Elder Wang replied, I merely wish to prevent the demon clan from breaching our Taichu sacred sect. I have utilized my inner strength to conjure this vision, and I trust the Holy Sun will not take offense. Please relay all that we have encountered today to the sect master. As soon as Elder Wang finished speaking, the sect master materialized before Lin Yun within the celestial imagery. Disciple pays respects to the sect master. Lin Yun had heard from several elders about this extraordinary device. Yet he had never possessed one himself. It felt exceedingly unjust, and no need for such courtesies, Holy Sun. Please expeditiously inform us of the situation on your end, the sect master urged. Lin Yun immediately turned his gaze to the grand hall depicted in the vision. He noticed the sect masters who had attended his Holy Sun ceremony standing beside the sect master, appearing ready to offer counsel. Given that Elder Wang had gone to such lengths, it would be unwise for Lin Yun to feign ignorance. In response to the sect master, Lin Yun stated, We have not set an ambush along the main route to the Taichu sacred sect, but rather on a lesser-known path. As expected, the demon clan, in their foolishness, took this very route, allowing us to gain the upper hand. Reflecting on this matter, Lin Yun felt it was merely a stroke of good fortune. Had it been anyone else, the outcome might have been vastly different. Well done, Lin Yun. Your location serves as the first line of defense. You must not allow the demon clan to infiltrate the Taichu sacred sect, lest you become a traitor to our cause. The sect master's commendation underscored his trust in Lin Yun's capabilities. Master of the Taichu sect, you are being overly harsh, in my humble opinion. This Holy Sun possesses unparalleled talent among all our sections. If only my daughter. The speaker was the sect master of Changbai Snow sect, also Yuan Shui's father. After witnessing Lin Yun during the Holy Sun ceremony at Taichu sacred sect, he had been filled with joy. In recent days, the Changbai Snow sect master had been persuading Yuan Shui to agree to the proposed union. Initially, she had resisted, but unexpectedly, she inquired about Lin Yun's affairs just the day before, rekindling hope for the Changbai Snow sect master, who had previously felt despondent. Holy Son of Taichu, rest assured. All the sect masters have gathered at Taichu's sacred sect. We have conferred, and knowing the demon clan's relentless nature, each sect has dispatched elite forces. Once this battle concludes, you must take the time to instruct our disciples thoroughly. The cunning Changbai Snow sect master always spoke with veiled intent, which was rather irksome. Chapter 21. An encounter with the demon clan. Setting aside the identity of the Changbai Snow sect master, had it not been for the tasks assigned by the system, Lin Yun would not have treated Yuan Shui in such a manner. Yet, he could not shake the thought that he was destined to become a villain. Any semblance of compassion must remain dormant. Rest assured, sect master and esteemed leaders of other sects, I will steadfastly guard this first line of defense. As soon as Lin Yun finished speaking, the celestial vision dissipated. Elder Wang, looking satisfied, remarked, Holy Sun, do you find this arrangement to your liking? The sect master was concerned for your well-being. I hope you do not hold it against him. Noticing Lin Yun's somewhat agitated demeanor, Elder Wang assumed it was due to the sect master's remarks about failing to manage this situation, prompting him to offer comfort. In truth, Lin Yun was preoccupied with devising a plan to facilitate the entrance of the demon clan into Taichu sacred sect. Tonight presented an opportune moment. The urgent nature of the demon clan would not allow them to wait until dawn to strike. They would likely appear within the next 2 to 3 hours. Elder Wang, as the holy son of Taichu's sacred sect, it is my duty to manage these matters. You need not worry about my intentions. You can rest easy. Elder Wang's incessant chatter was becoming quite tiresome, and Lin Yun grew increasingly exasperated. Yes, yes, holy son, you are correct, I spoke out of turn. What shall we do now? Should we remain on guard? Elder Wang instinctively wiped the sweat from his brow. Despite being significantly older than Lin Yun, he felt an inexplicable sense of trepidation in Lin Yun's presence, the source of which he could not discern. Allow me to contemplate. Elder Wang, perhaps you should take some rest. Having delivered this statement, Lin Yun did not afford Elder Wang further opportunity to speak and turned to leave. Suddenly, he noticed a disciple seated on the ground not far away, beginning to nod off. An idea struck him. The disciple's levels of cultivation were not particularly high, and aside from himself and a few elders, many were already yawning. He surmised that with a mere command, they would all succumb to slumber. If they were to fall asleep, they would be in a far better position to confront the Demon Clan when they arrived. Calculating the time, Lin Yun estimated that the Demon Clan would still require a couple of hours to arrive, providing him ample opportunity to exhaust the disciples' energy, rendering them incapable of battle when the moment came. With this plan in mind, Lin Yun's expression hardened as he coldly regarded the yawning disciple. In such a critical moment, you still think to sleep? Everyone, stand up. The Demon Clan may launch a surprise attack at any moment. We must be fully prepared. Lin Yun's voice rang out, startling several disciples awake. The elders also recognized the validity of Lin Yun's statement. After all, if the Demon Clan could reach this place, what could they not believe about Lin Yun's warnings? The Holy Sun speaks wisely. Everyone, steel yourselves. Should anything go awry today, and a single Demon Clan member infiltrate our sect, you will all be held accountable. Upon hearing this, the disciples promptly stood up, bolstered by newfound courage to guard their ground. Lin Yun was greatly satisfied with their response. His authority was indeed substantial, and the disciples were inclined to heed his commands. As the night deepened and the dew thickened, Lin Yun sat upon the ground. His gaze fixed on the distance, he began to yearn for the arrival of the Demon Clan, knowing that the disciples of Taichu's sacred sect were nearing their limits. The Demon Clan would undoubtedly arrive within a few hours. A confrontation would easily overwhelm the disciples of Taichu's sacred sect. He would then feign inadequacy, thereby allowing the Demon Clan to smoothly infiltrate the territory of the Taichu sacred sect. The mere thought filled Lin Yun with a sense of triumph as he eagerly awaited the new rewards promised by the system. Even the straw he had previously scorned now appeared to him as a treasure. In the future, should he find himself in need of fire, that straw would serve him well. What has gotten into senior brother Lin Yun? If we do not get sufficient rest, how will we stand a chance against the Demon Clan when they arrive? I fear senior brother Lin Yun is courting disaster. Speak more quietly. Do you not see that our elders are all obedient to the Holy Sun? For us mere mortals, it is prudent to heed the Holy Sun's words. Though I do not comprehend his motives, I trust him implicitly. Indeed, the Holy Sun's intellect far surpasses our own. Following him, we are bound to learn much. A group of disciples huddled together, engaging in hushed discussions. Although they could not fathom Lin Yun's actions, they felt compelled to comply. In the darkness, a group of figures gazed intently towards the valley below. Moonlight bathed the ground, illuminating the previously obscured path. Not far away, a cadre of Demon Clan members stealthily approached. Why does the chief command us to attack the Taichu sacred sect again? Our strength is no match for theirs. I fear this is a recipe for disaster. You must be seeking your own demise. Such words are reckless. Beware, or the chief may very well silence you. Heavy footsteps echoed, though the Demon Clan members deliberately restrained their pace. The leading chief, hearing the murmurs from the crowd, scowled and warned, "Speak another word, and I will deal with you now, you imbeciles." During their previous confrontation with the disciples of Taichu's sacred sect, the chief had felt distinctly that the opposition was far from formidable. Had it not been for the blazing flames, they would have already breached the sect. This time, armed with the water pearl bestowed upon him by the Demon Lord, he was confident that he would prevail. Even against fire, as they drew near the previous battleground, the chief instinctively halted, his gaze fixed intently ahead. The formation laid out by the Taichu sacred sect this time was markedly different from before. This formation was not one easily unraveled by the average individual. Within the wooded valley, Lin Yun led the way, wary of the sudden appearance of Demon Clan members. Not far off, two sentry disciples, sensing a surge of demonic energy, hurriedly approached Lin Yun. Holy Sun, we have detected demonic power. Your calculations were indeed accurate. They have come. Standing before Lin Yun, the disciple was brimming with excitement, while Lin Yun wore a perplexed expression. Why was he so unfortunate? Were these demons truly so inept as to appear at such a moment? Now, he would have to ensnare those demonic beings in the formation again, leaving no opportunity for them to retreat towards the sect. Brother Lin Yun, what is the matter? Should we continue to wait or charge forth to take the life of that leader? Spoke the enthusiastic disciple, leaving Lin Yun at a loss for words. Chapter 22. Breaching the secret realm, the disciples of the Taichu holy sect were exhilarated to see the demonic horde. After all, as a righteous faction, it was most gratifying to slay those of the demonic path. Yet Lin Yun was utterly speechless. Why did these demons not choose another path but to come here? Now, under the watchful eyes of many, he could not possibly aid the demons, although the system he was bound to was that of a villain. Betraying his own sect in front of his peers would be a trivial matter, and perhaps he could even earn a commendable evaluation from the system. However, Lin Yun's wings had yet to grow. His true strength was merely at the golden core stage. If he were to sever ties now, the elders within the sect could easily condemn him to death. This was not the right moment. He had to bide his time. Lin Yun pondered, as he contemplated how to deal with the demonic beings. They drew ever closer to him and his companions. Brother, urged the younger disciples, prompting Lin Yun to grit his teeth. I see that these demons appear quite flustered. They likely have some ulterior motive. Let us not act just yet, but observe their schemes. Though he stated this, it was merely a calculated ploy on Lin Yun's part. Fortunately, the demons indeed looked anxious, as if they were being pursued by some unseen terror. Lin Yun pondered what could possibly trouble these creatures. A black void materialized suddenly before them. Buzz! A mysterious light emanated from within the void, followed by an overwhelming gravitational force that completely absorbed their group into the black hole. All of this transpired so abruptly that even Lin Yun could not react in time. After a dizzying whirl, Lin Yun rubbed his eyes, only to find that his surroundings had drastically transformed. At this moment, Lin Yun found himself in a vast desert, with only a distant, dense forest standing out vividly against the desolate landscape. Is this the secret realm? A thought sparked in Lin Yun's mind, leading him to form a judgment. To confirm his assumption, he chose not to venture into the forest but instead retreated a few dozen steps in the opposite direction. Buzz, buzz! Before long, a powerful barrier of resistance blocked Lin Yun's retreat. Although the desert appeared endless, he realized he had scarcely walked a few paces before reaching its boundary. Such an unusual terrain could only belong to a secret realm. Lin Yun's conviction grew stronger. It seemed those demons were not in a rush to reach the sect but were concerned about entering this secret realm. A realm that could attract so many demons must harbor considerable rewards. Lin Yun felt a flicker of excitement. Based on his extensive reading in his past life, secret realms were often places where protagonists could grind and level up. Shouldn't he seize this opportunity to gain an advantage? Just as Lin Yun was eager to showcase his skills within this secret realm, an untimely system notification chimed in his mind. Task: go against the current evaluation method. The fewer treasures acquired within the secret realm, the higher the rarity of the rewards obtained. Time limit: 1 day. Does the host accept this task? This posed a dilemma for Lin Yun. Even in an alternate world, secret realms were rare and coveted. If he wished to become the unparalleled powerhouse of his time, he would inevitably need to enhance his strength. Missing this opportunity could mean a long wait for the next secret realm. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Yun sighed to himself in resignation. Very well. I believe the rewards within this secret realm may not surpass those of the system. Thus, I shall prioritize the system's task. The system was Lin Yun's golden finger. Previously, a mere C-rank task had rewarded him with a blade of annihilation. Who knows what treasures awaited him for completing another task? I accept. The task has been successfully bound. The time limit is 1 day. Please adhere strictly to the task requirements. The system's notification echoed in Lin Yun's mind, filling him with quiet delight. What difficulty could this task possibly have? According to the novels he had read, which protagonist ever struggled for treasures in a secret realm? Here, the fewer treasures he acquired, the higher the rating. This simply meant he should avoid collecting treasures altogether. If he couldn't seize any treasures, Surely he could refuse? Lin Yun thought confidently, and after accepting the task, he nonchalantly proceeded towards the forest. The only area left to explore in this secret realm was indeed the forest. However, Lin Yun's mindset had entirely shifted. He no longer sought treasures within the secret realm but merely wished to exit as soon as possible. After all, if he managed to leave, he would not obtain any corresponding treasures, would he? The forest was lush and verdant, carrying an air of chill. Lin Yun wandered through it several times, finding nothing of value. Was there truly any treasure in such a place? Doubts plagued him. Could this task be a hastily generated mission by the system to deliver treasures to him? When had the system ever been so benevolent? As he internally criticized the situation, a voice of surprise echoed nearby. Brother Lin Yun. Turning around, Lin Yun saw a disciple clad in the robes of the Taichu holy sect, adorned with the sect's emblem at his waist. This was the identification signal they had previously agreed upon, although it was originally intended to thwart disciples of the demonic sect. Ironically, this signal now served to help their scattered sect members recognize each other within the secret realm. Brother Lin Yun, what a stroke of luck to encounter you. What is this place? The sect disciple rushed towards Lin Yun, visibly excited. Having wandered the secret realm for some time, he had entered in haste. Utterly bewildered, and until now, had not comprehended what had transpired, fearing he had fallen victim to the demon's schemes. Regardless, seeing Brother Lin Yun brought him a sense of reassurance. After all, as a favored son of the sect, Lin Yun exuded an extraordinary aura of safety. Lin Yun too wished to leave this place swiftly. Spotting the sect disciple, he hurried in that direction, thinking that more hands make light work. Having another person to search for an exit was far better than his solitary and fruitless wandering. This must be a secret realm. We should hasten to find a way out, Lin Yun called out, advancing towards the disciple. Swish, however, this time, circumstances took an unexpected turn. Just as Lin Yun lifted his foot to move, a sudden rush of wind sliced through the air. Chapter 23. The mysterious green dot swish. The sound of the wind rushed past Lin Yun's ears. With agility, he darted to the side, narrowly avoiding a fierce attack that whizzed by. Had his reflexes been a second slower, he surely would have been struck. Fortunately, though Lin Yun had been aimlessly wandering the secret realm, he had not let his guard down. His spiritual energy was ever in motion, prepared for contingencies. Yet the disciple from the sect lacked Lin Yun's fortunate instincts. His strength was already inferior to Lin Yun's, and seeing Lin Yun had made him reckless in his eagerness to reunite, leaving him vulnerable to the surrounding dangers. Ouch! The disciple cried out as he was knocked to the ground. Yet being a disciple of the Taichu holy sect, he managed to respond swiftly. Upon hitting the ground, he rolled and sprang to his feet, dissipating the force of the attack. Although Lin Yun had not discerned the source of the attack, he clearly witnessed the disciple's predicament. It turned out that the earlier sound of wind was caused by the branches of nearby trees. Just as Lin Yun and the disciple had taken their steps, the seemingly still trees came to life, their trunks shaking violently as the branches lashed out with intent to strike. Ouch, they're coming again. While Lin Yun defended against the onslaught, the unfortunate disciple was struck once more by a branch, yelping in alarm while still managing to warn Lin Yun. Brother Lin Yun, be very careful. This place is quite sinister. These trees can come to life unexpectedly. As he shouted, the disciple struggled to evade the branch's relentless attacks. His movements were somewhat erratic, but it was evident that he was no stranger to this kind of assault, having likely faced such attacks numerous times before. Hearing his disciple's warning, Lin Yun felt a twinge of exasperation, thinking, if you knew this all along, why didn't you warn me sooner? Thank you for the warning. However, these thoughts could only linger in Lin Yu's heart. Ultimately, he refrained from voicing them. The initial strikes of the branches were somewhat clumsy, but Lin Yu quickly discerned their pattern. With remarkable speed, he rushed to the side of the sect disciple, seizing his arm with one hand and dragging him away. Just as Lin Yu and the disciple converged, the trees seemed to awaken, their movements suddenly becoming much more agile. Under such velocity, even Lin Yu found it challenging to cope. After enduring several harsh lashes from the branches, he used the momentum to pull the disciple to safety, momentarily evading the tree's assault. Thank you, senior brother Lin Yu. The disciple was profoundly moved. He realized that Lin Yu's previous position was far more advantageous for escape. Yet he had chosen to put himself in danger to save him. This expression of gratitude was entirely sincere. Simultaneously, the disciple couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Truly, the Holy Son exhibits such compassion, a rarity in this world. Observing the disciple's emotional demeanor, Lin Yu felt somewhat speechless. According to his established persona as a formidable antagonist, he would never have engaged in such altruism. Yet, the initial awkwardness of the branch's attacks inadvertently led him a few steps closer to the disciple. After several attempts to flee upward, Lin Yu found himself compelled to draw nearer to the disciple due to the relentless pursuit of the branches. It appeared that he could no longer escape unscathed. With the disciple now mere moments away, even Lin Yu, with his infamous demeanor, felt obliged to extend aid. Noticing Lin Yu's silence, the disciple interpreted it as a sign of calm composure, which only deepened his admiration. Little did he know, Lin Yu was filled with regret, contemplating abandoning the disciple entirely. After all, such behavior would be more fitting for a true villain. However, based on recent events, although the branches were powerful, they did not pose a fatal threat. If he were to forsake this young man, who knew what peril awaited him once he escaped, Lin Yu was reluctant to act rashly. After all, he intended to make a significant impact. As a legitimate disciple of the righteous path, engaging in villainous conduct would lead to irredeemable consequences, necessitating caution. As Lin Yu swiftly retreated with the disciple in tow, the trees continued their relentless assault. Their branches appearing to possess a life of their own, thrashing their stout roots in pursuit of the two, causing the surrounding forest to tremble ominously. Left with no other choice, Lin Yu relied on his instincts. Randomly darting in various directions, unexpectedly discovering a safe haven. It was a circular valley, revealing only a small entrance, lush with verdant foliage and rich in spiritual energy. Without hesitation, Lin Yu dashed into the valley with the disciple in hand. A soft halo enveloped the area, and as the multitude of trees pursued them, they were halted by the luminous barrier. The terrifying number of branches struggled momentarily before retreating, seemingly returning to their original positions. Lin Yu gazed in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. This place was indeed peculiar. No wonder it instilled such trepidation in the followers of the demonic sect. Redirecting his attention back to the valley, although the trees had temporarily withdrawn, they remained trapped within, uncertain if any other exits existed. Compared to the chilling forest, the valley's warmth was palpable, as sunlight bathed Lin Yu and the disciple, offering a comforting embrace. Yet, this beautiful moment was fleeting. As the disciple relaxed, he called out a few times, revealing that he had been thoroughly beaten by the branches, his garments now riddled with numerous tears. Especially his sleeves, which had transformed into tattered strips. Fortunately, he possessed a storage ring with spare clothing. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss. Wait a moment. Lin Yu suddenly grasped the disciple's arm, his expression growing serious. Beneath the tattered fabric, patches of the disciple's exposed skin bore several green dots, small as pinheads and larger ones resembling droplets, a dark green hue starkly visible against his skin. Oh, this? The disciple scratched his head. Seemingly accustomed to the situation, it appeared to be a consequence of the earlier branch attacks. Over time, these spots would enlarge. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu quickly examined his own body, soon noticing similar dark green dots where he had been struck by the branches. The emergence of these green dots heightened Lin Yu's anxiety, though fortunately, they exhibited no toxicity. Aside from their unsettling appearance, they bore no other peculiarities. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Yu sensed something was amiss. "Did you encounter the tree's attack earlier?" he inquired. The disciple, now donned in fresh robes, nodded without hesitation. "Indeed, Senior Brother Lin Yu, I was struck several times by those branches before I spotted you." "Then why do you only have a few green dots on your arm?" Lin Yu queried. If the dots indicated the number of attacks received, it was clear that the disciple should have more than he currently bore. However, the reality contradicted this assumption. The disciple paused, taken aback by Lin Yu's question. Before realizing, "You're right. I was hit multiple times. How could I have so few marks?" Thus, Lin Yu concluded that the dots did not correspond to the number of attacks received. So, what you're suggesting is, in my view, it likely correlates with the number of trees slain, Lin Yu posited. The disciple pondered this, soon displaying a look of realization. Upon reflection, it indeed made sense. The count of trees slain should refer to those completely annihilated. Although the disciple's skills were not exceptionally refined, He had managed to dispatch a few trees, his tally aligning closely with the dots adorning his ARM. As for Lin Yu, his prowess was far more formidable. Oftentimes, a single strike was sufficient to obliterate a tree before it could even retaliate. However, Lin Yu had several dots not only on his arms but also on his chest and back. Hence he had not noticed them earlier, so this was the situation. Yet what purpose did these dots serve? The disciple, lost in thought, stroked the dots on his arm, puzzled. After all, the dots felt entirely normal to the touch. Leaving him baffled, Lin Yu had no way of discerning the true function of the dots. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to set the matter aside for now. Well, we have no further clues at the moment. Even if we speculate, it would merely be conjecture. Let us focus on regaining our strength and devising an escape plan, he suggested. The disciple nodded eagerly in agreement. After conducting a thorough search of the valley, Lin Yu found no immediate dangers, yet they remained vigilant. The two took turns keeping watch, and once they had sufficiently recovered, they planned their departure. We should not linger here. Let us find our fellow disciples and devise our next steps. Lin Yu declared. The disciple, now fully aligned with Lin Yu's lead, nodded in affirmation. As they scoured the valley, they were astonished to discover another concealed exit. Without hesitation, they stepped through, only to be greeted by yet another expanse of forest. It appeared that the entire valley was ensconced within the woods, rendering the entrance and exit virtually indistinguishable. With familiar sounds of branches snapping, the relentless assault of the trees resumed, accompanied by a cacophony of crashing sounds as countless monstrous trees approached. Lin Yu and the disciple were prepared. Lin Yu took the lead, charging in a determined direction. This choice of direction was deliberate. The two had previously spotted a signal flare from the Taichu sacred sect and were now rushing toward that beacon. The intensity and speed of the branches' attacks escalated, but after a period of recovery, Lin Yu's strength was formidable, enabling him to fend off the relentless onslaught. With a series of powerful strikes, Lin Yu reduced the most troublesome trees to mere ashes. And as anticipated, additional green dots appeared on his arm. However, Lin Yu remained undeterred, urging the disciple onward as they hastened toward the direction indicated by the signal flare. After traversing for a considerable half-hour, a warm glow finally appeared before them. Senior brother Lin Yu, spotting the figures of newcomers, the disciples within the valley exclaimed joyfully. It was yet another valley strikingly similar to the previous one. But this time, it was populated with individuals. Lin Yu swiftly scanned the newcomers, and upon confirming they were all disciples of the Taichu sacred sect, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Boom! With a final swing of his sword, an overwhelming intent cleaved through the monstrous trees that relentlessly pursued him, decimating a significant portion of them. Lin Yun, accompanied by his fellow disciples from the sect, once again plunged into the valley. The scenery of this valley bore a striking resemblance to the one Lin Yun had previously encountered, albeit with a few subtle variations in terrain. It seemed that such valleys served as designated areas within this secret realm for individuals to recuperate and rest. Upon Lin Yun's arrival, the disciples of the Taichu sacred sect collectively exhaled a sigh of relief and gathered around him. They had initially been lying in ambush outside, completely unprepared for the sudden entrance into this secret realm, and were filled with trepidation. Lin Yun's appearance was akin to a beacon of hope for them. Brother Lin Yun, you have finally arrived. Brother Lin Yun, did you see our signal flare? I told you it was useful. Now that our senior brother is here, we must quickly devise a plan. The chatter of the crowd filled the air, yet Lin Yun furrowed his brow in contemplation. If his memory served him correctly, individuals from the demon clan had also been present at that time. Now that the disciples of the Taichu sacred sect had been transported into this secret realm, had those demons not followed suit? It appeared they had merely been fortunate enough to avoid encountering the demon clan earlier. However, after the signal flare had been sent up, Lin Yun rushed over, uncertain if the demon clan would also make their way here. As Lin Yun pondered this, a commotion erupted in the distance. Suddenly, voices around him cried out in alarm, "Oh no, the demon clan has arrived. Damn it. Is this mouth of mine cursed? Just as I mentioned the demon clan, they show up." Lin Yun felt a wave of helplessness wash over him, but he could not simply ignore the demons that were fast approaching. In fact, the demon clan showed no inclination to grant them a choice. Upon recognizing the identity of the Taichu sacred sect disciples, they charged forth without hesitation. Do not worry, everyone. Just respond with caution, Lin Yun declared, taking the lead into the battlefield. Boom! Lin Yun's strength was akin to slicing through vegetables, even when facing these demon adversaries. However, just as he dispatched one of the demon clan members, he noticed something amiss. The green dots on his body had vanished. Chapter 25. The underground palace emerges with a single palm strike. A member of the demon cult met his demise under Lin Yun's hand. It was surprising that someone from the demon cult could be so feeble. Lin Yun felt a twinge of sentimentality. Having dispatched the foe with such ease, initially, he had intended to feign a fierce battle and show some restraint, but plans rarely align with reality. Meanwhile, Lin Yun observed that as his attacks continued to fall, the green dots on his body diminished. Upon closer inspection, it became apparent that they had transferred onto the corpses of the demon cult members. Although he was uncertain of the nature of these green dots, it seemed prudent to minimize contact with them. With this thought in mind, Lin Yun quickened his pace. At this moment, he could not afford to concern himself with his nefarious schemes. The immediate priority was to transfer all the green dots. Fortunately, Lin Yun had been cautious earlier, and the green dots on him were few, allowing him to swiftly transfer them within just a few breaths of time. However, Lin Yun's fellow disciples were not as fortunate. Unlike Lin Yun, they lacked strength and experience in dealing with the demon clan's malevolent tactics, quickly finding themselves at a disadvantage. Brother Lin Yun, one disciple of the sect, suddenly called out, clearly at their wits' end. Just as Lin Yun was about to intervene, he suddenly recalled his role as a concealed antagonist, and he spread his hands, indicating his inability to assist. The sect disciple, having been pushed to the brink, was utterly despondent upon realizing Lin Yun's refusal to act. Initially, the demon clan members had hesitated upon seeing Lin Yun, retreating a few steps to evade his attack. Little did they know, from the very beginning, Lin Yun had no intention of launching an assault. The techniques of the Taichu sacred sect disciples grew increasingly frantic, their eyes filled with despair as they cast accusatory glances at Lin Yun. In the next moment, a deafening roar echoed, splitting the flat ground open to reveal a gaping chasm. The unfortunate demon clan member, who had been attempting to evade Lin Yun, found himself right in the center of the fissure. As the chasm opened, the hapless demon cultist plummeted downwards. It was astonishing, even Lin Yun was taken aback. Such coincidences were rare, however. To the disciples of the Taichu sacred sect, this incident held a different significance. Had it not been for Lin Yun's earlier intimidation of the demon clan, would the unfortunate soul have landed directly in the chasm? Initially, they had been engulfed in despair at Lin Yun's inaction. But this twist of fate revealed a deeper meaning. Truly, the son of the sect acted with foresight beyond ordinary comprehension. They had been blinded by immediate concerns, misjudging the brilliance of their leader, leaving them filled with remorse. Thank you, Brother Lin Yun, for your timely rescue. The disciple of the Taichu sacred sect clasped his hands in gratitude. Lin Yun thought to himself, I never anticipated that my actions could be interpreted in such a manner. Yet, the truth was, he simply wished to fulfill the duties of a villain. Though internally he roared in frustration, Lin Yun maintained an air of calm, waving his hand dismissively. As Lin Yun and a fellow disciple from the Taichu sacred sect became entangled in this situation, the chasm continued to rumble ominously. Before long, the once tranquil valley transformed into a scene reminiscent of hell. Crimson light burst forth from the fissure, appearing almost tangible as it enveloped those marked with green dots, forcibly dragging them into the depths of the chasm. Some attempted to intervene, only to discover the overwhelming power of the light was insurmountable. Not even those at the Golden Core stage could withstand it, let alone the ordinary disciples. Having long since slipped away, Lin Yun chose a relatively safe vantage point to observe. The disciples of the Taichu sacred sect, accustomed to following Lin Yun's lead, retreated to the edge of the valley upon seeing him withdraw. Likewise, the demon clan members gradually withdrew. Boom, boom. The cacophony of destruction echoed incessantly. After absorbing the power of several cultivators, a more tremendous sound emanated from the valley's depths. Boom. Suddenly, a fireball shot into the sky. Reminiscent of a volcanic eruption, the cultivators hastily summoned their spiritual energy to withstand the pressure, yet they found that the intense heat was confined within a limited space. Simultaneously, a fiery underground palace slowly emerged before the astonished eyes of the cultivators. Not only the onlookers, but even Lin Yun himself was left dumbfounded. The system had never indicated that this secret realm could manifest such a grand spectacle. It seemed this underground palace was the very location of the treasure. Lin Yun stroked his chin, pondering what treasures might lie within such a grand display. Yet, regrettably, he had already accepted the task from the villain system, rendering any treasures within the underground palace unattainable for him. If I cannot possess it, neither shall anyone else. An idea struck Lin Yun, and he suddenly recalled a classic line from a villain's repertoire. Regardless of the treasures within the underground palace, he could simply destroy them. In this way, he would ensure that he could not claim the treasures, nor could anyone else, all while adhering to the villainous code of conduct. Truly a twofold victory. I am a genius. If not for the presence of the Taichu sacred sect members nearby, Lin Yun would have applauded himself for his brilliance. As Lin Yun contemplated, the underground palace revealed its full grandeur. The majestic structure appeared to be engulfed in a fierce inferno. The fiery glow was not merely an intimidating hue. The temperature was equally terrifying, causing even those at a distance to break into a sweat. The ordinary disciples of the Taichu sacred sect, under Lin Yun's guidance, had already retreated a considerable distance from the underground palace. Yet they still felt the searing heat. With Lin Yun's strength now akin to that of the nascent soul stage, he found it somewhat difficult to endure, let alone the ordinary disciples. They could no longer withstand the heat. Hastily casting defensive spells to shield themselves from the onslaught of heat in an instant, the valley's edge was filled with a kaleidoscope of colors as countless radiant lights enveloped the disciples of the Taichu sacred sect. Lin Yun turned back and quickly noticed that despite their defensive spells, the expressions of these disciples were still quite pained. It was evident that the effectiveness of their spells was limited. The demon clan members had clearly recognized this fact as well. Chapter 26. The mere demon cult. If anyone could be deemed courageous, it was undoubtedly the members of the demon clan. After a brief discussion, they swiftly reached a consensus, casting wary glances at the disciples of the Taichu sacred sect from a distance before charging into the underground palace. We shall proceed. Lin Yun waved his hand, signaling his companions to follow. With the demon clan members forging ahead, what did they have to fear? Lin Yun pondered this, leading his companions in a grand procession, intending to wait for the opportune moment. Not to mention the members of the demonic clan, even the disciples of the Taichu sacred sect were momentarily taken aback by Lin Yun's decision. According to the usual protocol, their positions with the demonic clan should have been reversed, with the righteous practitioners in the lead and the demonic ones trailing behind. Yet, how had the situation so directly flipped? Despite their confusion, the disciples of the Taichu sacred sect obediently followed in Lin Yun's wake. Convinced that their senior brother surely had his own plans and profound intentions, were their thoughts to be known by Lin Yun, he would likely be greatly astonished. After all, he merely wished to stir chaos behind the backs of the demonic clan. He would never claim the treasures of the underground palace, and since he could not have them, neither should others. Even summoning the disciples of the Taichu sacred sect was merely based on the principle that many hands make light work. As the searing flame barrier was forcibly breached by the demonic clan, Lin Yun led the group of Taichu sacred sect disciples boldly through the opening. Although a breach had been created, merely approaching it unleashed a wave of intense heat. Noticing the pained expressions of his disciples trailing behind, Lin Yun hesitated momentarily before extending his hand, conjuring a pale blue light curtain that enveloped them all. Beneath this luminescent shield, the members of the Taichu sacred sect felt no trace of the oppressive heat, only a perfectly tempered warmth. Truly, Lin Yun was remarkable. Such an exquisite technique. His depth and subtlety were truly admirable. This action sparked a flurry of whispers among the disciples, prompting Lin Yun to gesture for silence. In the eyes of the Taichu sacred sect disciples, Lin Yun had become an unquestionable authority. At his signal, they fell silent, responding to his call without hesitation. Lin Yun mused to himself, I must admit, this feeling is rather exhilarating. Casting aside his chaotic thoughts, he charged forth into the underground palace with the Taichu sacred sect entourage. Exuding an air of grandeur, upon entering, a magnificent hall came into view. In truth, it would be more fitting to describe this place as an altar. A colossal ancient tree towered over 100 feet high, sprawling across dozens of miles, standing prominently in the center of the altar. Its numerous branches were stark and bare, devoid of leaves. However, near several of its trunks hung clusters of fiery red fruits. As the crowd focused intently, their eyes widened in recognition. Hongyun fruit. Such a rare delicacy. It was said that refining it could at least solidify one's own realm, and at most, significantly enhance a practitioner's cultivation. A truly wondrous effect. Naturally, they were also acutely aware that, more than the fruit's efficacy, the tree capable of bearing such fruits was far more precious. The sight of such a treasure laid bare before both the disciples of the Taichu sacred sect and the demonic clan created an atmosphere of awkward silence as both parties regarded one another. An entire incense stick's worth of time passed without a single move made. Adhering to the principle of if the enemy does not move, neither shall I, Lin Yun remained inactive. Before him stood a tree capable of producing Hongyun fruit. A high-grade treasure. He could hardly contain his curiosity about what rewards the system might bestow. Generally speaking, the treasures bestowed by the system were exceedingly rare, surpassing in value and utility anything he might consider relinquishing. To the disciples of the Taichu sacred sect, Lin Yun's calm demeanor painted him as a transcendent figure, an unworldly sage untainted by greed. After a brief silence, it was the members of the demonic clan who could no longer contain their impatience, launching themselves towards the ancient tree. Simultaneously, the other members of the demonic clan also sprang into action, at that moment appearing less as comrades and more as rivals. It was well known that the members of the demonic clan were ruthless and bloodthirsty, and it became evident that, in the face of absolute gain, they would not hesitate to strike even against former allies. Boom. The first to attack was a member of the demonic clan, his spiritual power dense and formidable. His strike exuded a terrifying pressure, his prowess rivaling that of the Yuaning realm, nearly equal to Lin Yun's. Just as he was about to seize his prize, a sudden, fierce attack came crashing from behind, nearly sending a chill down his spine. To evade this brutal assault, he had to alter his stance, but the moment he paused, he was overtaken by another. This divine tree shall belong to me. A member of the demonic clan declared with a boisterous laugh, his expression brimming with arrogance. Yet, at that moment, Lin Yun remained calm, delivering a swift palm strike. As he moved, a colossal hand of void pierced the heavens, crashing down with immense force upon the member of the demonic clan. With a splatter, the demonic clan member was struck as if by a mighty blow, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He had been mere steps away from the divine tree, and Lin Yun's sudden intervention shattered his dreams. Filled with rage and astonishment, he prepared to engage Lin Yun in a fierce battle. But Lin Yun coldly interjected, "Such a divine tree is not something your pitiful demonic clan can covet. As the Holy Sun stands here, if you wish to live, I suggest you leave." Lin Yun's words were imbued with an overwhelming authority, igniting the blood of the other disciples of the Taichu sacred sect, who stood tall and resolute in the face of the demonic clan. Indeed, how could the trifling demonic clan lay claim to such a treasure? How dare you insult us, the demonic clan? The disciples of the demonic clan clenched their fists, yet most of them found their strength lacking compared to Lin Yun and dared not act. Even the one who had initially been on par with Lin Yun hesitated after a series of exhausting encounters. The allure of the divine tree was tremendous, yet it paled in comparison to the value of life itself. After all, without life, no matter how powerful a treasure, it would be rendered useless. What of the Holy Son of the Taichu sacred sect? Let us test your limits. 3 Members of the demonic clan exchanged glances and advanced together. The disciples of the Taichu sacred sect, unwilling to be outdone, prepared for confrontation. As the members of the demonic clan approached, the disciples of the Taichu sacred sect were equally determined to engage. But Lin Yun stepped forward once more. He waved his hand lightly, signaling for the disciples to refrain from intervening. Realizing that their senior brother intended to take on 3 opponents single-handedly, concern washed over the faces of the Taichu sacred sect disciples. "Senior brother Lin Yun? Be careful, this is senior brother Lin Yun. He cannot possibly lose." Indeed, the depth of senior brother Lin Yun's strength was unfathomable, and it was the members of the demonic clan who should tread cautiously. "Just watch closely, you demonic lot. You are no match for our senior brother Lin Yun." Moments later, the disciples of the Taichu sacred sect came to understand. The 3 members of the demonic clan paid no heed to the mockery from the Taichu sacred sect, and in the blink of an eye, they had gathered all their spiritual power, launching a coordinated assault on Lin Yun. In stark contrast to the fierce, life-or-death struggle of their opponents, Lin Yun appeared leisurely, His movements languid, as if he held no regard for these three adversaries. As their attacks neared, Lin Yun leisurely extended his hand and delivered a gentle clap. Boom! The gale from his palm swept forth, not only shattering the trio's assault, but also sending them sprawling away. In that instant, the world fell silent. Everyone stood in a daze, as if someone had pressed the pause button. Even the disciples of the Taichu sacred sect were taken aback. They had known of senior brother Lin Yun's strength, but had not anticipated it had reached such heights. Who else? Lin Yun proclaimed with a commanding presence. The members of the demonic clan now eyed him warily. The recent display had made it clear that if Lin Yun wished, their annihilation would be a trivial matter. You will collect this tree and leave this place swiftly. Lin Yun deliberated for a moment before addressing several disciples of the Taichu sacred sect. The disciples of the Taichu sacred sect were momentarily stunned, clearly not expecting such fortune to arrive so abruptly. Yet, they had forgotten that they were indeed a part of the Taichu sacred sect, and their strength was entirely irrelevant. Even if they were to acquire such a treasure, it would ultimately be turned over to the sect. And who was the holy son of the Taichu sacred sect? Was it not Lin Yun himself? Thus, this divine tree would inevitably find its way back into Lin Yun's possession. In truth, Lin Yun had hesitated briefly about whether to destroy or claim the divine tree. Such a treasure would be a tremendous loss if destroyed, yet he could not take it with him. Given the tasks assigned by the antagonist system, he could not collect anything within this secret realm. After all, couldn't he simply have others help him carry it away? Lin Yun suddenly conceived a brilliant idea that harmoniously satisfied both parties. Naturally, such a notion was only applicable to formidable entities like the divine tree. After all, should a celestial elixir or a magical artifact be discovered, it would likely end up in someone else's possession, making it exceedingly difficult to retrieve. Ultimately, the divine tree merely occupied the entrance of the underground palace. The members of the demonic sect had contemplated abandoning it, believing that all treasures lay sealed within the depths of the palace. They were convinced that superior treasures awaited them inside. Accompanied by several disciples of the Taichu sacred sect, Lin Yun ventured deeper into the underground palace. At that moment, the demonic beings demonstrated a complete disregard for kinship. In the face of overwhelming self-interest, they turned against one another with ruthless abandon. As soon as they entered the palace, the demonic sect members scattered like birds, each seeking their own interests. Lin Yun and the disciples of the Taichu sacred sect roamed through the palace. Encountering some low-tier techniques and medicinal pills, Lin Yun, having a keen interest in such matters, felt no regret over their discovery. On the contrary, the disciples of the Taichu sacred sect were elated. Following their senior brother Lin Yun granted them the rare opportunity to encounter these techniques and pills. Had they been under the guidance of a more powerful inner sect senior or a direct disciple, they would have had no chance of claiming any treasures. Those individuals would have been eager to strip the palace bare, leaving nothing for them. In stark contrast to those individuals, Lin Yun displayed a profound indifference to worldly gains, showing no intention of claiming these treasures, instead patiently allowing the others to collect what they desired. Unbeknownst to Lin Yun, his unintentional actions significantly enhanced his standing in the eyes of the disciples of the Taichu sacred sect. As Lin Yun traversed the underground palace, he eventually arrived at a secluded hall. A sudden exclamation caught his attention, compelling him to venture deeper. After taking a few steps, he stumbled upon a member of the demonic sect, lifeless and drenched in blood, evidence of a fierce battle. Continuing onward, Lin Yun soon encountered a colossal red tiger demon beast, facing off against a young woman. Clad in black, her slender form weaved gracefully before the beast, yet she remained under its oppressive dominance. If this situation persisted, it was only a matter of time before she succumbed to the tiger's lethal claws. The beast, possessing strength at the nascent soul level, held an advantage over the young woman. And bolstered by its fire affinity in the palace, its might was further amplified. The young woman, her expression grave, yearned to distance herself from the tiger, yet found herself ensnared, though it appeared she was pursuing the beast. In truth, it was the tiger that relentlessly pursued her. At this rate, her stamina would be utterly depleted. Boom, boom, boom. After unleashing another series of attacks, the young woman found her strength waning significantly, while the tiger, akin to a cat toying with its prey, seemed to delight in the chase rather than delivering a fatal blow. The young woman seethed with indignation, fully aware of the beast's intentions, had it been in the past. She would have exploded with rage at such humiliation, but now, her energy was nearly exhausted, leaving her little room for such thoughts. In that moment, regret washed over her. Had she chosen not to enter the underground palace, perhaps her fate would have been different. Sensing her growing lethargy, the giant tiger gradually lost interest. Roar. It let out a thunderous roar, followed by a surge of flames erupting from its throat, an overwhelming aura engulfing the entire hall. Even affecting Lin Yun. Lin Yun frowned. I had no intention of intervening, yet you have provoked me. Meanwhile, the young woman recognized the impending devastation of the attack. With her remaining strength, she could neither defend nor escape. Resigned, she prepared to close her eyes and await death. Just as despair engulfed her, a figure materialized before her eyes. Boom. A tremendous explosion reverberated as powerful chi repelled the demon beast. Humph. Is that all? Lin Yun remarked, puzzled. The young woman, saved from peril, stared in astonishment, taken aback by the emergence of such a formidable man, her gaze fixated on his back, lost in admiration. Senior brother Lin Yun is magnificent. Senior brother is incredibly strong. The disciples of the Taichu sacred sect, who had followed closely behind, were filled with exhilaration. Their strength was unquestionable, and the situation was crystal clear before them. Yet, even amidst this clarity, a shadow of concern loomed over them. They were uncertain how to brace for the challenges ahead. Should trouble arise, there would be no need for further explanation. Seeing this, they could not help but feel troubled. If genuine danger materialized, it would undoubtedly spell trouble for all involved. You are a disciple of the Taichu sacred sect? The young woman in red asked, astonished, her expression betraying her trepidation. Indeed. Moreover, I am not merely a disciple. I am the holy son of the Taichu sacred sect. The disciples of the Taichu sacred sect began to swell with pride. With Lin Yun's strength, they felt assured of their safety. However, even so, they needed to devise a strategy for their own security. Otherwise, should an unexpected incident occur, it would spell trouble for anyone involved. The holy son of the Taichu sacred sect? The red-clad woman was taken aback. Realizing the implications of such a revelation, if trouble arose, it would pose a significant threat to them all. Yet, despite this realization, it seemed impossible to clarify the situation. Enough with the chatter, Lin Yun commanded sternly. Having discerned the issue, he prepared to confront the demon beast earnestly. Roar. The demon beast, enraged by being repelled, unleashed its fury, charging at Lin Yun with unbridled ferocity. This is not good. At that moment, they all found themselves at a standstill, unable to fathom how the situation had escalated. If trouble arose, help would surely come. Humph. Having offended me, do you expect to escape unscathed? Lin Yun shook his head, then charged at the creature before him. If danger were to strike, it would benefit none of them. The implications were clear. Should trouble arise in the future, the consequences could be dire. Roar. The beast seemed to grasp the provocation in Lin Yun's tone, charging at him without hesitation. This development left everyone feeling uneasy. If genuine trouble arose, it would be detrimental to all involved. They understood the precariousness of their situation. Should complications arise, the repercussions would be severe. We must assist the Holy Son. Let us go. The disciples of the Taichu sacred sect declared. Faced with such circumstances, it posed a grave threat to all parties involved. Moreover, they were eager to depart from this place as swiftly as possible. Under Lin Yun's guidance, they felt confident in their safety. Kill. The disciples of the Taichu sacred sect roared. However, just then, they were halted. Do not approach. Lin Yun shouted vehemently. Given their abilities, they were no match for the demon beast before them. If they were to engage, it would be tantamount to courting death. They were acutely aware of the unfolding situation. Should trouble arise, it could lead to their demise. The system had merely designated Lin Yun as the antagonist but had not permitted him to harm his fellow disciples. To act otherwise would be to transcend the role of a mere villain. The disciples were momentarily taken aback, realizing the ferocity of the demon beast before them. They were left in a state of shock. Should a confrontation arise, they were indeed outmatched. If genuine trouble were to ensue, it would present insurmountable challenges for anyone involved. This realization prompted their hesitance, leading to their current predicament. You are the holy son of the Taichu sacred sect. I do not require your assistance, the young woman in red retorted defiantly, launching an attack on the beast. What had begun as Lin Yun's solitary confrontation had transformed into a shared struggle due to her involvement. You? Lin Yun frowned. From the outset, he had harbored suspicions regarding the identity of the young woman clad in red, for the Taichu sacred sect had never had someone of her ilk now, witnessing her employ techniques that betrayed her origins. His suspicions were confirmed. Yet, despite this clarity, there seemed to be no route to resolution. Should troubles arise in the future, no one would be able to withstand the consequences. This was the source of their collective anxiety. You say you do not want my assistance, yet you still proceed to fight. Lin Yun disdainfully remarked that it was precisely because the woman in red belonged to the demonic sect that he had no hesitation whatsoever. If genuine trouble were to arise, it would undoubtedly not pose a threat to them. I am determined to save you, Lin Yun declared, charging forward towards the demon beast without waiting for further conversation. The demon beast, which should have been able to withstand the red-clad woman, or at least counter Lin Yun, was now met with an unexpected turn of events, rendering all their explanations futile. You, woman in red, she scoffed. The disciples of the Taichu sacred sect were in a state of panic, unable to fathom how things had escalated to such a predicament. Had they foreseen this outcome? It would have been impossible for matters to have unraveled in this way. What is the situation with that woman? Our holy son was clearly attempting to rescue her. It was evident that she was repaying kindness with enmity, a sentiment echoed by the female disciples of the Taichu sacred sect. When the unforeseen occurred, none could bear the weight of it. Yet, even amidst such turmoil, anxiety lingered, though acceptance of the situation was beyond their reach. Thus, they began to grasp the gravity of their circumstance. If danger were to present itself, regardless of the severity, there would undoubtedly be those who would intervene. Get away! The woman in red shouted furiously, entirely unwilling to accept the other's assistance. For her, overcoming the demon beast was merely a matter of time. You want me to step aside? Lin Yun shook his head, his resolve only strengthened by her resistance. Just as the woman in red prepared to thwart Lin Yun, they were taken aback as the demon beast launched another attack. Chapter 29. Unappreciated assistance with a fierce roar, as they readied themselves to act. They were unprepared for the current situation. If you wish to survive, cease your incessant chatter, Lin Yun asserted. He was acutely aware of the circumstances. Should trouble arise, anyone could find themselves in peril. Thus began a chain reaction of danger. We will settle this later. In the face of adversity, no one had the luxury of choice. A moment's carelessness could spell disaster for them all. Humph! Lin Yun scoffed, showing no inclination to heed their concerns. For they all understood the impending chaos. However, if genuine peril loomed, they would likely attempt to evade it. In a way, that woman is from the demonic sect. How could this be? The disciples of the demonic sect were stunned into silence. The red-clad woman's reaction revealed the gravity of the situation. Should trouble arise, regardless of the circumstances, threats were inevitable. It was precisely this realization that left them with no options, and they were at a loss for how to respond. Humph! Even if she is from the demonic sect, what do we have to fear? With so many issues at hand, threats loomed over everyone. Yet, they still felt apprehensive, as the circumstances were decidedly unfavorable to them. Indeed, with the Holy Sun present, what power does the demonic sect possess? Even the most formidable disciples of the demonic sect were no match for them, asserted the disciples of the Taichu sacred sect. They expressed their unwavering confidence that, should they need to intervene, they would not be intimidated by the present situation. After all, they had witnessed the unfolding events firsthand, and now, with their preparations made, no one could offer explanations. Boom! An explosion echoed, and as anxiety gripped them, everyone found themselves in a predicament. Little did they expect the demon beast to be so formidable. However, the treasures within the palace below were beyond question. If they could resolve the situation in this manner, there would be no need for further discourse. Yet, how would they explain these events? When trouble arose, anyone could feel apprehensive. Yet, they understood Lin Yun's demeanor all too well. Ah, the woman in red gasped, astonished at how things had transpired. The adversary showed no hint of hesitation in targeting her. Be careful. Just then, the opponent suddenly appeared before them, and the power of the demon beast was beyond her capacity to confront. Boom! Just as the demon beast was about to strike her, Lin Yun materialized in front of her, unleashing his formidable energy to repel the creature. How could this happen? Panic spread among the onlookers. None anticipated such an outcome. Should things continue down this path, they were certain trouble would follow. The woman in red hesitated, surprised that he had once again intervened to assist her. however, given his identity. Resolving this issue completely was beyond anyone's capabilities. They began to feel the weight of their predicament, aware that if problems arose, they would have no choice but to confront them. It seemed none of this was within his control. Should peril arise, it would undoubtedly not align with their expectations. This is bad. We are no match for the demon beast, Lin Yun declared gravely. Had circumstances been different, they would not find themselves in such a situation. Yet, they were powerless, fully aware of the reality. Whenever trouble arose, it was clear that the outcomes would never meet their hopes. Yet, despite this, they still had no choice. In times of danger, anyone could step forward to bear the consequences. How could this be? This left everyone in a quandary. They could see that Lin Yun was exerting himself to the utmost, yet he could only manage to push the beast back. They began to feel the weight of the situation. All were intelligent individuals, yet faced with the current circumstances, each would have to take responsibility. Should trouble arise in the future, it would be no concern of theirs. Lin Yun, brother, there is no need to risk yourself for someone from the demonic sect. Yes, we need not take such risks. Let them be, the disciples of the Taichu sacred sect asserted. Their stance was clear. Should trouble arise, everyone must bear the consequences. Yet, even so, they had no alternatives. Each person's thoughts aligned, and should circumstances shift, trouble would inevitably follow. They began to feel the burden of the situation, realizing that if genuine issues arose, it would not be as simple as it appeared. Did you hear that? They want me to abandon you, Lin Yun remarked, shaking his head as his gaze fell upon the woman in red. What a beautiful woman. It would be a pity to forsake her. Yet, despite this, he had his own thoughts to consider. Humph, I don't need your concern. You are mistaken, Lin Yun countered, shaking his head. Now is not the time to save her. If trouble arises, none of us will be able to escape. Moreover, my intentions are quite clear. I will save the person before me. Faced with the current situation, they began to feel the weight of the dilemma. Yet, even so, they found themselves unable to accept this reality. What shall we do? One of the disciples of the Taichu sacred sect inquired. They all recognized the precariousness of the situation. Risking themselves for a disciple of the demonic sect was not prudent. But how shall we handle this? Brother Lin Yun, your actions are far too dangerous. Moreover, we will all be in jeopardy, the disciples of the Taichu sacred sect expressed. None wished to witness any danger. If this continued, it could pose a threat to everyone. They began to feel the burden of the situation, realizing that if genuine peril arose, it would not be as simple as it seemed. At this point, they found themselves in a quandary. If danger truly materialized, it was precisely this that caused them concern. Step back, Lin Yun declared angrily. The system had assigned him a task. Should they proceed in this manner, it would bring no benefit to anyone. Furthermore, he was meant to play the role of the antagonist, and this was no simple matter. His gaze shifted to the woman in red. Regardless of your willingness, observe my resolve. At this juncture, there was little room for doubt. Chapter 30. My task is paramount. You are truly shameless, the woman in red exclaimed indignantly. She had never anticipated that he would refuse to leave. Especially as Lin Yun was a member of the Taichu sacred sect. If that were the case, the matter was far from simple, and it was evident to all. This left everyone feeling perplexed. Should true danger arise, it would not be something they wished to witness. Haha, that's just who I am. What do you intend to do about it? Lin Yun, with a sense of pride, declared that his intentions were exceedingly clear. He sought to discern their attitudes. Should troubles arise once more, the outcome may not align with their expectations. This realization dawned upon everyone, yet none could predict the magnitude of the troubles that lay ahead. It was inevitable that complications began to emerge, and the extent of the challenges before them remained shrouded in uncertainty. With a fierce roar, a demon beast suddenly lunged at the crimson-clad woman before them. They all understood the underlying cause. Should trouble ensue, it would undoubtedly lead to far greater peril. This very thought fueled their curiosity, for no one wished to encounter danger, yet they found themselves devoid of any viable options. Humph, without my presence. You could never hope to match him, Lin Yun sneered. He swiftly drew the heavenly spirit sword and launched an attack against the demon beast. Swift as the wind, multiple sword energies surged forth. Though the demon beast was ferocious beyond measure, it found itself utterly powerless against them, collapsing to the ground. Witnessing this, a sense of unease began to permeate the air. If real trouble were to arise, the situation could easily spiral out of control. You? the crimson-clad woman uttered, perplexed. She had not anticipated such formidable strength from her adversary. If he were to engage, it would surely spell doom for the one before her. Die! With a thunderous shout, Yun Lang showed no hesitation, sending the beast flying. Yet, despite this victory, anxieties lingered. They were acutely aware of their own strengths. Should complications arise, none would be able to respond adequately. This predicament was indeed a source of great distress, leaving them with little recourse for resistance. Brother Lin Yun is truly formidable, exclaimed the disciples of the Taichu holy sect. His power is astounding. Many expressed admiration, pondering how the situation might differ if they possessed similar strength. The reality of their circumstances was starkly evident, as their abilities were laid bare. Indeed, remarkably powerful. A chorus of voices chimed in. Yet, the true state of affairs remained uncertain. Even minor issues posed significant threats, especially in the current context, which was all too clear to them. Alas, since it has come to this, there is no need to dwell on other matters. Kill, Lin Yun sighed, acknowledging that they must defeat the demon beast to escape the palace corridor. Otherwise, engagement would be futile, as none stood a chance against such might. The demon beast's power had indeed reached the Yuaning realm, yet it faced the holy son of the Taichu holy sect. If a confrontation were to occur, they would stand no chance. Moreover, Lin Yun's desire to obtain greater rewards from the system compelled him to rescue the crimson-clad woman before him. The demon beast let out a mighty roar, sensing the threat they posed, and charged at them with unwavering determination. Seeing this, concern swept over the onlookers, particularly the disciples of the Taichu holy sect, who dared not even breathe for fear of greater peril lurking ahead. Can Brother Lin Yun handle this? Many questioned, their faith wavering. Despite Lin Yun's status as their holy son, the strength of their opponent was not to be underestimated. Encountering a demon beast of the Yuaning realm in a secret domain was enough to instill fear in anyone. Fear not, we trust in Brother Lin Yun, they rallied. Indeed, no matter how formidable the foe, they will be vanquished before our brother. Additionally, with the assistance of a woman from the demon cult, victory seemed assured. However, the mention of the demon cult caused unease among them. Given their differing identities, should Lin Yun rescue her, it could lead to complications for them all. Despite this, it felt as though there was no choice left. They were all too aware of the potential repercussions of a misstep, a reality that weighed heavily upon their minds. Humph! Witness how I eliminate you, Lin Yun declared with indignation. While the demon beast's strength was indeed formidable, Lin Yun was confident in his ability to contend with it. At this juncture, everyone was prepared for the inevitable confrontation. After all, they were rational beings. Should trouble arise, it could spell disaster for anyone involved. Yet, Lin Yun's primary focus remained clear. He must rescue the crimson-clad woman before him. The relationship between the demon cult and the Taichu holy sect was well understood. Should complications arise, they would find themselves disregarded, and Lin Yun's identity could be revealed. Thus, he hesitated, knowing that to escape this secret realm, he must pass through the very portal before him. What he acquired within this domain mattered little to Lin Yun. Cursed be this situation, the crimson-clad woman cursed, aware that she could never hope to match the demon beast. Even with Lin Yun's assistance, she felt herself continuously suppressed by the creature. Should true peril arise, it would pose a significant threat to all involved. Rational beings that they were, they recognized that danger could befall anyone. Very well. Let us see what I can do, Lin Yun replied coldly, drawing his heavenly spirit sword and launching another assault on the demon beast. Swift as the wind, his sword energies sliced through the air. The demon beast, powerful as it was in the Yuaning realm, found itself at a loss against Lin Yun's overwhelming prowess. Any misstep could lead to a fatal outcome. I shall rely on you, the crimson-clad woman exclaimed angrily, charging toward the demon beast before Lin Yun could respond. With a thunderous roar, the clash resonated, revealing that neither of them could match the strength of their adversary. In this dire situation, they found themselves devoid of options. Yet, even when faced with danger, Lin Yun remained unfazed, fully aware of how to navigate the circumstances. Should he assist the Taichu holy sect, the villainous image he had cultivated would crumble. You do not require my assistance, yet I too must escape this place, he concluded. His motives were clear. All his actions aimed toward securing his own exit. If he could not leave, his efforts would bear no fruit, and the system's demands for villainous acts would remain unfulfilled. However, The emergence of such complications benefited none of them. Everyone understood the grave consequences of unexpected developments. None could accept the fallout. The crimson-clad woman, recognizing Lin Yun's intentions, felt the weight of the situation, aware that his intervention was for her sake. Had it not been for her, the myriad troubles would likely not have arisen. This realization left them all in a quandary. For if a solution were to present itself, it would undoubtedly be beyond their control. "I do not require your assistance," the crimson-clad woman retorted angrily, charging once more at the demon beast. They all understood the motivations at play. When danger loomed, anyone might step forward. Yet, the reality before them was palpable, and none could truly accept it. "Brother Lin Yun is genuinely enraged," they murmured. "Look at his strength," the disciples of the Taichu holy sect remarked. Their concerns mounting, they dreaded the thought of complications arising, for true danger would render them powerless to act. Countless sword energies surged towards the monstrous beast before them, and no one could have anticipated such a scene. Even the beast itself found itself unable to contend with Lin Yun, let alone the red-clad woman who had joined the fray. Despite his formidable power, he was equally powerless against them. With a thunderous roar, numerous explosions erupted. Under the onslaught of these two masters, he realized he could not withstand their combined might. If things continued this way, he would surely meet his demise at their hands. After all, Lin Yun stood before him at the pinnacle of his strength. The red-clad woman, upon witnessing his prowess, could not help but marvel inwardly. Faced with such a formidable opponent, how could the disciples of the demon sect hope to prevail? They would be unaware of their impending doom, let alone the other matters at hand. The situation was clear. When problems arose, they had no choice. Each individual understood that, should trouble manifest, anyone could become a target of threat. Caught in a quandary, they began to ponder the implications. When danger loomed, anyone could become a victim. Yet, they remained perplexed about the true intentions of the other party. "Are you here to assist me?" the red-clad woman asked, bewildered. However, even with this uncertainty, they found themselves in a bind. Should genuine peril arise, the threats could be far greater than anticipated. Troubles began to mount, as the stakes were high. Lin Yun, with a scornful sneer, declared, "Do not overestimate your importance. We too must escape this place. If it were not for the system's demands, none of them would willingly confront the beast." Yet, they had no choice. The beast needed to be dealt with. Delaying any longer would bring trouble upon them all, troubles they were ill-equipped to handle. "You?" The red-clad woman was at a loss for words. She had never expected such a response from him. Yet, regardless of the situation, it mattered not, for he was unwilling to accept any aid from her. Their opposing identities made collaboration unthinkable. If complications arose in the future, they would still need to address their own troubles. "Enough with the idle chatter," Lin Yun retorted angrily. Since he had not acknowledged her offer, further discussion was futile. He was determined to leave this place while fulfilling the system's mission. With a resounding explosion, the monstrous beast was sent flying. Concern washed over them, yet the meaning behind it all remained unclear. If trouble arose in the future, it would affect everyone equally. This was the crux of the matter, and they struggled to articulate their situation. "Humph!" the red-clad woman exclaimed in frustration. Yet, even in her ire, they found it hard to accept the unfolding events. It was evident that if danger approached, it was a reality they could scarcely accept. "Lin Yun, kill the beast. Once the beast is slain, we can depart," urged the disciples of the Taichu holy sect in unison. Their objective was crystal clear: to escape this secret realm and ensure the safety of their sect. Otherwise, Elder Wang and the others would be left to endure the demon sect's relentless pressure. Should they abandon their mission, they would be unworthy of the title of Taichu holy sect disciples. It was precisely this dire situation that compelled them to hope for Lin Yun's victory over the beast, as it would present them with their only chance of escape. "Rest assured," Lin Yun replied with a nod. If there were no alternatives, he would not be in such a predicament. Yet, even so, they began to comprehend the gravity of their situation. If trouble arose, it would be a different matter altogether. Ultimately, everyone found themselves in a difficult position. For they were all witnesses to the unfolding events. A fierce gust of wind swept through as the opposing party prepared to retort. Suddenly, Lin Yun surged forward, crashing into the enemy. With a deafening explosion, his palm struck the beast squarely on the forehead. Even a beast of the nascent soul realm was no match for his strength and immediately spewed forth blood. with a guttural roar. The beast could no longer withstand the onslaught, collapsing into a pool of its own blood. This outcome left them at a loss for how to proceed. After all, they wished to escape the secret realm. While the Taichu holy sect remained in peril, if matters continued in this vein, anyone could find themselves in danger. Chapter 32. Leading the team to safety. It's done, Lin Yun announced. They were all aware of the situation, yet no one knew how to resolve it. The red-clad woman exclaimed in anger. They should have been the ones to act, yet the outcome had taken them by surprise. If genuine danger materialized, anyone might be compelled to step forward. She began to feel the weight of the dilemma, for they were all prepared for confrontation. Humph! Do you wish to remain and witness the strength of the Taichu holy sect? She challenged. Upon reaching this point, it was clear to all what her intentions were. To remain and test his strength was tantamount to courting disaster. Enough, the red-clad woman said tersely. The disciples of the demon sect had already parted ways within the secret realm. If they intended to confront them, the disparity in numbers would be evident, and they would gain no advantage. Lin Yun, I will remember you, she declared coldly. Please, if you intend to remember me, then stay a while. Lin Yun replied, fully aware that she would not remain, as she was a disciple of the demon sect. Any complications would yield no benefits for either party. Farewell, the red-clad woman scoffed, darting toward the exit without a second thought for their intentions. At that moment, the disciples of the Taichu holy sect erupted in cheers. They believed Lin Yun had intentionally humiliated the disciples of the demon sect, considering he had vanquished the beast. Had it not been for Lin Yun's immense strength, it was doubtful they could have achieved such a feat. Thus, they began to look down upon the demon sect disciples. Lin Yun, I never imagined your power to be so formidable, they exclaimed. The disciples of the Taichu holy sect had certainly made their presence felt, and it was clear the disciples of the demon sect were now intimidated. Upon hearing this, Lin Yun quickly realized that his intentions had been misunderstood. He had merely sought to save the demon sect disciples, unaware of the ensuing complications. Indeed, we must ensure our combat effectiveness, Lin Yun asserted. The situation was clear. Acknowledging his actions would serve no one's interests. After all, they had all witnessed the unfolding events, and none could accept this reality. Seeing the confusion, they began to grapple with the implications, for they were all witnesses to the truth. Lin Yun's strength was undeniably extraordinary, yet he too harbored his own thoughts. Should they discover that Lin Yun had saved the red-clad woman for a specific reason, it would surely sow seeds of doubt and concern among them. This was the most significant point. They were not naive. Furthermore, the issues at hand were burdens that anyone could bear. Yet, only Lin Yun understood the gravity of the situation. Should genuine complications arise, it would leave everyone bewildered if matters persisted in this manner. Danger could encircle them all, and they began to realize the potential threats ahead. It was precisely this that led to mounting concerns. Should trouble arise, they would all be at risk. Let us hasten our departure. Otherwise, the Taichu holy sect will find itself in dire straits, one of them urged. Accompanied by numerous disciples of the Taichu holy sect, it would be detrimental for them not to depart swiftly. Moreover, Lin Yun was acutely aware that their time spent here was limited to but a single day. Eventually, they would have to confront the disciples of the demon sect, and their behavior upon arrival would reveal much. A moment's carelessness could lead to even greater complications, a cause for concern for anyone. Ultimately, the situation was clear. They must defend the Taichu holy sect. However, with the Holy Sun present, none could take it upon themselves to make unilateral decisions. The Holy Sun's status was well understood amongst them, especially considering his exceptional strength. If trouble were to arise, the outcome would certainly differ from the current circumstances. After all, each person's thoughts were aligned. Should a crisis emerge, anyone could become a target. Witnessing this, they began to feel the weight of their predicament. They all placed their faith in Lin Yun before them, regarding any issues concerning his system as irrelevant to their concerns. All right, we trust senior brother Lin Yun. We shall follow him, declared the disciples of the Taichu holy sect. Whether they encountered the disciples of the demon sect or faced other dangers, they believed that with Lin Yun around, dealing with them would pose no problem. This understanding was their utmost clarity. Otherwise, if it were just a few of them, none could accept the harsh reality. Damn it. What do you all mean by this? Lin Yun exclaimed in exasperation. Regardless of the circumstances, they were expected to heed his arrangements. Yet, if things continued as they were, threats would undoubtedly linger. and they could not alter the intentions of their adversaries. Senior brother Lin Yun, we will follow your lead. Indeed, we place ourselves under your command, many disciples of the Taichu holy sect affirmed. If trouble truly arose, none would be able to accept it. Nevertheless, even amidst such sentiments, they expressed their concerns regarding danger. It was precisely for this reason that they were at a loss for how to resolve the situation, fearing even greater threats. All right. It is precisely because of this that we must make a prudent exit from the secret realm, Lin Yun stated. Just as the disciples of the demon sect were oblivious to their purpose, they fought fiercely for treasures, ultimately leading to mutual slaughter. If such issues could lead to their departure, then it seemed unlikely that anyone could find a solution. Realizing this, Lin Yun understood the importance of their unity. As long as they were united, they would be prepared for any situation. Follow me. All right, we follow senior brother Lin Yun. The disciples of the Taichu holy sect responded in unison. However, they were unaware that Lin Yun harbored his own thoughts, choosing not to disclose them at present. After all, they were unfamiliar with the villainous system. Even if he were to explain it, they would likely not believe him. Currently, Lin Yun's objective was straightforward: to exit the secret realm and obtain the system's rewards. As for the demon sect disciples attacking the Taichu holy sect, that would only serve to benefit him further. At the very least, no one could credibly claim that these matters were connected to him. Chapter 33. A beauty among mortals. This world is truly difficult. Desiring to be a villain, yet being regarded as a paragon by many, unwittingly becoming a leader in the hearts of disciples. Alas, it is not for lack of effort on my part. This generation of the demon sect is exceedingly challenging to manage, Lin Yun sighed. Senior brother Lin Yun, what troubles you? Why the sigh? Do the demon sect still have hidden cards? No, I merely reflect on certain matters, feeling somewhat melancholic. Lin Yun waved his hand, urging them to proceed on their way back. The group nodded and followed Lin Yun forward, yet with each step, they sensed something amiss. Why does this path feel different from when we arrived? Lin Yun, too, noticed the discrepancy. The paths within this secret realm were in constant flux, and the route they had previously taken had vanished without a trace. I clearly wish to leave. Why are they preventing me? Lin Yun exclaimed, determination surging as he quickened his pace. An hour later, senior brother Lin Yun, have you noticed? It seems we are merely going in circles. Lin Yun remained silent, casting a glance back at the disciple who spoke, causing the disciple to realize his mistake and refrain from further commentary. Another hour passed. Is this a joke? We can't even return? Lin Yun felt increasingly frustrated. Senior brother Lin Yun, could it be that this secret realm has only one entrance and one exit? We must traverse the entirety to reach the exit, the same disciple suggested. This time, Lin Yun chose not to dispute the notion, inwardly reflecting. It appears they intend for me to reach the end before allowing departure. They wish for me to behold the treasures within, only to send me back empty-handed. This system's tasks are clearly designed to ensnare me. Then let us see what mysteries this secret realm holds. Senior brother Lin Yun, what a brilliant insight. Indeed, senior brother Lin Yun speaks wisely. Lin Yun mused, alas, I have unwittingly gathered a band of fervent admirers. My path as a grand villain may become increasingly arduous. Along the way, they stumbled upon numerous corpses left behind by the demon sect disciples in their internecine strife. If every disciple of the demon sect is like this, there would be no need for the righteous sects to intervene. They would self-destruct. Lin Yun felt a twinge of frustration. What brings you back here? A red-clad woman eyed Lin Yun warily. After all, he was the holy son of the Taichu holy sect, and she had already witnessed his prowess. Should a conflict arise, she was certain she would not be Lin Yun's match. If I say I happened to pass by, would you believe me? The red-clad woman tilted her head, wearing a skeptical expression. Do you seek to insult me? No, no. Lin Yun coughed awkwardly, turning. He noticed that the disciples behind him were gazing at him with admiration. This seems a bit exaggerated. Surely they don't believe I truly sought to insult her? Can't you see? Our senior brother Lin Yun, this paragon of heroism, would come solely to humiliate you. Do you not overestimate yourself? You are not even worthy to carry senior brother Lin Yun's shoes. A disciple boldly stepped forward, interjecting. Lin Yun felt a vein in his forehead throb, yet he maintained a smile. May I ask your name? Junior brother? The disciple, overjoyed, believed he had captured Lin Yun's attention, eagerly revealing his identity. Reporting to senior brother, I am the sixth disciple under Elder Huai Zhu of the Qingzhou Peak, named Zheng Feng, since we are all fellow disciples. And you rank sixth among your peers at Qingzhou Peak. I shall henceforth call you Old Six. Old Six? Such an endearing moniker implies that senior brother Lin Yun highly appreciates my actions. Old Six beamed with delight, nearly grinning from ear to ear, vowing to strive even harder. Strive harder? Nonsense, Lin Yun sighed, realizing that to maintain his current persona, he had no choice but to play along. Are you so self-satisfied as to think I sought you out specifically? Or perhaps you believe this secret realm belongs to you, and only you may traverse it? The red-clad woman, incensed, flushed crimson, stamped her foot in frustration, and turned to leave, quite the proud one, watching the red-clad woman depart. Lin Yun stood still, quietly admiring her figure. Behind him, several female disciples observed Lin Yun's lingering gaze upon the red-clad woman's departing silhouette, feeling a twinge of jealousy. None of the women from the demon sect are virtuous. Even Feng Chuyue is the same. This demoness likely harbors malicious intentions towards senior brother Lin Yun, thinking to ensnare him. She ought to consider her own worth. Senior brother Lin Yun would never look her way. Even the saintess of the Changbai Shui sect would not catch his eye. Hearing this, Lin Yun shook his head, disagreeing with the sentiment. Intrigued, one female disciple pressed, Senior brother Lin Yun, what kind of partner do you prefer? Lin Yun glanced at the gathering female disciples, unable to suppress a chuckle, followed by a disappointed sigh. The woman who gazes down and cannot see her toes is the epitome of beauty among mortals. With that, he strode away. Gazes down and cannot see her toes. Although the meaning eluded them, the female disciples hurriedly looked down to see if they could spot their toes, only to find none could. What does senior brother Lin Yun mean by this? Suddenly, a male disciple had an epiphany, eyes alight. Indeed, senior brother Lin Yun is truly extraordinary. Remarkable, indeed. Ha, senior brother. Wait for me, however. Upon glancing upward, Lin Yun discovered that he had already traversed nearly 20 to 30 meters ahead. He hastily quickened his pace to catch up. Subsequently, he observed the lewd grin of this disciple, prompting other male disciples to suddenly comprehend the situation, erupting into hearty laughter as they hurriedly followed in Lin Yun's footsteps. A few female disciples also grasped the underlying meaning, their faces flushing crimson, and though they felt it inappropriate to voice their thoughts, they pouted their lips in indignation and trailed behind. Strangely enough, throughout this journey, they encountered very few strange creatures. Occasionally, they might spot a few from a distance, but these were merely a handful, and their cultivation levels were low enough that they did not dare to approach. After all, the sheer number of Lin Yun's group was considerable, and their cultivation was not to be trifled with, compelling any lurking creatures to steer clear rather than approach, let alone attack. Naturally, everyone attributed this peculiar circumstance to the presence of senior brother Lin Yun leading the team. Should Lin Yun become aware of this, he would undoubtedly spit blood in exasperation, exclaiming that even while lying down, he was receiving accolades. Chapter 34. Words manifesting as law according to the collective mindset, they could only linger here for a maximum of 1 day, as their primary mission was to thwart the invasion of the demonic sect. However, at this moment, Lin Yun began to entertain dubious thoughts. If he were to become trapped here, unable to leave, could he not openly allow the demonic sect to invade the Taichu sacred sect? Lin Yun was momentarily dazzled by his own cunning intellect. Indeed, I am a genius. Thus, he began to slow his pace. Senior brother Lin Yun, why have we suddenly slowed down? We can only stay here for 1 day. If we do not hasten our exit, we may be unable to effectively prevent the demonic sect's invasion. After a moment of hesitation, one disciple dared to voice his concern. What do you know? Senior brother Lin Yun surely has his own plans. Think about it. Has there been anything he has led us to do that was flawed? Upon hearing someone question Lin Yun, the sixth disciple immediately stepped forward. As Lin Yun had already attained a status in his heart that equaled that of his own master, I apologize, senior brother Lin Yun. I should not have doubted you. The disciple who had just spoken, upon being reprimanded, suddenly noticed that the others around him regarded him with the reverence one might show to a monarch. Consequently, he hastened to lower his head, acknowledging his mistake and offering his apologies. It's nothing, I merely sensed the fluctuations of demonic disciples nearby, leading me to believe they might be laying an ambush for us, hence my caution. After all, as the primary leader of this operation, I must prioritize everyone's safety. What began as a casual excuse, when it reached the ears of the others, inadvertently elevated Lin Yun's status in their minds even further. Meanwhile, the disciple who had questioned Lin Yun felt an overwhelming desire to slap himself. Cursing inwardly, how could I be so foolish? Of course, Lin Yun remained blissfully unaware of these inner thoughts, as he was wholly absorbed in contemplating how to delay their progress. Then, a more absurd occurrence transpired. Lin Yun's gaze sharpened. Indeed, he could sense a group of demonic disciples concealing themselves nearby, their cultivation levels notably high, predominantly at the golden core stage, with two even at the nascent soul stage. Could it be? Am I truly so fortunate? In the past, with such a ragtag group on my side, we would be at their mercy. However, fortunately, the current Lin Yun is no longer the same. These few are hardly enough to form a decent table. Wait! The sudden command left the group momentarily bewildered, yet, drawing from their previous experience, they chose to remain silent, awaiting Lin Yun's next move. Come out. There's no need to hide. With that, Lin Yun waved his hand, directly exposing the locations of all the concealed individuals. The demonic disciples exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed as to how they had been discovered, convinced they had hidden themselves quite effectively. After all, they were members of the demonic sect and deserved some dignity. Did they not? Yet, with their cover blown, they had no choice but to emerge from their hiding spots. Impressive. You are the son of the Taichu sacred sect, are you not? The leader of the demonic disciples began to ponder the identity of this young man before him. Recalling the prior events within the sect, let us discuss this amicably. I know nothing of your so-called son. I merely happened to be passing through. Despite being a hidden ultimate antagonist, he aimed to avoid conflict with the demonic sect and thus refrained from engaging physically. However, before Lin Yun could finish his words, another disciple beside the sixth disciple interjected, and what of it? We, disciples of the Taichu sacred sect, are dedicated to eradicating evil and upholding justice. Do you think that just because you outnumber us, you can act with impunity? Let me assure you, with our son present, we will not yield, even in death. The disciple spoke with righteous indignation, puffing up with bravado as if ready to sacrifice himself at any moment. Foolishness! Do you truly believe that mere numbers and cultivation can allow you to act as you please? Lin Yun's annoyance was palpable. Am I the son, or are you? Why must you speak for me? If you insist on making such declarations, how can I refrain from intervening? Turning back to the young disciple, he smiled. Pray tell, what is your name? The disciple, flushed with excitement, eagerly replied, reporting to senior brother Lin Yun. I am, yet, before he could finish, Lin Yun interrupted, very well, from this day forth, I shall call you Lao Ba. Is that agreeable? Ah? But I am not the eighth in rank. No, senior brother Lin Yun may call me whatever he wishes. At that moment, the sixth disciple cast a resentful glance, yet it mattered little. This fellow was indeed ranked eighth, following him. Although he was oblivious to who ranked seventh or those above him, it was clear that Lin Yun had already established himself as the son of the Taichu sacred sect. Proving his worth. Indeed, you are the son of the Taichu sacred sect. You are truly remarkable to have discovered us. The demonic disciples drew their weapons, unconvinced that these motley individuals posed any threat to them. Their task was not to target the Taichu sacred sect, but to protect the core figures of their sect while seeking treasures within this secret realm. They merely stumbled upon Lin Yun and his group, akin to a blind cat accidentally catching a dead mouse. Why must you force my hand? Lin Yun clenched his fists, furrowing his brows as he gazed at his fists, which were as large as cooking pots. Then prepare to meet your demise. A swarm of individuals surged forward, yet Lin Yun stood alone against them. Although the disciples behind him were also poised to draw their swords and fight, Lin Yun had no intention of letting them join. He vowed that he desperately wanted to, especially this Lao Lu and Lao Ba. He longed to throw them into the opposing group, allowing them to receive a few dozen strikes before intervening. Yet, he could not. Thus, Lin Yun felt immense frustration. I was but an ordinary person, seeking only to be a quiet villain. Why must this world compel me to play the role of a hero? Unable to contain himself any longer, Lin Yun clenched his fists and charged forward. Regardless of how the opponents struck him, he remained impervious to their attacks. Such was the might of his enhanced physique. The situation swiftly tilted in his favor. According to later accounts from those involved, They were all bewildered as they witnessed Lin Yun relentlessly pursuing and pummeling the demonic disciples at the golden core and nascent soul stages. They found themselves frozen in shock, regretting not having rushed to aid Lin Yun, and of course, that was a tale for another time. Chapter 35. Transformation to Divine Realm? As Lin Yun continued to deliver a thorough thrashing to the demonic disciples, he muttered curses under his breath. You wouldn't let me be a villain. You forced me into the role of a hero. Is it so difficult to be a bad guy these days? Ugh, it infuriates me. Before long, the demonic disciples sensed that something was amiss, but it was too late for them to retreat. Those among them who attempted to flee found themselves struck down by Lin Yun's fists, each blow landing squarely on their vital points, silencing them before they could utter a sound. Thus, what began as an ambush swiftly devolved into a slaughterhouse. After a mere 10 minutes, Lin Yun felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. There wasn't a worthy opponent among them. As the mountain breeze tousled his long hair, Lin Yun's figure became indelibly etched in the minds of all who beheld him, handsome, utterly captivating. He had defeated the entire group of demonic disciples solely through the sheer power of his physical prowess. Indeed, senior brother Lin Yun exuded an overwhelming sense of security. Yet, Lin Yun was filled with frustration, lamenting how pitifully weak they were. Is it truly so simple to defeat them? However, he had not contemplated just how formidable he truly was with a hundredfold amplification. In fact, even if Lin Yun's hundredfold amplification were to be replaced by 100 former Lin Yuns, they would still not stand a chance against him. Moreover, the hundredfold amplification is not merely the sum of its parts. Upon turning around, Lin Yun noticed that his disciples were gazing at him with starry eyes, causing goosebumps to rise on his skin. Ladies, please collect your drool. We are all cultivators here, so do not lose composure, he chided. And you gentlemen, what on earth are you doing? I am as steadfast as iron. Thus, the group proceeded once more, this time at an even slower pace than before. Do not worry. Should the elders decide to punish us due to the time taken, it is a matter solely for me to bear. Lin Yun exclaimed, Oh, senior brother Lin Yun, you speak too distantly. We are all comrades here and will not allow you to shoulder the punishment alone. Indeed. Rest assured, senior brother, if there is to be punishment, we shall share the burden together. Right? Absolutely. Lin Yun felt a warmth in his heart. Indeed, good deeds often yield good returns. He could even easily conceal his own transgressions, with others willing to take the blame for him. I would like to express my gratitude to everyone. Lin Yun bowed deeply to his companions. The current strategy became clear. Simply prolong the time. However, what Lin Yun did not expect was that despite walking at a snail's pace, they still managed to catch up to the so-called core disciples of the demonic sect. These disciples were clad in luxurious black and gold embroidered garments, exuding an air of majesty, all appearing to be in their 20s. Behind them trailed several elderly protectors, emanating an aura of unfathomable depth, clearly meant for their close protection. What a formidable display! Lin Yun could not help but exclaim. The elders had long sensed Lin Yun's presence, even during their ambush, or rather, during the slaughter. While they were somewhat astonished by Lin Yun's strength, they soon reasoned that he was merely a practitioner of body cultivation. Such cultivators could easily dominate their peers in chi refining, often defeating multiple adversaries at once. Yet, they were surprised to see that Lin Yun, despite his youthful appearance, had already reached such profound mastery in body cultivation. However, one of the elders did not pay too much attention to Lin Yun. Merely a genius in body cultivation, after all, the world was rife with geniuses, and countless had perished at his hands. Were it not for the need to protect these core disciples, he would not have hesitated to add another genius's life to his tally. I had intended to let you off, yet you have come right to me, chuckled one elder, his voice reminiscent of a cawing crow, sending chills down spines. Please cease your laughter. It sounds as horrid as a crow scavenging for food. Lin Yun replied, growing impatient, feeling an eerie familiarity with the scene. You young whelp, truly unaware of your own insignificance, remarked Elder Xian Yi. Let us not waste words with them. They are merely ordinary disciples who stumbled into our path. Let us dispose of them without further ado. The core disciples of the demonic sect glanced at Lin Yun and his companions, dismissively waving their hands as if shooing away bothersome flies. Understood. Elder Xian Yi bowed to one of the core disciples before turning his attention back to Lin Yun's group. Body cultivators may indeed surpass chi refiners, but only when their strengths are comparable. Observing this group, I estimate their powers to be around the golden core realm. They should be easily disposed of. The wave of dark, windless linen billowed forth, unleashing an onslaught of black, demonic energy that enveloped Lin Yun and his companions. Beware! This is demonic energy. Everyone, be cautious. Do not allow it to enter your bodies, or you risk losing control and succumbing to madness. One of the more knowledgeable disciples quickly recognized the danger and warned. Upon hearing this, everyone hurriedly began to channel their spiritual energy to fend off the encroaching darkness. However, to Lin Yun, this was merely a trivial matter, as he was not at all concerned. After all, 100-fold amplification was not just a hollow claim. Stepping forward, Lin Yun's spiritual energy surged violently, creating a vortex around him that began to absorb the surrounding demonic energy. This lad shows no fear of demonic energy? One elder mused that I had presumed him to be merely a body cultivator, yet he possesses the cultivation of a chi refiner at the golden core stage. Indeed, he is a talent. However, my greatest pleasure has always been in exterminating talents. Ha ha ha! With that, the elder stepped forward, releasing an overwhelming pressure upon Lin Yun and his companions. This immense force left everyone, save for Lin Yun, feeling utterly uncomfortable, their spiritual energy sluggish and struggling to combat the encroaching demonic energy. Fortunately, Lin Yun had already gathered much of the demonic energy earlier, sparing them from its full brunt. Yet, even so, their resistance remained exceedingly arduous. Is this the transformation stage? Transformation stage? What does that entail? One could say that a practitioner at this level could easily crush hundreds of golden core practitioners. The transformation stage marks a pivotal threshold for cultivators. Only upon reaching this stage can one truly be considered a formidable cultivator in the world of immortals. Is this for real? I've just left the novice village and already stumbled upon a major boss? Lin Yun lamented inwardly, feeling tears welling up. He merely wished to play the role of a grand villain. Why was he constantly being pushed into the hero's seat? If he were to concede now? Claiming to be an undercover agent infiltrating the Taichu holy sect, would they believe him? After all, it was because of him that the holy daughter of the demonic sect had revealed her identity. It was because of him that the 3 elders dispatched to rescue the remaining women of the demonic sect had met their demise. It was because of him that the outpost established outside the Taichu holy sect had been wiped out. Enough. There is no point in pursuing that line of thought. Go negotiate. A joke. Facing a strong practitioner at the transformation stage, could he escape? Moreover, even if he could temporarily evade capture, there was no route of retreat in this treacherous realm. Was he truly destined to perish here? No. Lin Yun refused to accept this. He had countless youthful days ahead to squander, numerous maidens to charm, and far too many misdeeds yet to commit. He could not allow his life to end here. Absolutely not. Thus, the only path left for him was to fight with all his might and carve a way out. Was it merely the transformation stage? You possess strength, but I am a wild card. Let us see if my 100-fold amplification can withstand your onslaught. Without wasting another moment, Lin Yun shouted, "Prepare to die!" Elder Xianyi roared, stepping forward and extending his arm towards Lin Yun's throat. The speed was astonishing, so swift that onlookers could only glimpse a fleeting shadow. It was breathtakingly fast. Yet, in Lin Yun's eyes, he could clearly discern Elder Xianyi's movements. 100-fold amplification, 100-fold speed. However, even so, despite possessing such rapidity, evasion remained a challenge. This exemplified the chasm of strength between them. In a moment of urgency, Lin Yun could only slightly adjust his position, the briefest of moments allowing him to react just enough. Yet it was precisely this minor adjustment that enabled Lin Yun to narrowly evade Elder Xianyi's lethal strike. Surprise flickered in Elder Xianyi's eyes as his attack missed its mark. But it was a fleeting expression. Though Elder Xianyi's strike had failed, the outstretched hand suddenly radiated a powerful pulling force. Lin Yun had evaded the attack, yet this force drew him closer to Elder Xianyi's grasp. This was unacceptable. Lin Yun quickly steadied himself to resist the pull. Having faced only a single strike, he found himself completely ensnared in Elder Xianyi's grasp. The speed was overwhelming, rendering the disciples of the Taichu holy sect unable to react in time to assist him. This cannot continue. If I remain at the mercy of a transformation stage practitioner, there are countless ways for him to eliminate me. The longer I delay, the slimmer my chances of survival become. I must retaliate. After several rounds of back and forth, both combatants exhibited astonishing speed, leaving the onlookers in a state of bewilderment. Nevertheless, each of Elder Xianyi's attacks was deftly evaded by Lin Yun, resulting in close calls but no harm. At that moment, Lin Yun appeared to falter, and Elder Xianyi seized the opportunity, lunging towards Lin Yun's chest with outstretched hand. In Elder Xianyi's mind, if this strike succeeded, his hand would pierce through Lin Yun's chest, extracting his heart. The mere thought of that pulsating, blood-soaked heart exploding into a mist of crimson in his grasp filled Elder Xianyi's expression with an insatiable desire. However, just as the critical moment approached, Lin Yun subtly shifted his body, causing Elder Xianyi's hand to merely graze his chest rather than penetrate it. Yet, even that slight contact left a long trail of blood. Fortunately, it was not fatal. For Lin Yun, this was sufficient. He gritted his teeth against the pain, and a glimmer of cold light flashed in his hand. This was the weapon bestowed upon him by the system as a reward. He was gambling. Although Lin Yun was aware that Elder Xianyi surely possessed numerous protective talismans, he had witnessed the formidable power of the Blade of Destruction firsthand. Thus, he wagered that this weapon could breach Elder Xianyi's defenses. Should he succeed, with the inherent nature of the Blade of Destruction, Elder Xianyi would be left utterly defenseless and meet his demise. Victory or defeat would be decided in an instant. A sharp clang resonated as the seemingly unremarkable Blade of Destruction plunged into Elder Xianyi's body. It appeared as though both combatants had sustained equal damage, resulting in a stalemate. Yet, only Lin Yun understood that in this round, he was the victor. Elder Xianyi gazed incredulously at the Blade of Destruction embedded in his own chest, his eyes widening in disbelief, unable to articulate a word, merely opening his mouth in shock. This ordinary dagger had effortlessly shattered his defenses. He could even feel his spiritual energy and life force draining through the small blade, flowing inexorably into the body of the young man before him. With visible speed, Lin Yun's chest wound began to heal, and his expression was one of sheer enjoyment. What on earth is happening? The collective thought echoed in the minds of the onlookers. Elder Xianyi? What are you doing? Hurry up and finish them off. A core disciple of the demonic sect urged, pressing Elder Xianyi to swiftly deal with Lin Yun and his companions. However, Elder Xianyi found himself unable to respond to the disciple's plea. As the Blade of Destruction continued to voraciously siphon his internal energy and vitality, leaving him powerless to act, forced to watch as the youth before him grew stronger through the dagger. Lin Yun sensed his spiritual energy surging dramatically, as if on the verge of breaking through to the nascent soul realm. Chapter 37. Victory. Yet, due to Elder Xianyi's prolonged silence, the core disciples of the demonic sect began to sense something amiss. It appeared that Elder Xianyi had been ambushed. They needed to assist him immediately, the leader of the core disciples commanded. Among them were 3 elders clad in black robes. Now only 2 remained. They required one to protect the 3 core disciples, so the Elder Xian'er was dispatched to rescue Elder Xianyi from Lin Yun's grasp. Xianyi and Xian'er? Such easily remembered names. Could they possibly be twins? Even at this critical juncture, Lin Yun remained unfazed, contemplating the situation. Given Elder Xianyi's earlier blunder, Elder Xian'er proceeded with utmost caution, realizing that if he fell, the core disciples would be in grave danger. Observing Elder Xian'er's tentative approach, Lin Yun couldn't help but roll his eyes. Was such caution truly necessary? Each step he took was tentative, as if he feared stumbling into a trap. Yet, one could hardly blame Elder Xian'er. His strength paled in comparison to Elder Xianyi's. He was merely an ordinary nascent soul cultivator, and with Elder Xianyi already faltering at Lin Yun's hands, he had every reason to be cautious. Lin Yun maintained the position of the Blade of Destruction lodged in Elder Xianyi's chest, remaining utterly still, unresponsive even as Elder Xian'er drew nearer. For Lin Yun, as long as he kept the blade embedded in Elder Xianyi, he could siphon off even more of the Elder's power. Through his senses, Lin Yun could perceive that Elder Xianyi was nearing the brink of losing his nascent soul status. Furthermore, Elder Xianyi's face appeared to age a decade. His already unattractive visage now grotesque and haggard, likely to be mistaken for a villain from a horror tale if encountered on the street. It seemed that Lin Yun's ambition to embody a great antagonist was still a distant dream. After all, with his own handsome and ethereal countenance, he hardly resembled the archetype of a villain. Anyone would see him as a quintessential hero. Do you dare to approach? Lin Yun spoke in a tone laced with intimidation. What means do you possess? I advise you to release Elder Xian Yi. We might consider sparing your life. Is that all? This old fool's life is hardly worth much to buy time. Lin Yun began to spout nonsensical remarks. What more do you desire? Hold on, let me think. As he spoke, Lin Yun deliberately cast his gaze towards Elder Xian Yi's chest, indicating that the elder was within his grasp. Should they dare to act rashly? He might very well end the elder's life. Very well, if you dare to harm Elder Xian Yi, all of you will pay with your lives. You shall all perish here. At that moment, the disciples of the Taichu sacred sect realized that the tide had turned. What was once a dire situation for Lin Yun had now placed the fate of the demonic sect's disciples in his hands. How arrogant they were. They boasted of being the elders of the demonic sect. Yet here they were, unable to withstand a few rounds against our senior brother Lin Yun. What a motley crew, daring to speak so boldly? The sixth disciple chimed in, akin to a latecomer, launching into a tirade. The eighth disciple followed suit, adding his voice. Indeed. Who is our senior brother Lin Yun? Do you not understand your predicament? Now that he has captured your decrepit elder, do you still entertain thoughts of rescuing him? Nonsense! Lin Yun could hardly contain his frustration, wishing to silence these two fools immediately. This was precisely what it meant to stab someone in the back. He could currently suppress Elder Xian Yi solely due to the Blade of Destruction. And the reason he could not eliminate Elder Xian Yi outright was that the blade was not long enough to deliver a fatal blow in one thrust, nor could he withdraw it and strike again. How dare you? Elder Xian Er, who had already fallen for Lin Yun's delay tactics, erupted in fury, disregarding everything else in his eyes. Lin Yun and his companions were the true devils. Demonic energy surged forth like a wraith, charging toward Lin Yun. Alas, Lin Yun had no choice but to kick Elder Xian Yi's body away and evade Elder Xian Er's attack through sheer momentum. Once freed, Elder Xian Yi immediately sought to retaliate, only to be horrified as he sensed his spiritual energy and demonic force plummeting. How could this be? His cultivation had regressed to the nascent soul realm. Meanwhile, Lin Yun radiated the energy of an early nascent soul cultivator. With both at the same realm, Lin Yun had no reason to feign weakness against the demonic disciples. Retreat. We must withdraw. This boy is exceedingly strange. Elder Xian Yi quickly blocked Elder Xian Er, fixing a steely gaze on Lin Yun. Naturally, Lin Yun dared not advance, for even though he believed he could handle the two of them, there was still an unknown elder among them, with the thrilling encounter fresh in his mind. Lin Yun opted for a more cautious approach. Very well, Taichu sacred sect, prepare to be obliterated by my demonic sect. Leaving behind a menacing declaration, Elder Xian Yi returned to the side of the core disciples, who regarded Lin Yun with a newfound wariness, as if they had discerned something amiss. Ultimately, they acquiesced to Elder Xian Yi's command. Choosing to retreat, before leaving, the leading core disciple of the demonic sect pointed at Lin Yun and proclaimed, I shall remember today's events, and you shall remember my name. Feng Tianxiang. One day, I will come to claim your head. All right, I got it. Now hurry and leave, or else if I get angry, none of you will escape. Lin Yun replied with a chuckle. However, the core disciple of the demonic sect did not take offense. He merely shot Lin Yun a fierce glare before turning to depart. Did we really just repel a core disciple of the demonic sect? What do you mean we? Can't you see the situation clearly? It was Lin Yun alone who drove them back. Someone interjected. At a time like this, you still want to compete for credit with Lin Yun. Exactly. The reason our Lin Yun didn't pursue is simply because we were here. He was worried about our safety, fearing that other members of the demonic sect might ambush us. Lin Yun, how are you? Are you seriously injured? As soon as the group of core disciples from the demonic sect left, the people from Taichu Holy Sect surrounded Lin Yun like a swarm. I'm fine. Really, I'm not going to die. Lin Yun waved his hand dismissively. That Elder Xian Yi from the demonic sect was indeed powerful, possessing the strength of the transformation realm. Thankfully, I managed to frighten them off using other means. In truth, Lin Yun's body had nearly recovered. The nature of the Blade of Destruction was remarkably useful, not only enhancing his cultivation but also allowing him to replenish his injuries using the life force of others. This deserved 186 praises for our system, as a form of encouragement. Nonetheless, Lin Yun chose to appear quite weak. They haven't gone far. We should still be cautious. If they suddenly realize and come back, we might truly be out of options. Everyone nodded in agreement. Heh, these people are rather easy to fool. However, upon seeing that Lao Lu and Lao Ba were also nodding and bowing, Lin Yun's temper flared. I just exhausted all my spiritual power confronting that elder from the demonic sect. I might not be able to walk far now. Why don't you and Lao Ba take turns carrying me? No problem, don't worry. I've achieved the body refinement realm. I can manage without Lao Ba, Lao Lu replied confidently. At that moment, Lao Ba began to argue with Lao Lu, both eager to carry Lin Yun. Ultimately, Lin Yun made the decision, allowing Lao Lu to carry him first. Seeing Lao Lu's proud expression, Lin Yun couldn't help but smirk mischievously. As soon as he climbed onto Lao Lu's back, Lin Yun deliberately exerted his spiritual pressure, causing his weight to multiply. What the? Lao Lu nearly collapsed under Lin Yun's weight. Why is Lin Yun so heavy? I've reached the body refinement realm. Carrying a person should be a piece of cake. Even 10 of them. Are you all right, Lao Lu? Lin Yun feigned concern. Did that elder from the demonic sect cast some sort of curse on me? My body felt incredibly heavy while moving. I'm fine. Lao Lu gritted his teeth, mustering his spiritual power just to stand upright. Seriously, Lao Lu, can you manage? You claim to be at the body refinement level, yet you can't even carry Lin Yun. Lao Ba chimed in. Teasingly, Lao Lu was infuriated, wanting nothing more than to drop Lin Yun and berate Lao Ba. However, he knew he couldn't lose face and endured, trudging forward step by step, albeit at a snail's pace. The others behind him said nothing, but a few female disciples couldn't help but laugh and tease Lao Lu. This only added to Lao Lu's frustration, but he directed all his ire towards the disciples of the demonic sect and Lao Ba instead. Damn demonic sect, if I ever get the chance again, I swear I'll make you pay. What are you mumbling about? Lin Yun, lost in thought on how to best benefit from becoming the grand villain, interrupted. Nothing, Lao Lu quickly denied. After about another 10 minutes, Lao Lu's spiritual power was nearly depleted, and his stamina was running low, each step requiring heavy breaths. Can't handle it anymore? Let me carry Lin Yun. Lao Ba rushed over, eager to help. Lao Lu shot Lao Ba a resentful glance, but reluctantly set Lin Yun down, knowing he couldn't hold back the entire group. Of course, Lin Yun was not included in that consideration. See, Lao Lu? You really should listen to the masters. They've always told us not to neglect body training while cultivating qi. You've reached the body refinement realm, yet you're still a pseudo-realm, struggling after just a few steps. Let me show you how it's done. However, Lao Ba had yet to grasp the severity of the situation. Once he hoisted Lin Yun onto his back, he too struggled to rise, mirroring Lao Lu's earlier predicament. Seriously? I can't even stand up with all my strength? This can't be real. Turning around, he spotted Lao Lu, drenched in sweat, looking at him with a mocking gaze. As if to say, Lao Ba, you can't handle this either? How could Lao Ba tolerate this? He suppressed his breath, summoned his spiritual energy, and finally managed to stand, albeit unsteadily. Lao Ba shot Lao Lu a look as if to say, Is that all you've got? And began to move forward with Lin Yun on his back, albeit slowly. Thus, another's hatred for the demonic sect quietly intensified. After another 10 minutes, Lao Ba, like Lao Lu, was gasping for breath, feeling as if he had just endured a fierce battle. Didn't you say your physical cultivation was strong? Really? Is this all you can do? Lao Ba gritted his teeth, yet found himself at a loss for words. Lin Yun, why don't you let me carry you? At that moment, a usually quiet but supportive young disciple from Taichu Holy Sect stepped forward, ready to stand by Lin Yun's side. All right, enough of this. Those two have suffered enough, Lin Yun nodded. Despite the young disciple being prepared and having gathered strength, once Lin Yun settled onto his back, he found Lin Yun's weight to be far from what he had expected. This weight is hardly anything, he thought, perplexed, as he steadily moved forward. What is going on? Why is Lin Yun so light? Why did Lao Ba and Lao Lu struggle so much? Could it be they've been slacking off during their training and are both just pseudo-realm cultivators? Lao Lu and Lao Ba shared a look of disbelief. Is this disciple's physical cultivation really that strong? Carrying Lin Yun, who weighs nearly several thousand kilograms, yet he walks as if it's a leisurely stroll? To mask their embarrassment, the others pretended not to notice, though a few disciples occasionally cast disdainful glances at Lao Ba and Lao Lu, leaving them feeling utterly humiliated. The group eventually arrived at a magnificent palace and halted. "Let me down. My stamina and spiritual energy have mostly recovered. I can walk again," Lin Yun said, patting the young disciple's shoulder. "No worries, Lin Yun. Let me carry you a bit longer. Consider it physical training." "After all, you're not heavy," the young disciple insisted. This statement sparked a wave of indignation among Lao Ba and Lao Lu. "Young man, you've made the path too narrow for yourself," they thought. Thus, under Lin Yun's insistence, the young disciple reluctantly set him down. Subsequently, Lao Ba and Lao Lu pulled him to the back of the group for a heartfelt discussion. Of course, Lin Yun paid little attention to the aftermath. His focus was entirely captivated by the palace before him. The palace was immense and resplendent, adorned with golden bricks and jade tiles, exuding grandeur. It was evident that this place was the hidden treasure of the secret realm. With the opportunity to obtain such a treasure within reach, Lin Yun could only watch helplessly due to the constraints of this infernal system, leaving him feeling utterly frustrated. Ding! Detected the host has insulted this system, reducing the quality of rewards for subsequent actions. Alas, is it truly the case? I merely spoke offhandedly. There is no need to take it so seriously. Lin Yun, in a fit of anger, wished to simply succumb to despair right then and there. What kind of system is this, so proud and temperamental? Is it truly intolerable to speak a few words in jest? Such a miser, akin to a stingy old rooster, unwilling to part with even a fraction of wealth. Suddenly, Lin Yun recalled that his innermost thoughts were fully audible to the system. He quickly amended his tone, recognizing that this system was meant to enhance his self-cultivation. How could he harbor such thoughts about it? Truly, he was unpardonable. He was not acting like a decent person at all. Thus, after a thorough self-reproach, Yi Changtian dared to press on. "Lin Yun, brother, what is the matter with your eyes?" a disciple inquired, having noticed something glimmering within Lin Yun's gaze. "Why do my eyes often brim with tears? Because I have been wronged by this system." "No, it is because I love this system with a profound passion." The crowd collectively expressed their disbelief. Let us proceed inside and uncover the treasures that lie within. After weighing the pros and cons, Lin Yun resolved to venture inside. If the treasures were exceptional, they might even surpass the rewards the system would bestow upon him after a downgrade. Furthermore, even if he were unable to obtain anything for himself, it would not matter. He could allow his junior disciples to take them back. Perhaps, if fortune favored him, he might acquire them through clandestine means. With a well-calculated plan in mind, Lin Yun boldly intended to step into the palace and behold its splendor. As they crossed the threshold into the grand hall, they were truly awestruck by the palace's magnificence. It seemed as though some spatial secret technique had been employed. From the outside, it appeared to span several thousand meters, yet upon entry, they discovered a hidden realm within it. Was as if they had not entered a palace, but rather another secret realm within a secret realm. Upon entering, the disciples found themselves surrounded by treasures of gold and silver, exquisite jade ornaments, and a variety of fine porcelain. Could this be the lair of pirates? The thought simultaneously crossed the minds of all present. However, these were merely material possessions. How could items such as wine bottles captivate Lin Yun's heart? Although he felt a slight twitch at the sight of the abundant treasures, he resolutely vowed to take not even a single item. Wow, this jade bracelet is stunning. Yet already, female disciples began to rummage through the delicate jade artifacts. This sword is incredibly ornate. The craftsmanship is exquisite. Though it is merely an ordinary item, it is still a rare treasure. Initially dismissive, the male disciples suddenly found a sword among the heaps of gold and silver, and soon they too joined the fray to seek out treasures. How laughable! This group of individuals is merely blinded by worldly possessions. Thinking I would be as shallow as they are, Lin Yun merely twitched his lips in disdain. What was this? Did they think he would be as excited as they were, scurrying about and turning over treasures? Absurd! He was solely devoted to the path of enlightenment, dedicated to arduous cultivation as the holy son of the Taichu sacred sect. Wealth and riches were but fleeting distractions, as long as his strength was formidable. Not only the treasures before him, but even greater riches would be within his grasp at will. Wow, everyone, come quickly. There are so many Xintian pills here. Really? Xintian pills worth their weight in gold. Xintian pills were a coveted elixir among cultivators, particularly beneficial for those who found themselves stymied at a bottleneck. When Lin Yun had been stuck in the golden core realm, The possession of a single Shintian pill would have allowed him to break through to the nascent soul realm. The same principle applied. If he found himself hindered in the nascent soul realm, consuming a few Shintian pills could facilitate his ascension to the transformation realm, an insurmountable barrier for countless cultivators. Many remained stagnant at the nascent soul stage, while numerous others perished in the transformation realm, an overwhelming number that was beyond counting. However, these Shintian pills could only be utilized when one was on the verge of a breakthrough. If taken otherwise, they would yield little to no effect and could even induce adverse side effects. They are merely Shintian pills. I am not particularly interested. As a steadfast antagonist, I believe that only through diligent cultivation can one obtain true strength. Such pills are unnecessary. Watching as the others began to divide the Shintian pills among themselves, Lin Yun felt as though his heart was bleeding. I truly do not desire any of them. I swear. Chapter 40. Truly irresistible. I, Lin Jingze, vow that even if my cultivation were to cease entirely and I were to lose all hope of reaching the transformation realm, I would not take a single Shintian pill from this place. Lin Yun thought vehemently. Lin Yun, brother, why do you not come and take some? At that moment, Lao Lu noticed Lin Yun standing still, quietly observing as others searched for treasures. He felt so isolated. The joy of the others had no bearing on him. Please, take as many as you wish. Lin Yun initially intended to find an excuse to decline. However, as he pondered, no reasonable justification seemed forthcoming. Could it be that there truly existed cultivators who would refuse such treasures as the Shintian pills? Certainly not, and Lin Yun was no exception. Everyone, stop. Everyone, halt. Would Lao Lu allow Lin Yun to escape unscathed? Of course not. He would never allow Lin Yun to feel disappointed. What is it? Is there a problem? The crowd obediently paused their actions. You all fail to see that Lin Yun, brother, has not taken anything for himself, correct? Why is that? Because it exemplifies Lin Yun's selfless spirit, preferring to go without rather than deprive us. As realization dawned upon them, the disciples gazed at Lin Yun with admiration, guilt washing over their expressions. Even Lin Yun himself was taken aback. What is this? Am I truly so noble? How was I unaware of such a thing? However, the situation did not end there. Lao Lu proposed that everyone allocate 1/3 of the treasures they found in the palace to Lin Yun. Indeed, these are treasures that rightfully belong to Lin Yun. Absolutely. We have been too selfish. We should learn from Lin Yun. I agree. Without Lin Yun, we would never have entered this palace, and we might not even have survived. Thus, the crowd, each echoing the sentiments of the last, unanimously consented to give Lin Yun 1/3 of their treasures. Some, like Lao Ba, without hesitation, placed all they had gathered into their storage rings and presented them to Lin Yun. At this point, Lin Yun felt on the verge of collapse. He had been desperately suppressing his inner desires, and now Lao Lu's actions had pushed him to the brink of tolerance. Why such fervor, everyone? We are all fellow disciples. My cultivation exceeds yours, and it is my duty to protect you. Moreover, as the holy son of the Taichu sacred sect, I must uphold the dignity of our sect above all else, Lin Yun proclaimed with righteous indignation. Gazing at the dazzling array of elixirs and treasures before him, Lin Yun felt an overwhelming surge of elation. What were the treasures bestowed by the system? They paled in comparison to the tangible wealth before him. Could the system provide him with this many Shintian pills? Just counting them, there were at least 20 or 30 in sight. In light of his earlier oath, all he could now utter was 2 words, truly irresistible. At that moment, the ground began to tremble violently, and the towering dome above seemed ready to collapse. What is happening? As confusion reigned, a massive dragon suddenly emerged from a mound of gold coins in the distance. What on earth? Is this the lair of a malevolent dragon? A brave hero battling a dragon? Lin Yun sensed that something was amiss. How could a treasure trove of this magnitude exist without a powerful spirit beast to guard it? It appeared that this dragon was indeed the guardian of these riches. Everyone, scatter! Lin Yun urgently warned his fellow disciples to retreat. To his dismay, he could not sense the dragon's true strength. What did this imply? It indicated that the dragon's power was undoubtedly beyond that of the transformation realm. Knowing that spirit beasts primarily train their physical prowess, it seemed evident that this dragon was formidable indeed. Absolutely within the realm of, this concept can be likened to the intermediate stages of human cultivation. Specifically between the and the, furthermore, When it comes to the comparison between humans and spirit beasts, there exists a complete impossibility for them to overcome their counterparts of equal rank, unless one possesses an extraordinary advantage, such as the villainous system that resides within Lin Yun. However, such advantages are not always applicable. Sending Lin Yun, equipped with the villain system, to confront a colossal dragon entrenched in the wood undoubtedly be tantamount to courting death. Fortunately, it was Lin Yun's timely warning that prompted everyone to react and hastily evade the impending danger. Suddenly, the dragon unfurled its enormous maw and unleashed a torrent of searing dragon breath upon the crowd. The blackened breath emanated an extraordinarily high temperature, sufficient to melt the very golden diamonds strewn across the ground. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Lin Yun's forehead as he realized that this time, he truly found himself at a loss. Their only option now was to flee. Everyone, retreat. With that, Lin Yun took the lead, heading towards the grand entrance of the palace. As he observed the chaotic flight of the others, the dragon exhibited no inclination to pursue. Its vast, dark golden slit-like eyes merely observed, seemingly imbued with a hint of mockery. Noticing the dragon's lack of pursuit, Lin Yun sensed something amiss, but there was no time for contemplation. The doorway loomed before him, the gateway to escape. However, in the next instant, Lin Yun found himself utterly dumbfounded. What on earth? This door wouldn't budge. Regardless of how much strength he exerted, the door remained unyielding. In that moment, Lin Yun comprehended why the dragon had not chased after them. It was because the creature knew that not a single one of them would escape. This door could only be opened from the outside, rendering them utterly incapable of breaching it from within. Damn it! Lin Yun couldn't suppress an expletive. Had he known, he would have adhered strictly to the system's directives and forsaken all else. After all, no treasure was worth more than his own life. All that glitters is not gold. If one's life is at stake, both riches and treasures may be forsaken. Alas, he lamented, he had been unable to conquer the desires within his heart to this moment. Regret consumed Lin Yun. However, it was now far too late. As the other disciples witnessed Lin Yun's despondent demeanor, they began to grasp the gravity of their predicament. They commenced frantically pounding on the door, even resorting to using their spiritual power to attack it, yet all was in vain. The door remained as immovable as it had been for countless eons. The entrance ahead was firmly locked, and behind them loomed the insurmountable dragon. They likely realized that they were truly facing an unavoidable calamity, as the atmosphere shifted from the initial thrill of treasure hunting to one of profound despair. Chapter 41. I am deeply sorry, everyone. It is all because of my insatiable greed that we have fallen into this dire situation. I apologized. At this juncture, Lin Yun began to reflect on his actions. The other disciples, too, came to a realization. This dragon before them was a foe even the of there could not confront. Today, they would all meet their demise here. Sob, sob, sob. At this moment, some began to weep aloud. They were still young, with ample time ahead of them to squander, and they did not wish to perish in this place. Silence enveloped the group, a deathly stillness. Suddenly, someone stood up, pointing an accusing finger at Lin Yun's head, wrathfully exclaiming, "It's you! All your fault! You claimed to be the of, and I believed in you, thinking following you was the right choice. How foolish!" Spitting in Lin Yun's direction, the ire of the crowd was ignited. At this moment, nearly everyone unleashed their fury upon Lin Yun, hurling insults and accusations. Lin Yun felt an overwhelming sense of guilt, enduring their invectives and humiliations, even though he had saved their lives on multiple occasions. But what did that matter? To be deemed a good person, one must perform good deeds throughout their life, whereas to be labeled a villain, one only needs to commit a single misdeed. Moreover, Lin Yun's motives were never pure. He merely sought to enhance his system task points through the group. The dragon appeared unfazed, as if it were merely spectating a play, observing the crowd as they relentlessly chastised Lin Yun, occasionally emitting a snort of warm breath. "Why should we pay for your mistake? What gives you the right?" One disciple, overwhelmed with rage, charged at Lin Yun, seizing him by the collar and bellowing into his face. Yet, the only response Lin Yun could muster was a simple, "I'm sorry." The more he apologized, the more their anger intensified. They had all but forgotten who had been their savior, who had led them thus far. Even the two who had staunchly supported Lin Yun and cast disappointed glances in his direction and as the vitriol escalated, their expressions shifted from disappointment to seething resentment. Ding! The host has now become the ultimate villain in the hearts of 36 individuals. Earning double points. At this moment, the system chimed in with a notification, yet Lin Yun found himself disinterested in its announcements. He understood the vast chasm that separated him from the dragon, even if the system bestowed upon him a divine artifact of the highest caliber. He would still be no match for the dragon. Congratulations, host. Extra task completed. Unlocking additional rewards. Ding! The system has selected the most suitable reward based on the host's current predicament. What on earth? What extra task? What additional reward? Just as Lin Yun was enveloped in confusion, a warm sensation surged within his mind. Congratulations, host. You have acquired, instantly, a detailed explanation of materialized in his consciousness. Wow. The host can forcibly suppress a spirit beast through its blood and can directly forge a bloodline contract. Ignoring cultivation disparities. How extraordinary. Lin Yun suddenly felt as though a glimmer of hope had emerged from the depths of despair. If he could somehow procure the dragon's blood, he could employ this to establish a bloodline contract, compelling the dragon to serve him as a spirit companion. This appeared exceedingly formidable. However, how could he possibly obtain the dragon's blood? After all, it was a spirit beast, its physical form impervious to conventional means. Here he was, merely an initial stage cultivator. There was no choice but to take a gamble. I have another plan. Lin Yun's sudden declaration broke the silence as he faced the crowd's vitriol. Huh? Do you think we will still trust you? Yet, due to his newfound status as the ultimate villain in their eyes, his credibility had plummeted. Sighing, Lin Yun realized there was no choice but to take matters into his own hands. Even if it meant going solo, he would carve out a path for himself. Slowly, he rose from the ground, determination gleaming in his eyes. Come, dragon. I am the warrior come to challenge you, Lin Yun proclaimed. His voice infused with a dramatic flair. The dragon, however, appeared bemused. Though it comprehended the words, it could not fathom why this human, seemingly undeterred by its presence, sought to challenge it. Through his senses, the dragon discerned that this human was merely an initial stage cultivator. Yet he dared to confront it. How amusing! It had been millennia since anyone had dared to provoke it. The dragon, quite unaware of the passage of time as it lay atop its hoard of gold, felt no sense of the years slipping by. The dragon chose to ignore Lin Yun, leaving him with a sensation of being overlooked. After all, he considered himself the protagonist. Such disregard felt humiliating. Lin Yun's irritation flared. Yet he acknowledged that if the dragon truly engaged with seriousness, he would stand no chance of victory. With a sudden burst of speed, Lin Yun charged forward, exerting every ounce of strength to reach his limit. However, in the eyes of the dragon, his movements appeared agonizingly slow. With a mere flick of its tail, Lin Yun was sent hurtling through the air. Wow! Lin Yun spat a mouthful of fresh blood. The speed of that dragon's tail was simply too swift, leaving him no time to react. In just one strike, he was nearly gravely injured. Chapter 42. Descent. No, this cannot continue. Such an assault is undoubtedly akin to a suicidal endeavor. And crucially, it fails to inflict any substantial harm on the opponent. Lin Yun pondered silently in his heart. Fortunately, he had just stored all the treasures they had gathered into his storage ring, and among these treasures were the healing elixirs they had collected. He recklessly swallowed a handful, and the effects of the elixirs took immediate effect. A warm sensation surged through his belly as the spiritual energy from the elixirs began to circulate throughout his meridians. Mending his wounds, however, no matter how rapid the effects might be, they could not heal his injuries instantly, and his supply of elixirs was limited. Most of them were unfamiliar to him. There was no time to examine these elixirs and discern their properties. So he had no choice but to swallow them indiscriminately, disregarding the consequences, as long as they could nourish his body and provide spiritual energy. Meanwhile, the colossal dragon showed no intention of directly finishing him off. He was curious to see how long this human could endure. Tio the dragon, Lin Yun's strength seemed utterly feeble, akin to an ant trying to stop a chariot. Yet, he was taken aback when Lin Yun managed to stand up after withstanding one of his attacks. He expected this seemingly insignificant human to possess such resilience. After resting for but a moment, Lin Yun launched another attack. Yet, without fail, Lin Yun's speed could not keep pace with that of the dragon. At this moment, Lin Yun's heart was ablaze with urgency. If he could not approach the dragon, he would never acquire its blood, let alone unleash his divine techniques. Crash! Lin Yun's body collided with the wall once more. Blood spraying wildly. Even with his enhanced physique, he could not withstand the dragon's assault. The power of its physical form was utterly terrifying. He pulled out another elixir and consumed it. The potent spiritual energy flooded every corner of his body, yet it proved ineffective, failing to quell his injuries, and even caused blood to seep from his orifices due to the overwhelming energy. Despite the futility of this assault, he had no alternative but to continue attacking. Again and again, gradually, as his wounds multiplied, his garments became tattered, drenched in blood, and he was a sight of utter disarray. Still, he could not cease his offensive. If he stopped, he feared he would never rise again. The dragon likely would not afford him a second chance. The disciples of the Taichu sacred sect began to be profoundly moved by Lin Yun's actions. Even in such dire straits, he refused to concede. He was not merely fighting for himself, he was battling for them as well. Yet what had they done? They had only stood by, doing nothing. A flicker of impatience appeared in the dragon's eyes. This human seemed relentless, as if he had entered a state of frenzy. Despite his body nearing its limits, he persisted in attacking. For reasons unknown, a tinge of fear crept into the dragon's heart. Despite the vast disparity in their realms, this sensation was foreign to him. How long had it been since he felt such a thing? The dragon's heart began to stir with an unexpected fervor. It was time to conclude this battle. Were they truly prepared to sit idly by, resigned to fate? Lin Yun had not given up. Should they? The disciples of the Taichu sacred sect gradually began to rally towards Lin Yun, standing on the same front as him. After all, regardless of who was right or wrong, they were all in this together. One for all and all for one. Seeing Lin Yun fighting so valiantly for his survival, how could they remain indifferent? If they were to meet their end, they would rather do so with great fervor. Thus, the sentiments of the crowd began to shift, inspired by Lin Yun's tenacity. On the dragon's side, patience for Lin Yun's antics had worn thin, not for any other reason but the flicker of trepidation in its heart. As spiritual beasts, their instincts were incredibly acute. The unease he felt might foretell imminent danger. Thus, he resolved to eliminate this fearless human before turning his attention to the trembling humans cowering in the corners. Wait, wasn't it these humans who had been cowering just moments ago? Why had they suddenly gained such morale? Their gazes now filled with murderous intent? Something was amiss, very amiss. Dragon, meet your demise. At that moment, the disciples of the Taichu sacred sect launched their assault against the dragon. Mystical Heaven's treasure seal, supreme divine sword. Behold my 9 provinces nether fire, boom! In the next instant, countless attacks rained down upon the dragon. Though the dragon was incredibly swift, its massive form made it challenging to evade the multitude of area effect attacks unleashed by the disciples of the Taichu sacred sect. Assuming that the strength of his body would render these assaults mere tickles, the dragon chose not to evade, allowing the attacks to strike him, boom. The vibrant energies of the attacks illuminated the entire palace. However, when the smoke cleared, the dragon remained unscathed, while the surrounding area was left in ruins. Roar! The dragon let out a mighty roar, unleashing its scorching breath once more. Due to the distance, although the torrent of dragon breath was overwhelming, the disciples had braced themselves and managed to evade, sustaining minimal injuries. Then they unleashed another round of relentless assaults. Witnessing this scene, Lin Yun felt an urge to scream, "Masters, stop the onslaught." Yet, it was precisely at this moment that Lin Yun saw an opportunity for a surprise attack. Now, the dragon was genuinely enraged. With a powerful flap of its massive wings, it soared into the sky. Chapter 43. Bloodline Covenant. The dragon ascended into the air with a thunderous crash, and once more, it unleashed a wave of dragon breath. The temperature in the air began to rise to an unbearable level. Even at a distance, Lin Yun could smell the scent of his own flesh burning. The disciples of the Taichu sacred sect were drenched in sweat, their clothes soaked through. However, the dragon's breath seemed limitless. Each pause lasted only a breath before it resumed. While they were cultivators, accustomed to rigorous physical training, the escalating heat was becoming increasingly intolerable. Already, some of the weaker female disciples were succumbing to dehydration and fainting. Moreover, the situation was dire for the others. If this continued for another minute or two, it was likely that all disciples of the Taichu sacred sect would collapse in this critical moment. A blazing flame shot towards the dragon high above, a desperate act from Lin Yun, utilizing the last straw bestowed upon him by the system. Yet, to the dragon, this flame posed no threat. The temperature of its fiery breath far exceeded that of Lin Yun's feeble attack. However, Lin Yun's intention was not to harm the dragon but to divert its attention. As anticipated, the dragon noticed the incoming attack and swiftly redirected its focus. After all, for the dragon, the source of its fear and unease was none other than Lin Yun, the audacious human who dared to confront it. Boom! The dragon lunged towards Lin Yun, but this time, Lin Yun did not evade. He had long been unable to approach the dragon directly. Now, an opportunity had presented itself. With resolve, Lin Yun prepared to brace himself against the dragon's collision. The dragon, perplexed, continued its charge, confident in the invincibility of its own flesh, the most formidable weapon it possessed. In the realm of spiritual beasts, innate talents were often dictated by bloodlines. The stronger the bloodline, the greater the innate abilities. Even dragons, from the moment of their birth, possessing remarkable strength, this colossal dragon boasts a lineage that is notably pure. Even after slumbering for tens of millions of years and hardly practicing, its power has steadily ascended. Do you believe that having a strong bloodline grants one the liberty to act with impunity? Apologies, but indeed, a formidable bloodline does afford such freedoms. With the blade of annihilation in hand, the outcome lies within a mere heartbeat. Crash! The bodies of the dragon and the man collided with tremendous force, sending countless treasures of gold and silver soaring into the heavens. The very ground of the palace trembled, as if the disciples of the Taichu sacred sect sensed the upheaval and dared not move. Yet, as the swirling dust began to settle, Lin Yun was already being crushed into the floor by the dragon's immense form. The dragon did not cease its assault. Instead, it once more beat its wings and took to the skies, preparing for a second strike. However, Lin Yun's body was on the verge of disintegration, with most of his bones already shattered. Yet, in this dire state, Lin Yun erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha! He laughed maniacally. The disciples of the Taichu sacred sect believed Lin Yun had lost his sanity, chuckling in the face of death at the same time. The dragon wore a puzzled expression, increasingly bewildered by this human. It seemed Lin Yun had pricked it with something, leaving a slight tingling sensation, but that was merely a fleeting moment. Its own body was indestructible. Even that minor incident must have involved some divine weapon, yet it was nothing more than a scratch. While everyone remained in confusion, Lin Yun continued to laugh. No one knew the source of his mirth. Only he understood. He laughed at his own miraculous survival and at the unexpected acquisition of such a powerful dragon. In the next moment, as the dragon prepared to dive once more, Lin Yun shakily retrieved a drop of blood from the dragon's massive body using the blade of annihilation. This was sufficient. Godly techniques, activate. The entire palace began to bathe in a crimson hue, and the dragon, which had been descending from the sky, suddenly became suspended in midair, as if time itself had been frozen. Albeit only for this dragon. Surrounding the dragon, the blood-red aura began to solidify into chains, binding the creature firmly in place. Countless golden runes appeared upon these chains. The dragon seemed to realize something. Its enormous vertical pupils filled with terror. It sought to flee, but its vast body was already ensnared, unable to escape. Meanwhile, Lin Yun slowly rose from the crevice in the ground. Due to his physical condition, his movements were sluggish, taking nearly several minutes to stand, his posture unsteady. Yet no one dared to underestimate him any longer. The fact that he could bind such a powerful dragon rendered them speechless. Lin Yun's body gradually levitated into the air, as if something were lifting him, drawing him closer to the dragon's head. In comparison to the dragon's gargantuan visage, he appeared as insignificant as a grain of rice beside a bowl. The dragon attempted to unleash its breath to attack him, but its mouth was tightly sealed, the dragon's breath erupting in tremendous heat within its jaws yet unable to escape. Ha ha ha! Lin Yun continued to laugh, his eyes shimmering with uncontainable fervor. This formidable dragon was on the verge of becoming his spirit companion. Surely, anyone else in his position would be overjoyed. Lin Yun slowly extended a finger, blood boiling from it and transforming into strange patterns that enveloped the dragon's entire body. The dragon comprehended the situation, but it was too late. This was a bloodline contract. At this moment, the disciples of the Taichu sacred sect also awakened to the realization that Lin Yun was forging a bloodline contract with the dragon. What was a bloodline contract? It was an unequal pact that bound a spirit beast to one's service, ensuring unwavering loyalty. What does this signify? Typically, a bloodline contract could only be established if both the spirit beast and human consented, usually occurring when the spirit beast was on the brink of death or filled with gratitude towards the human. Yet now, Lin Yun's standing was extraordinary. Their roles had seemingly reversed. The disciples. Lin Yun should have been the one to be bound. However, Lin Yun offered no explanations. The signing of the contract continued. The dragon struggled in resistance, yet a fire of the soul ignited deep within its essence. This pain was far beyond mere bodily suffering. It howled and screamed, still retaining a modicum of pride, managing to endure thus far. After several more minutes, the dragon's spirit continued to resist the bloodline contract. Lin Yun could not help but muse, this creature, if placed in modern society, would undoubtedly be a paragon of virtue. Observing Lin Yun's expression, reminiscent of his own earlier mockery, the dragon seethed with rage. Vowing that if it could, it would rend Lin Yun into pieces and reduce him to ashes with its breath. Yet the current circumstances left no room for idle thoughts. Its soul was writhing in torment. Uncertain of how long this state would persist, the dragon surmised that as long as it refused to submit, the torment would be endless. Accepting the contract would spare it from this agony, but it would forever lose its dignity as a spirit beast, the honor of being a dragon, and its eternal freedom. Thus, it continued to resist, to struggle. It seems you won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Lin Yun had little time to waste in this battle of wills, for the godly technique did not specify its duration, only that it could be forcibly activated. If the torment were to end abruptly, the bloodline contract would conclude, leading to utter ruin. Therefore, Lin Yun gently traced his finger, and the soul-burning flames surged like a tempest, growing even more ferocious. The dragon, in pain, yearned to vocalize its anguish, but its mouth was firmly sealed, so it could only emit muffled sounds. This only served to make it appear as if it were surrendering to Lin Yun. The disciples of the Taichu sacred sect were utterly astonished. What was happening? Had the dragon truly begun to plead for mercy? I wonder if it is still too late to apologize to Lin Yun. I am curious to see how long you can endure. The flames surged once more, igniting the entirety of the dragon's spirit. What had once been the ordinary soul of a dragon now twisted and writhed as if transformed into a fire dragon. Thrashing in agony. Unable to withstand such torment, the dragon ultimately capitulated. The runic chains composed of Lin Yun's blood coiled around the dragon's spirit, branding it with vibrant totems. Boom! The dragon, which had been soaring in the heavens, plummeted to the ground with a thunderous crash. Lin Yun, too, felt the complete exhaustion of his strength. The pain from his wounds, previously suppressed by his inner energy, surged forth like a tidal wave, causing him to grimace. At this moment, the disciples of the Taichu sacred sect rushed forward, helping Lin Yun to his feet. Lin Yun, are you all right? I knew you were the best. Lin Yun, quickly, this is my precious Lin Yun pill. While it may not reach the level of reviving the dead, it is close enough. You must take it. Lin Yun, you are forever my idol. Indeed, witnessing the reversal of fortunes, this band of naive disciples wasted no time in turning their allegiances outward. Nevertheless, Lin Yun decided to further win their hearts. I apologize, everyone. It is my fault that you have been drawn into this perilous ordeal. Yet, at that moment, awkward expressions crossed their faces. Who was it that had just berated Lin Yun? Who had spat upon him? Lin Yun could hardly recall, nor did he wish to dwell on it now. His primary concern lay with the mighty dragon he had just subdued. However, just as the crowd rejoiced, believing they had escaped death, smack! The palace doors swung open once more. The visitors were none other than the core disciples of the demon cult who had departed earlier. Young master, do not worry. I sense their entry into the grand hall. The hall is guarded by the infernal dragon, and they are no match for it. They have likely been reduced to ashes by now. Excellent, we shall reap the benefits of their toil. It is abundantly clear that upon their arrival, They were met with the chaotic scene before them, oblivious to the throng of Taichu Shengzong disciples concealed behind the colossal form of the dragon. Alas, having just escaped the jaws of the dragon, they now found themselves confronted by the minions of the demonic sect. Was it truly written in the stars that they were fated to perish here? This notion echoed in the minds of every Taichu Shengzong disciple. Moments ago, they had engaged the dragon, expending nearly all their spiritual energy. Even if they had conserved their strength, how could they possibly contend with the core disciples of the demonic sect? Moreover, setting aside the unknown prowess of these core disciples, the strength of the three elders alone was more than sufficient to crush them all. Wait, what? It seems they have not perished? Elder Xian Yi was taken aback. Logically, this should not be the case. The Yumming dragon was inherently a creature of slaughter, and under normal circumstances, it would never leave survivors. Could it be that it intended to savor them slowly? Unlikely, for even though the Taichu Shengzong disciples were numerous, they collectively would not provide enough sustenance for a single bite. Just as the core disciples of the demonic sect were engulfed in confusion. Lin Yun couldn't help but chuckle. Ah, you have arrived. Come, allow me to extend a warm welcome to you. Reclining in the embrace of Lao Lu, Lin Yun gazed at the core disciples of the demonic sect. A smirk playing upon his lips. "ITSU?" Elder Xian Yi recognized Lin Yun. "Ha! It appears you are gravely injured. I am keen to witness how you escaped the clutches of the Yumming dragon." Chapter 45. Submission. Rather than attacking Lin Yun, the dragon, at his subtle command, shifted its focus onto the core disciples of the demonic sect. Elder Xian Yi was suddenly gripped by an ominous premonition. Reminiscent of his initial foreboding regarding the dragon. What have you done? Why does the shadow dragon behave in such a manner? The astonishment in Elder Xian Yi's eyes was palpable. Despite Lin Yun and his companions being in close proximity to the dragon, it refrained from assaulting them. In fact, upon observing the dragon's pupils, there seemed to be an inkling of subservience towards Lin Yun. Once his explanation was complete, Lin Yun closed his eyes tightly. He was not merely resting, but rather engaging in a profound communion with the shadow dragon through the essence of his soul. The dragon's spiritual essence, contrary to its imposing exterior, was surprisingly diminutive. "Now, let us converse." Lin Yun's vibrant blue soul radiated with vitality, in stark contrast to the shadow dragon's deep crimson essence, which, under normal circumstances, should have appeared azure, yet was distorted by other intrinsic attributes. "What further discourse is necessary? You have triumphed. The bloodline contract is sealed. Henceforth, you are my master, and I shall fulfill your every command." The shadow dragon's deep crimson essence knelt before Lin Yun's azure soul, akin to a vassal before a sovereign, exuding utmost reverence and not daring to exhibit a hint of negligence. Alas, the potency of this bloodline contract was extraordinarily overwhelming, verging on the grotesque. Should Lin Yun choose, he could effortlessly extinguish the dragon's life or exert control over its very being. However, the dragon's innermost thoughts remained transparent to Lin Yun, rendering it a mere plaything, stripped of dignity, bound by an unyielding bloodline contract. "Truth be told, I never intended for you to be my familiar, nor did I wish for us to forge this bloodline pact. Given my current predicament, I find myself bereft of options, teetering on the brink of demise, and none of us stand a chance against you. Thus, this was a course of necessity." Lin Yun sighed theatrically. "You have emerged victorious. There is no need for further explanations. Simply issue your commands." The essence of the shadow dragon was scarcely larger than Lin Yun's, allowing them to maintain eye contact, yet before Lin Yun, the dragon was compelled to lower its head in deference. Simultaneously, within the palace, a fierce battle raged on. Although the shadow dragon's essence was engaged in dialogue with Lin Yun, it did not impede its control over its corporeal form. Furthermore, its adversaries were the core disciples and elders of the demonic sect. The dragon's breath unleashed in torrents, leaving the core disciples and elders utterly defenseless, subjected to relentless suppression. This cannot continue. If this persists, we shall all perish here, without a glimmer of hope. At this moment, Elder Xian Yi's thoughts crystallized. He understood that, even united, they were no match for the shadow dragon. They could only adopt a defensive posture, too fearful to strike back. Unlike their initial entrance, they were acutely aware of the dragon's true might. Its formidable physical prowess rendered their every effort futile. Yet, mere defense was a fool's errand, draining their spiritual energy to the last drop. leading only to inevitable demise. The Shadow Dragon, for reasons unknown, focused its wrath solely upon them, displaying no inclination to assault the Taichu Shengzong disciples, even seemingly shielding them from harm. Perhaps we should infiltrate their ranks. The Shadow Dragon might spare us, Elder Xian Er suggested, evading the dragon's breath. Elder Xian Yi had not considered this possibility, but upon Elder Xian Er's prompting, he recognized the truth. Indeed, the dragon unfurled its wings, yet did not take flight. It merely sought to shield the Taichu Shengzong disciples from its fiery breath. Thus, the core disciples of the demonic sect followed Elder Xian Yi's lead, dispersing in an attempt to reach the dragon's rear. However, the Shadow Dragon denied them this chance, inhaling deeply and unleashing a torrent of breath, encircling the core disciples and sealing off all avenues of escape. Clearly, they had fallen into a trap of their own making. They mistakenly believed the Shadow Dragon to be a mere beast of burden, its immense size suggesting a lack of intellect. Yet they were gravely mistaken. Dragons, within the realm of spirit beasts, were sovereigns in their own right. Their perceived laziness often masked a formidable intelligence. Moreover, this Shadow Dragon had inhabited the palace for countless years, likely surpassing a millennium in age. How could such an ancient being be foolish? From the moment Lin Yun tasked it with confronting the core disciples, the Shadow Dragon recognized them as its master's mortal foes. While the Taichu Shengzong disciples were allies, it was impossible for the dragon to overlook these dynamics. In times past, it would have dispatched foes without a second thought. However, circumstances had shifted dramatically. It had transformed from a once mighty spirit beast into a subservient familiar, bound by a bloodline contract of the most degrading kind. Chapter 46. Treasures as the dragon's breath intensified. The air grew increasingly sweltering. The three core disciples of the demonic sect were nearing exhaustion, their relentless exertion rapidly depleting their bodily fluids, rendering them nearly immobile. The elders fared no better, their faces reflecting their dire straits. Do you know who these three are? Should you slay them, do you truly believe this act will go unnoticed? As the situation grew dire, Elder Xian resolved to make a desperate stand. Do you think our demonic sect's million-strong army suddenly besieged the Taichu Shengzong without reason? Our infiltration of this secret realm during the conflict was no coincidence. At this juncture, Lin Yun beckoned to the Shadow Dragon's essence, signaling it to cease its assault momentarily. The Shadow Dragon, upon receiving the command, decisively halted its torrent of breath. Speak now, and let us see if your words warrant my mercy. At this moment, the Shadow Dragon surprisingly spoke human words. It was evident that Lin Yun had taken control of the Shadow Dragon's corporeal form. The pupils of Elder Xian Yi contracted sharply. How could he not know that this Shadow Dragon possessed the ability to articulate? It was peculiar. This Shadow Dragon was clearly, suddenly, an absurd and nearly impossible thought flashed through Elder Xian Yi's mind. Could it be that this Shadow Dragon had acknowledged its master? Impossible. This was absolutely inconceivable. According to the information provided by the cult leader, the Shadow Dragon was notoriously unruly, and precisely for that reason, it had been imprisoned here, originally serving as the guardian spirit of this secret realm. Yet, the unfolding events compelled him to question the veracity of the cult leader's information. Shadow Dragon, the supreme king of shadows, do you still remember that distant promise? At this juncture, Elder Xian Yi maintained a tentative approach, attempting to communicate with the Shadow Dragon. What contract? A sudden jolt ran through Elder Xian Yi's mind. It was over. The Shadow Dragon had indeed acknowledged its master. I was once sealed here. This place may appear to be a secret realm, but it is, in fact, a grand sealing array. I was imprisoned here for countless years until one day, a person entered, found me, and asked for my assistance in guarding certain items, promising that when his descendants came to visit me with a token, I would be freed from this seal. The response to Lin Yun did not come from Elder Xian Yi, but rather from the soul of the Shadow Dragon. Goodness! Could it be that I have inadvertently stumbled upon some monumental secret? If the Shadow Dragon's words held any truth, then the master of this secret realm must be the leader of the demonic cult. Based on the timeline, it could not be the current leader. It must have been the original leader from millennia ago. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yun couldn't suppress his astonishment. The treasures left behind from 10,000 years ago had incited a frenzied pursuit from the current demonic cult, indicating that these artifacts must indeed be extraordinary relics. Lin Yun could not help but swallow hard. What about the treasures outside? A hint of trepidation gripped Lin Yun, fearing that these treasures were precisely the remnants spoken of by the Shadow Dragon. If that were the case, he would be sorely disappointed, and of course not. Those items are merely meant to mislead. The Shadow Dragon clarified. Then tell me, what did it leave for you to guard? Was it an unparalleled divine weapon or some sort of extraordinary treasure? The Shadow Dragon pondered seriously, admitting it was unfamiliar with the human concept of an extraordinary treasure. For dragons, their most cherished items were simply those that sparkled, like diamonds or gold coins. As for the other treasures within this palace, they were merely remnants left by the original leader of the demonic cult. However, when considered collectively, the value of these treasures was still considerable, potentially surpassing the wealth of a small nation. The enormity of the investment made to obscure the truth suggested that the true treasures hidden within must be of immense worth. With a heart racing and hands trembling, Lin Yun yearned to eliminate the core disciples of the demonic cult promptly to uncover the nature of these treasures. If I am not mistaken, the one who forged the blood contract with the Shadow Dragon is you, the holy son of the Taichu sacred sect. Elder Xin Yi's expression gradually darkened. Perhaps it was due to a clash of fate or because he had neglected to check the auspicious calendar before departing. Since setting out today, he had encountered the holy son of the Taichu sacred sect twice. The first encounter had cost him his cultivation, and the second was likely to cost him his life. If given the choice, Elder Xin Yi would have opted to consult the auspicious calendar at home before deciding to venture out, hoping to avoid any further encounters with Lin Yun. So you figured it out? Do you think you can persuade me now? Lin Yun said with a mischievous grin. The three core disciples of the demonic cult understood that the adversary they faced today was the holy son of the Taichu sacred sect, and given the long-standing enmity between their factions, it was likely they would perish here. They were at a loss for words. Nothing they could say would hold any significance now. Do as you will. They resigned. Just as Lin Yun, controlling the Shadow Dragon's body, prepared to unleash a massacre, he suddenly halted. Recalling something crucial, he turned and asked the Shadow Dragon's soul, "Did you not say they possess something that could lift your seal?" The Shadow Dragon's soul shook its head. "That is no longer necessary. You are now my master. The blood contract we just forged allows you to summon me directly, effectively disregarding this seal." "I see." Lin Yun then inquired, "If you could have broken the seal at any time using this method, why didn't you leave sooner?" The Shadow Dragon sighed. "Why would I want to leave? I am quite content here. Even if I wished to exit, I would never resort to such means, even if it meant death." Chapter 47. The Way of Heaven. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Lin Yun scratched his head. "It's all right. Although we have established a blood contract, I will not regard you as a servant. Henceforth, you shall be my friend, my companion. Can you help me dissolve the blood contract?" The Shadow Dragon inquired softly. "You are thinking too much. If I were to dissolve this blood contract, I fear I would cease to exist. As long as you break this contract, I will certainly spare your life." Lin Yun felt akin to a renowned negotiator from the late Qing dynasty. This shouldn't be the case. Conventionally, after I expressed those sentiments, the Shadow Dragon should have been overwhelmed with gratitude, and I would have fully tamed it. Yet, why was it asking me to dissolve the blood contract? Never mind, I'll deal with these core disciples of the demonic cult first. With that, a torrent of dragon breath erupted forth. The 6 individuals, comprising the core disciples and the elder of the demonic cult, were reduced to ashes in the searing flames. The disciples of the Taichu sacred sect, who had been sheltered behind the Shadow Dragon's wings, were left utterly astounded by the spectacle before them. What on earth? We were just on the brink of death, fearing we would perish in the dragon's breath. Yet now the tables have turned completely. Not only were we spared from the dragon's wrath, but this seemingly invincible Shadow Dragon has also become Lin Yun's blood contract spirit pet. Hold on, we need a moment to process this. Our minds have been bombarded with too much information, and we can barely keep up. It's a classic case of cognitive overload. However, what had they just done? They had insulted and humiliated Lin Yun, yet now they wondered if it was too late to beg for mercy. Nevertheless, Lin Yun had no intention of holding a grudge against these foolish disciples. After all, without them, he would not have acquired the divine manipulation technique, nor would he have been able to establish this blood contract with the Shadow Dragon. He was immensely pleased, eagerly anticipating the treasures left behind by the original leader. What kind of treasures could the original leader of the demonic cult have left here to be guarded for so long? "Master, Please follow me. After receiving Lin Yun's consent, the shadow dragon gently lifted his now unconscious body with its mouth and began to flap its wings, soaring deeper into the recesses of the palace. The disciples of the Taichu sacred sect dared not obstruct them, for they knew this was a creature that could effortlessly dispatch even the core disciples and elders of the demonic cult. And now it had become Lin Yun's blood contract spirit pet, posing no threat to him. As they ventured further, Lin Yun realized the vastness of the palace was indeed remarkable, although the shadow dragon's speed was considerable. They had already flown nearly 10 miles in the blink of an eye, and yet they had been traveling for almost a quarter of an hour without reaching their destination. How much farther? Master, we are almost there. Please bear with me a moment longer. Indeed, the humble tone of the shadow dragon, coupled with its repeated address of master, sent a shiver down Lin Yun's spine. Yet, he feared that if he showed even the slightest sign of retreat, the shadow dragon would insist on having him dissolve their blood contract. Finally, they arrived at their destination. This place starkly contrasted with the opulent entrance of the palace they had just come from. It was shrouded in an oppressive darkness and dampness, resembling a cave. The air was chilling, and it felt as though the anguished wails of vengeful spirits echoed all around them. What had the original leader of the demonic sect left behind that the atmosphere was so thick with malevolence? Upon witnessing this environment, Lin Yun began to feel a strong aversion towards this so-called treasure. This object was a relic of the original leader of the demonic sect, a figure notorious for his ruthlessness and overwhelming power, who had once thrown the entire cultivation world into chaos. Following the conventional narrative arc found in novels, one could wonder if claiming his treasure would lead to an influx of malevolent energy, enabling him to return from the dead and further disrupt the realm of cultivation. In truth, Lin Yun was not overly concerned with the fate of this world. He was a rather superficial individual, primarily focused on preserving his own life. Master need not worry excessively. This object seems devoid of sentience, the shadow dragon elucidated. Devoid of sentience? Lin Yun was taken aback. If it lacks sentience, how can it be deemed an unparalleled weapon? After all, weapons in this realm were classified based on their abilities. The awakening of sentience in a weapon served as a critical dividing line. Weapons lacking sentience were mere mundane items, varying only in material quality and durability. In stark contrast, even a humble peachwood sword, if wielded by a capable user, could unleash cataclysmic power. Lin Yun smirked. What use is a weapon without sentience? I find myself increasingly disinterested in this object. Perhaps the rewards from this villainous system will be more worthwhile. No, that's not quite right, the shadow dragon corrected. This object likely once possessed sentience but was forcibly stripped of it by another. If you, master, are willing to invest some time and effort, it should be possible to rekindle its own sentience. The shadow dragon slowly explained. Stripped away forcibly by another? How could that be? Wouldn't the logical course be to destroy the weapon entirely if one wished to eliminate its sentience? How could they remove its sentience and yet leave the weapon intact? After a lengthy contemplation, the shadow dragon finally spoke. The entity responsible for its erasure is neither human nor spirit beast. It is the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao, Lin Yun exclaimed. Indeed, unless the weapon poses a threat to the balance of the world or has grown powerful enough to rival the heavenly Tao, it would be detected and eradicated, yet only its sentience would be obliterated, leaving its essence untouched. Chapter 48. Assault on the sect. Is there truly such a weapon capable of threatening the heavenly Tao? The shadow dragon remained silent as Lin Yun followed its gaze towards the object left behind by the original leader of the demonic sect. Suspended in midair, it was enveloped by a swirling mass of blood-red energy and malevolence, rendering it nearly indistinguishable from afar. Do you know what this object is? Lin Yun inquired. The malevolent energy it emanates is far too potent. I have avoided approaching it for years. However, I recall it being referred to as the Soul Guiding Banner. The Soul Guiding Banner? The name itself exuded an air of grandeur, surely a peerless divine artifact. I'll simply take it for myself. That is unwise. The malevolence surrounding it is far too intense. To approach it recklessly would surely lead to your consumption by its energy. The shadow dragon's eyes fixated on the Soul Guiding Banner as if it were a formidable adversary. Are you afraid of it? Not fear, precisely. Its presence is simply unsettling, which is why I have kept my distance. The malevolent energy it radiates can even disturb my consciousness. inciting an urge for violence. Goodness, even stripped of its spirit, it possesses such formidable influence that it can affect the shadow dragon's psyche. At that moment, a flicker of fervor ignited in Lin Yun's eyes. Such a treasure could serve as a means of mental disruption in battle. How extraordinary! What should we do? We must first seal its malevolence before we can safely retrieve it. Can you seal its malevolence? I shall give it a try. In truth, the shadow dragon was reluctant to engage with the object, having avoided it for so long due to the discomfort it caused. However, given the situation, it had no choice but to comply with Lin Yun's commands. After a considerable time, Lin Yun successfully sealed the malevolence of the soul-guiding banner and stored it away. Regardless of the system's tasks, the items he personally acquired held greater value. Only what he possessed was real. Moreover, the system merely required him to acquire less. The fewer items he took, the greater his rewards. Given that his previous actions had incurred a reduction in rewards, it was more advantageous to claim the soul-guiding banner for himself. With this thought, Lin Yun felt increasingly justified in possessing the soul-guiding banner. How shall we get you out of here? Lin Yun suddenly pondered. You need only summon me through the blood contract, and I shall emerge according to your will. Oh, I see. Very well, then. Thus, their journey through the secret realm came to a close. Overall, Lin Yun felt his gains were substantial. Not only had he elevated his cultivation level from the golden core stage to the nascent soul stage, but he had also acquired the coveted soul-guiding banner. However, these were not the most significant achievements. Most importantly, he had successfully forged a blood contract with this physically formidable shadow dragon. In the future, as long as he did not encounter any excessively monstrous beings, he could simply summon the shadow dragon when faced with insurmountable odds, rendering him virtually invincible. He felt as though he was destined to ascend to the pinnacle of life. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Lin Yun nearly drooled in anticipation. Heh, just think of all the lavish meals and accommodations I can indulge in without a care. Who could possibly stand in my way? They'll all be begging for mercy. Ha ha ha! Lin Yun laughed boisterously, exuding the demeanor of a grand villain. Ahem. He realized he had lost his composure. At that moment, Lin Yun lay in a hospital bed, attended to by a devoted disciple who catered to his every need. Suddenly, a voice resonated in his mind. Ding! Task completed. Awarded D rank reward. Ding! Task completed. Awarded B rank reward. Huh? What is this? I just emerged from the secret realm. I should have completed only one task. Why am I being notified of 2 completed tasks? As Lin Yun pondered this, the disciple attending to him rushed in, flustered. Senior brother Lin Yun, it's bad. It's really bad. Calm down. There's no need to panic. Take your time. Nothing can faze me now. Lin Yun steadied himself. Sitting up. Senior brother Lin Yun, the demonic sect has launched an attack. What? The demonic sect has been quiet for so long. How could they suddenly mount an offensive? The defenses within the sect should be formidable. With numerous experts on guard, how could they breach our defenses? The previously composed Lin Yun felt his calm beginning to unravel. The demonic sect had breached the sect. This was dire news. Although he now had the shadow dragon to protect him, he was currently incapacitated, having suffered grave injuries in the secret realm. There was no hope of escape, and he sensed that the demonic sect's sudden aggression was closely tied to him, especially since he had ruthlessly eliminated their core disciples and several elders while in the secret realm. What should he do? They were already at the doorstep, and it was likely they would come looking for him soon. How could he handle this, though still within the confines of his chamber? Lin Yun found that the walls offered little soundproofing, allowing the cacophony of battle from outside to reach his ears. The resounding clash of swords and daggers sent shivers down his spine. He remained uncertain of the current leader of the demonic sect's true capabilities. Could the shadow dragon ensure his safety and allow him to escape this battlefield unscathed? At that moment, a furious roar erupted from outside. Where is the holy son of the Taichu sacred sect? Come out and face your demise. Lin Yun swallowed hard. Could it be that they had come to his doorstep so swiftly? Should he flee? It seemed that escape was not an option. Chapter 49. Ensnared. Summoning the shadow dragon now would only draw more attention with its colossal form, making his escape even more difficult. What to do? Despite having activated the system and gained advantages, he felt perpetually trapped in the role of the weak, his life and death precariously held in the hands of others. This sensation was profoundly unsettling and infuriating. Do not mistake my silence for weakness. I am no mere cat to toy with. Just then, the door was forcefully breached, causing numerous disciples to retreat in alarm, swords drawn in a defensive stance, bracing for the impending assault. What faced them was a bare-chested figure, his skin a deep crimson, a demon cultivator dedicated to the path of physical enhancement. So, the holy son of the Taichu sacred sect dwells here. He seemed entirely dismissive of the disciples before him, his gaze greedily scanning the surroundings, ultimately resting upon Lin Yunyu. The demon cultivator smirked brazenly, raising his fists and charging directly at Lin Yun. Brother Lin, be careful. The disciples attempted to intercept the demon, but their speed paled in comparison. Even those who dared to use their bodies as shields were easily brushed aside. Today marks your end? A tremendous pressure descended upon Lin Yu and I in this perilous moment. He could hardly react, and just as he felt the specter of death looming, a sword appeared before him. Clang! The demon's fist struck the sword. Its immense force surprisingly halted. Who are you? Yuan Shui paid no heed to his question, instead wielding her sword and pushing the demon back step by step. You are from the Changbai Snow sect? The demon recognized her swordplay, his brow furrowing. Yuan Shui remained silent, responding solely with her blade. Clang, clang, clang. The sounds of steel clashing echoed in the air. The demon ceased his offensive, lost in thought. Why would a disciple of the Changbai Snow sect be present in the Taichu sacred sect? And with such formidable skill, he had not encountered her amongst the throng of disciples before. Could it be that? The demon hesitated, realizing the gravity of his situation. Perhaps they had been ensnared. Despite their grand presence and multitude of disciples, the Taichu sacred sect was no pushover. It was one of the foremost sects in the world. How could they be so easily overrun? Sweat began to bead on the demon's forehead. If this were true, they faced significant trouble. Just then, a sound akin to fireworks erupted from outside, a piercing arrow through the clouds. 1,000 troops come to meet. Boom, boom, boom. Above, thunder rumbled ominously. The demon disciples, who had previously surged into the Taichu sacred sect, now felt a sense of unease. Their advance had seemed too effortless, even when encountering a few resistant disciples, who appeared more like timid novices than true adversaries. They had carelessly rampaged through, forgetting that in their usual encounters with such reputed sects, they would scurry away like mice from a cat. How had they come to slaughter within their own sanctum? Had their strength unexpectedly surged? Clearly not. What, then, was the reason? Suddenly, one of the demon disciples, gazing at the corpses of Taichu sacred sect disciples on the ground, could not help but prod one, only to discover it was a mere puppet, indistinguishable from a real person. This is bad. Everyone, retreat. We've fallen into a trap. He frantically warned his fellow disciples, but the thunder drowned out his cries, and the demon disciples, now blinded by bloodlust, could not hear him. Their focus was solely on the fleeing disciples of the Taichu sacred sect. They had endured too long, and today they would finally unleash their pent-up fury. Relishing the sight of those who once pursued them now fleeing in terror. You shall all perish. You once looked down upon me, thinking yourselves invincible. Come forth and witness my might. Boom. Thunder cracked as the protective array of the Taichu sacred sect activated, enveloping the entire sect like a colossal bowl. This defensive formation was twofold. Those outside could not enter, and those within could not escape. The purpose was clear: to confine their adversaries and deliver a thorough thrashing. Throughout this battle, none of the top experts of the Taichu sacred sect revealed themselves, while the higher-ups of the demon sect merely observed from the periphery, refraining from intervention. It seemed an unspoken agreement had been reached. Allow the disciples to engage in relentless combat. For the demon sect, these cultivators were expendable. Their ranks were plentiful and fresh recruits were ever eager to join. Should they fall, new disciples would quickly take their place as fodder. In contrast, every disciple of the Taichu sacred sect was meticulously chosen, each possessing exceptional talent, and the sect maintained strict recruitment standards, resulting in a limited number of disciples. All you demon disciples, prepare to meet your end. Chapter 50. Interrogation. A thunderous voice boomed from above, causing the demon disciples to look up in shock. The protective array had silently activated, and above them loomed the formidable figures of the Taichu sacred sect's elite, their gazes cold and unforgiving. It's over. How could this happen? Behind these powerful figures stood countless disciples of the Taichu sacred sect, their eyes filled with scorn. We have fallen into a trap. What should we do now? No one had the answer, as the demon disciples were already in a frantic scramble, none daring to glance back. But could they escape? The answer was a resounding no. The protective array had sealed their fates, turning them into mere prey awaiting slaughter. Disciples of the Taichu sacred sect, heed my command, came the resounding reply. The demon disciples had long plagued the realm of cultivation, sowing chaos and destruction. We, as righteous cultivators, have endured long enough, and today, the demon sect has dared to challenge our limits, provoking us to action. Together, let us eradicate this evil. Eradicate the evil, uphold the righteous path. Eradicate the evil, uphold the righteous path. Eradicate the evil, uphold the righteous path. Thus, the massacre concerning the demonic sect commenced. A multitude of disciples from the Taichu sacred sect surged forth like a tidal wave. This was markedly different from the group of disciples the demonic sect's followers encountered upon their entry into the mountain gate. For these were genuine practitioners, unlike the mere puppets they faced before. Their strength far surpassed that of these so-called disciples of the demonic sect. The demonic sect, in contrast to the Taichu sacred sect, boasted an overwhelming number of disciples, whom they scarcely disciplined. Essentially, all it took was the acknowledgement of their identity and the provision of a rudimentary cultivation manual for one to be deemed a disciple of the demonic sect. Furthermore, due to the relatively small expanse of the demonic sect stronghold, they could only dispatch these outer disciples to wander. When the time came for their utilization, a convenient excuse would be fabricated to summon them back, sending them forth as expendable pawns. Thus, when they encountered a genuinely righteous sect like the Taichu sacred sect, they found themselves utterly defenseless. The situation swiftly tipped in favor of the Taichu disciples. While the disciples of the demonic sect could only retreat in a frenzy, lacking even the means for defense, falling in droves as if they were mere stalks of wheat being harvested. Nay, perhaps it was even easier than that. They wept and wailed, yet all was in vain. The disciples of the Taichu sacred sect harbored no iota of compassion for those of the demonic sect. For them, the relentless slaughter was not only advantageous to the heavens, but also a means to cultivate their own mental fortitude without the emergence of inner demons. Your demonic sect disciples have already reached this state, and you still do not intend to intervene? A venerable elder of the Taichu sacred sect stepped forward, and in an instant, the heavens and earth transformed, an overwhelming might surging forth. Opposite him stood what could be deemed true power. Is it necessary? They were merely sent by our sect to ascertain the truth within. Besides, their demise is a result of their own inadequacy. The demonic sect has no need for such waste. To act personally might tarnish my dignity. It is fitting to employ your hand to eliminate their numbers. Upon uttering these words, there was no attempt at concealment. His voice resonated like thunder. The disciples of the demonic sect below could hear him clearly. Yet they believed that these formidable figures would act to preserve their lives, shattering this barrier to rescue them. However, they did not foresee that their thoughts were utterly misguided. In that moment, despair deepened within their hearts. It was all a ruse. They were merely pawns, their names and lives insignificant in the eyes of these strategists. They cared only for their own interests. Perhaps this was the true essence of the demonic sect. Ah, how surprising! I had not anticipated that the so-called higher-ups of your demonic sect would be so cold-hearted and merciless. No wonder all righteous sects have sought to eradicate you. Ha 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 ha. We have battled countless times already. Do you still not comprehend our ways? The demonic sect strongman laughed heartily. The rules of this world are thus. Only the strong possess a voice, are worthy of rights, dignity, and all that they desire. Those without strength are mere cannon fodder, destined to serve as slaves to the powerful. I truly cannot fathom why such a demonic sect has so many disciples. I am quite curious. What methods do you employ to ensnare them? Is there a need for deceit? All one must offer is a promise of hope. These individuals were once mere mortals, lacking resources and background, possessing nothing, yet they harbored a heart yearning for strength. They are the discarded remnants, the eliminated ones, but I am willing to take them in, to provide them with cultivation methods, and a place to belong to. As he spoke, the demonic sect strongman gestured to the vast expanse behind him. Do you see this world? It is indeed vast, but do you think there is a place for them within it? He then shook his head. No, there is not that as powerless mortals, they can never rise again. Do you know why? You do not. You surely cannot comprehend, as an elder of a prestigious sect, your daily concerns revolve solely around the path of cultivation. You need not ponder what to eat today or what to wear as the weather grows colder. Do you think your resources come from nowhere? They are forcibly taken from their hands, from their mouths. Do not speak such nonsense. Every disciple of the Taichu sacred sect acts with integrity, never resorting to theft or pillaging from others. I understand what you are implying. That the resources you possess are granted by others, correct. Those provided by kings and rulers who seek to bolster their own power through your might. You are merely two sides of the same coin. Chapter 51. New mission indeed. Many cultivation sects maintain significant cooperative relationships with the secular world. The sects provide protection to the nations or powers within the mundane realm. And whenever they face threats or harm, the disciples from the sects rise to ensure their safety. However, this is fundamentally a symbiotic relationship. Otherwise, how would the sects sustain their livelihoods and acquire so many resources? At this point, the elders of the Taichu sacred sect found themselves at a loss for words. Do not attempt to sow discord. We merely offer them protection, which does not imply we would assist in their wrongdoing. As he spoke, the elder's tone shifted, revealing his formidable cultivation level. Humph, mere platitudes. Who cannot utter such? It is merely sweet talk. Do you believe the many disciples of my demonic sect originated from thin air? The slaughter continued unabated, yet the strong man of the demonic sect appeared utterly disinterested, engaging in banter with the elders of the Taichu sacred sect. Meanwhile, Lin Yun remained in his chamber, observing the fierce battle outside. He yearned to participate, yet his body simply would not cooperate. Ding! You have received a new mission. What is the task? Rescue the disciples of the demonic sect currently being slaughtered. The number rescued will determine the level of rewards. What the hell? Are you joking? You want me to go save them right now? Not to mention whether my body can even move. If it can, you expect me to do so in front of so many elders and Taichu disciples? Lin Yun felt that only someone in a foggy state of mind would accept such a mission. The tasks issued by the system can only be accepted, not declined. The system's voice, cold and unyielding, severed Lin Yun's flickering hopes, but given my current physical condition, I cannot move. Lin Yun began to fabricate excuses. Yet, this was indeed the truth, for he had sustained serious injuries within the secret realm, multiple bones fractured, numerous internal injuries. Had it not been for the overwhelming difference in levels between himself and the Shadow Dragon, his attacks would have merely tickled it. Moreover, they had already entered into a blood pact, rendering the dragon his companion, nay, his dragon. Otherwise, he would have surely taught that creature a lesson. As the system had detected the host's physical condition, it would proactively assist in restoring his health. No sooner had the system's prompt sounded than Lin Yun felt his body begin to recover at a visibly rapid pace. What the devil? Fortunately, the disciples he had dispatched to assist the sect in fending off external threats had not yet returned. Otherwise, witnessing his swift recovery would have likely led them to report him to the Taichu sacred sect for examination. Treating him as if he were a specimen to be scrutinized, in an instant, Lin Yun sensed that his body had returned to its peak condition, a power rivaling that of the Yuaning realm. Augmented 100-fold, he suspected that even some of the elders from the Taichu sacred sect would not intimidate him in the least. Since the system had spoken, did he truly have any other options? Clearly, he did not. There was no choice but to forge ahead. However, he could not undertake this mission under his own identity. After all, the holy son of the Taichu sacred sect was a public figure. If it became known that he had ventured to rescue those from the demonic sect, he would most likely be rendered powerless and publicly declared to have perished in service, only to be secretly replaced by the demonic sect. Thus, it was imperative to conceal his identity. What is this? Lin Yun probed his storage ring with his spiritual energy and discovered an outfit and a mask within, crafted from materials of considerable value. However, he had no recollection of acquiring such items. This system has taken your needs into account and prepared a disguise for you, as long as you do not forcibly remove the mask. No one will be able to discern your identity or appearance. Alas, such thoughtfulness, I adore you. However, a warning to the host. Should you continue to offend this system, I shall deem your task a failure and deduct your other rewards. Oh dear, why so serious? I merely wish to express my emotions occasionally. Do not take it to heart. After all, as the heir of the Taichu sacred sect, my reputation holds great importance. Lin Yun couldn't help but roll his eyes, then donned the attire, leaping stealthily from the ranks of the Taichu sacred sect into the domain of the demon cult. However, the situation for the demon cult was far from optimistic, with the disciples of the Taichu sacred sect pressing their advantage. The demon cult had suffered heavy losses. The once formidable army had dwindled to merely half its original strength. Furthermore, the disciples of the demon cult, having endured relentless slaughter, were already filled with trepidation towards the prestigious Taichu sacred sect. Now too fearful to even contemplate resistance. Cease at once. Lin Yun stepped forward, having utilized a special technique to alter his voice, rendering it unrecognizable, sounding as though a mouthful of sand were lodged in his throat. Is this the method of your esteemed Taichu sacred sect, the so-called righteous path? To eradicate utterly? As he spoke, a torrent of spiritual energy surged forth from within, for the formidable power of the nascent soul realm under 100-fold amplification was indeed awe-inspiring. Causing the throng of Taichu sacred sect disciples to halt, their eyes filled with apprehension. Most of the disciples were beneath the golden core realm. Only a few of the more formidable ones were at that level. And facing a powerhouse of the nascent soul realm, even a concerted effort might yield little success. Who are you? Inquired the leading disciple of the Taichu sacred sect, perplexed as to when this individual had appeared. Why he had remained hidden at the onset and during the counterattack of the Taichu sacred sect, only to emerge now amidst their one-sided plight to halt the conflict. Who I am is of little consequence. Perhaps those who remember me are long gone. Chapter 52. By what right? The implication that those who remembered him were gone hinted that this individual had existed for a considerable duration. His nascent soul prowess palpable. Are you also of the demon cult? In my view, what difference is there between the demon cult and your Taichu sacred sect aside from the names? A farce. The demon cult is the demon cult, while we of the Taichu sacred sect are distinctly ourselves. How could the two ever be compared? Do not speak nonsense. Do you believe my words to be erroneous? The other disciples were now captivated by the exchange, directing their gazes toward the discourse. The demon cult is a blight upon the realm of cultivation, a scourge to all beings, whereas our Taichu sacred sect, as a paragon of righteousness, upholds the heavenly mandate. How could we ever be likened to the likes of your demon cult? Lin Yun feigned profundity, waving his hand dismissively. That is merely your singular perspective. Then let us consider, you have lived for quite some time. I presume you might possess some insights. Nice, I've ensnared them, Lin Yun thought, secretly fearing that the disciples of the Taichu sacred sect might charge without hesitation. After all, he could not truly slay these disciples. Otherwise, the elders of the Taichu sacred sect hovering above would swiftly descend upon him. Though he had achieved 100-fold amplification, equating his strength to that of the transformation stage, he remained uncertain of the actual cultivation levels of the Taichu sacred sect's elders. To him, they seemed to have existed for centuries. In terms of depth, he could not compete with them. Furthermore, they were numerous, and even a couple of transformation stage cultivators could easily entangle him, let alone their entire faction. Moreover, the leaders of the demon cult had stated that they cared little for the lives of their disciples. Their focus lay solely on their own interests. It was likely that their aggressive approach stemmed from two reasons. The first being their desire to rescue their saintess, Feng Chuyue. The second, concern over the artifacts he had taken from the secret realm that belonged to their founding leader. Additionally, due to the necessity of concealing his identity, he could not employ the Shadow Dragon, as there were numerous disciples who had witnessed him subdue it. Upon return, word could spread rapidly, and soon the entire sect would recognize that the Shadow Dragon was his familiar. Once unleashed, they would undoubtedly recognize his identity immediately. Thus, what Lin Yun needed to do was to stall for time, waiting for the powerful members of the demon cult and the elders of the Taichu sacred sect to clash, and amidst the chaos, guide the disciples of the demon cult to escape through less conspicuous exits of the protective mountain array, minimizing his losses and risks while ensuring his identity remained concealed. We are all practitioners. What is of utmost importance to us as cultivators? The most vital matter. Is it not the cultivation of our powers, the pursuit of the heavenly mandate, and the understanding of the path to immortality? Not at all. If that were the case, would we not ignore worldly affairs, dedicating ourselves solely to the pursuit of longevity. The so-called heavenly mandate is but a pretext, a means to vanquish inner demons, a mere excuse to slaughter other beings and vent the frustrations encountered along the path of cultivation. Nonsense. We cultivate martial arts for what purpose? It is to seek peace and harmony in the world. Then I ask you, if the world were truly peaceful, would you abandon the path of cultivation? What you just stated stems from the existence of what you deem evil in this world. Hence, you speak so. Indeed, if the world were to achieve true peace, you would not forsake your cultivation path. Why? Because your so-called purpose in cultivation ultimately serves yourself, not the heavenly mandate. That is merely your excuse. Thus, your true motivation is self-serving. Yet you elevate your ideals to lofty heights. Conversely, consider the demon cult. Observe those whom you label as demons. They are far more genuine than you. They seek to enhance their cultivation, yet their ultimate goal is simply to survive in this world. To live well without the constant struggle for scarce resources. As Lin Yun spoke, he turned to the throng of demon cult disciples, instantly raising his voice several notches. They are far more genuine than you. As I previously mentioned, you and they are alike in that you both cultivate for yourselves, striving to enhance your powers. However, your methods differ. You believe yourselves to be paragons of virtue, entitled to act from a position of superiority, neglecting the plight of the world while solely focusing on your own progress. You care only about your advancements from yesterday to today, never contemplating your future, nor the state of the mundane world. For you are the esteemed righteous sect. Meanwhile, they dwell in darkness, in the shadows unseen, struggling to survive, fearing the revelation of their existence. By what right? By what right? Indeed, by what right? The hearts of all the demon cult disciples behind Lin Yun ignited with fury. By what right? By what right do they claim the title of paragons of virtue, while relegating us to mere disciples of the demon cult, the despised rats of society, destined to scuttle in the shadows? Living each day in trepidation? In my view, as long as one is born into this world, every individual possesses a single life, 2 eyes, 1 mouth, 2 arms, and 2 legs. Should we not all be born equal? In that moment, all the disciples of the Taichu sacred sect were rendered speechless, unable to retort. Simultaneously, a resplendent light descended from the heavens, illuminating Lin Yun. Chapter 53. The voice of the Tao. All were astonished. For this light was not of human origin but rather a manifestation of the heavenly Tao. The voice of the Tao resonated, its echoes lingering, as if countless celestial beings danced in the sky, accompanied by treasures and rare beasts rejoicing in a jubilant frenzy. What is happening? Even Lin Yun found himself momentarily bewildered. What is this? The light of righteousness illuminating the earth, as he pondered in confusion. An erudite disciple stepped forward, exclaiming, "Is this truly the voice of the Tao?" Indeed, a senior speaks, and it leaves us all in profound admiration. What is this, the voice of the Tao? What on earth is it? Why have I never heard of it before? Shouldn't this be the radiance of the righteous path? When the other disciples realized that this was the so-called voice of the Tao, they promptly closed their eyes, recalling the words spoken by Lin Yun, and began to savor the profound meaning within them. What is the voice of the Tao? It is the principle that even the heavens deem undeniably correct. Much like the statement Lin Yun had previously uttered, all beings are born equal. Although this phrase originates from modern society and was not conceived by Lin Yun himself, the heavenly Tao remains oblivious to this fact and cares little. It is solely concerned with the essence of the words. Lin Yun articulated this truth, thus earning celestial recognition, manifesting the extraordinary phenomenon of the voice of the Dao. At this moment, Lin Yun could no longer feign ignorance. Instead, he adopted an expression of enlightenment. The voice of the Tao. Who would have thought that we would encounter such a phenomenon at the threshold of the Taichu sacred sect? Although they had previously discussed manifestations akin to the voice of the Tao, occurrences were exceedingly rare, often emerging during the lectures of supreme beings or at ascension, where insights garnered would earn the heavens' acknowledgement, thus revealing the voice of the Tao. Consequently, even the formidable figures of the demonic cult, who initially intended merely to spectate from above Taichu's sacred sect, were taken aback. They had come solely to observe, without any intention to intervene. However, they had not anticipated that amidst this throng of expendables, a powerhouse like Lin Yun would emerge. Their original plan was to let him fend for himself, believing that with his own strength, he would not be able to withstand the disciples of Taichu's sacred sect. If he were to perish here, it would be his own fault for lacking skill. Judging by the fluctuations of his power, he was already nearing the realm of transformation, while the disciples of Taichu's sacred sect were hardly his match. Yet, the moment the voice of the Tao manifested, they could no longer remain indifferent. Such talent, even at the ripe age of 100, they were reluctant to see perish here. Those capable of articulating the voice of the Tao were undoubtedly extraordinary geniuses. And they prepared to take action, resolutely determined to prevent any harm from befalling this individual. Well spoken, well spoken. All beings are equal, they echoed, their hearts enlightened by the words. Surely, your Taichu sacred sect has overstepped its bounds. We have overstepped? Surely, you jest. Who was it that initiated hostilities against our sect? Who was it that brought calamity upon this world? How shameless you are to turn the tables. The elders of Taichu's sacred sect were both enraged and amused, astonished at the demonic cult's audacity to accuse them of excess when they were the ones who had intruded upon their sanctum. Let me ask you this. When our sacred maiden entered your sect, did she commit any heinous acts? What fault did she bear? She expressed admiration for your Taichu sacred sect and wished to learn from you. Despite our fervent objections, she insisted on coming here, assuring us that she would not engage in any wrongdoing or reveal her identity. It was only then that we allowed her to leave. Yet you, without discernment, captured her outright. They lamented, sounding as though they were the true victims. What wrong did she commit? Tell me, what wrong did she commit? What have you done to her? You are fully aware of your own actions. Furthermore, our demonic cult once left behind a secret realm in this vicinity, and we have come to reclaim the treasures left by the first leader of the demonic cult. What did your people do? You exterminated our core disciples and elders within, leaving none alive. Is this how your esteemed sect operates? Is this the manner of Taichu's sacred sect? At this point, Lin Yuan could not help but bow his head in shame. This was not our intention. We merely acted in self-defense when they sought to kill me. Reflecting on my state of mind at the time, I must admit, I truly regretted my actions. The elders of Taichu's sacred sect were at a loss for words. Upon closer reflection, it seemed that the demonic cult had indeed not committed any egregious acts within their sect. It was merely that Lin Yuan had discerned the maiden's true identity and captured her on the spot, subjecting her to imprisonment and severe interrogation. However, since it was Lin Yuan who had uncovered her identity, as representatives of Taichu's sacred sect, the elders felt compelled to support him, unwilling to let the demonic cult distort the truth. Who knows what schemes you demonic cultists were concocting? Perhaps you had devised a plan that we merely interrupted before it could unfold. Now that your scheme has failed, you seek to shift the blame upon us. We will not entertain your fabrications, nonsense. We of the demonic cult would never stoop to your hypocritical tactics. Why would we need to deceive you? Furthermore, you claim we bring ruin upon the world. Have you considered who has wrought this chaos? The endless wars and turmoil are a direct result of your actions, as it is you who protect these factions, allowing them to act with impunity. I truly wonder how thick your skin must be. Chapter 54. The law of the heavens and earth. What had initially been a relatively amicable exchange now bristled with tension. Since this is the case, further words are futile. Let us engage in battle. The elders of Taichu's sacred sect found little left to discuss, as both sides firmly held their positions, unwilling to yield an inch. Very well, there is nothing further to discuss with you righteous sections. As soon as the words left their lips, the demonic cult's forces split into two factions. One group clashed with the elders of Taichu's sacred sect, while the other began assaulting the barrier, intent on forcibly breaching it. Seeing their forces divide, the elders of Taichu's sacred sect were resolute in preventing their plans from succeeding. The individuals currently present were not the true elite of Taichu's sacred sect. The most formidable among them had remained hidden, orchestrating the overall strategy and maintaining the protective array. Thus, the contingent of demonic cultists was far too weak to breach the barrier. Moreover, their division only served to benefit Taichu's sacred sect, as the enemy's strength was halved, significantly lessening their burden. Although the demonic cult was often regarded as a malignant presence in the world, their strength and depth far surpassed that of Taichu's sacred sect. While the recent invasion might have employed less than a third of their total manpower, it was still beyond what Taichu's sacred sect could withstand in the past, when they had faced the demonic cult. They had united multiple sects to fend off the threat. The law of the heavens and earth, break for me. A powerful figure from the demonic cult summoned their corporeal manifestation, expanding their form to a towering height of hundreds of feet. Akin to a majestic deity wielding a colossal axe, which they swung down upon the barrier, boom. It was as if the heavens themselves unleashed a cataclysmic thunder, intent on obliterating all existence. All present looked up in terror, witnessing the godlike manifestation, and trembled in fear. This was the transformation realm, wherein one could enlarge their form and unleash the law of the heavens and earth, amplifying their physical prowess tenfold. This was the transformation realm, why it was seen as the dividing line among all practitioners. On that fateful day, the reason the elder of the demonic cult, Xian Yi, had succumbed to Lin Yun was due to his failure to summon his law of the heavens and earth. A consequence of his own underestimation, compounded by Lin Yun's fortuitous circumstance. Is this the manifestation of the transformation realm? Truly, it is as renowned as its reputation suggests. Even some elders of Taichu's sacred sect could not help but sigh in admiration. Though they had encountered transformation realm experts, most chose to remain discreet, seldom revealing their celestial manifestations. To engage in combat, while daring to be distracted. What a blatant invitation to death, as the elder spoke. A demonic cultist stealthily launched an attack, targeting the vital point of the elder. Beware! Fortunately, the elder beside him witnessed the sneak attack from the dark cult's formidable figure and immediately summoned his own treasured artifact to intercept the lethal blow. It was only then that the elder who had been ambushed realized the gravity of the situation, his brow drenched in sweat, a lingering sense of dread overwhelming him. Although they held the title of elders, their cultivation merely surpassed that of others by a marginal degree. In the realm of true combat, they possessed scant experience. Typically, their conflicts transpired within the confines of the sect, where both parties would refrain from lethal force out of respect for one another. And their tactics were often transparent, even going so far as to issue warnings during assaults. Yet, having narrowly escaped death, he came to the stark realization that he was ill-suited for battle. Compared to those who had clawed their way out of a sea of corpses in the dark cult, their practical combat experience could be deemed virtually non-existent, boldly audacious. I cannot believe your utter disregard for decorum. I once thought you resembled what that elder claimed, but it appears you merely use such words as a facade for your shame. Indeed, a dark cult is but a dark cult, akin to a dog that cannot change its nature. The elder of the Taichu holy sect, who had miraculously survived, erupted in a tirade. Regardless of your words, only those who survive on the battlefield are worthy of a voice. Subsequently, the dark cult's powerful figure launched another assault. Law manifests as the heavens and earth, shatter for me. Another dark cult expert unleashed his own version of the law, which dwarfed the previous one, exuding a pressure of spiritual energy that left those below gasping for breath. Unbelievable! A peak in the transformation realm, exclaimed another elder of the Taichu holy sect, his face ashen with shock. He could hardly fathom that two experts of the transformation realm had appeared before him simultaneously. What had once been a balanced confrontation now revealed a stark disparity in strength. The depth of the dark cult's resources was astonishing. It felt as though their transformation realm experts were as common as leaves in autumn. Yet, unbeknownst to many, those deemed devoid of talent were forged in trials beyond the imagination of the so-called righteous sections. Desist your arrogance. Allow me to demonstrate to you what true law manifests as the heavens and earth. At this moment, an esteemed elder from the Taichu holy sect stepped forward, striking his staff heavily against the ground. His form began to expand dramatically, wrinkles on his face receding as his previously despondent demeanor transformed into one of vibrant vitality. His eyes widened in fury, resembling a wrathful deity. His once stooped frame straightened, muscles bulging like hills. It is Elder Changfeng. Elder Changfeng has unleashed his own law. The Taichu holy sect erupted in cheers, for Elder Changfeng was indeed a formidable expert of the transformation realm, having spent years honing his skills, though he had yet to find the opportunity for a breakthrough. Given his prowess, he could undoubtedly overpower the two dark cult members. Impudent brats daring to flaunt your skills. Today, I shall show you what true law manifests as the heavens and earth. His form, already towering hundreds of feet, surged even larger at his proclamation, lightning crackling above his aura in the presence of Elder Changfeng. The law manifestations of the two dark cult members appeared as mere children, utterly defenseless. However, the disciples of the Taichu holy sect, captivated by the battle above, had ceased their attacks, gazing upward in awe. For Lin Yun, this presented a rare opportunity. While the crowd was engrossed in the aerial conflict, he discreetly transmitted a message to all the dark cult disciples below. Do not look. This is your perfect chance to escape. Heed my words. The dark cult members, drawn back to reality by his voice, finally comprehended that their current survival was due to this individual drawing fire away from them. Thus, all eyes turned toward Lin Yun. His brilliance was undeniable. He could not simply abandon this spot. Consequently, he quietly revealed several exits of the protective mountain array, urging them to depart silently while he would remain behind to cover their retreat. In an instant, the expressions of the dark cult disciples turned hopeful. The higher-ups of the dark cult had always looked down upon these lower-tier disciples. They were aware of this disdain, yet it remained unspoken. A tinder wound within their hearts. The sect they had pledged allegiance to scorned them for their lack of talent and ability, an undeniable truth that they could do nothing to alter, leading them to accept the unusual glances from their own kind. However, they could hardly believe that someone would stand up for them, proclaiming, "All lives are equal." How could they not be moved? They had been cast aside by the world for far too long, uncertain of their place within it. Now, Lin Yun stood before them, validating their existence and voicing their suffering. They were almost eager to elevate Lin Yun as their new leader, for such a person deserved the title of a true sovereign, someone they could rally behind. What are you waiting for? Hurry and leave, or it will be too late. Seeing that they showed no signs of departing and were instead fixated on him, Lin Yun felt a surge of frustration. Your actions today shall be forever etched in my memory. Should you ever require our assistance in the future, we shall not hesitate to face any peril for you. The fervor of their emotions intensified. Lin Yun realized they might have misunderstood his intentions. If it were not for his mission, he would not be standing up for them at this moment. However, there was no time for clarification. He could only feign solemnity and nod. Please, be cautious when you leave through the exits I mentioned. Our paths may cross again, and if I reach a place where I can assist you, I shall seek you out. With that, he waved his hand, signaling them to depart. Thus, a multitude of dark cult disciples began to retreat. However, their sheer numbers caused a commotion, drawing the attention of the Taichu holy sect disciples. Everyone, do not fixate solely on the battle above. The dark cult disciples are attempting to flee. We must stop them. Only then did the disciples of the Taichu holy sect come to their senses. You shall not escape. Surrender now. As they prepared to pursue the fleeing dark cult disciples, Lin Yun stepped forward, positioning himself in front of them. If you wish to harm them, you must first pass through me. With those words, he revealed his cultivation level, an unfathomable sight, standing at the nascent soul realm, amplified 100-fold. This level transcended their comprehension, even in the face of transformation realm experts, as long as they did not unleash their law. Victory was not guaranteed. In an instant, all disciples of the Taichu holy sect halted, uncertain whether to advance. In the presence of such a formidable force, they felt insignificant. The chasm created by their differing realms could not be bridged by mere numbers. Do you understand what you are doing? You are aiding the wicked. If you allow them to escape today, countless others will suffer dire fates. Do you even grasp the implications of your actions? The disciples of the Taichu holy sect expressed their anger, shocked that the one who had spoken so eloquently moments ago would now assist the dark cult disciples in fleeing. In my eyes, what difference is there between them and any other life? They are all beings of this world. Do you permit yourselves to trample upon their existence? Lin Yun countered directly. Are you one of them? Initially, they had believed Lin Yun to be part of the dark cult, but after their heated exchange, he appeared less like one of them and more like an embodiment of profound wisdom. No, I am not one of the dark cult. This clarification only deepened their confusion regarding his true allegiance. You need not speculate about my identity. None of you know me. As I mentioned before, those who once knew me have long since vanished into the annals of time. Lin Yun sighed. I understand that you desire to ascertain my stance. Kill me. You are all lives within this world. Why must we raise our blades against one another? In the grand tapestry of fate, everything is predetermined by the heavens. Why not allow events to unfold naturally? Only in this way can one attain the path that resides within their hearts. Lin Yun, in his current endeavor to buy time, has begun to utter nonsensical drivel, drawing upon the knowledge he once acquired in the modern world, fabricating tales to such an extent that even he himself is uncertain of what he is saying. However, it appears that his whimsical fabrications are having a rather effective impact. The disciples of the Taichu Shengzong are now furrowing their brows, seemingly struck by a moment of enlightenment inspired by his earlier words. This feels somewhat like over-explanation, akin to how a simple good night from Lu Xun could evoke thoughts of the national conditions of the time, drawing connections therein. Chapter 56. Taishang Wuqing to his astonishment. Such beings still exist within the contemporary realm of cultivation. Yet, it is not just the disciples who are vigilant. Even the elders above are attentively observing his every utterance and action. Lin Yun can swear to the heavens that they are merely overthinking. He was merely speaking off the cuff, nothing to be taken seriously. Should his flippant remarks lead to any form of obsession, it would bear no relation to him whatsoever. It is unexpected that this individual is not affiliated with our demonic sect. Consequently, we must strive even harder to recruit him. Initially, the powerful figures of the demonic sect believed him to be one of their own, only to discover he is a person without sect or affiliation. Hence, drawing him into our fold becomes of utmost importance. May I inquire if the esteemed elder has any guidance for our demonic sect? A powerful figure from the demonic sect bellowed from above Lin Yun. As for guidance, it may not quite fit the bill. However, this does not seem to be the appropriate venue for such discussions. Perhaps we should wait until they have successfully broken through, Lin Yun mused inwardly. Of course, he has no intention of genuinely joining the demonic sect. His sole objective is to complete his mission. Once this group of demonic disciples has fled, his fabricated persona will simply evaporate. And all that this persona has done will bear no relation to him, Lin Yun. Very well, then, we shall exert every effort to rescue the elder and escort you back to our sect for further discussion. Upon saying this, the demonic sect's powerful figures, invigorated as if by a surge of adrenaline, found their combat prowess heightened, forcing the elders of the Taichu Shengzong to retreat step by step. Continue to suppress them with your firepower. A mere mountain-protecting formation poses no challenge to me. At this moment, a powerful figure adept at dismantling formations stepped forward, waving his hand, causing numerous magical arrays to emerge beneath his feet as he began to dismantle the mountain-protecting formation of the Taichu Shengzong. However, Lin Yun genuinely wished to convey to them that their efforts were unnecessary, for there was already a hidden route for escape. He now sought only to draw the attention of the Taichu Shengzong's forces, directing them away from the demonic disciples in his vicinity. Elder, since you are concerned for the welfare of the common people, why must you align yourself with the demonic sect? Since our Taichu Shengzong's inception, we have upheld the principle of safeguarding the populace, consistently acting in the name of righteousness. If you wish to contemplate the welfare of the world, why not remain with us? Seeing the demonic sect attempting to recruit right before them, the elders of the Taichu Shengzong began to lose their composure. What purpose would it serve to stay with you? The demonic sect's powerful figures were now growing irate, for it was evident that their intentions were clear. How audacious to attempt to undermine their ranks! The deeds achievable within your demonic sect can equally be accomplished within our Taichu Shengzong. Moreover, we shall undoubtedly offer you a position as an elder, granting you access to all the resources you desire. Most importantly, our Taichu Shengzong stands as a paragon of righteousness. Bah! What nonsense is this? I have never encountered such shameless individuals. The demonic sect's powerful figures, now exasperated, noted that while these old geezers were ineffective in combat, they were adept in the art of underhanded schemes. Am I mistaken? What I have stated is entirely factual, and I assure you that remaining in our sect will far exceed any benefits offered by your demonic sect. You lie, elder. Do not heed their nonsensical ramblings. Observing the two major sects embroiled in a heated dispute over him, Lin Yun's heart remained as tranquil as still water, not a ripple of concern crossing his mind. Indeed, he even felt a hint of amusement. He had merely tossed out a few idle remarks, yet they took him seriously. Is it possible that your intellect is so limited? He thought, bemused. However, their current state perfectly aligned with the conditions of his mission. Please continue your discourse. I shall simply observe as a bystander. Reveling in your quarrel, Lin Yun remained silent, which only heightened the urgency of the demonic sect's powerful figures. Surely he cannot be swayed by your words. They thought in frustration. You old fools, I wish for your demise. Enraged, the demonic sect's powerful figures launched another assault. At that moment, a brilliant golden light erupted from the rear of the Taichu Shengzong. It is the sect master. The sect master has emerged. The spirits of the Taichu Shengzong's disciples soared as they realized their sect master had returned from seclusion. Taishang Wuqing, one of the demonic sect's powerful figures, cried out, his voice laced with fear and awe. Clearly, the sect master had left an indelible mark of dread upon him. Previously, both sides had been evenly matched, with the demonic sect possessing a slight advantage in terms of transcendent beings. However, a portion of the demonic sect's forces had been diverted to assault the mountain-protecting formation. In a way, are you truly serious? Lin Yuan was momentarily taken aback. He had only been out for a brief while. Yet he had inadvertently drawn out the sect master. This individual was indeed a formidable figure of the Dongtian realm. What does it mean to be of the Dongtian realm? He himself had never witnessed it. But if even a mere transcendent being was so formidable, one could only imagine the might of a Dongtian master. Presently, the number of such beings in the entire cultivation world could be counted on one hand. And now, due to his meddling, Lin Yuan began to contemplate whether he could truly extricate himself from this situation. After all, his mere appearance might render his escape impossible. What to do? Should I flee directly, or what? Lin Yuan's mind raced, frustration bubbling to the surface. Why must I encounter such a formidable character? This system has truly set me up for failure. Yet, to be honest, with the trump cards he currently possessed, even if the sect master were to strike directly, he still held a 60% chance of survival. However, should that occur, his identity would undoubtedly be fully exposed. I have not engaged in battle for many years and had thought I would never stretch my limbs again in this lifetime. Yet, here you are, presenting your heads for me to strike. Alas, I shall comply. Chapter 57. Different realms. A golden light flashed above the dome as Taishang Wuqing floated effortlessly, radiating a divine glow akin to a solemn decree that illuminated the members of the demonic sect. As light descended, darkness had nowhere to conceal itself. At this moment, all who had rushed to the aid of the demonic sect stood frozen in awe at the sight of Taishang Wuqing. Such a spectacle could only be described as resplendent. If you choose not to leave, then none shall depart. Taishang Wuqing uttered with a serene smile, his voice echoing throughout the mountain gates. As he spoke, he exerted a slight force, causing the lower-ranked disciples of the demonic sect to convulse violently, blood spurting from their mouths as they collapsed to the ground. Even Lin Yuan felt a jolt of shock at the display. The Dongtian realm truly was overwhelmingly powerful. At this pronouncement, the members of the demonic sect finally regained their senses. We cannot withstand this. We must retreat. Elder Xian Yi stepped forward, shouting to the crowd. This is no joking matter. Who can endure such a spectacle? The crowd finally reacted, screaming in terror as they surged toward the mountain gate formation like a tidal wave. However, as the sect master of the Taichu Shengzong, Taishang Wuqing would not allow them to escape so easily. With a slight raise of his hand, a flash of white light appeared before the disciples of the Taichu Shengzong. A solemn incantation echoed suddenly, and some slower disciples found themselves frozen in place, as though imprisoned by invisible bars. Supreme binding spell. This old man was truly intent on taking action. Witnessing this turn of events, Elder Xian Yi was drenched in cold sweat. We must flee. Yet before he could finish, the demonic disciples nearby, faces contorted in agony, let out anguished cries. In the next moment, their bodies burst apart like water-filled balloons, a geyser of blood erupting forth and splattering across Elder Xian Yi's face. The entire sect was instantaneously transformed into a sea of crimson. The esteemed disciples of the Taichu holy sect, upon witnessing such a scene, instantly turned ashen-faced. Some, with fragile mental fortitude, could not help but retch. It must be noted that they were members of a prestigious sect, unaccustomed to such brutal spectacles. Elders, a few disciples, unable to bear the sight any longer, approached the elders hesitantly, voicing their concerns. Yet, all the elders were equally stirred, with some even shedding tears of anguish. It is no wonder, as many among them had embarked on the path of cultivation after hearing tales of the sect master. When the sect master entered seclusion for training, several had only just joined the sect and had never beheld his true visage. The sect master is formidable. Upon seeing the appearance of Taishang Wuqing, the elders disregarded the grim scene before them. Had it not been for the presence of others, they would have eagerly knelt in reverence. The disciples of the Taichu holy sect, heed my command. With all your might, encircle and exterminate all those from the demonic sect. Should you encounter them, show no mercy. Taishang Wangqing's voice resonated in the air above the sect, echoing in the hearts of every member of the Taichu holy sect. Did you all hear? The tide of the demonic sect has receded. Swiftly eradicate them. Kill. The elders immediately rallied, directing their disciples with fervent shouts. The disciples of the Taichu holy sect surged forward, their momentum escalating as they charged toward the fleeing members of the demonic sect. The entire sect's formation resonated harmoniously with Taishang Wangqing. Any intruder entering the sect would immediately sense the powerful array, where numerous demonic energies converged. Taishang Wangqing, devoid of expression, intended to advance toward the array. Just then, Grand Elder Xian Yi and several others charged forth. Wangqing, you old scoundrel! Your slaughter of my demonic sect's disciples will not go unpunished. Even if it costs me my life today, I shall take you down with me. With that declaration, Grand Elder Xian Yi lunged forward. Prepare yourself. Grand Elder Xian Yi unleashed his full aura, enveloped in a shroud of dark mist, manifesting the unique techniques of the transformation realm. The solemn visage of his appeared as several other elders of the demonic sect simultaneously mobilized their energies to display their own techniques. However, Taishang Wangqing merely cast a fleeting glance and calmly uttered, "You overestimate your abilities." Immediately, the white light surrounding him blazed with an even more intense radiance. Concurrently, his expanded, growing exponentially in size, casting a shadow over the entire sky of the Taichu holy sect. The overwhelming might descended like a heavy hammer upon the hearts of all present, especially affecting Grand Elder Xian Yi and his companions, whose hearts trembled violently. Had their composure not been somewhat steadied, they might have perished on the spot. This display even left Lin Yun astounded, his heart racing with overwhelming awareness. This truly the legendary realm of Dongtian? It is astonishing. Taishang Wangqing took a mere step forward, and the ground of the sect trembled endlessly. At that moment, Grand Elder Xian Yi and his companions resembled helpless chicks, utterly powerless. Damn it, this old man is truly formidable. If today is to be my last, I will ensure that Taichu holy sect is thrown into chaos. After uttering this, Grand Elder Xian Yi ignited his inner blood, his eyes turning a fierce crimson, his aura swelling as the dark mist began to swirl around him. Unbelievably, a mere child of the transformation realm dared to act so brazenly. It seemed time for him to teach them a lesson. Taishang Wangqing was evidently taken aback by the current resolve of the demonic sect's elders. While not excessively virtuous, they nevertheless displayed a willingness to confront him for the sake of their brethren. One must commend Grand Elder Xian Yi's spirit. However, such resolve did little to sway Taishang Wangqing's composure. Lin Yun observed the fierce battle, hesitating on whether to intervene. If he did, survival was uncertain. Although the figures assigned by the system were crucial, he found himself sweating under the pressure of the situation. What to do? To intervene or not? Just then, a voice called out from behind him. Saint Sun, stop dawdling. Come help us. Startled, Lin Yun turned to find several elders urging him to join the fray. At that moment, the situation within the sect was looking favorable. The members of the demonic sect were being driven back. If Lin Yun joined their ranks, they could expedite the resolution of the conflict. Nodding resolutely, Lin Yun summoned his spiritual energy and surged toward the demonic sect members. Regardless of the circumstances, the system's task was to allow the demonic sect members to infiltrate Taichu holy sect and wreak havoc. He had already accomplished part of that mission. Should he be forced to take action, he could ensure the safety of a portion of the demonic sect members, in light of his efforts to save them. The system would likely raise his evaluation accordingly. Meanwhile, the battle between the sect master and the demonic elders had reached its climactic stage. The onslaught was unrelenting. He could hardly withstand it. A circular struggle ensued. The conflict became increasingly intense. He swiftly took to the air, charging toward the demonic members. Several disciples from the demonic sect spotted Lin Yun racing toward them. They hastily activated their spells to defend themselves. Yet as Lin Yun approached, he called out, "You all must flee. As elders, you cannot survive this day. Leave at once." The disciples paused, momentarily stunned. This isn't a member of the Taichu holy sect. Why is he suddenly aiding us? But before they could comprehend the situation, Lin Yun propelled himself forward, striking the enemies before him away with a single blow. The impact surged through their chests, causing several members of the demonic sect to spew blood and collapse to the ground. Although their internal organs quaked, they were not gravely harmed. They merely coughed up blood before slowly falling. They gazed in astonishment at Lin Yun's retreating figure, suddenly reminded of a familiar silhouette. Could this person be the saint who led us to Taichu Holy Sect? As they watched Lin Yun disappear into the distance, they began to solidify their suspicions. Seize this opportunity. We must leave at once. Lin Yun had previously informed them of the escape route from the sect's grand formation. Supporting one another, they hurriedly made their way toward the exit, despite their injuries. Lin Yun weaved through the ranks of the demonic sect, appearing to exert great effort in thwarting them, yet he only sent them flying, allowing ample space for others to escape. The more he saved, the more substantial his eventual rewards from the system would be. Meanwhile, the battle between Grand Elder Xian Yi and Taishang Wangqing was nearing its denouement. The conflict had evidently become one-sided. It was unsurprising that Grand Elder Xian Yi could not withstand the onslaught of Taishang Wangqing. As he witnessed the relentless attacks, Grand Elder Xian Yi gritted his teeth. His gaze bloodshot, he had exhausted all his strength, yet still could not inflict harm upon the man before him. That moment, he finally comprehended the insurmountable chasm between their realms. Wangqing, you have gone too far. Today, I shall drag you down with me, Grand Elder Xian Yi roared, charging toward Taishang Wangqing amidst the barrage of attacks. His body was battered and bloodied, his right hand completely destroyed, blood pouring incessantly from his wounds. Yet, he appeared oblivious to the pain, his sole focus fixated upon Taishang Wangqing. The other elders behind Grand Elder Xian Yi quickly grasped his intent in a bid to provide a chance for the remaining disciples of the demonic sect to escape. Grand Elder Xian Yi planned to sacrifice himself and self-destruct his Dantian, hoping to create some trouble for Taishang Wangqing. Observing the madly charging Grand Elder Xian Yi, Taishang Wangqing seemed to understand his resolve. I must say, you Transformation Realm practitioners are rather naive. How could you hope to contend with my Dongtian realm? Upon the completion of his words, the majestic visage of Taishang Wangqing suddenly diminished to half its size. Yet it appeared even more refined and profound. The imposing figure of the great Buddha seemed to come alive, exuding a vibrant essence. Simultaneously, a layer of golden aura enveloped him, solidifying around his form. This was the alternative means of preservation inherent to the realm of Dongtian. Even if a being at the Transformation Realm were to self-destruct their Dantian, it would not inflict the slightest harm upon him. However, at that moment, the self-detonation of Elder Xian Yi reached its culmination. The spiritual energy within him surged backwards, shattering his meridians. Taishang Wangqing, you shall not die a good death, as Elder Xian Yi uttered his final words. His entire being detonated in a powerful shockwave, exploding in midair. Concurrently, the remaining elders, witnessing this turn of events, began to prepare for their own self-detonations. Soon, their rituals were also completed, and the explosions commenced. The skies above the Taichu Shangzong erupted like a display of fireworks, the sounds of the blasts echoing throughout the sect. Not only that, the force of the explosions radiated outward. Many disciples of the Taichu Shangzong, who had not yet fortified their defenses, were directly affected by the residual energy of the blasts. The elders of the Taichu Shangzong reacted swiftly, activating the protective formations to guard against the peril posed by the self-detonations of those at the Transformation Realm. The remaining disciples of the Taichu Shangzong found some protection, but the members of the demonic sect fared far worse. Caught in the aftermath of the explosions, they suffered greatly, their bodies bursting apart. It was no surprise. The Transformation Realm was not something they could withstand. Yet, just before his demise, Elder Xian Yi committed an act he would forever regret. His intention was merely to drag Taishang Wangqing down with him, but he never anticipated that this action would bring ruin upon all the remaining disciples of the demonic sect. As the dust in the air gradually settled, Taishang Wangqing retracted his majestic form. How foolishly overconfident. To think one could drag me down with such a ploy is utterly naive. A slight smile graced Taishang Wangqing's lips, and astonishingly, he bore not a single scar. With that, he proceeded towards the direction of the sect's grand formation. Chapter 59. On the brink of action, seeing those he had just saved explode one after another before him, Lin Yun's eyes brimmed with rage and despair. Reaching a fever pitch, cursed be this fate. Cursed, cursed, cursed. He had exerted so much effort to rescue these individuals. How much energy had he wasted? How much had he endured to earn their trust in arriving at the sect? He had believed he would receive a splendid reward for his efforts, only to have it all shattered by the head of the Taichu Shangzong, following the self-detonations of Elder Xian Yi and others, which had swept through the demonic sect disciples, coupled with the remaining elders purging. The presence of the demonic sect had already been nearly obliterated. A few remained, bravely resisting, but under the combined might of the elders, they soon fell, pierced by countless arrows, their bodies strewn across the ground. Gazing upon the scene at the entrance of the sect's main hall, resembling a hellscape, the primal instincts of all the disciples of the Tai Chu Shangzong were ignited. They were merely inexperienced youths, and witnessing such chaos was bound to stir their blood. The members of the demonic sect were their enemies. They must not show mercy to foes. This was a crucial lesson on the path of cultivation. Everyone, heed my command. Now proceed to the Mountain Gate formation. There remain many members of the demonic sect to cleanse. At this moment, the elders, seeing that the members of the demonic sect at the main hall had been nearly annihilated, swiftly directed everyone to the next location. The crowd reacted promptly, and Lin Yun hurriedly summoned all his spiritual energy, racing towards that destination. In times like these, every additional person counted. Rescuing even one more could potentially influence his subsequent task rating. Without a moment's hesitation, he surged forward, heading towards the sect's grand formation. The wind generated by his rapid movement swept past all those behind him, the disciples trailing behind, observing Lin Yun's distant figure, couldn't help but express their admiration. The Saint's son truly cares for us. It is our fortune to have someone like him in the Taichu Shangzong. Indeed, the Saint's son appears anxious, eager to eradicate all those members of the demonic sect. As the disciples showered Lin Yun with praises, they remained blissfully unaware that the Saint's son was contemplating a course entirely contrary to their assumptions. After what felt like a mere dozen breaths, Lin Yun arrived at the grand formation of the sect, only to find a scene that made his heart race and his eyes widen in horror. The sect leader had arrived first, and the area before him looked like a battlefield strewn with corpses. All the members of the demonic sect had been eradicated by the sect leader, Taishang Wangqing. At that moment, Lin Yun's emotions plummeted like a roller coaster, crashing into despair. Gazing at the scene before him, he steadied himself. Sensing Lin Yun's arrival, Taishang Wangqing turned, a smile gracing his face. I did not expect such swiftness among the younger generation. What is your name, young man? Observing Lin Yun's somewhat dazed demeanor, the sect leader did not repeat his question but furrowed his brow. To him, Lin Yun's behavior seemed rather unusual. You, young man, surely cannot be one of the demonic sect. Speak. What is your purpose here? With that, the imposing aura of Taishang Wangqing surged once more, akin to a heavy hammer striking Lin Yun's chest. The blood and energy within him surged forth uncontrollably, and unable to contain himself, he spat a mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground. Was this the might of the Dongtian realm? It was utterly terrifying. Lin Yun realized that, under such circumstances, his identity would soon be revealed. Resolutely, he activated the spiritual energy within him, allowing his own aura to rise steadily. I merely intended to bluff. Yet you have truly revealed yourself. Since your elders are all annihilated, let me witness your true capabilities. A smile appeared on Taishang Wangqing's face as he addressed Lin Yun. Lin Yun had no intention of lingering further. His mission had already failed, and he was resolved to confront the sect leader with all he had. Just as he prepared to act, a voice suddenly called from behind him. Lin Yun, do not be impudent. The voice belonged to the elders. It turned out that a contingent had arrived, and upon sensing Lin Yun's surging aura, the elders comprehended the situation. Lin Yun intends to engage the sect leader in battle. Even if he is the sect's saint's son, such insubordination cannot be tolerated. Observing the elders behind him, Taishang Wangqing's eyes gradually revealed confusion. What do you mean? Do you recognize this young man? The elders rushed to Lin Yun's side, kneeling before the sect leader. Esteemed sect leader, this is not a member of the demonic sect. He is our newly appointed saint's son of the Taichu Shangzong. He likely mistook your appearance for that of an impostor and, in his confusion, intended to engage you. I apologize on his behalf. Upon finishing their words, the elders immediately prostrated themselves, knocking their heads upon the ground before the sect leader. Even if he were not the sect leader, Taishang Wangqing was undeniably a being of the Dongtian realm, one not easily swayed by mere elders of the transformation realm. Watching the elders plead for Lin Yun, Taishang Wangqing's thoughts began to stabilize. Indeed, upon scrutinizing Lin Yun's aura, he found no trace of a demonic sect disciple, and thus his vigilance began to wane. So you are the saint's son. Is it? You have performed admirably. While there may be traitors among the demonic sect, they could never disguise themselves as me. You need not worry about that. Lin Yun remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. He had no desire to speak, entirely engulfed in the shadow of his failed mission. The others began assessing the extent of the injuries, and the Taichu Shangzong entered a state of alert. Everyone commenced rest and assisted the elders in clearing the bodies of the demonic sect members. Taishang Wangqing waved his hand, his voice resonating in the hearts of every disciple of the Taichu Shangzong. Lin Yun, feeling utterly drained, collapsed to the ground at that moment. The familiar mechanical prompt echoed in his ears. Task: lead the members of the demonic sect into the territory of the Taichu Shangzong. Task completed. Rating: C. Chapter 60. Evil arts intrude. Upon hearing the familiar mechanical voice, Lin Yun fell into a state of profound despondency. Despite his immense efforts, he found himself with nothing to show for it, leaving him deeply disheartened. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Rating: C. You have acquired a low-tier alchemical technique. The system maintained its lethargic tone, and indeed, the reward was far from impressive. What use was this alchemical technique to him? Lin Yun curled his lips in disdain as he gazed ahead. To be frank, these matters were rather vexing. Despite having made extensive preparations, he never anticipated that everything would ultimately be thwarted by the actions of the sect leader alone. Such thoughts inevitably drained him of a considerable amount of confidence. A part of him even contemplated abandoning his status as the Holy Son within the Taichu Holy Sect, perhaps revealing his identity and entering the demonic cult to embrace the role of a grand villain. However, such musings remained mere thoughts. If he truly turned to the demonic cult now, the leader, Taishang Wangqing, could easily eliminate him without breaking a sweat. Observing the elders around him beginning to take action, Lin Yun could only rise to his feet, brush off the dust from his clothes, and join their ranks. His strength was only slightly inferior to that of the elders, so naturally, his speed in clearing the area was not as swift as theirs. After approximately 2 to 3 hours, the sect's main hall and the mountain gate's great formation had been thoroughly cleaned. Although the air still lingered with the scent of blood, the bodies of the demonic cult members had vanished without a trace. At that moment, Taishang Wangqing spoke out of thin air, addressing the disciples. You have all worked hard. Please take stock of the injured and assist each elder in tending to them. For those who are uninjured, contribute your strength. I will reactivate the sect's great formation. Upon hearing this, Lin Yun could not help but curl his lips in skepticism. He had not expected that the realm of Dongtian would necessitate the assistance of other disciples. It seemed rather unimpressive. However, he kept such thoughts to himself, refraining from voicing them. Just then, intricate formations began to emerge from the ground, left behind by the other elders of the Taichu Holy Sect. Their purpose was to draw upon the strength of the other disciples and transmit it to Taishang Wangqing, aiding him in reactivating the sect's great formation. The ground lit up with radiant holy light. The entire Taichu Holy Sect began to be enveloped in a divine glow, and the incantations commenced anew. In midair, Taishang Wangqing observed the unfolding scene and began to channel the energy. As the holy light from the ground was directly transmitted to him, with no other choice, Lin Yun began to circulate his own spiritual energy towards the array set by the elders. Contributing his own strength, the formation on the ground appeared vast and powerful. At this moment, Taishang Wangqing silently recited incantations, and a stream of clear light emerged, gradually setting the array into motion. However, a sudden change occurred. As the holy light blazed forth, Taishang Wangqing's expression abruptly turned ashen. He initially dismissed it, thinking it was merely an anomaly, but the situation grew increasingly dire. Just as he was about to complete the ritual for the sect's great formation, he suddenly coughed up a mouthful of black blood. Without warning, he plummeted from mid-air. The elders on the ground were clearly taken aback by this turn of events, rushing towards Taishang Wangqing in alarm. Sect leader, are you all right? What has happened? As the elders crowded around him, they noticed his peculiar expression, his complexion pale, with dark blood at the corners of his mouth. One elder, well versed in such matters, discerned that Taishang Wangqing had likely been poisoned. The thought of poisoning crossed the minds of the elders, but they dared not voice it aloud, instead whispering among themselves, "The sect leader is poisoned. His strength must be greatly diminished. Moreover, the sect's great formation has yet to be fully activated. What should we do now? Indeed, if the sect leader cannot protect us, the Taichu holy sect may face dire consequences." A sense of panic began to spread among the elders. Meanwhile, the disciples behind them, observing the elders' furrowed brows, began to murmur anxiously, their whispers echoing throughout the Taichu holy sect. At that moment, the sect leader suddenly spoke up, "Disciples of the Taichu holy sect, do not worry. I am unharmed. I merely have some issues to discuss with the elders." Yet, Lin Yun couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Just moments ago, Taishang Wangqing's voice had been robust, but now it sounded unusually frail. Something was definitely not right. Without waiting for the elders to respond, Lin Yun strode towards Taishang Wangqing. Although Taishang Wangqing appeared unwell, he managed to force a smile. "Rest assured, I am fine. Perhaps I was affected by some secretive technique during the self-detonation of those demonic cult elders, leading to a mild poisoning. I will enter seclusion for a few days to cleanse these toxins, and we can proceed with reactivating the sect's great formation." The elders nodded in agreement, yet the solemnity etched on their faces still cast a shadow over their hearts. At that moment, Lin Yun suddenly interjected, "Elders, what exactly has transpired?" His expression was one of concern. Upon witnessing the elders' reactions, his suspicions were increasingly confirmed. The elders were somewhat taken aback by Lin Yun's approach. Some wished to keep him uninformed and urged him to leave. But many others realized the necessity of keeping him in the loop. He was the holy son of the sect and had the right to know everything. One elder finally spoke up, and the others nodded in agreement. Taishang Wangqing, lying on the ground, fixed his deep gaze upon Lin Yun. This situation was certainly extraordinary. The more people who knew, the greater the risk of chaos. However, Lin Yun was the holy son, and denying him the truth was equally problematic. In light of this, Taishang Wangqing gestured for one of the elders to ensure Lin Yun remained informed, to mitigate the possibility of further complications. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. "Lin Yun, prior to this, I suspected you were a disciple of the demonic cult, but it appears I was mistaken." Hearing this, Lin Yun felt a surge of emotion. "Sect leader, it's a trivial matter. Could you please tell me what exactly has happened?" Taishang Wangqing forced a weak smile. The elders of the demonic cult, during their self-detonation, must have activated some malevolent technique. My body is now filled with toxins. Although I am in the Dongtian realm, I can currently wield less than 2/3 of my former strength. The sect's great formation is likely. Lin Yun understood the gravity of the situation and nodded solemnly. However, a hint of a smile flickered in his heart. "Old man, you interrupted my task earlier. And now the backlash has come, hasn't it? I do know several methods to counteract poisons, but they all require exceptional alchemical skills." One elder, deep in thought, finally voiced a conclusion. The remaining elders initially thought he had some profound insight. But upon hearing the mention of alchemy, they all sighed in unison. Third elder, "Did we need you to point that out? Everyone knows that alchemy can cure poisons, but the real issue is, does anyone within the Taichu holy sect truly possess the skills of a master alchemist capable of handling toxins of the Dongtian realm?" As the elder's words settled, the others nodded in agreement, acknowledging the validity of his statement. Given Taishang Wangqing's current predicament, it seemed that only specialized sects could come to his aid. No one within the Taichu holy sect possessed the capability to save him. Taishang Wangqing was well aware of this reality. He slowly seated himself, addressing the nearby elders. "Enough of my troubles. Focus on calming the disciples and healing their injuries. I will enter seclusion for a few days to expel these toxins, and until I emerge, no one is to speak of this matter lightly." His intent was clear. The sect's great formation had yet to be activated, and having just repelled the demonic forces, their internal strength was already depleted. If they were to attract the attention of those with malicious intent at this vulnerable time, the Taichu holy sect could face catastrophic disaster. The elders nodded, yet their expressions remained troubled. Taishang Wangqing did not dwell on their concerns, resuming his incantations and preparing to ascend. However, just as he began to rise, he once again coughed up a large spout of black blood. his complexion growing even more pallid, the signs of poisoning becoming increasingly evident. Sect leader, the elder in the front, witnessing the dire situation, hurriedly rushed over to encircle them. At this moment, dark blood seeped from the mouth and nose of Tai Shang Wangqing, revealing the severity of the poison inflicted by Elder Xian Yi. The malevolence of Elder Xian Yi was undeniable, as he had sacrificially offered the bone-corroding venomous insects, a secret of the demonic sect, directly into his own Dantian in the instant of his self-detonation. The toxins from those insects penetrated through the protective golden body of the cave heaven realm, invading Tai Shang Wangqing's body. This unforeseen circumstance caught everyone off guard. This old wretch is indeed insidious. It seems that for the time being, I must refrain from employing any spells. Elders on either side, accompany me inside. We must eradicate this toxin. However, the playful expression had vanished from Tai Shang Wangqing's face. He understood that if the poison was not promptly dealt with, his time would be severely limited. The elders on either side nodded gravely, yet the solemn expressions on the faces of the other elders betrayed their own concerns. Just as these elders were preparing to act separately, Lin Yun stepped forward at that moment. Master, if permissible, I would like to attempt the alchemy for this matter. Lin Yun clasped his hands together and bowed towards the direction of the master. As soon as he spoke, the expressions of the nearby elders shifted to one of grave concern. You can refine pills? One elder exclaimed. Lin Yun, I understand that you are the holy son of our sect and that you are distressed by the master's injury. Yet this matter is of utmost gravity. Your alchemical skills are, at best, inferior to ours. How dare you claim to refine pills for the master? The elders voiced their apprehensions. Lin Yun was merely a holy son, and his cultivation level was undoubtedly inferior to that of these elders. Thus it was even less appropriate to place such a heavy responsibility upon him. Elders, allow me to speak. I have indeed made some progress in alchemy recently. While I cannot guarantee a complete resolution of the master's toxicity, I implore you to allow me to try. Lin Yun lowered his head, somberly addressing the elders before him. With such confidence, what level have you achieved in alchemy? One elder queried. Currently, I possess the skills of a ground-level alchemist, Lin Yun replied with a somewhat nonchalant expression. However, the gathered elders collectively gasped in astonishment. A ground-level alchemist? In the realm of alchemy, practitioners are categorized into 4 levels: heaven, earth, Xian, and yellow. Although Lin Yun's concoctions may still fall short of the highest standards, his capabilities at the ground level place him in a position far ahead of these elders. You truly possess ground-level prowess? Elder Wu exclaimed, excitement evident as he embraced Lin Yun's shoulders. Lin Yun nodded, and the other elders displayed expressions of admiration. Very well, we shall entrust this matter to the Holy Sun. Lin Yun, remember that all necessary medicinal materials will be provided by the sect. You must prioritize the resolution of this toxin, as my life rests in your hands, Tai Shang Wangqing said, forcing a grim smile as he addressed Lin Yun directly. In response to the master. I shall not disappoint your expectations, Lin Yun replied earnestly, bowing deeply towards Tai Shang Wangqing. Yet within his heart, a different, sinister thought began to take root. With Tai Shang Wangqing poisoned, his strength was significantly diminished. However, Lin Yun realized that he could not eliminate him through direct confrontation without incurring the wrath of the other elders, whose combined strength would be beyond his capacity to withstand. Thus, he resolved to poison Tai Shang Wangqing through the very pills he would concoct. The moment this notion crossed Lin Yun's mind, he was taken aback. Yet, after much contemplation, he deemed this plan to be the one with the highest likelihood of success. It was indisputable that Tai Shang Wangqing possessed the power of the cave heaven realm. Even if Lin Yun were to strike, he might not be able to kill him outright. Moreover, with several top elders at his side, it would be even more difficult to act against him. However, if it were a matter of poisoning, he would find it considerably easier to maneuver. Should Tai Shang Wangqing succumb to the poison, Lin Yun could easily attribute it to the overwhelming toxicity previously administered by the elders of the demonic sect. Claiming that he had been utterly incapable of resolving it in such a scenario, although the elders might be furious, Lin Yun would be able to assert that he had made an effort, thus deflecting any blame from himself. With this thought, a faint smile crept across his lips, though none present could discern the true nature of his expression. Shortly thereafter, Tai Shang Wangqing was escorted away by the elders on either side. The remaining elders cautioned Lin Yun to maintain a neutral expression to avoid alarming the other disciples. Lin Yun nodded and returned to the group of disciples. A few overly curious individuals quickly approached him, inquiring, "Senior brother, what exactly is the issue with the master?" "Indeed, Lin's senior brother, what has happened to the master?" Seeing the concerned faces of these disciples, Lin Yun allowed a smile to grace his features. "It's nothing serious. The master is merely feeling a bit unwell. He has just emerged from seclusion, and his realm is not yet stable. This can be understood." Lin Yun's words carried far more persuasive weight than those of the elders. And indeed, the disciples nodded, ceasing their inquiries. The remaining elders hastened to organize the rescue efforts for the other disciples. The slaughter by the demonic sect had resulted in countless casualties among the disciples of the Taichu sacred sect. Although Taishang Wangqing had intervened to prevent many injuries, several disciples had suffered grievous wounds. The atmosphere within the Taichu sacred sect was chaotic, had it not been for the presence of several elders to maintain order. Panic would have ensued. Witnessing the turmoil, Lin Yun also lent a hand. Although his mission from the system was to become a great villain, he could not bear to see his fellow disciples suffer. The system had not explicitly prohibited him from aiding his comrades, so he joined in the efforts to heal the wounded. In truth, he possessed some basic healing spells, and employing them was effortless for him. It was not until the early hours of the morning that the treatment of all the injured was finally completed. A total of 1,680 disciples had perished during the confrontation with the demonic sect. As this grim figure settled in the minds of the gathered, the atmosphere turned somber. The elders felt a sense of loss, especially with Taishang Wangqing's condition still precarious and the sect's protective formation yet to be activated. Should an external threat arise, they would find themselves utterly helpless, facing annihilation. Yet, in the face of such circumstances, there was no time for lamentation. They had to focus on restoring the normal operations of the Taichu sacred sect. After finishing the last treatment, Lin Yun exchanged glances with the elders. "Lin Yun, during this time, you will require an optimal environment to assist you in alchemy. My cave dwelling shall be made available to you. Once you have completed your work on the antidote, promptly return it to me for the master's treatment," declared the Grand Elder, addressing Lin Yun from a distance. Upon hearing this news, Lin Yun nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from further comment as he began to channel his spiritual energy towards the Grand Elder's cave dwelling. Indeed, the Grand Elder's abode was extraordinary. The concentration of spiritual energy within was remarkably high, allowing ordinary disciples to swiftly break through their realms upon entering. Lin Yun wasted no time and promptly settled down, sitting cross-legged to restore his depleted spiritual energy. Approximately 12 hours later, he exhaled a breath of stale air. Feeling that his internal spiritual power had been sufficiently replenished, glancing at the various medicinal materials sent by the Grand Elder, Lin Yun sighed. "Taishang Wangqing, I never anticipated that one day your life would depend on me, your holy son." Lin Yun's lips curled into a faint, nonchalant smile, and without uttering a word of commentary, he commenced his alchemical work. To speak frankly, the concoction of a detoxifying elixir was not exceedingly challenging. However, it necessitated Lin Yun to wield his prowess as a terrestrial-grade alchemist to facilitate the process, which might prove somewhat difficult. In truth, there exists a conspicuous distinction between alchemists and cultivators. The level of cultivation does not influence the grade of the elixir produced, but rather the final quality of the concoction itself. During the alchemical process, only a minuscule amount of spiritual energy is required to activate the alchemical furnace, allowing the raw materials to be refined, discarding the dross and retaining the essence, ultimately merging them to form the elixir. Therefore, this moment is a true test of an alchemist's skill. This is precisely why all the elders unanimously believe that Lin Yun, despite being a terrestrial-grade alchemist, is indeed capable of fulfilling this alchemical task. Gathering the necessary ingredients, Lin Yun began to channel the flames within the alchemical furnace, ensuring they melted the materials uniformly. Although the reward for this task was not particularly grandiose, the abilities of a terrestrial-grade alchemist are not something an ordinary individual can hope to match. Within merely 3 to 5 hours, Lin Yun had completely amalgamated all the ingredients. A uniquely fragrant aroma began to permeate the cave, invigorating all who inhaled it. Yet at that moment, Lin Yun's thoughts began to stir once more. This was indeed a detoxifying elixir, but should an additional herb be introduced, it could transform into a highly lethal poison. Despite its ferocity, The toxin would not inflict physical harm if Taishang Wangqing were to consume the very elixir he had crafted. His demise would be inevitable. Contemplating this, Lin Yun silently muttered, "Master, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. After all, you have interrupted my progress, turning my final reward into this predicament." With that, a wicked smile crept across Lin Yun's face as he nonchalantly added a handful of withered bone grass into the alchemical furnace. Upon its inclusion, the entire concoction transformed into a viscous, black substance. Chapter 63. A new task. After introducing the bone grass into the furnace, the noxious stench permeating the cave intensified significantly. When the foul gas erupted, Lin Yun nearly succumbed to its overpowering odor. "What is this wretched smell? It is far too pungent." Gazing at the foul-smelling concoction, Lin Yun frowned deeply. Even someone of minimal intelligence would shy away from consuming such a substance, let alone the revered Taishang Wangqing, who possessed the cultivation of the cave heaven realm. The flames within the alchemical furnace surged higher. If this continued, the elixir would surely be destroyed. Nevertheless, Lin Yun decided to disregard the potential consequences. Resolutely, he channeled all his spiritual energy, condensing the viscous liquid into distinct pills. Following a rhythmic tremor within the furnace, the brown, sticky liquid transformed into a series of glossy black pills. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Lin Yun acknowledged that this alchemical endeavor had indeed tested his mental fortitude. Although he was a terrestrial-grade alchemist, the pills he produced, while not of high grade, significantly honed his mental acuity. Observing the plump, lustrous pills within the furnace, Lin Yun finally exhaled in relief, his body relaxing as he collapsed onto the ground, feeling drowsy and on the verge of slumber. At that moment, however, he suddenly sensed a powerful wave of spiritual energy entering the cave. The elder, who had been watching Lin Yun on the ground, now bore a grave expression. He rushed over, eager to inquire about Lin Yun's condition. "Lin Yun, what has happened? What is going on?" the elder questioned anxiously, fearing that Lin Yun had succumbed to the dangers of alchemical practice, causing chaos within his meridians. The path of an alchemist indeed requires unwavering focus. A moment's negligence could lead to disastrous consequences, and the elder was deeply concerned about Lin Yun's well-being. If something were to happen to Lin Yun, he would have no explanation for the Lord. Yet, at that moment, Lin Yun slowly sat up from the ground. "Elder, I am unharmed. No need for concern. I have successfully refined the elixir. I simply require a moment's rest." The process of alchemy demands prolonged periods of sitting in a fixed position. Channeling spiritual energy. The most challenging aspect lies in maintaining sustained concentration while precisely regulating the output of spiritual energy, ensuring it remains steady. If one fails to control the heat adequately, the elixir may either be too raw or overcooked, adversely affecting its efficacy. The elder, observing the glossy black pills in the furnace, nodded in acknowledgement. He had not anticipated that Lin Yun's terrestrial-grade alchemist status was indeed genuine. He possessed a modicum of talent. Having uttered these words, Lin Yun reclined back onto the ground. However, at that moment, the familiar mechanical voice echoed once more, announcing, "Task? Ensure that Taishang Wangqing personally consumes the toxic elixir crafted by the host." Task process. The host must be present to witness him ingest it. Task reward, to be determined based on rating. Hearing the system's latest assignment reignited Lin Yun's fighting spirit. The previous tasks had all ended in failure, leading him to doubt the system's authenticity. He even pondered whether all the tasks assigned to him were ultimately unattainable. Yet now, this task appeared deceptively simple. Witnessing Taishang Wangqing consume the elixir seemed far too easy. Should the rating be sufficiently high, the rewards would surely be more substantial. Although the exact nature of the task's reward remained uncertain, Lin Yun felt a surge of enthusiasm. Just as he had settled down, he sprang back to his feet, startling the elder. "Lin Yun, what are you doing?" The elder looked at Lin Yun with a mixture of surprise and confusion. "Oh, it's nothing. By the way, elder, the cave's spiritual energy is quite abundant. In no time at all, my spiritual energy has fully replenished, and even my mental acuity has been invigorated. Truly remarkable." Lin Yun chuckled lightly and added, "Considering your weary expression, elder, you must have worked hard as well." Seeing Lin Yun's somewhat fatigued visage, the elder momentarily accepted his words. He then rose, storing the elixirs and preparing to exit. "Elder, why not allow me to accompany you? I, too, wish to ascertain the quality of the elixirs I have crafted." As the elder was about to step outside, Lin Yun swiftly halted him and continued, "Elder, I believe this is a reasonable request." Recognizing Lin Yun's sincere concern for the Lord, the elder replied without hesitation, "Very well, if you feel capable, then it would not be an issue for you to accompany me." Naturally, Lin Yun was elated, nodding in agreement as he rose from the ground and walked alongside the elder. With those words exchanged, the two departed the cave. Outside the cave, several other elders awaited their return. Upon seeing Lin Yun and the elder emerge with confidence, they understood that Lin Yun had undoubtedly succeeded in his alchemical endeavor. "Holy Son, who would have thought you possessed such talent in alchemy? It appears our Tai Chu holy sect's reputation will surely soar." In response to the elder's praises, Lin Yun maintained a composed demeanor, offering a modest smile and a humble gesture, indicating that he did not deserve such commendation. The cave where Tai Shang Wangqing resided was the most esteemed sanctuary of the Tai Chu holy sect. As the sect leader, his possessions naturally surpassed those of ordinary elders. At this juncture, Lin Yun and the elders arrived at the entrance of the Lord's secluded chamber. As they approached, they noticed the two elders waiting outside. "You two have worked hard. We have come to deliver the elixir to the Lord. The concoction has been successfully refined. Please, take a look." The elder produced a cloth bag from his robes, solemnly presenting it to the left elder. A look of delight spread across the left elder's face as he responded, "You have done exceedingly well. I believe we have found a means to purge the toxins afflicting the Lord." His expression radiated joy, and even his voice grew animated with excitement. "I wish to enter and observe the Lord's condition to prevent any unforeseen mishaps," Lin Yun interjected, believing that gaining entry should not pose a significant challenge. However, at that moment, the left elder spoke up, "The Lord is currently in seclusion. He will meet with you once he has recovered." This novel can be downloaded using the open-source, free star string downloader developed by Xingyu. If you acquire the novel file through alternative means and the merchant has not provided the software's source code or open-source address, please immediately request a refund and report the merchant. Author's email, xingyvoutlook.com. Author's QQ, 201-759-3710. Official QQ Group, 149050832. Official TG Group, https t.me/fq tool. Chapter 64. Must enter. Upon hearing this, the light in Lin Yun's eyes dimmed suddenly. How could this be acceptable? If he did not enter, how could he possibly complete the task? Lin Yun, feeling increasingly dissatisfied, spoke up, "Elder Zhua, I mean no offense. I merely wish to enter to ascertain whether there are any issues with the sect leader consuming this pill. I have already stated that it is not permitted. Let us return." Elders were replied resolutely, clearly indicating that no one was allowed to enter the cave dwelling. Lin Yun's expression turned somber. In this world, no one could obstruct him from fulfilling his mission, not even the elders of the sect. Observing Lin Yun's unwavering resolve, the Grand Elder and others exchanged glances, perplexed by his stubbornness. The Grand Elder stepped forward and addressed Lin Yun. "Lin Yun, do not act impudently. Since Elder Zhua has decreed it, it surely reflects the sect leader's wishes. If he does not wish for us to enter, then we shall not." However, before he could finish, Lin Yun silently shook his head. "Elder Zhua, I bear no intention of offending you, but I must enter this cave today." As Lin Yun's tone grew more determined, a glint of cold light flashed in Elder Zhua's eyes. Hearing Lin Yun's insistence, Elder Yu, who had been silent, narrowed his eyes and stepped forward. The tension between the two parties was palpable, leaving the remaining elders bewildered. Lin Yun was not typically a particularly obstinate individual. Why was he so adamant at this moment? Unable to restrain himself any longer, the Grand Elder finally intervened, positioning himself between the two. "Listen to my advice, both of you. This matter is of utmost significance and pertains to the future of our Tai Chu sacred sect. Elder Zhua, your stance is just, yet you must temper your tone when addressing the younger generation. Besides, Lin Yun merely wishes to test his abilities. Even if he were to enter, it would not impact the sect leader's seclusion. Why burden him further?" The Grand Elder then turned to Lin Yun, saying, "Lin Yun, do not be so obstinate. Take a step back. I, along with several other elders, have complete faith in your abilities, even without witnessing the sect leader consume the pill. You will surely be able to cleanse the poison from him. No, I must enter today." Lin Yun steadfastly rejected the Grand Elder's benevolent suggestion, displaying no intention of yielding. Lin Yun, do not be ungrateful. Elder Yu finally spoke, his tone harsh, though not think that because you are the Holy Son, Elder Zhua and I will hesitate to act. Overstepping boundaries is a grave matter within our sect. At that moment, the spiritual energy radiating from the two elders began to surge, signifying their readiness to confront Lin Yun. Seeing that he could not mediate the situation, the Grand Elder retreated, realizing that in this scenario, Elder Zhua and Elder Yu were in the right. Perhaps it would be beneficial for Lin Yun to experience some hardship at a young age. After all, he had gained considerable prestige for the sect since becoming the Holy Son, which had undoubtedly inflated his confidence. A setback now would be far better than future arrogance leading to his demise. The atmosphere was tense, as if time had come to a standstill, uncertain of when violence might erupt. Just as the situation reached a critical point, a steady voice emerged from within the cave. Elder Zhua, perhaps you should allow Lin Yun to enter. I have some words I wish to share with him. The speaker was the sect leader, Taishang Wangqing, who was currently in seclusion. Upon hearing this, the expressions of both Elders Zhua and Yu shifted. They cast fierce glares at Lin Yun, yet found themselves at a loss for words. Lin Yun relaxed his stance and addressed the two elders. I apologize, esteemed elders. I mean no offense. I will enter now. With that, he accepted the pill from the Grand Elder and stepped into the cave. The spiritual energy within this space was a stark contrast to that of the Grand Elder's dwelling. The moment he entered, Lin Yun felt as if a warm current enveloped every cell in his body, eliciting a soothing response. As he ventured deeper, the atmosphere gradually grew ominous. Eventually, he came upon Taishang Wangqing. At this moment, the sect leader lay draped in white robes, his hair disheveled, resembling a wretched specter beside the table. The sight was utterly unexpected for Lin Yun. Why do you stare? Is it such a drastic difference from the day we first met that you fail to recognize me? Taishang Wangqing smiled grimly, revealing a sorrowful expression. His words drew Lin Yun's attention back to the present. I apologize, sect leader. What has happened? Is the poison truly this potent? At this, Taishang Wangqing's countenance turned icy. Those old wretches from the demonic sect took advantage of my unguarded moment and ambushed me with a poison known as bone-eating poison bug. One of the most insidious toxins among their ranks. I fear I may not have much time left. Upon hearing this, Lin Yun's heart surged with anxiety. Sect leader, you cannot perish at this moment. If you were to die now, would my mission not be in vain? Yet, he could not voice his concerns. Lin Yun, before I draw my last breath, there is something I must entrust to you. As the holy son of our sect, you must lead your fellow disciples to elevate the Taichu sacred sect. If all goes well, I believe the position of the next sect leader will be entrusted to you. These words startled Lin Yun profoundly. The tranquility of his heart was suddenly disrupted, akin to a vast ocean into which a boulder had been cast, stirring tumultuous waves. The sect leader intended to appoint him as the next leader? This was something he could never have imagined before. Sect leader, you have much time left. Please refrain from such talk. I have already concocted the antidote. Silence. Taishang Wangqing's voice rasped. Then he urged Lin Yun, listen carefully to what I am about to say. Chapter 65. The poison strike. Seeing the determined expression on the sect leader's face, Lin Yun felt a pang of compassion. However, he remained silent, attentively listening to the sect leader's words. If I should unfortunately perish, the position of sect leader will fall to you. I will issue a secret edict to the elders, instructing them to support you. Sect leader, I currently possess only the strength of the nascent soul stage. I fear. What is there to fear? When I became sect leader, I was merely at the spirit transformation level. Over the years, with the support of the sect, I have reached the celestial cave realm. There is no need for fear. The elders will be there to support you. Observing the grave demeanor of Taishang Wangqing, Lin Yun felt a flicker of sympathy. Yet, more than that, he felt an overwhelming urgency. He realized that Taishang Wangqing was genuinely entrusting his final wishes to them. However, if he were to die, it would be due to the poison inflicted by those demonic sect elders, not from the pill he had crafted, leading to the failure of his mission. This could not be allowed. Sect leader, please do not speak so. The antidote is ready. Regardless of its efficacy, I implore you to give it a try. Lin Yun's expression was earnest, yet his heart raced with impatience. I do not need to consume the antidote. While I trust your abilities, It will not be of any use in my current condition. Taishang Wangqing replied with a bitter smile, using the last of his strength to communicate with the elders outside. Other elders, please enter. I have matters to discuss with you. Lin Yun clutched the bag tightly in his hand, his anxiety reaching a peak. Before long, several elders entered, their eyes widening in shock at the sight of the sect leader's condition, especially the Grand Elder, who rushed forward upon witnessing the sect leader's dire state. Zhongzhu, what on earth has happened to you? Could it be that, before Zhongzhu Taishang Wangqing could utter a word, the elders beside him let out a deep sigh and began to explain, the reason I have barred your entry lies precisely in this. The current state of Zhongzhu must remain a closely guarded secret. Despite our relentless efforts alongside the right elder, we have been unable to contain the toxins coursing through his body. We have truly exhausted all possibilities. Listening to the words of the left and right elders, the Grand Elder felt an unprecedented sense of despair. The left and right elders were the most formidable among all the elders, second only to the Zhongzhu. If they were powerless, then the remaining elders would be left utterly helpless. Grand Elder, throughout the years, you have indeed made significant contributions to the development of our sect. As I stand on the brink of death, there is one matter I wish to impart to all present. Suddenly, Taishang Wangqing's expression grew serious as he pushed the elder before him, saying, after my passing, I hope all of you will remember this. Cultivate Lin Yun as the next Zhongzhu, and uphold the glory of our Taichu Shengzong. Upon hearing this, Taishang Wangqing's words struck Lin Yun's heart like a thunderclap. Zhongzhu, please reconsider. There must be a way to cure this poison. Do not utter such despairing words. Zhongzhu, Lin Yun's qualifications are lacking. Appointing him as Zhongzhu may not garner the support of the masses. The elders around them began to voice their concerns regarding Lin Yun, yet unanimously, they doubted his capability to succeed as Zhongzhu. Amidst the elders' expressions, Lin Yun remained focused, his gaze fixed on the pill in his hand. If he did not consume it now, he feared the situation might take a turn for the worse. Silence. How can you all lose your composure in front of a junior? Taishang Wangqing, growing impatient at the elders clamoring, shouted loudly. Upon hearing the Zhongzhu's expression of anger, several elders fell silent. Zhongzhu, I implore you to try once more. After all, Lin Yun's pill has been successfully refined. Regardless of its efficacy, we should at least make an attempt. The Grand Elder, his face etched with sorrow, spoke gravely to Taishang Wangqing. Indeed, Zhongzhu, please give it a try. This is the sincere intention of all the elders and the Holy Sun. Seeing the emotional expressions of those before him, tears welled up in Taishang Wangqing's eyes. The Grand Elder's heartfelt sentiment ultimately swayed him. Very well, let us proceed with the trial. Taishang Wangqing waved his hand and turned to Lin Yun, signaling him to present the pill. At this moment, Lin Yun's heart surged with joy. The bone-corroding poison had nearly claimed Taishang Wangqing's life. If he were to consume the highly toxic pill he had concocted, would it not result in instant demise? Suppressing his excitement, he cautiously extended the trembling pouch towards Taishang Wangqing. He withdrew several black pills, and Taishang Wangqing's expression suddenly faltered. I could have sworn these pills were not this color before. At this, Lin Yun's heart sank. Could it be that he was about to be exposed? Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, saying, Zhongzhu, I have studied the poison affecting you and improved the formula, adding several new ingredients, which is why the color has changed. Upon hearing Lin Yun's explanation, Taishang Wangqing accepted it without suspicion and opened his mouth to swallow the pills whole. It worked. The nature of the pill was such that it dissolved instantly, akin to smooth silk, seamlessly integrating into Taishang Wangqing's internal organs, merging with the bone-corroding poison, instantly triggering a violent reaction. The moment he ingested it, his complexion shifted drastically, his eyes wide with shock. Inside his body, chaos erupted. Realizing what had transpired, the left and right elders immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. Lin Yun, what have you done? Yet at this moment, Lin Yun stood in stunned silence. Not out of fear, but in disbelief at the ferocity of the poison's response, which he had never anticipated. Eventually, the elders behind him reacted, abandoning concerns for Lin Yun and rushing to encircle Taishang Wangqing. His face was ashen, teeth clenched, as the spiritual energy within him became increasingly chaotic. Just as the left and right elders were about to touch his body, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of black blood. Chapter 66. The moment of parting. This sudden turn of events startled everyone, and Lin Yun stood frozen in place. Goodness, this poison is overwhelmingly potent. The display from Taishang Wangqing was utterly beyond his expectations. The simultaneous reactions of the two toxins were indeed terrifying. If the bone-corroding poison were not a secret technique of the demonic sect, he would have been tempted to learn it for experimentation. Taishang Wangqing's face was pale as a sheet, his body trembling violently from the excruciating pain. He fought desperately to control the chaos within him, but in this dire situation, he was utterly spent. Incapable of containing the rampant toxins, Zhengzhu, the elders shouted anxiously. The left and right elders, witnessing the situation spiraling out of control, gathered their energies, intending to assist Taishang Wangqing in expelling the toxins. However, how could the realm of Dongtian possibly be compared to those at the Huashan level? The spiritual energy they provided entered Taishang Wangqing's body like a stone sinking into the sea, disappearing without a trace in mere moments. After several attempts, even the combined efforts of all the elders proved futile. Moreover, the bone-corroding poison within Taishang Wangqing's body grew increasingly violent, voraciously absorbing the spiritual energy that entered him. Essentially, the energy supplied by the elders only exacerbated the frenzy of the poison. Witnessing Taishang Wangqing's increasing agony, the left and right elders felt a pang of compassion. The left elder raised his head, casting a furious glance at Lin Yun. Lin Yun, what on earth have you done? If you do not explain yourself today, I will not hesitate to kill you. Fury radiated from the left elder as he prepared to charge at Lin Yun. Sensing this escalation, the other elders rushed to intervene. Left elder, do not act rashly. This has nothing to do with Lin Yun. Indeed, he merely refined the pill with good intentions. Furthermore, the rest of us have examined the pills he crafted, and there are no issues. No issues? You dare claim that there are no issues? Look at how the poison has escalated after Zhengzhu consumed this pill. It is undoubtedly connected to this brat. The left elder disregarded the reassurances of the others and pointed an accusing finger at Lin Yun. Lin Yun instinctively took 2 steps back, not out of fear, but because, despite the left elder's furious demeanor and intent to confront him, he lacked concrete evidence linking him to the poison. All the pills had been consumed by Taishang Wangqing. Even if they were to dissect him now, it would be impossible to prove the pills were toxic. Lin Yun had anticipated this, so he remained unperturbed. If the left elder truly killed him in a fit of rage, the remaining elders would undoubtedly intervene. As expected, the left elder was soon restrained by the collective efforts of the other elders. Although he was individually stronger than the others, their combined might was something he could not breach. Enough! Just then, a rough, somewhat sinister voice reverberated throughout the cave. The elders were momentarily taken aback. This voice unmistakably belonged to Taishang Wangqing. Taishang Wangqing, his complexion ghostly pale, strained against the pain, veins bulging at his neck. It was evident that he had exhausted all his strength in combating the torment within him. You all must cease this bickering. I am still here, if you continue to treat Lin Yun this way. Upon my death, you will undoubtedly kill him on the spot. His voice was hoarse, and merely speaking had drained most of his remaining strength. Zhengzhu, the left elder attempted to voice his thoughts, but Taishang Wangqing interrupted him sharply. No more words. I understand your feelings, but I need you to promise me that after my death, you will not make things difficult for Lin Yun. Taishang Wangqing's tone was vehement, and as he spoke, he could not suppress a fresh wave of thick, black blood from spilling forth. Witnessing this scene, the surrounding elders were visibly moved, tears streaming down their long dry eyes, faced with Taishang Wangqing's unwavering resolve. The left elder found it increasingly difficult to voice any further objections. He gazed at Lin Yun with a profoundly intricate expression. Then, turning to the great elder Wangqing, he nodded gravely, observing the elders before him. Wangqing's demeanor gradually began to soften. He opened his mouth, intending to speak further, but his pupils trembled once more, and a surge of black blood erupted from his mouth. In that moment, even Lin Yun felt a pang of compassion. The remnants of his conscience were painfully igniting within him, compelling him to retreat and turn his head away, unwilling to witness the scene before him. Lin Yun, do not forget the words I spoke to you earlier. With that utterance, Wangqing's voice abruptly ceased, and his body collapsed, devoid of life. Zhengzhu, the remaining elders, witnessing Wangqing's slow descent, could not contain their anguish, their cries piercing the air with sorrow. Lin Yun, standing to the side, was tormented within. He had only envisioned the joy of completing his task, never comprehending the weight of this parting and the significance Wang Qing had placed upon him. A certain part of his heart seemed to awaken at last. As he now grappled with profound inner turmoil, after several moments, the elders wiped away their tears. The Grand Elder, noticing Lin Yun's dazed expression, approached and placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "It is all right. Lin Yun, you have done well. Let us set this matter aside for now. I understand you have done your utmost. Let us depart." Lin Yun nodded silently, his heart a tumult of unexpressed emotions, yet at that moment, he found himself utterly speechless. The expressions of the surrounding elders were filled with profound sorrow, for they had been the closest companions to their leader for the longest time. Witnessing such a scene inevitably stirred their hearts, compounded by years of shared experiences, making it all the more difficult to part. As Lin Yun stared at Wang Qing's lifeless body, he was entirely unprepared for the long, silent mechanical voice that had yet to announce the completion of his task. Just as the crowd was poised to exit the cave, Wang Qing's body suddenly erupted with radiant light. Chapter 67. An unexpected change. Wang Qing's form began to shimmer with golden light, and at that moment, he levitated into the air, strange crackling sounds emanating from within him. This commotion drew the departing elders back, their gazes fixated on the bizarre transformation unfolding before them. The elders stood frozen, their expressions rigid, grappling with the inexplicable situation. Typically, the cycle of life and death is an ordinary occurrence within the six realms, and those who cultivate the Tao strive to defy fate, harnessing the essence of heaven and earth to break the cycle of reincarnation. Yet, even the mightiest, like Wang Qing, are not exempt from the laws of life and death until they truly tread upon the great path. Thus, the elders were understandably astonished by Wang Qing's current state, unable to fathom what was transpiring. In contrast, Lin Yun appeared somewhat bewildered. Hadn't Wang Qing consumed the toxic elixir he had concocted? What could this mean? Suddenly, the thought of the unactivated task prompt struck him. This is bad. Could it be, just then? Wang Qing's body erupted once more with golden light, enveloping him entirely like a deity descending from the heavens. Each crevice of his form radiated a golden glow, illuminating the cave with brilliance. The nearby elders instinctively took a few steps back, their gazes fixed warily upon this uncanny phenomenon. The fluctuations within Wang Qing grew increasingly pronounced, and all present could feel the power emanating from him swelling, escalating towards an unprecedented zenith. What in the world is happening? The Grand Elder's countenance betrayed a hint of panic. While he did not comprehend the intricacies of Wang Qing's situation, the circumstances were undeniably beyond the realm of normality. The remaining elders shared his perplexity. At that moment, the Grand Elder turned to Lin Yun, whose expression was one of bewilderment, and inquired, "Lin Yun, is any of this connected to you? Did you perhaps add something to that elixir?" Hearing the Grand Elder's question, Lin Yun shook his head vehemently. In such a critical situation, revealing anything, even if it were true, was out of the question. Observing Lin Yun's dazed demeanor, the Grand Elder chose not to press further and instead addressed the other elders. "We must seal this cave, and no one is permitted to enter, including you, Lin Yun." The left elder's expression was complex as he approached Lin Yun and spoke directly. Lin Yun nodded, yet his heart was in turmoil. On one hand, he hoped for a miracle to unfold for Wang Qing. On the other, he dreaded the prospect of failing his mission. Faced with such a dilemma, he found himself at an impasse as he watched the elders bustling about in a flurry of activity. Lin Yun felt utterly at a loss for how to assist. In a matter of moments, the elders had established a formation, encircling Wang Qing at the center. Their primary concern was that if something were to happen to him, the immense energy radiating from his celestial realm could potentially obliterate the entire sect. Should such a calamity occur, it would not only devastate the sect but likely reduce the entire mountain to rubble, putting every disciple of the Taichu holy sect in grave danger. Before long, the exterior of the cave was fortified with powerful restrictions set by the elders, intended to prevent any unauthorized individuals from sensing the events unfolding within. In the formation, subtle changes began to manifest in Wang Qing's body. While the other elders were oblivious, Lin Yun could perceive these minute transformations clearly. He sensed that the bone-eating poison within Wang Qing was undergoing a delicate rupture, precipitated by the spiritual energy the elders had just infused into him. The elders had intended to provide Wang Qing with energy to alleviate the torment inflicted by the bone-eating poison. Yet they had unwittingly become the very sustenance that empowered the poison. Intensifying his suffering, Wang Qing, having consumed Lin Yun's concocted elixir, was indeed on the brink of death. With the host's demise, the bone-eating poison greedily began to devour the remnants of Wang Qing's spiritual essence, and no matter how formidable the elders might be, they were merely at the transformation stage, while the bone-eating poison was a formidable toxin of similar caliber. The higher-grade spiritual energy emanating from Wang Qing was to them an irresistible delicacy. Upon detecting the pure spiritual power within the celestial realm, the bone-eating poison within Wang Qing's body imploded, perishing in the process, as they dissipated. A fresh wave of spiritual energy surged forth, merging seamlessly with the remnants of the elixir Lin Yun had concocted. The toxic components counteracted the poison from the bone-eating worms, while the non-toxic portions fused completely with the spiritual energy, forming a new essence within Wang Qing's dantian. This extraordinary transformation left Lin Yun utterly speechless. Standing frozen in place, he had never imagined that his unintentional actions would lead to the complete eradication of the poison within Wang Qing. At that moment, he could hardly contain his excitement, wishing to slap his thigh and exclaim to the heavens. Had he known, he could have simply concocted a lethal poison to eliminate Wang Qing outright. Yet now, his mind was a blank slate as he witnessed the climactic transformation unfolding before him. The radiant energy emanating from Wang Qing had reached its zenith. As the elders gazed on with fervent anticipation, a blinding flash of golden light erupted from the formation. The cave echoed with a tremendous roar. Even the restrictions set by the elders at the entrance trembled. The air was thick with dust and smoke. Once the clouds of dust settled, Wang Qing stood before them, resplendent and transformed. Chapter 68. Resurrection? Upon witnessing the scene before them, the elders, along with Lin Yun, found themselves rendered speechless, completely unable to comprehend the unfolding events. What could this possibly mean? When the aura of Taishang Wang Qing had vanished moments ago, everyone had assumed he had succumbed to death, leading the elders to relinquish all hope. Yet, the current circumstances were utterly unfathomable to them. The resurrection of Taishang Wang Qing surpassed their understanding of existence. Master, what is this? The expression on the face of the Grand Elder twitched slightly as he gazed at Taishang Wang Qing, whose body emanated steam, involuntarily swallowing hard. Master, you, the elders on either side, witnessing the rejuvenation of Taishang Wang Qing, with his flushed complexion and physique returning to its former glory, could no longer contain their tears, which cascaded down in torrents onto the ground. Lin Yun, upon seeing Taishang Wang Qing's countenance, felt a wave of dread wash over him, his face turning an ashen hue. Had he known that so many complications would arise, he might as well have concocted a deadly poison from the outset. Yet, it was far too late to voice regrets. Taishang Wang Qing had indeed returned from the brink of death. It seemed that this time, the mission was destined for failure once more. Gritting his teeth, Lin Yun clenched his fists, suppressing the fury that burned within him. At that moment, the elders finally came to terms with the reality that Taishang Wang Qing had genuinely returned to life. Overwhelmed by emotion, several elders knelt beside him, urgently inquiring about his condition. Initially, Taishang Wang Qing's eyes were clouded, and though a smile graced his lips, confusion lingered in his gaze. He was utterly bewildered about what had transpired. Soon, the sound of the elder sobs drew him back to reality. What has happened to me? His garments lay in tatters, revealing his resilient skin and sun-kissed muscles. It was as if he had regained a youthful vigor, transforming from a transcendent figure into a robust young man. Master, do you recall what transpired earlier? The Grand Elder, hastily wiping away his tears, posed the question with urgency. I remember fragments of what occurred. Taishang Wang Qing replied, straining to recollect the words exchanged with Lin Yun. Upon his return, he smiled and shook his head. It is wonderful that you are safe, Master. We must share this good news with all disciples of the sect, so they may rejoice with you. Observing the exuberance in the eyes of the elders, Taishang Wang Qing interjected, I believe it is unnecessary to disclose this to the outside world. Should we do so? The consequences could be dire. As he assessed his body, he quickly organized the elders, acknowledging the potential panic that could ensue among the disciples if they learned of his revival. The immediate priority was to restore the operations of the Taichu holy sect to normal and reactivate the sect's protective formations against incursions from other sections. Without delay, Taishang Wangqing ordered the elders to procure new garments for him. Once donned, he appeared dignified and striking, a stark contrast to his previous state. It is truly remarkable. After consuming the elixir Lin Yun provided, despite its adverse compatibility with the bone-corroding insect's poison within me, I sensed someone calling me during my haze. When I awoke, I found myself here, he mused, stroking his head as he attempted to piece together the events leading to his near demise. The surrounding elders beamed with joy. Before they could respond, Taishang Wangqing continued, "This elixir is extraordinary. Previously, I fell victim to the machinations of those dark sect elders due to my unstable Dongtian realm, engaging them immediately upon exiting seclusion. However, upon ingesting this elixir, its components harmonized with the poison of the bone-corroding insect, purging impurities from my body and fortifying my cultivation. It is truly marvelous." Upon hearing Taishang Wangqing's words, the elders gasped in astonishment, instinctively glancing towards Lin Yun. Could it be that Lin Yun was indeed an exceptional alchemist? Lin Yun, feeling a mix of embarrassment and incredulity at the attention, smiled awkwardly while internally lamenting, "Exceptional alchemist? I merely intended to concoct a toxic pill for Taishang Wangqing. Who would have thought it would instead stabilize his realm?" Thus, it seemed he had inadvertently aided Taishang Wangqing in solidifying his cultivation, rendering any future attempts at opposition futile. Regret consumed Lin Yun as he realized he could not turn back time to alter his actions. At that moment, the system's notification chimed once more. Mission: create a pill for Taishang Wangqing and observe his near demise. Mission rating: C. Mission reward: none. Upon hearing this, Lin Yun felt a wave of emotions. The first part of the message elicited a sense of reflection, but when he heard the reward was non-existent, he erupted with fury. Damn it! Even the system is mocking me. This situation is already unbearable. Poisoning the sect leader is no trivial task. How could it be so simple? Even if my mission rating is low, surely I deserve some reward. He longed to berate the system, yet he felt powerless, left to seethe in silence. Just as Lin Yun brooded over the system's shortcomings, Taishang Wangqing spoke up. "Lin Yun, my current state is entirely due to your efforts. You are truly a benefactor of the Taichu Holy Sect. Now that I have returned, I shall temporarily assume the position of sect leader on your behalf." Hearing this, Lin Yun could only manage a resigned smile. However, Taishang Wangqing continued, "I wonder, would you be willing to serve as our sect's 10th elder?" Chapter 69. A gracious refusal. The unexpected proposition left Lin Yun astounded. An elder? Such a position was not one to be taken lightly. Those who ascended to the rank of elder possessed extraordinary prowess, having reached a certain level of strength to pass rigorous assessments. Given Lin Yun's status as the sect's holy son, he would naturally be groomed as the next sect leader. Positions like that of an elder were typically reserved for peers or fellow disciples who would assist him. Taishang Wangqing's suggestion not only disregarded the established hierarchy of the sect, but also proposed that Lin Yun take on the role of 10th elder. This was decidedly unconventional. The expressions of the other elders reflected their bewilderment. Though they had braced themselves for unexpected developments, this suggestion still left them reeling. If the sect leader was truly resolute in this decision, Lin Yun's standing would soon mirror their own. The elders exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of confusion and apprehension, unsure of how to proceed. Yet, amidst this turmoil, Lin Yun felt a flicker of intrigue. Attaining the rank of elder would indeed be advantageous. Not only would it elevate his status, but it would also afford him access to resources within the sect that had previously been beyond his reach. However, observing the hesitant expressions of the surrounding elders, Lin Yun found himself at a crossroads. Perhaps I should defer to the elders' opinions. If they believe I am not yet qualified, I shall not press the matter. He stated respectfully, addressing the assembled elders. In response to Lin Yun's deference, the elders remained silent, their heads bowed. Acknowledging Lin Yun's regard for their perspectives, they felt the weight of their positions and refrained from further commentary. Yet Taishang Wangqing interjected, "Do not concern yourself with others' opinions. I am seeking your OW and in the depths of the eyes of the supreme forgetting emotion. It seemed as if the profoundness of the sea was contained within, causing Lin Yun to feel a sudden pang of anxiety. At this moment, he was at a loss for what to do. After a considerable period of silence, he finally spoke slowly. "If possible, I would prefer to decline this position of elder." Before Lin Yun could finish his response, the Grand Elder interjected unexpectedly, "Sect Master, I believe that if Lin Yun has no objections, I would like to propose him as the 10th elder. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the other elders in attendance shifted noticeably, their gazes towards the Grand Elder infused with a sense of astonishment. They had not anticipated that the Grand Elder would personally advocate for Lin Yun. The Grand Elder held sway over the entire situation. If he deemed there to be no issue, then Lin Yun's ascension to the 10th elder was highly likely. Lin Yun, too, was taken aback by the Grand Elder's support, his demeanor reflecting subtle surprise. Observing the Grand Elder's stance, the other elders began to recall Lin Yun's past contributions and subsequently stepped forward in agreement. If the Grand Elder has no objections, we also express our support. With 3 principal elders voicing their opinions, the remaining elders nodded in unison, signaling their lack of dissent. After all, who could deny Lin Yun's remarkable contributions to the sect as the Holy Son? Such virtues were evident to all, making it impossible to speak against them. As Lin Yun felt the support of the elders behind him, a twinge of guilt flickered within him. Just moments ago, he had wished for the supreme forgetting emotion to perish, yet now he realized the sect had treated him favorably. However, this guilt was fleeting, as he understood that to fulfill the tasks set forth by the system, he must transform into a heartless individual, akin to the villains depicted in novels. Lin Yun opened his mouth, initially intending to refuse the elder's goodwill, but at that moment, the supreme forgetting emotion spoke once more. Since it appears that Lin Yun does not wish to assume this position of elder, let it be as if I have never spoken of it. We shall consider the matter concluded. Hearing the supreme forgetting emotion's voice, Lin Yun felt a flicker of disappointment. Yet, the subsequent words reignited a spark within him. Although you may hesitate, you are already a candidate for the next sect master. I shall provide you with the highest grade of resources within our sect to ensure you are prepared to assume this responsibility until the day I abdicate. At this proclamation, Lin Yun's heart surged with excitement. The sect master offering him superior resources meant that he would receive more than what the elders could procure. As the Holy Son, his future standing would be unparalleled within the sect. Aside from the Grand Elder and the Supreme forgetting emotion themselves, unexpectedly, what seemed like a setback in his mission had turned into a fortuitous surprise. Though he had not received the rewards for his failed task, Lin Yun now felt a sense of joy at the prospect of what was to come. Very well, let us put this matter to rest. Now we must proceed to reactivate the great formation of the Taichu Holy Sect. The Supreme forgetting emotion nodded, retracting his gaze to the elders beside him, who promptly acknowledged and rushed towards the direction of the sect's great formation. Having just recovered, the supreme forgetting emotion, with a stabilized foundation, was now brimming with spiritual energy. Within just a few hours, he successfully reactivated the complex and expansive formation of the Taichu Holy Sect. Simultaneously, a radiant light shot up into the sky from the mountain gates of the Taichu Holy Sect. Witnessing this magnificent scene, Lin Yun felt a surge of reverence within him. At that moment, the supreme forgetting emotion turned back to him and said, "Lin Yun, the matters have concluded. I have a new task to assign to you. Sect Master, please feel free to articulate your request." Lin Yun replied, nodding. Initially anticipating something different, he was taken aback by the subsequent words of the supreme forgetting emotion. The sect's competition is approaching, a decennial event, and I hope you will lead our disciples in the contest. The gaze of the supreme forgetting emotion was fervent, placing great expectations upon Lin Yun. The sect competition was merely an opportunity for the most gifted disciples to showcase their talents. On one hand, it served to garner attention for the sect, allowing for the recruitment of more disciples. But more importantly, it was a chance to elevate the reputation of the Taichu Holy Sect. Within the Taichu Holy Sect, only Lin Yun was worthy of the title of the most talented. In the eyes of the supreme forgetting emotion, only Lin Yun could bear this significant responsibility. Lin Yun had not anticipated that immediately after concluding one matter, another would arise. He instinctively wanted to decline, but the supreme forgetting emotion offered no chance for refusal. "This task must be undertaken by you. No one is more suited than you." Listening to the words of the supreme forgetting emotion, he nodded in understanding. He was well aware of what the sect competition represented. The event was set to occur in 3 days, and he was advised to rest and consult the Grand Elder should he have any questions. With that, the supreme forgetting emotion retreated to his abode, leaving no opportunity for further dialogue. At this moment, the Grand Elder, who had been nearby, attempted to speak, but the supreme forgetting emotion had already departed. Observing the Grand Elder's expression, Lin Yun inquired, "Elder, is there an issue?" Noticing the Grand Elder's hesitance, Lin Yun felt a surge of curiosity. "Elder, do you know what the sect competition signifies?" After a long pause, the Grand Elder slowly replied, "It represents the glory of our Taichu holy sect, ensuring it shines ever brighter. Since you understand, you should also know that if you achieve fame in battle, your name will be known to many." The Grand Elder's expression wavered as he spoke, clearly reluctant for Lin Yun to gain too much attention at this juncture. Yet, to abstain from participating would only invite disdain from other sections. The Grand Elder sighed, "Very well, if you wish to compete, I shall explain the details to you." He outlined the rules of the sect competition, but Lin Yun still had one lingering question. "Master, who are the talented disciples from the other sects?" Arrogant and dismissive, you shall soon discover their nature during the competition, the Grand Elder stated. After a brief pause, he added, "Ensure you follow the elder leading the team, avoid causing trouble, and withdraw at the first sign of danger." Listening to the Grand Elder's counsel, Lin Yun nodded. Realizing that the sect competition indeed posed significant risks, in the remaining 3 days, the Supreme, forgetting emotion, prepared a new residence for Lin Yun. As expected, his current treatment far exceeded that of his previous status as the Holy Son. During this time, he found himself embracing his identity as an alchemist, dedicating himself to the craft with diligence. Studying relentlessly for 3 straight days, before long, the time for the sect competition arrived. Due to his alchemical pursuits, Lin Yun arrived a moment late. The team for the trial was led by the Third Elder, with at least 20 participants from the Taichu Holy Sect. To everyone's surprise, the Holy Son Lin Yun was among them. "Now that everyone is here, let us depart," declared the Third Elder, as a gourd in his possession suddenly expanded and floated into the air. Once all were aboard, the Third Elder propelled the gourd forward with his mind. After approximately 2/4 of an hour, they finally landed at their destination, the Three-Sword Gorge. Though they had not traveled slowly, many other sects had already arrived, discreetly observing the number of participants, which was generally not too high at that moment. A sudden gust of wind swept through the area as a ship descended from the heavens, noticeably larger than the one the Taichu Holy Sect had just used. "The Ziyang Electric Gate has arrived." Upon hearing this, Lin Yun's senses heightened, and he turned his gaze forward. A calm and relaxed man stood at the forefront of the opposing team. Exuding a different aura, he appeared to be of similar rank to Lin Yun. Lin Yun scrutinized the man for quite some time, but found no discernible traits of note. With a slight grimace, he diverted his gaze. To Lin Yun's astonishment, once the opposing sect had landed, their members approached the Taichu Holy Sect with unexpected warmth. The man greeted the Third Elder with a bow. "As a practitioner, one should not be bound by trivialities. How is your master faring?" "Thank you for your concern. My master is doing quite well," replied the Third Elder, pausing momentarily before continuing. "This individual appears somewhat unfamiliar. I don't believe we have met before." He gestured towards Lin Yun standing behind him. Lin Yun is participating in the sect competition for the first time this year. It seems that a contest between the Taichu Holy Sect and the Ziyang Electric Gate is on the horizon. Although the Third Elder maintained a smile, a glint of excitement flickered in his eyes. "Thank you for your guidance, Elder. I look forward to your performance." The young man smiled faintly, nodded in acknowledgement, performed a courteous gesture, and turned to leave. One by one, the sect members arrived, and the entire ceremony lasted for an hour. Finally, the event came to a close. Being the Holy Son, Lin Yun had been allocated a special chamber by the organizers. The formal competition would commence at dawn tomorrow, so it was time to return and rest. At the command of the Third Elder, the disciples of the Taichu sacred sect dispersed. Lin Yun remained silent. His sole purpose for coming here was to fulfill the promise made to Taishang Wangqing. As for victory or defeat, he truly did not place much weight on it. Moreover, ever since the system fell silent following the failure of his task in Taishang Wangqing's cave 3 days ago, it had not uttered a word. Logically, in such a place, the system should have provided more tasks. With this thought, Lin Yun arrived at his room. The space was modest, containing only a bed for resting. He removed the burden from his back and took out the alchemy furnace from within. Regardless of who stood opposite him, he would overturn them all in tomorrow's competition. Throughout the night until the dawn of the next day, Lin Yun immersed himself in the study of alchemy. On the announcement board outside, he discovered his name, paired against a disciple from a minor sect. Lin Yun stifled a yawn. initially expecting to encounter the individual from the previous day today. Perhaps after the match, he could inquire about that person's name. The first round of the competition was generally conducted simultaneously. The venue was vast, capable of accommodating 180 combatants at once. Stumbling into the arena, he found Jiakuan already waiting atop the platform, surrounded by a considerable crowd. These spectators hailed from smaller sects, merely seeking to broaden their horizons. Climbing onto the stage, he noted that the matchups were already set. Qingming sect, Wang Lian. His opponent bowed deeply and announced. Unexpectedly, his courteous introduction was interrupted by Lin Yun. I have no need for self-introductions. Let us commence without delay. Upon uttering this, Lin Yun yawned, inciting the ire of Wang Lian and the onlookers from the Qingming sect, who began to voice their outrage. Jia Shixiang, bring him down. What is so impressive about the Taichu sacred sect? You're still far from matching us Qingming sect. Hearing the clamorous voices from below, a smile crept across Lin Yun's lips. Did this not align perfectly with the demeanor of a villain? A villain ought to act just like him. Before he could ponder further, a bell rang, signaling the official commencement of the duel. Words are futile. Since your Taichu sacred sect is so formidable, allow me to experience it firsthand. Wang Lian ceased his prattle and, brandishing his long sword, charged forward. Qingyang Lotus. The Qingming sect was renowned for its sword techniques, and Wang Lian's move was famed for its overwhelming power. Yet, as Lin Yun interlocked his fingers, an immense force erupted from his fingertips, nearly shattering the sword in Wang Lian's grasp. In an instant, Wang Lian was enveloped in a radiant white glow, his body trembling uncontrollably. Moments later, his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed. This spectacle astounded everyone present. With a single move, the disciples of the Qingming sect fell silent, and by the time they regained their composure, Lin Yun had already descended from the platform, hastily departing. Wang Lian was not even worthy of me employing my most formidable techniques. The first match, Taichu Sacred Sect Lin Yun vs Qingming Sect Wang Lian. Lin Yun wins. The referee's voice rang out, and Wang Lian was promptly carried off the stage. Just as Lin Yun prepared to return to his quarters, he encountered the third elder. Lin Yun, the competition has already begun. Why are you not participating? Returning to the elder, the disciple has just completed his match and has descended from the stage, Lin Yun replied. A flicker of astonishment crossed the third elder's eyes, but he quickly nodded, a glimmer of joy surfacing within. Of course, you are the Holy Son. Winning is no surprise. Rest well and await the subsequent matches. Lin Yun acknowledged and then made his way back to the resting area. In contrast to him, all the other disciples had engaged in prolonged battles to subdue their opponents. First round, the entire Taichu sacred sect has advanced. By the afternoon, new matchups were posted on the announcement board. This time, he was set to face Wang Shui from the Qingming sect. Upon seeing the name, Lin Yun felt a flicker of suspicion. Could this be related to Wang Lian from the morning? Upon arriving at the arena, he noticed that the individual on stage bore a resemblance to Wang Lian. The woman before him glared menacingly, fixating her gaze upon him. Are you the one who injured my brother? Wang Shui spoke, her brother Wang Lian still unconscious from the violent blow inflicted by Lin Yun. Having recently broken through to the dance stage, Wang Lian stood no chance against Lin Yun, who was at the nascent soul level. Wang Shui had originally intended to confront Lin Yun, yet found herself facing him on the stage in the afternoon. This suited her perfectly. Lin Yun did not shy away, nodding in acknowledgement. Given your candor, I shall ensure your defeat is particularly spectacular. Veins throbbed on Wang Shui's forehead as her tone sharpened. Lin Yun, perplexed, wondered why it seemed as if he were in the wrong when it was Wang Lian's lack of cultivation that had led to his injury. As the bell tolled, Wang Shui's sword pointed directly at Lin Yun's brow. Qingyang Snow Lotus. Once again, the initiation was similar, though the technique diverged slightly, and the pressure radiating from this woman surpassed that of Wang Lian. With a sigh, Lin Yun summoned radiant light from thin air. As she charged at him, Lin Yun made no attempt to evade, meeting her sword with his hand. In an instant, the overwhelming aura swept across the entire stage. The once intact platform was left with a massive indentation, exposing the mottled stone beneath. Once the dust settled, Wang Shui lay sprawled in the center of the arena, her attire disheveled. Witnessing this scene, not only did the Qingming sect disciples find it hard to believe, but even the referee stood frozen in disbelief. What on earth was happening with Lin Yun? Glancing down at the unconscious Wang Shui, Lin Yun sighed, inwardly lamenting. These two from the Qingming sect seem to possess some prowess. Yet their actions are remarkably reckless. He found himself puzzled. Yet words eluded him. Wang Shui of the Qingming sect versus Lin Yun of the Taichu sacred sect. Lin Yun wins, with the number of contestants dwindling. Only 3 matches took place in the afternoon. Notably, Lin Yun had yet to encounter anyone surpassing the nascent soul level, which rendered the experience rather tedious. He would have preferred to face the strongest opponents right from the start. In a moment of reflection, Lin Yun recalled the man from before. However, as his gaze dropped, he gasped softly, Lin Yun of the Taichu sacred sect versus Yuan Shui of the Changbai Snow sect. To his surprise, he would encounter the saintess here. Lin Yun grinned mischievously, stroking his chin with interest, his mind swirling with schemes. Would the system provide a task this time? He had missed the last opportunity. But this was a rare chance he could not afford to overlook. With that thought, he wiped the corner of his mouth, which had been watering, and returned to his quarters. The third elder was already aware of the matchup against the saintess of the Changbai Snow sect. And he called Lin Yun to his chamber. I know about the competition. During tomorrow's match, exercise some restraint, as the opponent holds the same esteemed status as you. We must not allow her to lose face. In essence, the third elder was concerned that Lin Yun might devise some trickery, leaving a poor impression. Rest assured, Elder, I shall be mindful of my actions in this matter, Lin Yun assured, knowing he bore no deep-seated grudge against Yuan Shui and would not strike too hard. Very well, the third elder nodded, gesturing for Lin Yun to take his leave. Although he was uncertain of Yuan Shui's current level of cultivation, it was likely she would not pose a challenge for him. The next day, Lin Yun had a good night's sleep and emerged feeling refreshed. The competition venue had undergone considerable changes since the previous day, and no longer were there multiple matches occurring simultaneously. Instead, a massive platform occupied the center, surrounded by seating for eliminated contestants to observe the battles. From this day forth, the main event of the sect competition was about to unfold. Lin Yun arrived early at the competition grounds. But the new environment did not evoke any sense of difference in him. After a while, as the matches were about to commence, Yuan Shui appeared, her expression dark as she approached the arena. Facing Lin Yun once more filled her with discomfort, akin to swallowing a fly. How fortuitous! Have you devised a strategy to defeat me today? Lin Yun smiled at Yuan Shui, responding, today, I assure you, I will not make it easy for you. Yuan Shui's face turned pale with rage, her teeth clenched. As I expected, you would utter such words. Just wait and see. Lin Yun maintained a serene smile, directly addressing the woman before him. Chapter 72. A reunion. Are you both ready? At that moment, the referee, displaying impatience, stood between the two and inquired. They both nodded, and the bell rang out. The duel slowly commenced. Simultaneously, Yuan Shui's figure shot up, charging toward Lin Yun. Falling snow palm, Yuan Shui extended her palm. And in an instant, the temperature across the arena began to plummet. A chilling wind, seemingly sentient, surged directly towards Lin Yun. Yet, the smile on Lin Yun's face remained unwavering. With a single gesture, Yuan Shui's onslaught was effortlessly dismantled. Observing Yuan Shui's techniques, the third elder, astonished, pondered in disbelief. Who would have thought that Yuan Shui had cultivated the snowfall palm to such an extraordinary level, truly worthy of the title of saintess? Her innate talent was astonishingly formidable. Yuan Shui's relentless attacks were all deftly evaded by Lin Yun's agile movements, causing her to grow increasingly impatient. If you are a man, stop hiding and confront me directly. She unleashed another strike, her icy voice sweeping across the entire arena like the frigid air emanating from her palm. Am I a fool to stand here and let you hit me? Lin Yun retorted with merciless mockery, further inciting Yuan Shui's ire. With a flurry of strikes, she closed the distance, arriving right beside him. Shattered ice fist. Channeling her entire energy, Yuan Shui launched a powerful punch. Caught off guard, Lin Yun hastily raised his hands to defend. A deafening sound erupted as their bodies collided, unleashing a wave of force that surged towards the surrounding audience without warning. The impact was so intense that even the third elder was momentarily taken aback. Seeing this, the third elder sprang to his feet, intending to intervene and prevent the two from causing mutual destruction. However, upon witnessing Lin Yun gradually coming to a halt, he breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed Lin Yun had restrained himself. Saintess, you might want to take a look around, Lin Yun said, a sudden smile gracing his lips. Yuan Shui felt an unsettling dread wash over her. In the next moment, Lin Yun harnessed his energy, wrapping Yuan Shui's body in a binding aura that rendered her motionless, as if ensnared by ropes. Had he truly reached such a level? The third elder's pupils widened slightly. He had always believed Lin Yun's abilities to be modest. Yet now, Lin Yun's displayed prowess hinted at a subtle superiority over him, which was utterly astonishing. Observing Yuan Shui's panicked demeanor, Lin Yun's smile widened. After an entire night of meditation, he had devised this strategy. With Yuan Shui's limbs effectively immobilized, her body was rendered incapable of movement, yet her mind remained alert. "You scoundrel, release me! Stop playing tricks," Yuan Shui struggled to articulate, her anger intensifying. "If I let you go, how do you suppose I will execute my plans?" Lin Yun crouched beside her, pinching her face. In an instant, their proximity diminished drastically, as Lin Yun twisted her features into comical expressions. Yuan Shui felt the humiliation swell within her, her cheeks flushing slightly. "Let me go. I'll release you if you concede," Lin Yun teased, his voice laced with mischief. "I will kill you," Yuan Shui exclaimed, her face contorted in fury. Her words muddled. "Insulting me?" Lin Yun replied, laughing instead of fuming as he continued to pin her down, his hand striking the area just above her waist. In that moment, the hearts of all present seemed to halt, incredulous at Lin Yun's audacity. Will you admit defeat or not? Though his blows lacked force, they relentlessly struck at Yuan Shui's pride, reverberating through her psyche. As the saintess of her sect, when had she ever been subjected to such indignity? Gradually, tears welled in her eyes, and she finally cried out, "I concede." Upon hearing her admission, Lin Yun chuckled as he withdrew his energy. Such tactics to secure victory were, indeed, quite shameless. The Taichu holy sect was a prestigious faction. How could they have produced such a disciple? The activity on the stage began to wane, yet the voices of the audience grew louder. Listening to the crowd's condemnation, the members of the Taichu holy sect collectively lowered their heads in embarrassment. This scenario was simply too humiliating. Yuan Shui rose to her feet. She had never felt such degradation, which was nearly unbearable. Though the outcome had been decided, she remained unconvinced. Seizing the moment when Lin Yun was off guard, she charged at him. However, he remained keenly aware of her every move. As she approached, Lin Yun swiftly subdued her. His hand struck the nape of her neck, causing her to roll her eyes back and lose consciousness. While the spectators below continued to protest the unfairness, Lin Yun paid them no heed. The judge hesitated, unsure of how to proceed, but ultimately ascended the stage. With Yuan Shui incapacitated, Lin Yun was declared the victor. Advancing to the next round, amidst a chorus of skepticism and complaints, he departed, uninterested in the opinions of others. Completing the task assigned by the system was his only concern. Regrettably, he had not received a mission this time. Had he known, he would have exercised more caution. Upon returning to his chamber, just as he was about to close the door, the third elder entered. "You brat, have you completely disregarded my words? What did I tell you before the match began?" The third elder's expression was grim as he shouted upon entering. "I apologize, master," Lin Yun replied, not daring to defy him. "Though you understand the gravity of this occasion, your actions reflect poorly on our sect." Faced with the third elder's reprimands, Lin Yun remained noncommittal. "Enough, let this matter rest. Afterward, you must apologize. Furthermore, the saint son of the Xiang electric sect, Yang Zhenxi, must be dealt with by you. Securing the championship is paramount." The third elder sighed, imparting his final words before turning to leave. However, Lin Yun took his words to heart. "Yang Zhenxi, is it? No matter who it is, anyone who appears in this sect's grand competition shall be defeated without exception. Even if it requires resorting to despicable means, I will personally ensure their downfall." Lin Yun was resolute. This time, he would not concern himself with the sect's reputation. Completing the system's task was his singular objective. Approximately an hour later, the quarterfinals concluded. The remaining three competitors, aside from Lin Yun, stood on the stage, awaiting the draw. Meanwhile, on the stage, Yang Zhenxi cast a knowing smile in Lin Yun's direction. Chapter 73, Side Quest. Infuriate Zhang Xiaofeng. Lin Yun observed the scene with clarity. Yang Zhenxi seemed to have discerned his intentions. Subsequently, Yang Zhenxi approached, effortlessly making his way to Lin Yun, his face adorned with an air of nonchalance. "Lin Yun, today marks our first encounter. Are you certain you wish to proceed? I fear you may perish on the stage, given the substantial gap in our cultivation levels. Yang Zhenshi regarded Lin Yun with a playful smile, confident that his cultivation and physical prowess far eclipsed Lin Yun's. If you wish to continue, feel free to ascend the stage, Lin Yun replied calmly, unperturbed by Yang Zhenshi's bravado. Yang Zhenshi's words ignited a fiery rage within him, as though he had been deeply insulted. Lin Yun, don't think you can refuse my hospitality. Do you believe I won't incapacitate you? Yang Zhenshi glared fiercely at Lin Yun. Upon hearing this, Lin Yun couldn't help but chuckle. This fellow was entertainingly arrogant. Initially, he only intended to teach him a lesson, but he hadn't anticipated Yang Zhenshi's desire to eliminate him entirely. Yang Zhenshi's anger intensified as he noted Lin Yun's laughter, prompting him to assume a combative stance. Enough! Have you all had your fun? A commanding voice suddenly boomed. The judge's icy gaze pierced through the tension. While Lin Yun remained unfazed, Yang Zhenshi flinched, yet he still made a slashing motion across his throat towards Lin Yun. Just you wait, Lin Yun. I will ensure you pay dearly for this. Yang Zhenshi spat before swiftly returning to the stage. Lin Yun, however, maintained his serene demeanor, exhibiting no signs of concern or fear. The audience surrounding the arena gradually dispersed. For the duel was about to commence. Taichu Holy Land. Lin Yun faces the White Tiger Sect, Zhang Xiaofeng, Ziyang Electric Sect, Yang Zhenshi against the Western Poison Sect, Mei Guba. As the host's voice resonated, 4 figures soared gracefully into the air, representing the 4 contestants. Shortly thereafter, the host declared the match officially underway. This time, no one would behave as they had previously, for this battle would be fought to the death. Upon defeat, elimination was inevitable. With no chance for cunning or deception, boom. As the duel commenced, an overwhelming aura of terror enveloped the arena, causing the temperature to plummet and the raindrops in the air to dwindle, replaced by a solemn atmosphere. The spectators held their breath, attentively gazing at the 2 platforms, yet the majority's focus remained fixed on the stage where Lin Yun stood on the other side. Yang Zhenshi seethed with fury upon witnessing this scene. He was inherently pretentious, and now all the limelight was seized by Lin Yun, inciting his wrath. Mei Guba, prepare to meet your end, Yang Zhenshi bellowed, pointing an accusatory finger at Mei Guba across the ring. Brother Yang, is this truly necessary? Are you really prepared to resort to violence? Mei Guba shook his head with a wry smile, feeling exasperated by Yang Zhenshi's apparent desire to vent his frustration upon him. The atmosphere on Lin Yun's side was equally tense, as Zhang Xiaofeng glared at him with a fierce desire to annihilate. How dare you act so brazenly, Yuan Shengv? Today, I shall render you powerless. Upon hearing this, Lin Yun instantly recognized that this boy was merely an ardent sycophant. If you wish to fight, then do so without all this unnecessary chatter. You sound like a woman, Lin Yun scoffed. Very well. I shall send you to meet the King of Hell. With that, Zhang Xiaofeng unleashed his internal energy, stomping his foot with force before lunging towards Lin Yun. Though he was ranked at the bottom among the younger generation, his actual prowess was formidable, even slightly surpassing many of his peers. Such an opponent could indeed pose a challenge to Lin Yun. However, this level of threat was still insufficient to intimidate him. Lin Yun immediately activated his dragon elephant technique. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Xiaofeng launched a palm strike at Lin Yun, aiming to swiftly conclude the encounter. Bang! The sound of their fists colliding reverberated through the air. Staggering back 3 steps, Zhang Xiaofeng was visibly shaken. Lin Yun furrowed his brow, acknowledging Zhang Xiaofeng's unexpected strength. Quickly regaining his composure, Zhang Xiaofeng charged at Lin Yun once more, prompting Lin Yun to channel his internal energy in response. Bang! The two were engulfed in an intense battle, exchanging blows fiercely. After a brief skirmish, they had already engaged in several hundred clashes. Zhang Xiaofeng's attacks were fierce and relentless, each one aimed to be lethal. Yet Lin Yun's defenses were impenetrable. Damn it! Damn it! As Zhang Xiaofeng grew increasingly alarmed, an ominous premonition welled within him. Lin Yun's displayed combat prowess was utterly extraordinary, if he had not witnessed it with his own eyes. He would never have believed it. Lin Yun not only held a higher realm than him, but his opponent's offensive and defensive capabilities, reaction time, and awareness reached an astonishing level, perfectly neutralizing every one of Zhang Xiaofeng's attacks. This Lin Yun is indeed the foremost among the newly admitted disciples. His strength is unparalleled. This guy possesses such formidable power at merely the nascent soul stage? Unbelievable. He is barely over 20. This is simply outrageous. Around the square, the spectators murmured in astonishment. On the platform, Lin Yun remarked, "It seems I underestimated you, Zhang Xiaofeng." Through gritted teeth, Zhang Xiaofeng's eyes glinted with malice. He knew that if this continued, defeat was inevitable for him. Underestimate me? You are mistaken. You simply lack the qualifications to overestimate me, Lin Yun retorted with a cold smile. Seeking death, Zhang Xiaofeng's face turned ashen, and he promptly consumed a pill. As it took effect, a terrifying surge of internal energy radiated from him, elevating his realm from the early to the mid-nascent soul stage. Brother Zhang is utilizing the Fury Pill directly. He is truly intent on battling Lin Yun to the death. The surrounding disciples gasped in shock. The Fury Pill could temporarily enhance one's internal energy, but its aftereffects were significant. Kid, I concede you are indeed impressive, but under the influence of this Fury Pill, you cannot possibly defeat me. Prepare to perish, Zhang Xiaofeng cackled as he brandished his long sword, charging at Lin Yun. The Fury Pill, you say? Perfect for honing my skills, Lin Yun smirked, his lips curving into a slight smile. Lin Yun had long perceived that Zhang Xiaofeng's realm was not as formidable as he pretended. Just then, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding! The system has issued a side quest. Make Zhang Xiaofeng cry. Quest reward: 1 golden treasure chest. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Lin Yun couldn't help but chuckle. Make Zhang Xiaofeng cry? However, seeing Lin Yun laugh only fueled Zhang Xiaofeng's anger. Kid, you're going to die. Zhang Xiaofeng roared, lunging at Lin Yun like a vengeful spirit. As he charged, Lin Yun also thrust out a palm but shouted, Kid, don't even think about Yuan Shui. She is already mine. Boom. With a thunderous roar, Lin Yun and Zhang Xiaofeng's palms collided, unleashing a wave of explosive internal energy that sent dust and debris swirling around them. Zhang Xiaofeng was thrown back 7 or 8 meters by the sheer force of the impact. Lin Yun had clearly gained the upper hand. He collapsed beside the arena, spitting blood, his complexion pale. Clearly wounded. Damn it, damn it. How could I lose to him? I refuse to accept this. Zhang Xiaofeng clutched his chest, his eyes blazing with fury. He never imagined he would be defeated by a newly admitted disciple of the Xiaoyao Tower. And to add insult to injury, it was a crushing defeat. Heh, with your kind of trash, how could you ever be worthy of a goddess like Shui? Lin Yun taunted, slowly approaching Zhang Xiaofeng. Lin Yun, you are too much. Even if Yuan Xing doesn't fancy me, she would never be swayed by a scoundrel like you. At this moment, not only Zhang Xiaofeng but even the spectators from various factions began to hurl insults at Lin Yun. After all, Lin Yun's remark about being unworthy of Yuan Shui struck a nerve. They had to admit, Lin Yun was indeed a prodigy. However, Yuan Shui, hearing those words, felt them resonate differently. Despite Lin Yun's earlier behavior, his strength had captured her admiration. As she contemplated this, a faint blush crept across her cheeks. Meanwhile, those around her were struck with disbelief. Could it be that the holy maiden truly has feelings for that Lin Yun? I can't stand this. I want revenge. Lin Yun, if you have the guts, stand still. Zhang Xiaofeng glared at Lin Yun, his eyes nearly bulging with fury. If you have the guts, then come and chase me. I shall be waiting. Lin Yun grinned, utterly unconcerned. Enraged, Zhang Xiaofeng spat another mouthful of blood, nearly collapsing from the effort. After uttering those words, Lin Yun finally turned his gaze back to Zhang Xiaofeng. Zhang Xiaofeng, I advise you to cease this childish game and reveal your weapon quickly, or else you will miss your chance, Lin Yun remarked with a playful smile. You? Zhang Xiaofeng gritted his teeth, feeling as though Lin Yun's words were daggers piercing his heart, causing him immense discomfort. Yet, he knew that without revealing his weapon, he stood no chance of defeating Lin Yun. Since you want me to unveil my weapon, then so be it. I hope you won't be disappointed. Zhang Xiaofeng declared, raising his hand and reaching into his Qingkuan gourd. Whoosh, a dark, glistening blade emerged from the gourd and landed in Zhang Xiaofeng's grasp. The Celestial Spirit Moonslaying Blade. This was a mid-grade magical weapon bestowed upon Zhang Xiaofeng by his master, specifically designed for slaying beasts or hunting foes. Kid, to die by my Celestial Spirit Moonslaying Blade is a fortune you could only dream of in 3 lifetimes. Prepare to perish, Zhang Xiaofeng exclaimed as he swung the blade down fiercely towards Lin Yun. Buzz! The celestial spirit moonslaying blade sliced through the air, emanating an aura capable of tearing through anything as it hurtled towards Lin Yun. Imph! Lin Yun's lips curled into a slight smirk as he extended his right hand to grasp the blade's tip. Clang! The celestial spirit moonslaying blade struck Lin Yun's fingers with a sharp sound, coming to an abrupt halt. How is this possible? He actually blocked it with his hand. The entire assembly of disciples gasped in astonishment. Even Zhang Xiaofeng's pupils dilated in shock. Brother Zhang, it seems your celestial spirit moonslaying blade is not all that impressive, Lin Yun said, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Though the celestial spirit moonslaying blade was commendable, Lin Yun's current combat prowess had increased manifold compared to before. Zhang Xiaofeng felt his rage boiling over at this taunt. You scoundrel, I shall fight you to the bitter end. Zhang Xiaofeng frantically channeled his spirit energy into his arm, causing the blade to radiate a dazzling silver light. Celestial Spirit Moonslaying Blade, 4th form. Sweeping through the 1,000 armies, with a single stroke, the blade unleashed a torrent of sharp energy, akin to a tidal wave. Rendering evasion impossible in the face of such a ferocious assault, Lin Yun remained unfazed, countering with a punch aimed directly at Zhang Xiaofeng's blade. Bang! Lin Yun's fist struck the fierce blade energy with tremendous force. Staggering back from the impact, Zhang Xiaofeng was directly shaken back several steps. How could this be possible? His face turned pale as he looked at Lin Yun in disbelief. The defensive capabilities and strength of Lin Yun exceeded all of Zhang Xiaofeng's expectations. Moreover, the most crucial point was that he had consumed a fury pill, yet still could not defeat Lin Yun. Zhang Xiaofeng, let me inform you. I have actually already entered into a marital relationship with Xiaoxue. So, you should abandon any fantasies, Lin Yun declared with a chilling smile. Zhang Xiaofeng understood that Lin Yun's humiliation of Yuan Shui today was not solely due to her beauty. However, when he turned to look at Yuan Shui, he was stunned to find her cheeks flushed bright red, leaving him utterly bewildered. Damn it! I will kill you! Zhang Xiaofeng fell into a complete frenzy. He then lunged towards Lin Yun, brandishing his blade and thrusting it fiercely at Lin Yun's chest. The long blade sliced through the air, creating a powerful gust that transformed the entire arena into a world of turbulent winds and rain, a formidable pressure instantly enveloping Lin Yun. Zhang Xiaofeng was using every ounce of strength he had, desperate to prove himself and to demonstrate that Lin Yun was worthless. Ha ha ha! Zhang Xiaofeng, is your power merely at this level? This time, you are destined to lose. Wind and cloud sword technique, draw sword slash. Lin Yun channeled his spiritual energy once more and leapt into the air, his sword radiating a dazzling brilliance in an instant. The next moment, a massive golden sword light erupted, crashing down upon Zhang Xiaofeng with overwhelming force, akin to a mountain pressing down, suffocating him. What level of martial skill is this? Under the immense sword light, Zhang Xiaofeng felt his internal spiritual energy become completely uncontrollable, throwing him into chaos. This guy's weapon is also a 3rd-grade spirit sword. Wow! All the spectators collectively gasped in astonishment. In Chapter 75, God-slaying spear, sky-breaking spear technique. With a single strike, Lin Yun knocked his opponent to the ground. Zhang Xiaofeng attempted to rise, but his body was numb and unresponsive. Suddenly, Lin Yun slowly approached Zhang Xiaofeng and leaned down, whispering mockingly in his ear, "Let me tell you a secret. Your beloved goddess, who is also my woman, has a hemorrhoid on her backside." After saying this, Lin Yun turned and walked towards the edge of the arena, while Zhang Xiaofeng, now coming to his senses, shouted in a frenzy, "Impossible! Absolutely impossible! How could the Saintess Yuan be interested in a loser like you?" Though he spoke these words, the tears slowly streaming from the corners of his eyes revealed that he had already begun to believe it was not his fault for disbelieving. He had been very attentive to her and had heard rumors about her condition through various channels. Congratulations, host, for completing the side quest. Make Zhang Xiaofeng cry. The system's voice echoed in Lin Yun's mind, followed by the sudden appearance of an exquisite treasure chest. Indeed, it has given me a golden treasure chest. How splendid! Lin Yun was exhilarated. Lin Yun had long suspected that this treasure chest would yield something extraordinarily valuable. Open it for me. Opening the golden treasure chest for the host. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a divine-grade low-tier weapon, God-slaying spear. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a divine-grade low-tier spear technique, sky-breaking spear technique. As the system's notifications rang out, a brilliantly golden spear, exuding an aura of dominance and authority, materialized before Lin Yun. This was indeed the God-slaying spear. Lin Yun's eyes sparkled with delight. He quickly examined the attributes of the God-slaying spear. God-slaying spear, divine-grade low-tier weapon, possessing exceptional penetrating power and an additional effect of spiritual consciousness attack. It could even deliver a spiritual consciousness attack. This was magnificent. Lin Yun was nearly ecstatic. Finally, I possess a weapon that suits me. Lin Yun's biggest need was a suitable weapon, and the God-slaying spear was precisely what he desired. He immediately dripped blood to recognize it as his own and stored it in his storage ring. Zhang Xiaofeng, thank you for gifting me such a wonderful present. I, Lin Yun, will remember this kindness. Lin Yun smiled as he gazed at the still-raging Zhang Xiaofeng. With the referee's announcement, the duel on Yang Zhenxi's side also concluded. Dio, you need a break? If not, we can proceed directly to the finals. The referee inquired. No need. Let's continue. Lin Yun waved his hand, impatient to test the power of the God-slaying spear once he took the stage. Moreover, the sky-breaking spear technique even comprised a complete set of martial skills. Although he might not unleash its full potential, it was worth trying. If he could master it, it would undoubtedly be a tremendous asset. Then please both contestants, take the stage, the referee announced. Lin Yun and his opponent immediately ascended the arena. Yang Zhenxi glared at Lin Yun with gritted teeth, radiating intense fury. Lin Yun, you have forced my hand. Yang Zhenxi swiftly formed hand seals, causing the pitch-black iron staff behind him to crash down onto the arena with a resounding thud. Boom! The dark iron staff suddenly unleashed a terrifying pressure that swept through the area. Damn, this is a 5th-grade Shintian staff. I never expected the Xiang Electric Gate would actually give Yang Zhenxi the Shintian staff. The 5th-grade Shintian staff, rumored to be capable of effortlessly defeating those in the early nascent soul stage. It seemed Yang Zhenxi was also intent on eliminating Lin Yun. Gasps of astonishment echoed around the arena. Lin Yun, you are doomed. Yang Zhenxi glared fiercely at Lin Yun, wielding the dark iron staff, an overwhelming sensation emanating from him as if he were the ruler of the arena at that moment. Now this is more like it. If you had begged for mercy from the very beginning, perhaps I would have spared you. Since you've chosen to stand and lose, this will be your last time standing. Lin Yun's expression darkened. As soon as Lin Yun's words fell, he charged forward. Seeking death, Yang Zhenxi roared, swinging the dark iron staff to meet Lin Yun. Bang! The two weapons collided with a violent crash, sending shockwaves radiating in all directions. Lin Yun was forced back several steps from the impact. Haha, is this your strength? Weren't you boasting just now? How come you can't even withstand a single blow from me? Do you still dare to call me trash? I spit. You aren't even worthy of being called trash. You're worse than trash. Yang Zhenxi roared savagely. Trash, you are rejoicing far too soon. Lin Yun's icy voice rang out. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yun unleashed the heavenly shaking palm, delivering a powerful punch directly towards Yang Zhenxi's chest. Seeing this, Yang Zhenxi hastily channeled his spiritual energy to defend. Clang! The punch struck Yang Zhenxi, sending him hurtling backward, and he stumbled back several paces before barely stabilizing himself, though he continued to stagger. What? Yang Zhenxi was actually pushed back by a single punch. This is too outrageous. Spectators gasped in disbelief. This was a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, yet he had been forced back by Lin Yun's punch? What realm was Lin Yun at? Only mid-stage nascent soul. You actually possessed the heavenly shaking palm? As Yang Zhenxi steadied himself, his pupils dilated, his face filled with shock and disbelief. The terror of the heavenly shaking palm was infamous throughout the cultivation world. You think you are the only one with a trump card? Let me tell you, today I will make you pay the price. As Lin Yun's words fell, he charged at Yang Zhenxi once more, his demeanor suggesting he intended to end this swiftly. Heavenly shaking palm. Boom! With a low growl, Lin Yun's arm bulged with veins, an immense surge of internal energy instantly flooding into his right fist, radiating a dazzling light. The heavenly shaking palm comprised 9 techniques. With each successive technique, its power would double. Lin Yun had now mastered the 3rd technique, which was significantly more powerful than the first. The first technique was sufficient to sweep aside ordinary mid-stage nascent soul cultivators. The second could easily crush average peak mid-stage cultivators, while the third could contend with late-stage nascent soul cultivators. Lin Yun wasted no time in utilizing the 3rd technique, aiming for a swift resolution to secure victory in this match. Damn it, get lost? Yang Jinshi was filled with trepidation as Lin Yun charged at him once more. He had initially thought that revealing the Xintian staff would guarantee his victory over Lin Yun. But he never anticipated that not only would Lin Yun not falter, but he would also gain the upper hand, leaving Yang Jinshi scrambling to respond. Yang Jinshi, although your Xintian staff is formidable, it cannot contend with me. As Lin Yun dashed forward, he spoke confidently. In Chapter 76, Mighty Dragon Breaks the Heavens, Lin Yun delivered a swift and vicious kick aimed at Yang Jinshi's chest. Bang! Under the sharp impact of Lin Yun's kick, Yang Jinshi was sent flying once more, crashing heavily to the ground. Yang Jinshi clutched his chest, spitting out a mouthful of blood, looking thoroughly disheveled. I've lost. I've lost. Yang Jinshi had never imagined that he would suffer such a devastating defeat at Lin Yun's hands during this challenge. He could hardly believe it. After all, he had already entered the late-stage nascent soul realm. His strength was not inferior to others of the same level, yet Lin Yun was able to easily overpower him. Jinshi, why are you still dawdling? Hurry and unleash the Xintian staff technique. The esteemed elders of the sect on the observation platform shouted anxiously. Upon hearing their words, Yang Jinshi quickly scrambled to his feet and once again swung the dark iron staff with wild abandon, charging fervently towards Lin Yun. Yang Jinshi understood that he had to eliminate Lin Yun swiftly, otherwise he feared he would not be able to hold on much longer. I just mentioned that today is the last time you can stand. This statement still holds true. Your fate is dictated by me? Lin Yun's tone was resolute. As his words fell, an immense surge of spiritual energy poured into the Jushin spear within him. Buzz! A thought transformed into a spear. As the spiritual power continuously flowed into the Jushin spear, it trembled increasingly, as if it had come to life, the entire spear humming and vibrating. In the next moment, Lin Yun grasped the Jushin spear and charged towards his opponent. The first move of the Breaking Sky spear technique. The fierce dragon pierces the heavens. Whoosh! Lin Yun thrust the spear forward, its brilliance surging, emanating a tremendous force that swiftly struck towards Yang Jinshi. Boom! The tip of the Jushin spear collided violently with the dark iron staff. Yang Jinshi was sent flying off the stage, crashing hard to the ground below, creating a deep crater in the arena. The power of Lin Yun's strike was overwhelming. Even with his protective armor, Yang Jinshi sustained injuries. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers below the stage were left in utter shock. He actually knocked Yang Jinshi off the stage? My goodness, Yang Jinshi is at least in the late stage of the nascent soul realm, while Lin Yun is merely in the mid-stage. How could his strength be so formidable? The disciples below were left astounded. This fellow's prowess is indeed impressive. No wonder he clinched the championship in this year's newcomer assessment. The third elder seated in the front row observed the arena with narrowed eyes. This moment, Yang Jinshi lay on the ground as if he had suffered a tremendous blow, motionless. Were it not for the movement of his eyes, one might think he was already dead. I actually lost. Yang Jinshi murmured to himself. He, Yang Jinshi, was a renowned prodigy among the younger generation, having dominated at his level for years. Yet now, he had been defeated by a junior of a lower realm? He found it impossible to accept this reality, but it was indeed the truth. That moment, the referee stepped forward and shouted, "The Taichu Sacred Land, Lin Yun, victory." Upon hearing the referee announce the result, Lin Yun retracted the Jushin spear and turned to leap off the stage. Wow! He won! He actually won! The spectators erupted in cheers upon witnessing Lin Yun's victory. They had all believed he was destined to lose. Yet the outcome defied everyone's expectations. Congratulations, senior brother Lin Yun, on your victory. Congratulations, senior brother Lin Yun. Other participating disciples congratulated Lin Yun in unison. Lin Yun smiled and clasped his fists in response, saying, "You are all too kind." He then turned his gaze towards Yang Jinshi. Yang Jinshi, if you know what's good for you, you'd better scram now. Don't wait for me to personally escort you away. You would be humiliated beyond measure. Lin Yun stated, fixing his gaze on the limp Yang Jinshi. However, after saying this, Lin Yun realized the other party was already incapacitated, likely destined to remain bedridden for the rest of his life. Yet, Yang Jinshi interpreted it as humiliation, and in a fit of rage, spat out another mouthful of blood, gritting his teeth as he glared at Lin Yun. "Lin Yun, you wait. I will come for my revenge." Upon hearing this, Lin Yun couldn't be bothered to engage further. He preferred to contemplate how he could indulge in more mischief. He felt that the Taichu sacred land might not yield many rewards for him. Perhaps it would be better to explore other places to encounter formidable cultivators and possibly reap some benefits. Just as Lin Yun prepared to return to the area of the Taichu sacred land, a melodious female voice suddenly rang out. Lin Yun, congratulations. Turning around, he was surprised to see Yuan Shui, the girl he had previously struck, smiling at him. Thank you, Lin Yun replied, his expression calm as he greeted her. Junior brother Lin Yun, since you have emerged victorious, I shall take my leave now. If there's an opportunity in the future, we can practice and spar together, Yuan Shui said, her face flushed with shyness. Certainly, I will make time, Lin Yun replied, though he had no desire to entangle himself with her. Just the sound of her voice suggested she was undoubtedly trouble. With that thought, he hastened towards the spectators from the Taichu sacred land. Yuan Shui watched Lin Yun's departing figure, her cheeks turning pink. She reflected on her own beauty, figure, and family background. Typically, whenever she engaged with male cultivators, they would eagerly vie for her attention. She was accustomed to such treatment. Yet, Lin Yun seemed utterly indifferent to her. Meanwhile, on the observation platform, the elders remarked, "This Lin Yun truly deserves our attention. His strength is astonishing, and it is likely that among all cultivators of the same realm in the entire empire, apart from the prodigy from the Star Palace, few could claim to surpass him." The fourth elder sighed in admiration. The fifth elder nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, this young man possesses remarkable talent and comprehension. Yes, his actual combat prowess must have reached the peak of the nascent soul realm. He is merely a step away from the transformation realm. Such talent is indeed terrifying," the sixth elder couldn't help but exclaim. "However, this lad is still somewhat inexperienced," the third elder shook his head. Despite the shocking outcome of the match, he remained skeptical of Lin Yun, even harboring concerns about Lin Yun becoming overly arrogant and jeopardizing his future. Although Lin Yun's strength is formidable, he is still merely in the transformation realm. Even among his peers, he is commendable, but in our eyes, he is not extraordinary, the second elder remarked. Indeed, while he may not be regarded as a top talent in our view, outside, he is already among the most exceptional prodigies. The fifth elder concurred. "I only hope he does not harbor resentment from this incident and hold a grudge against the sect. That would be troublesome. I hope he understands the importance of humility. Otherwise, he will have no future," the third elder sighed, shaking his head. Chapter 77. Toying with Yang Sudong on the other side, after Lin Yun descended from the stage, he made his way towards the area of the Taichu sacred land. As soon as Lin Yun entered the Taichu sacred land, he was besieged by a group of individuals. "Kid, how dare you cripple Yang Zhenxi?" A young man clad in luxurious garments, flanked by several sycophants, stood in front of Lin Yun. "Young Master Yang, this guy has ruined our young master. Quickly, kill him." Yang Zhenxi's subordinates pointed accusingly at Lin Yun. "Lin Yun, you have crippled my cousin." The young man, Yang Sudong, glared at Lin Yun with fierce anger in his eyes. "Yang Sudong, I advise you to step aside unless you wish to suffer a severe beating." Lin Yun's gaze turned icy, his voice frigid as ice. Lin Yun had no intention of causing trouble, yet Yang Sudong insisted on provoking him. "Oh, quite arrogant, aren't you? Who do you think you are to speak to me like that? I, Yang Sudong, am ranked 9th on the inner sect disciples list. Teaching a newly promoted inner disciple like you a lesson is as easy as pie." Yang Sudong looked down at Lin Yun with a haughty expression. "I advise you to back off immediately, or you will be the one regretting it," Lin Yun replied coldly. Lin Yun was not intimidated. Being ranked 9th on the inner sect disciples list did not faze him, as he was confident his combat prowess could surpass Yang Sudong. "Ha ha, regretting it? I want to see who will regret it." Yang Sudong unleashed his spiritual energy, enveloping himself in a layer of golden light. Clearly activating a defensive technique to as the 9th-ranked inner disciple, he naturally had formidable trump cards. "Kid, prepare to die." Yang Sudong brandished his weapon and swiftly lunged at Lin Yun. Seeing this, Lin Yun activated the Lingxiao sword technique, drawing his sword to meet the attack. Clang, clang, clang. The two swords clashed violently, creating a cacophony of metallic sounds and showers of sparks. You can actually withstand me. It seems I underestimated you." Yang Sudong was taken aback. Lin Yun's strength indeed exceeded his expectations. He had initially thought Lin Yun relied solely on brute force and was no match for him, but Lin Yun could hold his ground, showing no signs of yielding. Although Yang Sudong was surprised, it was limited to mere astonishment, as he still held confidence in his abilities. Bang! Following another collision, Yang Sudong was forced back several steps. How could this be? Yang Sudong's expression darkened. Immediately after, Yang Sudong charged at Lin Yun once more, unleashing a myriad of techniques in his assault. Kid, if you admit defeat and beg for mercy, I can spare your life today, Yang Sudong shouted. Humph, delusional fool. You are no match for me. Lin Yun's tone was resolute. Lin Yun's meaning could not be clearer. He wanted Yang Sudong to leave. You seek death. Yang Sudong was furious, swinging his sword to attack again. This time, he fully unleashed his strength. Yang Sudong's power was indeed significantly greater than Yang Jinqi's, befitting his rank as the 9th inner disciple. This kid is finished. Upon witnessing this scene, the onlookers, whether disciples of the Taichu sacred land or practitioners from other sects, all wore expressions of regret. This young man truly embodies the fearless spirit of a newborn calf. Indeed, how could he possibly be a match for young Master Yang? The spectators felt a sense of apprehension for Lin Yun. Boom! Yang Sudong's attack once again struck fiercely against Lin Yun's blood-red sword, causing Lin Yun to stagger back 2 steps. He managed to fend off a blow from me. Yang Sudong's eyes widened. Unable to conceal his astonishment. Young Master Yang, this fellow possesses commendable strength, but it is merely that, one of Yang Zhenxi's subordinates jeered. You are ranked 9th on the inner disciples leaderboard. If you cannot handle him, it will surely become a laughingstock. Silence! Yang Zhenxi barked at his subordinate, who trembled and immediately lowered his head, ceasing his words. You insolent brat, since you refuse to see reason, do not blame me, buzzing, as his words fell. Yang Sudong's arm trembled, and his sword erupted with dazzling brilliance, accompanied by a whistling sound as it hurtled toward Lin Yun, exuding a ferocious aura. This strike was far more violent than the previous ones. What a formidable attack! Lin Yun's pupils involuntarily jerked. Yang Sudong's assault now posed a substantial threat. Whoosh! In a flash, Lin Yun swiftly wielded his sword to block, producing a resounding clang as Yang Sudong's strike was deflected once more. However, this time, Yang Sudong unexpectedly altered his technique, doubling the power of his attack. Caught off guard, Lin Yun was forced back 2 steps. Yang Sudong could indeed amplify his power. It seemed this time, the young man was destined to be defeated. There was no remedy for his naivety in challenging Yang Sudong, the 9th-ranked disciple on the leaderboard. The surrounding crowd buzzed with speculation, convinced that Yang Sudong's sudden increase in strength guaranteed his victory. At that moment, a system notification echoed in Lin Yun's mind. Ding! A side quest has been issued. To toy with Yang Sudong. Completion rewards a golden treasure chest. Hearing this, Lin Yun felt a flicker of joy. Although it was merely a golden chest, it was a gift from the system, and the thrill of opening it delighted him. He immediately feigned an inability to withstand the onslaught and retreated several steps. The onlookers, witnessing Lin Yun clutching his chest and retreating with a pale complexion, further believed he could not withstand Yang Sudong's might, whispering among themselves. Yang Sudong truly lives up to his rank. Look, Lin Yun has been forced back several steps. Indeed, it seems Lin Yun still lacks experience. I hope Yang Sudong goes easy on him. I find Lin Yun to be quite a striking disciple. One onlooker lamented, his expression sorrowful. Hearing this, another disciple stepped back in shock, distancing himself from the bold speaker. At this moment, Lin Yun was fully focused on Yang Sudong's impending attack. Insolent brat, if you admit defeat now, it may not be too late. Yang Sudong sneered. Lin Yun, bemused by Yang Sudong's growing confidence from his minor retreat, replied, Apologies, but I have no intention of surrendering. Lin Yun grinned, then with a flick of his wrist, he raised his spirit sword and fervently infused it with inner power. Soul extinction slash. Lin Yun's sword transformed into a silver arc, slicing through the air with magnificent elegance as it struck downward. Boom! The power of Lin Yun's sword surged to a new level, causing Yang Sudong's countenance to change dramatically. With a swift thrust, Yang Sudong's sword met Lin Yun's strike but was shattered instantly. Subsequently, Lin Yun's attack continued unabated, crashing solidly into Yang Sudong's chest, forcing him to spew blood as he was sent hurtling backward, as if struck by lightning. Chapter 78. The Golden Treasure Chest Thud. Yang Sudong landed awkwardly several meters away, a deep crimson gash marring his chest and face, clearly injured. The crowd erupted in an uproar. What? This guy won. Every onlooker regarded Lin Yun with incredulous eyes, as if beholding a prodigy, then cast glances at Yang Sudong filled with pity and mockery. He was so proud moments ago. Look, he was defeated with a single blow. Lin Yun truly toyed with him. Yang Sudong rose unsteadily, touching the wound on his chest, feeling a searing pain. The intense agony made him grit his teeth, wishing to eliminate Lin Yun in a fit of rage. Yet, he hesitated. After all, they were in Lingxiao Pavilion, and Lin Yun's background was formidable. He dared not lay a finger on him. Yang Jinshi was equally astonished. He never anticipated that Lin Yun harbored such formidable strength. You little beast, you actually concealed your true level. Yang Jinshi seethed with fury. Brother Yang, do not blame me. You yourself acknowledged my weakness just moments ago. Does that not absolve me of any wrongdoing? Lin Yun shrugged, adopting an air of nonchalance. You nearly made me spit blood. Yang Jinshi fumed. Consider yourself fortunate this time, but wait until I have my revenge. Yang Sudong's face flushed with anger as he departed the arena amidst the murmurs of the crowd. Lin Yun watched Yang Sudong's retreating figure, a smile playing on his lips as the system's voice resonated in his mind. Ding, congratulations, host, for completing the side quest. Toying with Yang Sudong, a golden treasure chest has been awarded. Upon hearing this, Lin Yun felt a surge of delight and promptly instructed the system. Open the golden treasure chest. Ding. Opening the golden treasure chest for the host. Ding. Congratulations, host, for acquiring a backtrack pill. Ding. The backtrack pill instantly restores spiritual energy to its peak state. Lin Yun gazed at the pill with satisfaction, pondering, not too shabby. I hope to encounter more of these trivial tasks in the future. This backtrack pill certainly holds promise, allowing my combat prowess to be restored to its zenith. After stowing the pill away, Lin Yun returned to his assigned room for a rejuvenating sleep to replenish his physical and mental energy. The next morning, after a hearty breakfast, he prepared to depart with the sect members. As Lin Yun dined, several individuals from the Bai Shui sect approached him with a menacing demeanor. Are you Lin Yun? Lin Yun raised an eyebrow, assessing their aggressive stance. I am. What of it? So, you are Lin Yun. You have quite the audacity, daring to toy with our saintess and slandering her. Today, we shall show you the consequences of your words. Indeed, kneel and apologize at once, or we shall cripple your cultivation and cast you out of Lingxiao Pavilion. The members of Bai Shui sect threatened, their faces twisted with malice. Realization dawned on Lin Yun. No wonder these brutes approached him with such arrogance. They were from the Bai Shui sect, so you are from the Bai Shui sect. That explains your boldness in confronting me. Lin Yun scoffed. Brat, do not be so glib. Kneel and apologize now. The leader barked. And if I refuse? Lin Yun remained seated at the table, exuding an air of indifference. Refuse? Are you certain? I assure you. Today is your day of reckoning. Attack. Break his legs first, then cripple his cultivation. The leader commanded the others. Yes. The three charged toward Lin Yun, fists and feet flying. Bang, bang, bang. All three were swiftly dispatched by Lin Yun with a single move. After their defeat, the leader gaped in disbelief at Lin Yun. How is this possible? How could you possess such formidable strength? The leader could hardly fathom it. He had anticipated that their combined efforts would easily subdue Lin Yun. Yet the outcome was utterly unexpected. I can not only eliminate you, but also your companions. With that declaration, Lin Yun sprang to his feet and charged at them. Knowing they would be defeated in a direct confrontation, they fled in panic, desperate to save themselves. Lin Yun caught up with the two lagging behind, swiftly delivering a kick that sent them flying several meters away, groaning in agony on the ground. He quickly dispatched the last one before pursuing the leader. Seeing Lin Yun closing in on him, the leader turned and fled in terror. Running blindly, Lin Yun, unconcerned with him, continued his pursuit of the remaining three. The last two fleeing were no match for Lin Yun, and within moments, they were easily subdued. You have truly angered us. The three men lay on the ground, glaring at Lin Yun with resentment. Lin Yun observed their declarations with bemusement. They had come seeking trouble, yet now they spoke as if they were the aggrieved parties. Feeling vexed, he stepped forward, ready to deliver a sound beating, only for a voice to call out from a distance. Lin Yun, halt! Lin Yun turned toward the voice and saw several elders from the Bai Shui sect rushing over, arriving before him in the blink of an eye, their faces contorted with rage. What do you intend to do? Is it not enough that you toyed with our saintess, But you also dare to insult our disciples? Elders, I have not bullied them. I merely played with them a little. Lin Yun replied calmly. Nonsense. Do you dare claim you did not toy with our saintess? The leading elder accused. I merely toyed with them. Lin Yun calmly responded. You still refuse to acknowledge it. The elders of the Bai Shui sect were taken aback. Esteemed elders, your disciples came to challenge me of their own accord, and their defeat is of no concern to me, Lin Yun stated, casting a glance at the elders of the Bai Shui sect. The head elder furrowed his brow and remarked, though your words hold some truth, you have publicly humiliated our sect's saintess. This matter must be met with severe retribution. Lin Yun shook his head. If you insist on avenging your saintess, then let us see who prevails. The outcome remains uncertain. Unfazed, Lin Yun recognized that these individuals, despite their collective strength, were still inferior to him. Arrogant brat, since you seek death? Do not blame us for being ruthless. Attack? The elder of the Bai Shui sect suddenly waved his hand, and in an instant, 5 inner disciples of the sect brandished their weapons and charged at Lin Yun. While each of the 5 alone would not stand a chance against him, they held confidence in their combined efforts. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lin Yun's figure flickered, transforming into a phantom as he darted amidst the 5 attackers. Bang, 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 one by one, Lin Yun dispatched them, and in mere moments, all 5 lay sprawled on the ground, wailing in despair. Chapter 79. The Bai Shui sect provokes trouble. Esteemed elders, do you now believe? Lin Yun stood firm and spoke slowly. The head elder of the Bai Shui sect was left in a state of shock, his mouth agape. He could scarcely fathom that Lin Yun was so formidable. The 5 had attacked Lin Yun together. Yet they were easily subdued, and their resistance barely lasted. Junior brother Lin Yun, you are astonishingly powerful. The plump one could not contain his excitement, cheering aloud. I had already warned you. It is not that I am unwilling to cooperate with your training, but rather that you are simply inadequate, Lin Yun shrugged. He then turned to the 3 men on the ground. Gentlemen, do you yield? Lin Yun inquired with a playful smile. An elder from the Bai Shui sect, witnessing this scene, let out a cold snort and suddenly charged at Lin Yun. Lin Yun smirked and instantly countered, engaging in a fierce struggle with the elder. Rumble. As Lin Yun clashed with the elder, a powerful shockwave erupted, causing the surrounding air to tremble as if on the verge of collapse. Bang, bang, bang. Accompanied by the violent collisions, a terrifying force swept through the area. Hiss. How utterly terrifying. This is what a true master duel looks like. Numerous passing disciples halted in their tracks to witness the spectacle. After a fierce exchange with the elder, Lin Yun retrieved his formidable technique, the Shattering Heaven Palm. Shattering Heaven Palm, boom.